In a clearing near the edge of a dense forest, a young boy, no older than 10, sat beside a crackling campfire. His name was Orion. With his slight frame and unassuming build, he appeared frail, but appearances can be deceiving. Once weak and fragile, Orion had undergone a transformation that belied his small stature. "Hey Red, are you excited for dinner? It's been ages since I managed to catch a rabbit," Orion said, his face lighting up with a grin. Beside him, a brown dog sat panting, its tail wagging in response. The dog barked enthusiastically, as though it fully understood Orion's words. "Me too, boy. We need to eat well if we're going to get stronger. Remember that." Orion turned back to the makeshift spit over the fire, where the savory scent of roasting meat filled the air. It had been a long time since Orion found himself in this strange world, one completely unlike the modern 21st century he once called home. Before this, he had been a normal orphan with an ordinary life. Many years ago, an accident had altered his fate. Courtesy of the infamous Truck Kun, the unintentional harbinger of reincarnation for many, Orion's life had ended abruptly. When he awoke, it was in the body of a 5-year-old boy, far removed from the comforts of his familiar world. Now, 6 years later, he had adapted to his new life. "Alright, this looks just about done. Red, go play. I'll practice a bit before we eat," Orion said, standing and brushing off his hands. The dog barked once in agreement and trotted off into the woods. Orion walked a short distance from the fire, finding a quiet spot to sit cross-legged. He closed his eyes and prepared to meditate, but not before issuing a stern warning. "And if you so much as sniff that pot, Red, it's green herbs for you for a month." A sharp bark confirmed the dog got the message, and Orion smiled. Taking a deep breath, he stilled his thoughts and began to meditate. 5 years earlier, Orion's consciousness had fused with that of a young boy in 1985 Britain, leaving him disoriented and confused. He quickly realized that survival in this new world wouldn't be easy. The orphanage where he found himself, run by Mr. and Mrs. Lawrence, was a cruel and unforgiving place. For 3 long months, Orion endured their abuse. The turning point came one frigid night when Mrs. Lawrence threw him out for daring to speak back. Alone, cold, and with nowhere to turn, Orion sat beneath the moonlit sky, clutching the only possession that connected him to his past life, a pendant with a gleaming blue gem set in its center. "Dear God," he muttered bitterly, "when I say things can't get worse, it's not a challenge." As if in response, the pendant vibrated faintly. Startled, Orion lifted it into the moonlight. To his amazement, ancient symbols began to glow on its surface. The script, unfamiliar yet mesmerizing, seemed to hum with energy. Suddenly, a burst of ethereal light erupted from the pendant, enveloping him. When he awoke the next morning, he felt different. And though he couldn't explain it, he knew the pendant held secrets he had yet to uncover. Current time, 1991. Orion exhaled sharply as he finished his meditation, his body drenched in sweat. The exercise, taught to him by the pendant's mysterious power, was taxing but effective. Each session left him physically drained but undeniably stronger. Over time, his once feeble body had developed strength and agility far beyond that of a normal child. Yet, for all his efforts, there was an untapped potential within him, a power he had yet to fully unlock. "Red, come on, boy. Dinner's ready," Orion called, his stomach growling as he turned toward the fire. But there was no response. "Red? Where are you?" he called again, his voice tinged with worry. Grabbing a knife and a torch, he ventured into the trees, the fading light casting long shadows across the forest floor. "Red?" His voice echoed through the woods, but only silence greeted him. Anxiety gnawed at him, and his grip tightened on the knife. "I swear if you're messing around, it's nothing but herbs for a week." A sudden rustling sound made him whirl around, torchlight cutting through the gloom. "Who's there?" he demanded, his voice steady despite the unease creeping into his chest. Another rustle, this time behind him. Orion's pendant vibrated against his chest, its glow faint but unmistakable. His heart pounded as he scanned the darkness, every instinct screaming that something was wrong. "Red? Is that you?" Orion whispered, inching forward. "Woof!" A bark rang out, startling him. He swung the torch toward the sound, only to see his loyal companion emerge from the underbrush, unharmed but clearly agitated. "Red, you scared the life out of me," Orion muttered with a sigh of relief. But just as he moved to pat the dog, a shadow lunged at Red. "No!" Orion shouted as the creature tackled his friend to the ground. Panic surged through him as he rushed forward, torch blazing. The figure turned and for the first time, Orion saw it clearly, a pale, grotesque face with crimson eyes and elongated fangs. His breath hitched. "Vampire," he whispered, the word escaping his lips like a curse. The battle for survival had just begun. "Vampire," Orion muttered unconsciously, his voice barely above a whisper as his wide eyes fixed on the pale, grotesque figure in front of him. Crimson eyes, razor-sharp fangs, every detail confirmed what his gut screamed at him. Why the hell is a vampire here? What is this twilight? A whirlwind of panic thoughts swirled in his mind, but before he could process them, the creature did something even more bizarre. The vampire drew a small stick from its tattered robes. Orion's heart skipped a beat. That wasn't just any stick, it was a wand. Recognition struck him like a lightning bolt. This is, he began, but the words froze in his throat as the vampire pointed the wand directly at him. Crucio, the vampire snarled, and then the world became pure, unrelenting agony.
Eh?
A scream tore from Orion's lips, his body writhing as pain unlike anything he had ever known surged through him. His vision blurred, his muscles spasmed, and every nerve felt like it was being ripped apart. But even in the midst of his torment, Orion's will remained unbroken.
Focus.
Activate the technique. Don't let this bastard win, he thought through gritted teeth. 5 years of grueling meditation, of training his mind to withstand both mental and physical agony, had prepared him for moments like this. The pain was overwhelming, but not enough to break him. You filthy human, the vampire spat, its voice dripping with disdain.
Arrogant. Hateful.
Definitely not human. Orion could barely hear the words. His ears rang with his own screams, and his thoughts were consumed by one thing: survival. Woof. Red's bark shattered the haze of agony. The loyal dog launched himself at the vampire with surprising stealth, his hunting instincts honed from years of accompanying Orion. Injured but undeterred, Red sank his teeth into the vampire's arm, throwing it off balance. You damn mutt, the vampire roared, flicking its wand with practiced precision. A blast of force sent Red flying, his yelp of pain piercing Orion's heart.
No!
Orion screamed, forcing himself to his feet despite the searing pain. Blood dripped from his nose, his vision blurred, but none of it mattered. His gaze snapped to the vampire, whose wand glowed ominously with a sickly green light.
Red, run!
Orion shouted, desperation clawing at his voice. But Red didn't move. The faithful dog stood his ground, his eyes locked on the vampire.
Avada Kedavra!
The killing curse shot from the wand like a bolt of death itself, striking Red square in the chest. The dog's body crumpled, lifeless.
Time froze. Orion's breath caught.
His entire body trembled, not from fear, but from a rage so consuming it felt like his very soul was on fire.
No. No.
The words escaped his lips in a whisper as his mind refused to accept what he had just witnessed. The vampire turned its attention back to him, smirking. You're not a squib, it sneered, noticing the faint aura of magic flickering around Orion. But it doesn't matter. Just die. The wand was raised again, its tip glowing with the same deadly green light. Orion barely noticed. His vision tunneled, his focus consumed by the lifeless form of his only companion. F***ck it, he whispered. Something primal awakened within him, a force he didn't understand but couldn't ignore. His hand rose on its own, trembling but steady, as a surge of energy erupted from within him. The killing curse shot forward, and stopped, hovering inches from his outstretched palm. The air crackled with power as the energy around Orion intensified, his body radiating heat and light. This isn't possible, the vampire stammered, its confidence shattered. No one can stop the killing curse. Orion's bloodshot eyes locked onto the vampire. His fury ignited like a supernova. He didn't care how or why this was happening. All that mattered was the monster standing before him, and the promise of vengeance. I'm gonna King kill you.
Orion roared.
His body moved on instinct, his hand thrusting forward and sending the killing curse hurtling back at its caster. The vampire dodged with inhuman speed, the deadly spell narrowly missing its mark.
Orion didn't stop.
He charged forward, his movements a blur as raw energy coursed through him. Pain racked his body, his skin smoking from the sheer intensity of the power he was drawing. But none of it mattered. He was beyond pain, beyond reason, fueled only by rage and grief. The vampire barely had time to react as Orion closed the distance, grabbing hold of it with both hands. The moment their bodies connected, flames erupted around them. The vampire screamed, its flesh burning under Orion's grip. The fire wasn't ordinary. Orion could feel it, the energy surging from his own soul, consuming the vampire while tearing apart his own body in the process. Let's not meet in hell, shall we? Orion snarled through gritted teeth, his voice laced with grim satisfaction. The flames intensified, engulfing everything in a blinding inferno. The last thing Orion saw was the vampire's face contorted in agony, and then silence.
Aftermath.
Darkness enveloped him. Time lost all meaning. For a moment, Orion thought he was dead, his soul finally at peace. But then a hand shook him, rousing him from the void. Can't a man die in peace, he thought irritably, his eyes fluttering open to blinding light. A figure stood over him, dressed in white with flowing hair and a beard. Jesus! Orion muttered groggily, blinking at the celestial vision before him. The figure smirked. Wake up, samurai. You've got a letter to read. Orion's eyes widened. King Jesus Keanu? And with that, the world began to come into focus once more. Hey, welcome to another audiobook on Quantum Audiobooks. Sorry to disturb you, but if you enjoy it, please make sure to subscribe, it motivates me to create more audiobooks like this. Also, don't forget to like the video and share your thoughts about this novel audiobook in the comments below.
Orion took his time before finally waking up. He never expected to wake up after what happened the next day, anyway, so it was a really good surprise when he did. So, when he slowly opens his eyes and rubs them to focus his blurry vision, he notices that it already is daytime. It slowly made himself sit, but he noticed that there was not much pain in his body anymore. The next thing he did was to immediately look all around his body and check for injuries. Nothing? What is going on? I am sure that I was extremely hurt. There was hardly any way that I could have survived what happened, let alone sit here, scratch-free. Orion could not help but wonder, but he noticed that his entire body had been weakened. He no longer had those muscles anymore. He lacks the immense physical power which he gains after practicing his special technique for 5 years. He closed his eyes, many things were going through his mind right now, but he needed to first understand his current situation. Oh, you finally woke up? Suddenly Orion heard this and turned his head towards the sound, a little startled. The moment he saw the person in front of him, his eyes widened. Gandalf? Orion almost shouted in surprise. Haha, no my young friend, I am not Gandalf, but if you want to call me that then be my guess, said the Ian McKellen stunt double. I mean, if I did not know better then, I would have considered him Ian McKellen himself. That was Orion's thoughts right now. Okay, what is going on here? Can you explain me, sir? Orion asked. The Gandalf lookalike took out his pipe and puffed on it, even acting like Gandalf from the Lord of the Rings movie. Well Orion, I can call you that right? He asked. Orion after hearing this, just nodded his head. Well, after you took care of that vampire, you were extremely weakened and almost on the doorstep of death, he said. He took some time and then continued. But you were lucky, that guy there saved you, he said. Orion naturally followed where the Gandalf lookalike was pointing. He saw, just a little further to him, was a big red bird there. Orion instantly knew after seeing the bird, what kind of bird that exactly was. A phoenix, Orion said in surprise. So I am not dreaming, I am in the Harry Potter world, Orion mutters to himself. He actually saw a red bird before passing out. Now he believes that it was not a dream. But then he also saw that Jesus Keanu too. But he noticed the old man in front of him and something inside him just clicked. That would be correct. You are in the Harry Potter world, but I would advise not to only consider this that world of drama and books which you know, is much bigger and different than you could ever imagine, came the reply to what he muttered. You know about the Harry Potter world? Orion could not help but ask in surprise, now getting more and more confused at what exactly going on here. No, not exactly, I learned about the Harry Potter series from your mind, said Gandalf in front of him. My mind? Orion asked in confusion. He does know many things about this world, like phoenix tears can heal, and thus he did not ask how that phoenix healed him. And naturally, he also knows about legilimency. Did you read my mind? Orion asks, already speculating what kind of consequence this will bring to the world of Harry Potter. Don't worry my friend, I did not read your mind. In fact, I do not exist in the first place, said the Gandalf look-alike. Orion was again confused, but his confusion was gone when the old man in front of him tried to touch a tree trunk, but his hand passed right through it. You are a ghost? Orion obviously connected the dot, and knowing that the Harry Potter world has ghosts, he thought that the person in front of him was one. In fact, it was only right now that he noticed the little faint ghostly aura around the old man. Well, in a way, you can say that. What I really am, is a memory. A magical memory, I created when I was alive to guide my successor when I meet him, said the man. That's strange, even for the magical world, Orion could not help but say to himself. Haha, don't worry too much, I promise that you will experience many more strange things in this world, besides this old man, said the old man with a smile. So, I can't even think anything without him knowing, Orion thought, and immediately the old man smiled. In irritation, Orion's eyebrows were twitching. So, you are not real, is that it? Orion asked. He only got a little nod. What is your name then? Although you know me, but I know nothing about you, Orion said. After hearing this, the old man smiled and said, I am Merlin, I am sure that you are aware of who I am, said the now self-identified Merlin. Orion's eyes widen. Like the legendary wizard, Merlin? Orion asked with amazement. Yes my friends, the very same, replied Merlin with a knowing smile. Orion was not sure what to think anymore. He got reincarnated, then he found that this world is the wizarding world of Harry Potter, and now he realized that the person in front of him is none other than the legendary wizard, Merlin. What is he supposed to think about? He is not sure. Could it be that he is my special cheat that the world gave me? Orion wondered. No, I assure you that my being here has nothing to do with your world's famous fanfic ideas. I am not a system and I surely have not come here because of any cheat, said Merlin with a roll of his eyes. Orion at this, almost rolled his own eyes. He doesn't like his mind being read by others like this. But if Merlin is not here because of some reincarnation system or cheat, then why he is here? And I don't get any special system or power? Orion wondered. Merlin too could hear what Orion was thinking and could not help but sigh internally. It's not like he doing it on purpose, but there is no way for him to stop this phenomenon. His soul right now is connected with Orion. On another note, he was a little amused at what Orion was thinking. The fact that Orion, who could not do magic before and was a squib, and now suddenly has magical power. If this is not a cheat, then he is not sure what is. Actually, you have one of those cheat which you are talking about, the technique you have. It's nothing less than a cheat, believe me, Merlin said. Really? Orion was a little taken aback. Yes, although I am not exactly sure just how effective this technique is, but it can make a squib use magic. After observing it for a while, I realized that every time you were using this technique, you were gathering a small amount of mana. And after finally when you fought the vampire and drained his magic with this technique, you created a magical core for yourself. Merlin said. Orion after hearing this finally realized just how much broken this technique could be. What will happen if muggles learn this technique? Will everyone have magic? Orion's imagination started to go wild. Even Merlin thought about it earlier. However, after observing the Orion, he can tell that not everyone can learn this technique. Maybe even I in my prime could not. Merlin could not help but sigh. 1 minute, what you mean by that? Since how long have you been spying on me? Orion suddenly asked. At this Merlin again smiled. Since you got my inheritance from that pendant all those years ago. I wasn't able to contact you because you didn't have magic back then. Oh, Orion just nodded. I have more questions to ask, Orion said. Oh, that's fine, I will answer them all for you, but before that, you should really read this letter. It's from a very special place. Merlin pointed towards a letter with an owl. He took the letter and then read it. Dear Orion D. Ambrosius, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by no later than July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Uniform. First-year students will require 1.3 sets of plain work robes, black. 2.1 plain pointed hat, black, for day wear. 3.1 pair of protective gloves, dragon hide or similar. 4.1 winter cloak, black, with silver fastenings. Please note that all pupils' clothes should carry name tags. Course books. All students should have a copy of each of the following. The Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1, by Miranda Goshawk. A History of Magic by Bathilda Bagshot. Magical Theory by Adalbert Waffling. A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration by Emmerich Switch. 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi by Phil Lidispor. Magical Drafts and Potions by Arsenius Jigger. Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them by Newt Scamander. The Dark Forces, A Guide to Self-Protection by Quentin Trimble. Other equipment. 1 wand. 1 cauldron, pewter, standard size 2. 1 set glass or crystal files. 1 telescope. 1 set brass scales. Students may also bring an owl or a cat or a toad. Parents are reminded that first years are not allowed their own broomstick. Well, I'll be damn. I'm going to Hogwarts. After talking with Merlin and getting a basic understanding of his situation, Orion finally asked. So, if you know my memories, then you should know just what kind of shitstorm is awaiting us all, Orion asked. Merlin too nodded at this. At first, when he saw just how much trouble was ahead of them in the upcoming 7 years, he just sighed. Can you help me get stronger? Orion did not beat around the bush and directly asked. Merlin, as if waiting for Orion to ask this, smiled. Well, of course, I will help. There is a reason I left behind a part of my soul to teach my successor after all, Merlin said with an upbeat tone. Really? Orion narrowed his eyes. Over the years, I have learned at least one thing. There is nothing for free. Don't tell me that you want me to get stronger and then defeat some big bad villain to save the world, Orion asked, and Merlin almost choked on this. Well, it's something like that. But it's important. If you don't, then the world will be destroyed, Merlin said, caught red-handed. Orion at this just shook his head. Wow, I just repeated some common trope from my previous world. Who would have thought, right? Orion could not help but chuckle a little. Okay then, tell me what exactly you want from me, he asked with a little serious tone. Don't worry about that. I will naturally tell you. Right now, just focus on recovering and learning, Merlin said, looking at Orion's now weak frame and pale face. Fine, so can you teach me anything? He asked Merlin. Of course I can, but unfortunately you don't have enough magic power to do anything right now, Merlin said. Orion at this just blinked. What do you mean, not enough magic power? Didn't you just say that I opened my magic thanks to that technique of mine and absorbing that vampire's magic? Orion asked. Well, you see, most of your magic power which you gather in all this time, was used in creating the magic core and fighting with that vampire. So you ended up starting with a very weak magic. Even the magic that you extract from that vampire, ended up being used to heal you. You see, your magic core was badly damaged after you burst out with that powerful magical power last time. You can't do that until you are a little older. Whatever you did back then, immediately shot up your magic to the roof, but came at a cost. You lost most of your magical power. Merlin said with a little amazement and curiosity of his own. I guess, I need to do a little testing to understand about this special power of mine, Orion said after thinking about it a little. Merlin at this also nodded. If I am not wrong then soon, a professor from Hogwarts will come. I have some time on my hands. I better get a head start, Orion said. That's good, but the real problem still stands. You currently, only somewhat have power similar to that of a 5 or 6-year-old wizard. Not nearly enough to learn any usual magic. Merlin said. Yeah, Orion too nodded and sighed. Merlin after a little wait finally said. How about we start with some basic magic knowledge and set the foundation for you, and then start testing your special technique, and if possible also give it a name while we are at it. Only after that, we will have enough knowledge to plan further. Merlin advised and Orion too nodded. So after that, Merlin ended up teaching Orion the basics of magic and helping him learn about his own power too. A week later. I am sure that soon a Hogwarts professor will visit, Merlin said. Orion too nodded to that. He looked up and noticed the phoenix flying. At first, he thought that the phoenix was just there and helped him out, but that wasn't the case. That phoenix is staying with him now, almost like he is connected somehow with the phoenix. So he ended up naming the bird. He named it after his best friend, Red. Red, do you see anything? Orion asked. The phoenix did reply, but Orion could hardly understand what the bird wanted to convey. He needs to spend some more time with the phoenix for him to under all his quirks. Orion, it's done. Drink it now, Merlin said. Orion also quickly acted and drank the potion in front of him. It was a very simple potion which gave nutrients to the body. Merlin taught him how to make it and it was making a difference to his body. Now, at least he was not feeling the weakness throughout his body. Your body has improved a lot after this long time. Shame that we don't have enough magical ingredients, otherwise by now, you would have completely been cured of your weakness. Merlin said. It's fine, I might be able to find a useful potion in the Diagon Alley after the professor from Hogwarts takes me there, Orion replied and smiled. In a week, Orion learned a lot about his special technique which he now calls integration. After testing out his technique, he and Merlin figure out that the technique takes mana of all kinds, gathered and combined with Orion's magic. Plus while Orion does this, his body also changes that magic to his optimum state, as if that magic always belongs to Orion and is not stolen from someone else, giving no compatibility problem to Orion. Merlin was baffled at this, even Merlin was now a little jealous of Orion. In his words, if I had this power then I could have defeated her back then, and maybe even stop. That is what Orion overheads before Merlin shuts his mouth. Orion still doesn't know what exactly Merlin is hiding. Anyways, besides that, the technique itself allows Orion to continuously increase his magic and become stronger. This is nothing less than cheating. A cheat indeed, Merlin sighed, shaking his head at the unfairness of life. Besides that, another very important thing which Orion and Merlin found out about integration was that it has a different effect when done internally. It's almost like burning his own magic power, like how the sun burns the gas to keep up the heat. This happens when Orion does not gather mana from outside but condenses his mana internally. This almost acts like supernova and increases his power quite a bit. It's almost like entering a magical version of Kyokan. It's a Dragon Ball reference if any of you don't know, but power comes at a cost. This internal integration permanently reduces his mana capacity. Not to mention, because of his atrocious control, he even ended up damaging his mana core. In simple terms, it's exactly opposite to the normal integration technique where Orion increases his magic power. Internal integration gives him a short-term power boost and then permanently decreases his magical power. Of course, Orion can always increase his magic back with normal integration, but in the end, it's a dangerous technique. Merlin is apparent that Orion should not use internal integration if it's not important. Something to which Orion too agrees. Who would like to permanently decrease their magic? Only a madman. Alright, let ends today's class with a simple question. Tell me what is magic and all the different levels of magicians? Merlin asked. Orion took a little time and then said. Magic is the chaotic energy which brings changes to the normal world with the intent of a wizard, Orion said. Merlin nodded at this but still added. True, but remember that there are more aspects aside from power and intent in magic. There are mainly 4 aspects through which magic works. Power, intent, control, spells and other methods of controlling magic, and authority, law. Unfortunately, nowadays wizards only focus on the first 3 and even that they don't do right. Merlin added. Orion makes sure to remember that and then continues his answer. There are 9 known levels of a magician. Level 1, Novice. Level 2, Intermediate. Level 3, Advance. Level 4, Master. Level 5, Grand Master. Level 6, Warlock. Level 7, Mage. Level 8, Royals. Level 9, King or Magus. Most of the wizarding world right now is stuck at advanced level at best. Orion said. Merlin nodded and added. Orion, after getting a solid foundation of magic from Merlin, was excited to learn magic. He couldn't wait for the Hogwarts professor to come. He has many questions that he needs answers to. Like his own name, Orion D. Ambrosius. Is Ambrosius a name of a noble wizarding house? It at least sounds like that. Should he run to Gringotts for a blood test to find whether he has devil luck and got an inheritance from a powerful family? What do the D stands for? Does he have the will of D and will be the joy boy of this world? And lastly, what the hell Merlin is not telling him? There are just too many questions which he is not sure about. After understanding the world of magic and his special powers, thanks to Merlin, Orion finally was ready to start practicing magic. But the problem with his small amount of mana still stands in his way. Let's see, is there any magic which you can learn without much magical power and a wand? Merlin questions himself but also says it so Orion can hear him. Orion, who was admiring his phoenix red, suddenly looked at Merlin. Orion nodded, waiting for an answer. He just realized that Merlin here knows Harry Potter better than him. Most likely, because he can see my memories. I can't remember them all but it's there somewhere, Orion thought to himself. Correct? Merlin nodded and said. TCH, this old man is still reading my mind. Orion wanted to find a way to stop him from doing that. Merlin at this just gave him his best embarrass, Gandalf smile. You are correct with that. I can see your memories and humans or wizards never forget anything. They just can't recall the information back. This happens because the information or memories in this case are not managed and arranged systematically. Merlin said, and there was a knowing smile. You know, I just know what exactly to teach you with no wand and very little magic, Merlin said and beamed. Orion too knew what exactly Merlin was talking about. He too wanted to learn legilimency and occlumency. Alright, then let's do it, Orion said with a determined grim. -1 week later. Professor McGonagall was a very busy woman. This was especially true at the start of every new Hogwarts year. This is because, Albus to many names Dumbledore, Leader dropped all of his esteemed duties on her and wasted his time on eating sweets and knitting sweaters. Why the address is a forest, McGonagall couldn't help but take another look at the address she was holding. But after seeing the address again, she assured herself and entered into the forest. What in Merlin's name, this boy is doing in the forest, McGonagall wondered. She took out her wand and removed all the small plants and bushes which stood in her way. Soon she finally found a clearing. She saw a 10-year-old, doing some form of muggle exercise. He was not wearing any clothes on his upper body. She could see the small muscles on him, but also she saw the child panting. This child was Orion, who had more or less recovered his physical state. At least he was close to what a normal child was supposed to be. Previously, he was much more physically fit. Before McGonagall could even say anything, she heard a sound. Gawk. She looked up and almost her wand fell off her hand. A phoenix was flying there. Orion also noticed this. In fact, he was the one who asked Red to tell him if there was anyone around. He didn't want to be in the situation where he had to fight with a vampire out of the blue again. Orion looked around to find any intruders. There, Merlin, who noticed McGonagall, pointed. Orion, seeing the old woman with a wand, got a little alert but didn't make any move. He immediately wore his shirt and called out. Who are you? By this time, Red came down and took his position on top of Orion. Should. Even Orion doesn't know why Red liked that place to sit that much. McGonagall, who was following the phoenix, noticed the majestic creature coming down and sitting on Orion's shoulder. Only then did she come to her senses. Mr. Ambrosius, she said. My name is Orion, he said. Yes, you are Orion D. Ambrosius, are you not? McGonagall asked. Well, that at least the letter says so. I only know that my name is Orion. Orion finally eased his tension. If the women in front of him know his name, which even he didn't know until a few days ago, then most likely this person from Hogwarts. Nice to meet you, Mr. Ambrosius. I am Professor McGonagall. I teach transfiguration in Hogwarts. McGonagall said. Orion acted a little surprised. And here I almost thought that someone was pranking me, Orion mutters but makes sure that McGonagall can hear him. I assure you that it's no joke, Mr. Ambrosius, McGonagall said with a stern voice, looking very professional. Well, that's fine, I believe you. Not like I know about myself any more than my own name. But, I still need proof that magic exists from you. You see, that one part is hard to believe even if I want to, Orion said. He did not even consider that a living and breathing phoenix was resting on his shoulder before asking this question. McGonagall too didn't think about it much, as a phoenix in the eyes of a muggle is nothing but a big red bird. She too only can tell the difference between a phoenix and a normal red bird because Albus to many names Dumbledore has a phoenix of his own. The only person in the world to owe a phoenix, at least what she knows. So from that point onward, everything was almost similar to what happened to all the muggle-born wizards. She even did a cool magic trick for Orion. Although Orion wanted to know whether he was one of those muggles born with a cool name as Ambrosius, or whether he belonged to any ancient wizarding family. McGonagall gave a brief introduction about Hogwarts and magic. Orion kept on listening. He wanted to ask Professor McGonagall about his name. How does the school know my name? I'm some son of destiny myself who will break fate and rotate the wheel of times under his feet. It's amazing just how much nonsense you can think about while talking with someone, Merlin said from the side with amusement in his eyes. Orion had an urge to roll his eyes, but he pushed that urge back. It took some time to explain to Professor McGonagall about his situation. How he is an orphan. How he ran away from there because of the constant beating and abuse he was suffering there. How he lived his life after that, and why is he right now living in a forest. Of course, he got a lot of nagging from the serious-looking women in front of her, but by the end of it, She understood his situation. Surprisingly, there was no mention of his Ambrosius lineage at all from her, making him believe that he is just that, a normal orphan. Diagon Alley. After talking with Professor McGonagall for another 10 minutes, she ended up taking Orion to the Diagon Alley. What was that? Orion asked with a spinning head. That was apparition, Mr. Ambrosius. It's a magical form of transport. It teleports us from one place to another, McGonagall replied, already in front of the entrance of the Diagon Alley. Orion saw her tapping the wall with her wand and then a path opened up for both of them. Wow, Orion unconsciously mutters. Merlin, who only Orion can see and listen, also looked a little surprised. But his response was for a different reason. How come the magical world has not progressed at all after my time? These wizards and witches are weak. Their blood also has almost lost the ancient magic. Orion heard Merlin talking about this. Are you sure that they are that weak? Orion asked Merlin through his thoughts. Merlin just nodded. This talking was happening in their mind. Are they really weak? Orion asked after hearing Merlin mutter after watching other wizards and witches there. Yes, but not in the way you think. Well, we'll talk about it later on, Merlin said and grumbled under his breath. Mr. Ambrosius, welcome to the Diagon Alley, said Professor McGonagall. There was a little smirk on her face when she noticed Orion's reaction to the Diagon Alley. So, where are we going from here? Professor Orion asked. We first need to go to Gringotts, it's Wizard's Bank, McGonagall said and started walking towards the Gringotts. Well, here it is, finally entering into the wizarding world. Orion took a second and muttered to himself. Yes, I too want to see what exactly has happened to the world I left behind all those years ago. Your memories are fine, but they are nothing but a picture. You will soon find that the reality is much different, my friend, Merlin said and smiled. After finally entering the Diagon Alley, Professor McGonagall took Orion to the Gringotts. Throughout the way, Orion saw many magical artifacts and items. But honestly, he likes the modern world more than this old-style world. Finally, both came in front of the Gringott. He saw the famous lines the moment he was about to enter the building. Enter, stranger, but take heed of what awaits the sin of greed. For those who take, but do not earn, must pay most dearly in their turn. So if you seek beneath our floors a treasure that was never yours, thief, you have been warned, beware of finding more than treasure there. Ah, the classic. Orion had a little smile on his face. Finally, upon entering, Professor McGonagall talked with the goblins. Orion was just observing. He wanted to ask if there was any way to find his parents as he read in all the fanfictions. But before they can do that, Professor McGonagall calls him. Professor McGonagall then gives him the money. 1 minute, should they not test my blood claim or something? Orion almost said out loud. When he was just about to say something, he heard a voice. Don't worry about this. We can find out about your blood claim later on. Right now it's better to not test your blood. It might bring more trouble. Trouble which you can't handle without getting stronger, Merlin said, but Orion almost felt that he knew something which he was not talking about. Orion was not sure what exactly Merlin meant, but he agreed with him. So both of them quickly got out of Gringotts. After that, both of them directly went to purchase all the other important things. He had only 2 tasks. He needed to give his measurements to Madame Malkins to get his uniforms ready and get his wand. These 2 tasks usually take the most time and absolutely need Orion's presence. McGonagall herself went around and took all the required items by herself. So what do you think? Orion finally could not take it anymore and asked after giving his measurement to Madame Malkins and moving towards the Ollivander's shop. As I said, these wizards are much weaker than what wizards used to be in the past. I believe that there are 3 reasons, Merlin replied. Go on, I am listening, Orion asked while searching for the Ollivander's shops. Well, there are mainly 3 reasons. Firstly, the knowledge about thousands of years of magical progress has been lost, and their knowledge about magic is shallow. Second, they are slowly losing the pure magical blood of the old era, and lastly, they have entirely no concept of magical law or magical authority. However, the last one is understandable, considering that even in my time, only the most excellent wizards understood the law of magic. I am positive that none of them understands the ancient magic after the current magical style became popular. Merlin said. Current magical style. Orion sounded confused. Yes, in the old days, this system didn't used to exist. Although it's much simpler to use and easy to understand, but it's weaker and limits the wizard, Merlin said. So the ancient magic system is better? Orion asked while finally spotting the Ollivander's shop. Not exactly. For many people, this modern system is better. Not everyone has the talent and aptitude to learn the in-depth workings of magic. But if someone wants to understand magic and get stronger, then this modern way is a hindrance. It's almost like going to the wrong path. Merlin said. Oh, then I have to learn the ancient magic system, Orion said. He in his mind has already been determined to become the best and the strongest. I will teach you the ancient magic system, but I advise you to learn this modern method as well. Try to combine both of them and make a special hybrid system for yourself. Because although strong, the ancient system was harder to learn and much slower, Merlin said. Orion just gave a nod and then entered the Ollivander shop. He noticed an old man there. He was showing wands to a bushy-haired girl there. Oh, don't tell me she is who I think she is. Orion almost let out an excited scream. But he calmed himself down and gave a friendly smile to the girl, who was trying to find a wand for herself. Hello, I am Orion, Orion said with a smile and extended his arms towards the girl. The girl has slightly bigger two front teeth and a pretty-looking face. Hello, I'm Hermione Granger, she replied, and Orion smiled. Yup, she is Hermione Know-It-All Granger, and God, she looks like Emma Watson. Well, not exactly, but to some extent. I still believe Emma is much prettier than this. Someone thinking about stealing other people's girl. Merlin had a sly smile on his face. Orion just gave the old man a cold stare, telling him to shut up, and looked back at Hermione. But before he could say anything, Mr. Ollivander came out with a wand. Here, Ms. Granger, try this one, he said, handing Hermione the wand. The moment Hermione touched the wand, there was a light and warm feeling around the shop. Vinewood with dragon heartstring at the core, a very good wand for charms work, Ms. Granger, said Mr. Ollivander and smiled. Orion wanted to say more, but before that, Hermione gave Ollivander 7 galleons and then with a smile went out of the shop. Seems like you have bad luck with the fair gender, my friend. Merlin smile. Orion decided to just ignore the annoying old Gandalf and just get a wand for himself. I will talk with her later, he thought, taking a mental note. And who you might be, young man? Mr. Ollivander then asked, looking at Orion. I am Orion, sir. Orion D. Ambrosius, Orion said. A muggle-born wizard, I assume. Is this your first time in the Diagon Alley, Mr. Ambrosius? Ollivander genuinely looked interested. Yes, Mr. Ollivander. I see. Then let's find a wand for you, Mr. Ambrosius, Ollivander said. After that, he looked at Orion's hands. You are right-handed, Ollivander asked. Yes, how you know? Orion could not help but ask. Haha, when you are in this business as long I have been, Mr. Ambrosius, you just know. Ollivander's vague answer left much to desire, but Orion did not pursue the topic anymore. He quickly went inside and bought a black box. Inside lays a brown wand. Here, take this, Ollivander handed the wand to Orion. Orion took it and... Why, nothing is happening. Orion could not help but ask. Strange. Ollivander quote. He was expecting a reaction. At least some kind of reaction. He then took out another box from somewhere and gave it to Orion. Here, try this, Ollivander said. Again nothing happened. Orion knocked his head a little to the side in confusion. Hey Merlin, do you know what's going on here? Orion asks. Remember when I said that you currently don't have enough magic? These wands are not summoning to you, they are too powerful for your magic right now, Merlin said. So, what should I do? Orion asks Merlin. But before the answer to that question came, Ollivander said. This is strange, but I have experienced something like this before. I believe that your magic, Mr. Ambrosius, is so weak that the wands are not recognizing you, Ollivander said. Oh, okay. Orion too just nodded like he understood Mr. Ollivander. So, what should I do, Mr. Ollivander? Orion asked. Don't worry, although it's unusual, but I have a wand just for you, Ollivander said and rushed in. What's he gonna do? Orion asked Merlin. Simple, strong wands are not gonna submit to you, so he just gonna bring a weak wand for you, Merlin said. But that means that I have to use that weak wand all this time, Orion grumbled. Yes, but it doesn't matter. When you are strong enough, you can make a staff of your own, Merlin said. You mean a wand? Orion corrected. Yes, a wand, but I prefer a staff more, Merlin said. Do you know how to make a wand? Orion was apparent that he wanted a wand and not a staff. Yes, I will help you make a wand when you are at least a Grand Master, Merlin said. Orion wanted to protest. Right now he is just a level 1 novice, hell even worse than that, as his magic is so weak, reaching from level 1 to level 5, and only then he can make a wand for himself. He better just purchase a wand later on from Mr. Ollivander. But after thinking that those wands might have a trace from the ministry, he did not say anything. Here, Mr. Ambrosius, try this wand. Mr. Ollivander came and handed him an old-looking reddish-brown wand. Orion just took the wand and felt the magic moving inside him immediately. A small light, he cast a Lumos charm, appear on the tip of the wand. Excellent, the wand is perfect for you, Mr. Ambrosius, Ollivander said. Orion to this just gave a small smile. Man, I really wanted something better, Orion thought, and Merlin from the side just shook his head. But maybe seeing Orion's down look, Ollivander said. Don't worry, lad, over the years, you can practice your magic and it will become stronger. I'll wait for you when you come back to my shop again for a wand which will more suit you, Mr. Ambrosius, Ollivander said. Thank you, Mr. Ollivander. How much will this wand will cost? Orion asked. Not take it, it's a very old wand which I made when I was just learning wand craft. I used oak and botruckle leaf to make it, consider it a gift, Ollivander said. Orion at this just smiled and thanked Mr. Ollivander. Getting out, he said. That saves me some galleons. Maybe I can use it for something useful, Orion said. Yes, it's possible, and don't forget that you will also save money by not getting pet. You have read after all, Merlin said. Oh yeah, that will help, Orion smiled. What are you doing in a forest, Mr. Ambrosius? Asked Professor McGonagall. I live here, Orion replied. Why in the Merlin's name you do that? McGonagall asked with an exclamation. Because this is the only place I have, Orion said with a deadpan. I mean what she was expecting. He had been camping there for 5 years. This followed a long lecture from Professor McGonagall about how a child shouldn't live in a forest. This conversation happened when McGonagall first visited him. It's already been more than 30 days since then. And that is the reason, right now he is not in the forest anymore. Professor McGonagall was apparent that she would not let a child live alone in the forest, no matter the case. So she ended up bringing Orion to the Leaky Cauldron. Orion was first worried about the money, but Professor McGonagall took care of it. She pulled some strings and Tom, the owner of the Leaky Cauldron, let Orion in. Over 1 month, Orion learns mind arts from Merlin, and he also masters some very low-power charms, like Lumos, a very basic light spell. Magic is surprisingly like chakra from Naruto, Orion said after listening to Merlin's explaining magic to him. Yes, that ninja show from your memories. I like the story of that cartoon. Merlin said. He too in his free time watched some of Orion's memories and saw some of the modern anime and movies he watched in his previous life. It's not cartoon, it's anime. Orion immediately corrected. It's a sin, anime lovers know. Yeah, Merlin too by now, thanks to all his time spent with Orion and stealing his memories, knew Orion well and just waved his hands to shrug the matter, like he didn't care. Anyways, let's check out the 3 spells which you learned before going to King Cross, Merlin said. Okay, Orion said and took out his wand. Lumos, he said, and with a correct hand gesture, a small light appeared on the tip of the wand. Good, need more power but that will have to wait. Considering your cheat ability, you will get stronger sooner than later. Merlin said. Yup, I am gonna integrate like crazy the moment I arrive in Hogwarts, Orion said. Considering that the magic in Hogwarts will be in more abundance than in a forest, he is sure that he can achieve what he did in 5 years in a forest, in just a year. Okay, second spell. Merlin, who could read Orion's mind and saw that he was getting distracted, said. Wingardium Leviosa, Orion said. His target was a piece of paper, for the lack of a feather, but nothing happened. Orion waited, pushing more and more power. Today's test is important as Merlin told him that he will teach him a cool magical trick if he can pull off these 3 spells. According to Merlin, besides power, another important thing which Orion is missing here is intent. If his intent and willpower are strong, then it's possible to lift the piece of paper with his mere amount of magic. And if there is one thing which Orion has in tons after that training integration for 5 years, then it's willpower. That technique took every bit of his willpower to perform. When Merlin first saw just how much willpower and focus Orion had, he was baffled. Even war veterans don't possess this kind of focus and willpower. This one thing alone gave him an idea of just what kind of potential Orion holds. So, he waited. And sure enough, the piece of paper floated. Got it, Orion exclaims in joy. Merlin just smiled and said. Last spell. Yes, Orion quickly said. This particular spell was something which he learned from Merlin. A very old spell which he created to learn things faster. He brags a lot about it, saying just how incredible this spell is, and generally wizards have to do rituals to do what he is teaching Orion with just a spell. To demonstrate this, he needs to learn the subjects in front of him. So in the last 30 days, he dedicated his time to using this technique and learning all of these subjects quickly. Now, even before the start of school, thanks to Merlin, he has all the theological knowledge needed to pass the exams which are about to come. So, what followed was Merlin asking him multiple questions about all the subjects that Orion would be learning in Hogwarts. Once he answered all of Merlin's questions, Merlin finally said, Good, now let's get going. We better reach the King Cross station on time, Merlin said, and Orion just nodded. King Cross station. Are you sure that this is the place? Merlin asked. Yes, this is the place. I am sure about it, Orion assured himself. This entire thing was pretty new to him. Although he had learned a lot of things about the modern world, he still found this all overwhelming a little. But only a little. He is a man who has lived for more than 1,000 years in the past. He has seen time changing before. There, see, Orion said, pointing towards a particular wall. Being with Merlin all this time surely helped him, because he spots the wall enhancement on the wall with a mere look. Good, how did you find it? Merlin asked. Simple, I just sense the magical fluctuation, Orion said. With Merlin's teaching, this is pretty easy. You gonna run inside? Merlin asked with an amused tone. Orion just scoffed at this. That's stupid. There are a lot of things in the movie and books which don't make sense, and he only knew it after Merlin pointed them out. Now Merlin casually makes jokes about those things. This world is real, and much deeper than those movies and books, Orion mutters, imitating what Merlin told him time and time again. So with that said, he entered inside the wall and found himself coming outside of another station altogether. In front of him was a red steam engine. For some reason, Orion had a really big smile on his face. Merlin knew, he too was smiling. It's the feeling of going on an adventure. Hey, look there, Merlin said and pointed. Orion shifted his gaze and looked towards a particular bushy-haired girl. There was a shine in his eyes. Before dying, he was only 15 years old. So he naturally has seen Harry Potter and had a crush on Hermione. You are not going? Merlin asked. Well, I want to, but not right now. Maybe I will talk with her in Hogwarts, Orion said and looked around. He wanted to find the child of prophecy first. Where is Harry Potter? Orion was wondering. He looked around to find him but could not. So he changed his target and looked for the Wesleys. But they were not there either. Guess I am just early, Orion thought, and finally decided to just get inside the train and find a seat for himself. By the way, which house you are planning to join? Merlin asked. I am not sure. I don't want to enter either Gryffindor or Slytherin. Both are troublesome. The best one for me is Ravenclaw, Orion said, but internally he was also contemplating about joining Gryffindor as being in that house has some perk when Harry Potter is also in Hogwarts. Good choice, back then I too wanted to join Ravenclaw, Merlin said. Oh yes, you too were a part of Hogwarts, right? How come you ended up joining Slytherin? Orion asked in his head because there were other people around. I never joined Hogwarts as a student. I came as a teacher for a very short time. And that's when I joined the Slytherin. That too for a reason. Merlin said. What reason? Orion asked with curiosity. I might tell you later, for the time being, let's find a good sit, Merlin said. Orion too just shrugged and sat down on the first empty seat he could find. Orion might be for the first time in his life was so excited. Which kid didn't dream about having magic, beating terrorists in his school and becoming the MR cool guy? Even in his previous life, he was only 16 when he died, so from his heart, he is still not an adult. So, he was extremely excited to find himself a seat and quickly settle down. I know that you are excited, but remember that the moment you enter into Hogwarts, you are under the watch of the Ministry, Merlin said, throwing cold water on Orion's dreams. Yeah, there is that as well. Do you have any idea how that trace works? Orion could not help but ask. I have some idea. Like the trace itself is not placed on the wand, if you are wondering after reading that fanfiction in your previous world. The tracing charm is placed on the underage wizard and not the wand. My best guess is that you will be placed under that trace when you enter through that boat ride. That is the only thing which is different from the rest of the students and the first year, Merlin said, and Orion's eyes narrowed a little. Want me to avoid the entire boat ride and enter through another side? Orion asked. I want nothing, my friend, it's you who matter. Do you don't want to trace on you, then you can try this. It might or might not work. I just have a hunch that it will work, Merlin said with a mischievous smile on his face. Orion then just mentally made a note to not follow the first years. He was about to ask another question, a habit he had developed after getting most of the answers from Merlin about the magical world, but at this time someone entered the cabin. Oh, we will talk later, Orion said after watching a girl coming and switched to talking in his mind. Merlin can read his mind, so it's a good thing in some cases. Merlin just smiled and puffed on his pipe, and suddenly started to shrink in size. Under just a second he was no bigger than a mouse. Orion, who was watching this from the side, did not even notice that the girl was calling him. Hello, are you listening? Asked the red-haired girl. Orion finally got out of his shock and looked at the girl. Orion quickly made a mental note to ask about this size-changing magic to Merlin later and then replied to the girl. Ah yes, sorry, I was thinking about something and didn't notice you there, Orion quickly said. Oh, that's fine, I wanted to ask whether I can sit here, asked the girl. Yes, please come in, Orion replied without much delay. And only then did he notice the features of the girl. The girl had red hair, with glasses on. She was frail, almost more frail than what Orion was a month ago after fighting with that vampire. She had emerald green eyes, its contrast with his own blue eyes. Do you need some help? Orion offered to help after noticing that the girl having a problem handling her luggage. Ah yes please, it's pretty heavy, the girl agreed and smiled a little with embarrassment. Orion stood up and took the luggage from the girl's hand, and without any difficulty, he was able to put it up in the upper section of the cabin. After that he finally let the girl come inside and she sat opposite him. Hello, I am Orion D. Ambrosius, nice to meet you, Orion said with a charming smile. The girl blushed a little at this. Ah yes, nice to meet you too, I am Rose Potter, said the girl. Orion from his side blinked. Merlin, who was now small as a mouse too, looked at the girl with a little amazement. Potter, are you sure that your name is Potter? Orion could not help but ask with a little suspicion on his face. Rose thought, who might be expecting this reaction, just rose her hairs covering her forehead, and there it was. The lightning sign scar on her forehead. Only then did Orion realize that his journey in his magical world might be not as smooth sailing as he was thinking. This might be not exactly the Harry Potter world but an alternative universe, Orion thought, and Merlin too nodded, but he was not that surprised. It was Orion's fault for not checking for differences between this world and the canon Harry Potter world. But Orion still asked to double-check. You, by any chance do you have a brother? Orion asked. No, I don't think that I have one. Rose too sounded pretty confused at the sudden question. Oh okay, sorry for the sudden question, Orion said with a smile. And that was enough to close that subject there. Orion doesn't plan to talk more about it and Rose is too sly to ask more. So Rose, I can call you that, right? Orion asked, still keeping his smile. Rose just nodded. Are you also a first year? Orion asked, already knowing the answer. The second year don't sit in this part of the train. Rose just nodded again. Brilliant, then which house are you planning to go to? Orion asked curiously. Rose, after hearing this question, looked confused a little. Let me guess, you don't know that we are supposed to enter into a house? Orion asked with a pleasant smile. No, Rose shook her head, looking down. It's fine, I too only know about this because I just happened to talk with upperclassmen when I was standing on the King Cross station. There are 4 houses in total. Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, Slytherin, Orion said one by one. By this time he noticed that Rose lacked confidence. Orion observes Rose carefully, trying to understand what kind of life she would have lived up to this point. And unfortunately, it was still similar to the canon Harry. So, which house are you planning to go to? Rose Potter suddenly asked. Well, there are only 2 houses which I am interested in going. I either want to go to the Gryffindor or the Ravenclaw, Orion said. He told the truth. Any other house will hold him back. Slytherin are all pure-blood bigots while Hufflepuff is just a big no. Nothing against the house but no. Rose wanted to ask why the Gryffindor or Ravenclaw, but before that, a red-haired boy entered the cabin. Orion knew this guy. Hello, can I sit here? There is no other place left, Ron said. This guy was, of course, Ron Weasley. Orion also noticed that this guy somewhat looked similar to what he remembered from the movies. But it's not exactly the same. The same was the case with Hermione Granger as well. Sure, both Rose and Orion said. Later on, the situation was very similar to what happened in both movies and books. Ron totally freaks out about the girl who lived. He then, being a kid and an idiot, asked whether Rose remembered about that night when she got that scar. Orion could not help but roll his eyes. He also noticed Rose was uncomfortable after Ron asked this question. Surely this is a sore subject for her. So Orion decided to change the subject. Let's not talk about that. Tell me, Ron, which house are you planning to go to? Orion asked with a smile. Gryffindor, a response immediately came. I always thought Ron's character is not done justice. But after seeing this, JK. Rowling might be right with his character, Orion thought to himself, and the miniature Merlin who was sitting there also nodded. From that point onwards the normal talk happened. The train also started and all 3 of them, 4 if Merlin is counted, were enjoying. Rose, just like Harry from canon, even purchased a lot of candies later on. Rose, show me your hand, Orion asked suddenly. He wanted to check something. Rose, who was eating a chocolate frog, looked at Orion in confusion. She did not think much and showed her hands. Orion knew after one good look that Rose was suffering from malnutrition. Not sure about the physical abuse, but she sure is not getting much to eat, Orion thought. Your body is currently really weak, Rose. You need a lot of nutrition, Orion said. Rose was a little taken aback that Orion noticed that. She didn't know how to answer that. 1 minute, Orion said, and took out his bag, taking something out of it. He then hands it over to Rose. Here, it is a simple potion which I made. It will provide you with the necessary nutrition. I too was very frail before the professor came. Later on, I drank this particular potion for some time. I don't need it anymore, as you can see, and I have enough that it will last you for the next 2 weeks, Orion said. Rose did not say anything, just opened the cap of the bottle and inhaled the bad smell of the potion, making a weird face. I know, it doesn't smell the best and it tastes even worse, but it will fix your body. You will be able to carry that big bag of yours, yourself, if you take that. Orion, after seeing Rose making faces, had to put some good words for the potion. Ron on the side watched this but did not interfere. He knew nothing about potions. Rose, although didn't like the potion smell, showed a bright smile when noticed that someone had given her something for her health. Thank you, Orion. I will make sure to take this, Rose said with a cute smile, and even took a sip then and there. Orion could practically see her face turning different shades of black, blue and green. But she drank it nonetheless. Orion gave an "I know it tastes like shit" smile. But soon, Rose started to feel the heat. Her body was getting hot, it almost felt like she had suddenly bursting with energy. This is brilliant, Rose could not help but exclaim. She has been malnutrition all her life. She always had a lack of energy and power. But this magical potion just made her awake like this was the first time she had taken a full sleep in a long time. Orion smiled and was about to ask how she was feeling, but at this time, another girl came inside the train cabin. And here comes the crush of our future wizard king, Merlin said, teasing Orion. Rose Potter had never been more confused and happy in her entire life. All sorts of weird and freakish things used to happen around her. Her aunt and uncle always called her a freak. Her life was full of pain and loneliness. She lives under a cupboard, under constant abuse from her relatives. She had to work for them, like making them food, cleaning the house and so on. She almost considers that her normal life. But then something magical happened. A bunch of letters suddenly burst into the house and told her that she was a witch. Then Hagrid came to take her to the Diagon Alley. She got her wand, got her a new pet and everything. She still could not believe that this all was reality. And finally, she found a possibility of making friends. She, with all her expected, boarded the Hogwarts Express. And the first person she talked to was Orion. She saw a black-haired and blue-eyed boy. Quite handsome if Rose has anything to say about it. He acted weird at first, but later both of them talked just fine. He knew much more than her. He told her about the houses in Hogwarts. He said that he wanted to go into either Ravenclaw or Gryffindor. And as they were talking, another boy entered the train cabin. Ron Weasley, a red-haired boy with a loud voice. She has come to understand that she is for some reason famous. Everyone in the Diagon Alley was acting like fans of her, but not like she liked it. For a socially stunted and abused child, sudden fame is nothing. What they are missing is affection and companionship. And both Ron and Orion were similar. At least what she thought at first. Although Orion was a little stunted at first, but then he acted like a normal person. Well, not like Rose Potter knew what normal is anymore. All her life, she had lived along with the Dursleys. That couldn't be further away from normal. Ron, on the other hand, was a different case. He ranted off and off about her being the savior of the magical Britain. Even reminded Rose of the death of her parents. Something which she didn't like to talk about. But at that time, she noticed that Orion changed the subject suddenly. He was thankful to him for that. But later on, she was more grateful towards him as the boy gave a potion to her. A potion which will improve her physique. Before this, besides Hagrid so gave her a birthday cake and her pet, Hedwig. It smelled like a gutter and tasted even worse. But soon enough she felt it. The head and energy inside her. Maybe I made a new friend. Rose could not help wondering. And this spread a smile on her face. Orion saw Hermione coming inside the train cabin. He was about to greet her but she talked first. Did anyone have seen a toad? Hermione asked. Yeah, I almost forgot that she doesn't have much interaction with others. No wonder she comes as rude and bossy. Orion thought and smiled. Nice to meet you too, Orion said with a small smile on his face. Hermione, who just barged in the cabin, heard Orion and blushed a little in embarrassment. And no, I don't think that either of us has seen a toad here. Orion still had his smile on his face. Hermione nodded at this and was about to go out, but before that she caught Ron doing some magic. Ron just wanted to show off a little, as neither Orion nor Rose was giving him attention after the potion was in Rose's hands. So he tried, which didn't work, just like in the books and movies. Turn this fat rat yellow. Ron completed his made-up spell and nothing happened. Then Hermione decided to see how to do it and took out her wand. She almost did it flawlessly. Both Ron and Rose were amazed. But Orion just kept on looking at the spell with narrowed eyes. She repaired Rose's broken glasses. Orion could have done it, but he doesn't have enough magical power for that. In fact, according to Merlin, he might not be able to do magic more powerful than Lumos or a normal levitation charm until he absorbs Hogwarts magic for at least 3 to 4 months. He didn't like this feeling at all. It was almost like he was lacking a limb or an eye. So he didn't do anything. In fact, he can't do anything. At least not for the time being. I don't know whether you remember, but we met on the Ollivanders, Orion reminded Hermione. Hermione seems to think a little and soon she remembers it. Yes, you are what was your name? Hermione asked. It's Orion, Orion D. Ambrosius. And this here are my friends, Ron Weasley and Rose Potter, Orion said. Especially the last friend part, while looking at Rose. Only God knows that this girl needs some friends. Rose too at this had a big smile on her face. Orion just returned the smile. You are smiling a lot today, don't you? I wonder why. Merlin from the side added. Orion's smile immediately faltered. Do I have to suffer his remarks all my life now? Orion questions his life. Maybe, but if that were to be the case then I need a raise. Can't babysit you for free, you know, Merlin added. Orion just ignored that comment altogether. Hermione on the other side was already going on and on about Rose and how many books she read where Rose's name was mentioned. Orion was planning to stop Hermione, just like he did with Ron, but at this time, someone else also entered the cabin. White hair with no bell-like clothes. Orion knew who this kid was. Malfoy. Ron almost spat out before Orion could even remember the name. Yes, it's Malfoy, Draco Malfoy, Orion remembered. 2 more kids followed him, his lackey. Orion didn't remember the name and he doesn't care either. We heard that the Rose Potter is here, said Draco, and Orion could not help but almost roll his eyes. He almost cut out all the nonsense until the conversation diverted a little from the movies and books and Draco called both himself and Hermione Mudblood. That's not supposed to happen until we reach Hogwarts, right? His eyes narrowed a little. Unlike Hermione, who only knew by the reaction of Ron that it's a bad word, Orion knew what exactly it meant. Honestly, I don't even need magic to kick this bratty kid's ass. But should I? Do those words make me that mad? Orion thought and shook his head. So when both Ron and Draco were trading insults, Orion finally said calmly, It's fine, Ron, it doesn't matter what those words mean. Just him saying those words doesn't mean that it's true. And you Whitehair, his fault for not introducing him, don't make things difficult. If you are done then go back to your cabin, Orion said, not wanting to deal more with Draco. Orion could practically see Draco was about to open his trash can mouth and spray garbage on him. Why not just kick his ass and throw him out? Merlin from the side said. Only Orion heard him, but still, he was a little surprised. Strange thing for a grown-up and responsible man to say to a child. Orion questions with a questionary look. I am good but not an idiot. I know kids like this, they will keep coming back at you until they get a good beating. And it's not like you are doing anything much, just scare him, Merlin said. For some reason, he felt that Merlin was that uncle who was the source of the first bad influence on a child. While he was talking with Merlin, he didn't even see Draco sending all kinds of profanities at him and then even taking out his wand. Scare him, correct. Orion smiled internally. Before even Draco can turn the tip of the wand toward Orion, Orion snatches the wand from his hand. With lightning-fast reflexes, Draco's wands disappear and appear on Orion's hand, which he turns around, putting it at Draco's neck. The speed of taking the wand from Draco's hand and putting him at the tip of his own wand was almost a blur to everyone in the train cabin. I don't usually care what people tell, especially brats like you who don't understand half of the time what they are doing, but actions are different. You pull the wand on me, it's the same as pulling a gun or a sword in the Muggle world. So, tell me Whitehair, what should I do to you? Orion said with a menacing voice. Draco took his time processing what just happened, but when he came to understand that someone was pointing a wand at him, it was like his system rebooted and then he realized that he has to be afraid. Orion held back his smile thanks to his Occlumency shield. The situation was pretty funny. Orion also noticed both Rose and Ron were impressed while Hermione was looking at him like he was a future rival. So, just like good little B***'s, Draco and his lackey ran off. That was wicked, Ron said. Rose too nodded her head like a chicken pecking rice. Well, I guess now he won't bully you until you are strong enough to actually kick his ass. Magically, Merlin winked. Orion turns around and winks at his three companions. Don't worry about what he said, he said. We are defined by our actions toward others, not others' actions toward us. Remember that, Orion said with a calm voice. Merlin at this raised his eyebrows in surprise. Couldn't have said it better myself, Merlin added. Soon the Hogwarts Express arrived at Hogsmeade. Ron, Rose, Hermione, and Neville, who joined the group after Draco left, got ready and wore their uniforms. Orion too did it, but he was not planning to go with them. He too wanted to experience the famous boat ride to Hogwarts, but then considering that he might be marked with the Ministry trace, he quickly changed his mind. So when his new friends were going out of the train cabin, he intentionally stayed back. Rather than getting out, he started walking towards the last compartment of the train. Red, Orion said after coming out of the train when no one was looking at him. He saw 6th and 7th year students gather in one place and hide quickly. Hogwarts Express is designed in a way that the older years sit at the back of the train, while the kids take the front compartments. That is how Hagrid can easily spot all the first years. When it comes to Hagrid, he notices him as well. Then he suddenly remembers that schools usually do roll calls. Shit, Orion almost cursed. This might be the right time to see how much I have progressed, Orion wonders. So then he focused on Hagrid, waiting for him to look at his place once. And soon he did. Although the distance was a little too much, but still their eyes connected and Orion got the chance to use legilimency on Hagrid. Now he is much better in occlumency, but for an unprotected mind like Hagrid's, it was not hard for Orion to read his mind. After all, in his free time, even before Professor McGonagall took him to the Diagon Alley, he was learning the mind arts with Merlin. So no, reading an unprotected mind was not hard for him. What was hard was to make changes in others' minds. Even a minor change like tricking the mind in assuming an unimportant character like Orion is present in the roll call. Well, changing someone's thoughts is a very difficult thing and very few people know about it, let alone those who can do it. Merlin teaches this to Orion because he has nothing other to teach him with his magic being so weak. You are too rigid, relax your mind. Remember what I told you. It's about keeping up with your target's flow of thoughts, Merlin reminded Orion from the sidelines. Orion nodded and calmed down. He again unconsciously started his integration technique out of habit. Merlin was about to stop him, but he noticed Orion's focus skyrocketing suddenly and didn't do anything. Orion narrowed his eyes and then suddenly broke the contact. You did it, Merlin exclaimed with a little surprise. He too was not expecting Orion to pull it off in the first go. Orion smiled. Further away, Hagrid, who suddenly felt that someone was watching, also blinked at the same time. He who was looking a little further away in the darkness suddenly felt something was wrong but couldn't tell what exactly. He just shook his head and went back to roll call. That was brilliant, Merlin said, the first time ever giving a compliment to Orion. Really? Orion asked in excitement. Yeah, what you did just now took me decades to master. You might have that trick of yours to get stronger, but that is not the real reason you will get strong, my friend. You have an uncanny talent for the arcane arts, something which even I didn't possess back then, Merlin said from the bottom of his heart. Maybe that little technique of Orion works in more ways than one, which neither he nor Orion understands. Red, Orion said once again after the other students went away with Hagrid. The blush from the praise was already gone. Being good at mind arts has its upsides. Due to the night, it was difficult to spot his flying friend, but maybe it was magic. Red came to him. Gawk. Good boy, Orion smiled. He was not sure about his phoenix gender, but out of habit, for his dog, whose name now he has given to the bird, he calls the phoenix, boy. Listen, I need to get to the entrance. Can you fly me there, or better even, teleport me? Orion asked. He did try to teleport with his bird before, but Red is not as old and skilled as Fox. He always made mistakes in teleporting. Flying, however, is not an issue, and when considering that Phoenix can carry an insane amount of weight, Orion was planning to fly to the entrance, rather than infiltrating into the ranks of older students. Gawk, Red chirps. Orion, still new to having a phoenix, didn't understand what his friends were trying to say, but he understood one thing. One of the two options is possible, so he just let Red choose. All right, I'm ready, Orion said, closing his eyes. At this time, a student who was sneaking much like Orion for some reason suddenly heard a loud chirp of the bird and looked back. The boy had green eyes and black hair, very iconic feature in this world. He looked back, a little stunted at the sudden sounds and also the recognition of these sounds. He quickly hid, but after noticing that no one came, he slowly moved forward to find out what was going on. But the only thing he saw was a flash of light caused by the sudden eruption of the flames, and then there was nothing. When Orion opened his eyes, he found himself on top of a tree. He looked around and found the entrance right in front of his eyes. Well, that is an improvement from what happened last time, Merlin chimed in. Oh, don't remind me that, Orion quickly said. He remembered the last time he tried it. He was teleported right in front of a couple having S***X. They were so engrossed in their private time that they didn't even see human-sized flames appear out of nowhere, and then a boy standing there, admiring their flexibility. This life experience makes character, Merlin said with a rather nasty smile. Red too chirped at that. I was this near to losing all my character back then, Orion signed. So slowly he climbed down, making sure that the boats are still yet to arrive. He then quickly hides, planning on appearing only when the first year are near. Hey, is the trace on me? Can you sense anything abnormal? Orion thought, asking Merlin. I don't sense any magical difference, but some magics are undetectable, so there is that. I will tell you a ritual later on to find out. Merlin slowly caressed his long beard, which might rival even the lights of Dumbledore, and said, Good then, Orion slowly whispered and then waited. Did any of you see Orion? Rose couldn't help but ask. Orion by now was the only friend who showed her any care and didn't do it for her simply being the girl who lived. So, she looked around, not finding her first friend. She traveled there with Hermione, Ron, and others. No, I never saw him in the roll call, Ron whispered. Maybe he got dragged by the older students, Neville added. But before others can talk more, Orion appeared and said, I'm here. Sorry for the delay, I got a little lost. Rose blinked at that. She remembered not seeing Orion in any of the boats. Where were you? I looked all around and you were nowhere to be found. She asked with narrowed eyes. Why, do you miss me? Orion had his smile back, got a little closer to Rose and asked. Rose immediately got flustered at this. Not having any friends meant she had never been teased like this before either, and thus she had no composure. She blushed and didn't know how to respond. Ah kids, it's so easy to tease them. I will have an excellent year in this school. Orion smiled like a devil. But his smile faltered as Mr. Trash Can, aka Whitehairs, aka Draco came back. He was about to open his mouth but looked at Orion staring at him. He stopped. Yabby *tch, now run along and remember to tell that to your father. Orion internally fist bumps. It's not very hard to scare an 11-year-old. If you don't like then sue me. Orion sends a middle finger to the universe. Why are you smiling? Rose asked. Oh nothing, I just thought that you looked really cute when blushing, Orion said. Another critical hit. Another critical hit. More blushing, more blushing. Orion 2, Rose 0. Rose then just huffed and turned away her head. You sure are having. Merlin was about to say something, but before that Professor McGonagall came. Come inside, she just said this and all the students followed her. Orion then entered into a big hall, filled with floating stars and moving pictures. Movies didn't do justice to this castle. Orion truly was in awe. Only the sheer size of the hall was almost 4 times what he remembered in the movies. He and the other students eagerly looked around, trying to memorize all the little details of the room. And this is just a room. The entire castle is yet to be explored. Merlin had a knowing smile on his face, while Orion with other first-year students were admiring the giant magical hall. Finally, the sorting ceremony started. It was in the alphabetical order. Orion didn't remember much about the small side characters. Say, if you have a choice between Gryffindor and Ravenclaw, which one you will pick? Merlin asked Orion. This put Orion into thinking. He wanted to go for Ravenclaw, but then considering how the majority of the main cast will be on the Gryffindor, he could not help but think again. Finally, the sorting ceremony begins. Orion didn't know many of the characters. He actually never read any of the books. His knowledge about the Harry Potter world all came from either the movies or the extensive amount of fanfiction he has read. Soon it was Hermione's turn to be sorted. There is a huge possibility that everything goes as canon, but then again, it could go horribly wrong as well. As much as he has seen, this is not his typical Harry Potter world. Harry is a girl here. He has Merlin's ghost trailing him around to make him ready to fight the hidden boss in the future. However, he still thinks that Merlin's ghost is nothing but his system, but not telling Merlin that. But everything went just like in the canon and Hermione was sorted into Gryffindor in the end. That's good, Orion mutters slowly. Well, if I were you, then I would be more worried about where I want to go, Merlin added. Where do you want to go exactly? Now is the time to decide, Merlin asked. Don't worry, I have decided. If I have an option then I will choose Gryffindor, Orion said. After Hermione, a few more students came and then Ron's turn came. Gryffindor, shouted the sorting hat. It didn't even take a second for the hat to be decided. Rose Potter. Then suddenly Professor McGonagall announced the name which everyone was waiting for. Her name changed and so the order her roll call. Now, it's just after Ron. Interesting, Orion gave an I solved the mystery look. Why do you even care about the roll call order? Merlin gave Orion a weird look. Orion pretended that he didn't hear Merlin. The hat was taking his merry time with Rose. Everyone was anxiously waiting for the outcome, but maybe none more than the 2 professors sitting behind the sorting ceremony. Orion was cautious not to look Dumbledore or Snape in the eye. They both are Master Legilimate, and although his shields are strong and can stop them if they are not using their wand to directly attack his mind, but if he blocks them, then they will learn that he knows Occlumency, making a target behind his back. Don't worry, just rearrange the memories in a way that you put all the unimportant memories outside for others to read, but the important ones are shielded. Merlin as usual gave his sage life advice. Easy for you to say, Orion grumbled under his breath. Someone beside him heard him mumbling something about annoying overaccomplished old man. Gryffindor. Finally the verdict came out and Orion was happy. We got Potter, we got Potter. Someone was shouting. Orion didn't give it much attention. Most of the things are at least still going as canon. Nick Iron, McGonagall said. Orion was not interested in any other sorting except his own now, but when he looked at the boy in front of him, he suddenly got interested. Black hair, green eyes, and the face is somewhat similar to the Harry Potter from the books and the movies. What's going on here? Why a Harry Potter lookalike is here? Rose's brother? But he has a different name. Orion almost wanted to go to his mind palace and see the picture of Daniel Radcliffe to spot the difference. They are similar looking but not the same. If you look closely you will find many differences, Merlin pointed out. Slytherin, announced the Sorting Hat. Please remind me later that I have to dig into his background please, Orion said. I doubt that you'll need reminding but okay, Merlin just waved his hands. Orion wanted to see the looks of Snape as Nick Iron's eyes were also similar to Rose's, aka Lily Potter's. He quickly took a sneak peek. And he was not disappointed at all. Snape looks like someone stole his formulae for the lustrous black hair he has. But before he went for Albus too many names Dumbledore, his name was called. Orion D. Ambrosius, Professor McGonagall announced. He saw Ron, Hermione and Rose giving him a confident look, like he is destined to come to Gryffindor. He signed and walked forward, not making eye contact with the old man. The moment the hat touched his head, he heard, "Ah, you have learned occlumency. Strange how two amazing students suddenly show up with occlumency in the same year," said the Sorting Hat. 2. Orion couldn't help but repeat inside his mind. Yes, the boy before you had the occlumency shields. Maybe even better than yours. Hat said, and the more it says the more Merlin and Orion were getting suspicious about Nick Iron's identity. Say, can you allow me to peek a little inside your mind? I need to sort you into a house you know. Hat was a little grumpy by the sounds of it. Just put me into Gryffindor, Orion replied. Oh, but that will be an incorrect sorting. Are you sure that you want to go to Gryffindor? Hat asked. Yes. Fine, your call. Gryffindor, finally the Hat announced. Orion noticed that his new friends cheering a lot from the Gryffindor table. He was about to remove the hat but then suddenly he heard, wait. Before leaving, tell me what does the D stand for? The Hat asked. Orion was taken aback a little but then he quickly said, it's about a person who will carry the 1,000 years of history on his shoulders and bring liberation to the world. Orion had a smile telling this. Thank you Ota-sensei, he couldn't help but internally say. The Hat looked confused but before he asked anything, McGonagall took the hat and Orion joined his friends at the Gryffindor table. After some nonsense from the headmaster like telling kids not to go to a certain room on a certain floor, knowing fully that kids do exactly the opposite, the dinner finally started. After coming to this world, this was the first time Orion had so many things to eat. He didn't hold back at all and so was the case with Rose. After that potion which Orion gave her, she was extremely hungry. Both Orion and Rose were almost devouring everything in front of them. Ron was not much better. The only person who was eating like a civilized person and pretending that she did not know this uncultured baboon was Hermione. I know that you are hungry but this is embarrassing. Merlin too looked embarrassed when no one except Orion could see him. Orion felt a little bad that Merlin couldn't eat this with him but then he remembered Merlin telling him that even before his death, he stopped eating and replenished himself with only magic. After thoroughly establishing that they are the #1 foodie, Orion with his friends follow the prefects to the Gryffindor dorms. Of course, boys had different dorms than girls. Hermione then took Rose away and he was left with Neville and Ron. But before that, Professor McGonagall arrived to introduce herself as the house head or dean of the house. Not to mention, to set the rules early on. Orion just faded back in the background until nighttime. It's finally time, Merlin asked. Orion just nodded. Quietly he got up and slowly got out of the dorm. You sure that Dumbledore, has not set up CCTV cameras here? Orion couldn't help but ask. Merlin just rolled his eyes at the Muggle remark and said, Hogwarts won't allow that. He can't trace anyone. He might be the greatest wizards of his time but he is nothing but a kid in front of the wizards of the past. The same wizards who built this castle and made sure that no one could just misuse the magic of the castle. But if he really uses CCTV like real CCTV then I am not sure, Merlin said. So very helpful, Orion smiled and remarked. Slowly moving, without even the Lumos light he doesn't attract any attention from the ghosts. He made his way to the 7th floor. Thanks to him living in the forest, navigating in the dark is not that hard for him. The only problem was that he was not aware of the castle yet and took some time to find the stairs. Even with Merlin's help. This, annoying stairs. Which idiot thought that it was a good idea? Orion mumbled looking at the moving stairs with hatred. Yes, my reaction to them was also similar. It was Gryffindor who made them using ancient magic. A powerful magic use for this idiotic thing. Merlin couldn't help but sigh. But soon he found himself on the 7th floor, in front of a magical wall. It again took him some time to find this wall. It was much harder to find than the wall at King Cross Station. Orion quickly thought something 3 times and a room appeared in front of him. Bingo, Orion almost said that out loud. He quickly got inside. 20 minutes later. I guess we are done. Orion left the room of requirements and said, Hide, someone is coming, Merlin said. Orion was taken aback. He couldn't hear a thing and his senses are best in the game. But he believes Merlin. Who the F***ck is coming here at this time? Orion almost wanted to complain. Orion when finally reached the 7th floor of the castle, looked around and with the help of Merlin found the room of requirements. He found the task much harder than just simply sensing the magic fluctuation as he did in the King Cross Station. By your memories, I can tell that the room of requirement was made by ancient magic. You have yet to learn this kind of magic and it will be harder to find, but I have an idea, Merlin said when Orion couldn't find the exact wall where the room of requirement was supposed to be. What? Orion asked immediately, not wanting to go around in front of every wall, and wished to open up 3 times in his mind. Use your integration technique. I have seen that your magical ability increases when you are performing that technique. Merlin had this doubt after Orion was able to interfere with Hagrid's mind in Hogsmeade Station. He was sure that the technique was much more than what both of them had realized. Okay, Orion, not having any other alternatives, just follows Merlin's suggestion. Lo and behold, the moment he entered into the integration stage he was able to sense a different magic fluctuation from a certain wall which was different than the entire castle. Awesome, Orion almost shouted out. There is much more to this technique than either of us know. We need to do more testing, Merlin said, and Orion couldn't agree more to this. He quickly walks in front of the wall 3 times, thinking for the room to open up and show him 2 things. Merlin naturally read what Orion was thinking about. Even for some reason, Orion's occlumency shields were ineffective against Merlin's ability to read his mind. That's actually quite smart of you, Merlin said with a little smile on his face. Of course, I planned everything before coming to Hogwarts, Orion said and entered the room. In front of him was an impressive room with 2 lost items. It was money and Rowena Ravenclaw's lost diadem. I was expecting that you would go after the diadem. Not only Riddle's souls is a great source of magical power, but the diadem itself contains ancient magic which you can integrate inside you. But the money really caught me off guard, Merlin honestly said. Haha, what can I say? As an orphan, I always was conscious of money. And considering just how long this school have stood here, there are bound to some rich young masters losing money and gold here and there. Now they are mine, my precious. Orion was honestly excited now and almost laughed out like Gollum. He didn't even open the box where the diadem was supposed to be and started counting the coins first. Merlin didn't say too much. He knew that if there was one thing where he couldn't stop Orion, then it was money. He has read his mind and the child in front of him has an extended plan to become rich in this world. He can't do anything but sigh. After a painstaking 15 minutes. Alright, I'm done. A total of 100 and so galleons if I add up all the newts and sickles and convert them to galleons. Orion couldn't help but laugh out. 100 galleons are nothing. Don't start flying just with this much. Merlin intervened. Shush, Star. Let me live this moment. It's not often I get free money, you know. Orion shut Merlin. Merlin just rolled his eyes. He for some reason was picturing a red crab who owns a restaurant and shouts money every day. Orion's memories sure are affecting him. After the insane domain rush settled down, he finally opened the box and looked at the beautiful piece of jewelry in front of him. Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem, Orion said to himself. But just when he was about to touch the diadem, he sensed the foul magic inside it. He immediately retracted his hand. Yes, this foul magic is surely a dark magic related to the soul. Merlin chipped in. It's powerful, Orion noticed when he finally observed the power of the diadem and couldn't help but say, yes, it's powerful. And you are not strong enough to absorb this magic, as you are right now, Merlin said. Man, now what? Orion was planning to absorb the power and get stronger here. Just store the diadem with you in your pendant for the time being. When the time is right, you can just absorb it then, Merlin suggested. What? My pendant is a storage device, Orion heard of this, for the first time. Oh yes, I might have forgotten to tell you, but you can store anything there and no magic will be able to detect it. Merlin responds. That's pretty cool, Orion said, but his thoughts were going in different directions. Like breaking inside Gringotts and putting all that money in. Merlin naturally knew what Orion was thinking and wouldn't let Orion do something like that. He made a mental note. So after quickly learning how to use the pendant and storing the diadem and money inside, Orion comes to the last part of why he came here. Okay then, let's do that ritual to find out whether I have the trace or not. Orion asked. Yeah, just follow my instructions. Merlin then told him the simple steps to the ritual. It was a very easy ritual. And he was done under just 2 minutes. Done, and congratulations. You really avoided the trace. Merlin said with a smile. Awesome, Orion was truly happy. Now time to get out of here. Orion immediately stood and got out of the magical room. But not before asking the room to give him some books about magic. He saw the room magically disappearing in front of him and was amazed. Ancient magic is pretty cool. Orion was in awe. Merlin senses something. Someone is coming, Merlin said. What? Who the F***ck come here at this time? Orion shouted inside his mind. Quick, hide now, Merlin said. Although Orion wasn't able to hear anything even with his excellent senses, he believed Merlin and hid. Soon he noticed a boy of his height coming towards the room of requirement. His eyes narrowed. I have seen this guy before, Orion thought to himself. His face was not much visible. The lumos which he cast were making it hard to see his face with all those shadows forming. But soon he stopped in front of the room of requirement. And that's when Orion was able to see his face. That's Nick Iron, Merlin said, standing right in front of the boy, far away from where Orion was hiding. Good thing that only Orion can see or hear him. I knew that this guy was hiding something, Orion thought to himself. When Nick went inside the room of requirements. Finally, Orion came. What do you think? Orion asked. Can't say, but you better stay vigilant against him. Being a person with occlumency shields like the hat told. We just can't directly invade him to find out. And there is a high possibility that he also knows legilimency. My best advice is to practice your occlumency hard from now on and while you are at Hogwarts. Use this time and absorb as much natural magic in the surroundings as you can, Merlin said, and Orion too was thinking the same thing. He can't beat any of the kids when it comes to magic. His magic is very weak, and he has a sneaking suspicion that this Nick guy is stronger than any normal first-year student. After that, Orion came back to his dorm. He wanted to find out why Nick knew about the room of requirement, but he suppressed his curiosity. The next morning, Orion woke up early, his biological clock telling him to practice and exercise. Still following the rule of the jungle, survival of the fittest. So he freshened up and was ready to go out to do his daily exercise, but Merlin stopped him. Don't bother about that right now. You can continue that later when you have a stronger magic. Now only focus on getting stronger magically. You know, something like all those pointless manga you used to read. About cultivation and breaking the multiverse with a fart. Do that, Merlin said with amusement. Orion felt embarrassed as his dark history was revealed. So after seeing that everyone from his dorm was sleeping, he directly went outside the castle. It was early morning around 5 o'clock. He felt the cold breeze, but it was nothing. He was already used to living in the forest for a long time. Going towards the green grass, he sat down and started to meditate and activate his technique. This time he intended to draw all the natural magic in the air and draw it inside him. And the result was apparent. This time it was much easier to draw magic inside him. He could practically feel magic rushing inside him and at the same time getting out, expanding his magical circuits and magical core. He usually used to have trouble doing this, but now it was quite easy. Maybe because his newly found magic core and the mana-rich place as Hogwarts. This feeling was pretty addicting. After an hour of intense magical training, Orion was all sweaty and tired. If not for the first day of Hogwarts, then he was thinking about just going back to his dorm and sleeping there. Begrudgingly he dragged himself to the hall to get something to eat. It was breakfast time anyways. At least I don't have to hunt for food anymore, Orion internally cheered himself on. His body was not as tired as his mind. The technique causes intense mental exhaustion, and that has increased after he built his magic core. By the time he reached the hall, he saw many students and professors there. Most of the students he saw were from Ravenclaw. He looked around and noticed Hermione there. Just like her personality, she must have woke up early and started revising her note before the class started, Orion muttered under his breath and sat beside her. Good morning, Hermione. Orion pushed his mental exhaustion away and said with a cheerful tone. Good morning, Orion. You are early. Do you often wake up at this time? Hermione asked. Oh no, Orion was about to say that he had woken way before, but then considering Hermione's competitive nature he stopped. Yes, usually I do, Orion said and looked around. He saw Professor Sprout there. He was extremely hungry after his training and started devouring food in front of him much like yesterday. Hermione was giving him a nasty glare, and so his deemed Professor McGonagall, who later joined the hall. But he didn't care about them. A growling boy like me needs food. I can't be shy when eating, was his response to all the naysayers. Professor McGonagall didn't say anything. She knew that Orion lived almost half of his life alone in a forest. It's already a godsend that he is this civil. She planned to teach Mr. Ambrosius some basic ethics later on. She made a mental note about it. Orion on the other side suddenly felt a dotting feeling that he might be in trouble. After eating, Orion rushes to his dorms to get a bath and rush out for his first class. When he reached the dorm he found Ron still sleeping. So that's why they were late. Orion rolled his eyes, remembering Harry and Ron being late for the first class. Ron, wake up. It's already time. If you are not up and ready under 10 minutes, then you are gonna be late for the transfiguration class, Orion shouted, but he never woke up. He grumbled. He really didn't want to share a room with Ron as he didn't have to. He planned to do something about this later. He tried a little more, like even shaking them, but no luck. Well, don't tell me that I didn't try later on. He huffed and quickly after taking a bath got out of the dorm. First-year students have 8 subjects in total. Transfiguration, charms, potions, history of magic, defense against the dark arts, astronomy, herbology, flight. Unlike in the movies or the books, all the first years take the class together. Well, at least most of them. There are still some classes which are done with 2 houses together and not all 4. Orion was sure that this had something to do with the number of students. The number of students admitted to Hogwarts is not enough to create a separate batch for each year. This is also how so less staff in Hogwarts can actually handle so many children. When Orion finally found the class, which took him quite some time, he saw students from all houses present there. But all of them were, no doubt, first-year students. He quickly looked around and noticed a ginger-haired girl sitting beside a red-haired girl. He also notices a cat sitting on top of the teacher's desk. Orion wanted to directly go and sit beside Rose and Hermione, but before that, he went towards the cat. Can't help but wonder how she done it right. Merlin asked with a smirk on his face. Orion did not say anything but just slightly nodded, not letting others catch his gesture. He slowly got close to the cat. It was still early and before the class was supposed to start. Slowly bend down, coming to the cat's eye level. Even though he knew that the cat was McGonagall. You are waiting for Professor McGonagall too? Orion asked and gave his charming smile. He then took out 2 blueberries and showed them to the cat. Try it, they are pretty good, Orion said and left the blueberries on the desk if Professor McGonagall cared to eat it. And then went back and sat beside Rose. Hello ladies, how has been your day so far? Orion asked both Rose and Hermione. Hermione just rolled her eyes, she just met Orion in the break and she just didn't want to remember that. Good morning Orion. Rose however gave a pretty cheerful response. Where is Ron? Rose asked. Not finding one of her new friends. When I came, he was still sleeping. Maybe he will take some time before coming here. Orion gave a knowing smile. After a little casual talk with the girls, Orion looked around, trying to find anyone recognizable in the class. Neville was there and so was Susan, Draco with his 2 lackeys. But the person he was looking for was sitting at the back. Nick Iron, Orion muttered to himself but didn't look back again. Making sure that guy doesn't realize that he is on to him. He is not looking that well if that face is anything to go by, Merlin said. Orion too nodded in silence. Nick had dark circles and looked very sleepy in class, even yawning sometimes. Soon the class started and Ron came in running like in the movies. Professor McGonagall turned back and surprised everyone in the room. Even Orion was surprised, not because of the transformation but because the blueberries were not there anymore. He acted as he didn't notice. Transfiguration is one of the most dangerous magic you all are going to learn in Hogwarts. And it is very essential for a witch or a wizard. You are going to need this subject to pass your O.W.Ls as well as your N.E.W.Ts. Professor McGonagall with a stern tone said and looked around to notice everyone. Today, we are not doing any magic, but rather learning the dangers of transfiguration, she said and then started writing something down on the boards. That is the basis of transfiguration. You better remember this. Merlin, who again shrunk his size and sat at the corner of the desk, reminded Orion. Orion was already on it. In a nutshell, there are 2 types of change in the matter of substance. Transfiguration, which is not permanent, and transmutation, where change is permanent. There was much more, but the majority of it was just Professor McGonagall scaring the little wizards and witches. While this talk was going on, Orion was frequently looking around like he was not interested in the talk, but in reality, his eyes always stayed a little longer on one Slytherin boy sitting at the back of the class. That will be all for today's class. Your homework will be to write about the dangers of transfiguration, McGonagall said and left. That was anticlimactic. I was honestly expecting her to do some magic, Rose said. Yeah, I understand. I wanted to see more magic myself. Orion too nodded at this. By the way Hermione, what are you writing so furiously there? Orion asked looking at her notes. I have written down all the possible dangers that Professor McGonagall stated in the class and will be including in my homework, Hermione said. Both Rose and Orion at this just nodded their heads. Yeah, what the next class, Rose? Orion asked. It's defense against dark arts, Rose, who had the schedule on her hands, said. Cool, let go then, Orion said and dragged the entire golden trio with him. Nick Iron was having a bad day today. No, saying that he was having a bad day would be an understatement. He was having a terrible day. First, I turned into this and now some bloody idiot stole the diadem, Nick almost cursed out. Yesterday night when he went to the room of requirements, he planned to do all the necessary ritual to get stronger and even get the Ravenclaw's diadem from the room of requirement. But there was nothing. Diadem was not there. He thought that the room was unable to find the diadem as his request was complex, thus he asked the room to bring every simple thing lost in the castle. And because simple spells like Oxio would not work, he had to spend almost the entire night searching through all the lost items in the school. But no luck, he couldn't find the diadem. Not only the diadem was not there, but he also found out that his worthless body was not strong enough to handle the ritual. I need to find who took the diadem, Nick thought to himself and gritted his teeth. One more time, Mr. Ambrosius, Professor Flitwick said after seeing that Orion was having a hard time casting a simple Lumos charm. Orion nodded and focused his intent on his wand with the correct wand movement and spell pronunciation. Professor Flitwick was not giving much attention to the class right now, he was more interested in Orion. The reason is that he was the first student to successfully cast the Lumos charm, even beating the perfect student like Hermione. But the light itself was extremely weak. Orion casts the charm with little difficulty, but having less magic means that gathering magic to cast this charm takes a little time. Flitwick narrowed his eyes. It was a little hard to notice the small light on the tip of Orion's wand in a brightly lit classroom. Strange, this is the first time I am facing an issue like this, Flitwick internally muttered. He knew what was going on here. This phenomenon is very common when a student tries to cast a powerful magic and doesn't have enough magical power to perform the spell. Mr. Ambrosius, are you sure that you are? Flitwick stopped what he was doing when he noticed Orion's hands shaking slightly and even his eyes a little red. He would be an idiot if he thought that Orion was not giving his all. It was the opposite. Orion was pushing himself to the utmost limit to perform this spell. A frown appeared on his face which soon was dismissed. Good, Mr. Ambrosius. Gryffindor 2 points, Flitwick said and moved away to teach other students. Orion finally sighed and went back to the book he was reading. What was that? Ron and Rose both asked at the same time, noticing Orion's hands shaking and even sweat appearing on his face. Nothing, maybe he was wondering why my Lumos is so dim. Orion didn't bother to explain. Oh, but I might know. Draco, who was sitting all the way away from the Gryffindor side, spoke up. Orion had an urge to roll his yes, but he didn't. He just looked at Draco expecting more but trash coming out of his mouth. But that was just him acting. The real person he was looking at was Nick, who was also watching him and had a sneer on his face. At Draco's jab, others were also a little curious. This mudblood here has so weak magic that even a simple spell like Lumos, he can't do properly, Malfoy said and immediately was reprimanded by Professor Flitwick. Orion was more amazed that this racist bigot even knew what exactly going on. Well, there might be a little brain hidden there somewhere, Merlin smirked. He didn't do anything. There is no point in bringing more attention towards himself when he really is weak. That's outright stupid. But he is no saint and every offense towards him will be paid with interest. It's just that right now is not the time. Don't think too much about Draco's words, Orion. Magical power can increase when a wizard or witch becomes an adult. I have read about it, Hermione said with concern in her eyes. Apparently, she too knew why Orion's spell was weak. She sure is smart. Yeah, you are not weak at all, Rose added and Ron nodded in confirmation. Orion at this couldn't help but smile at his cute little friends. There might be five-year mental gap between him and his friends but he still never considers them as kids. Surely something to do with his physical age being 11. Oi, looked at me, do you see a face which needs to hear those things, Orion said with an amused face. All three of them took a hard look and then shook their heads. Exactly, I might lack some magical power right now but that doesn't mean I am down and out. If I am weak right now then I just have to become stronger. And when it comes to Draco, always remember that those who belittle others much are just insecure in their own life, Orion said and kept on walking. Both Harry and Rose processed and then smiled. Hermione on the other hand kept up with Orion, seeing that he was going to the library. Coming to the library, Orion looked around for the book which he wanted to get from the room of requirement but overnight the book disappeared. It's most likely that the book itself was a copy created by the room and overnight the magic ran out, Merlin said and Orion too agreed with him. His thoughts were also in the same line. That book is not here tough, Orion mutters. There exists a damn place in this great temple of magic my young Padawan and it's called the restricted section. And honestly, you don't need that book on ancient runes, Merlin said. If not then how I am supposed to learn ancient runes, Orion asked. Merlin at this gave an amused look. They didn't use to call me the Prince of Enchanters for nothing you know. I doubt there is anyone who is better than me when it comes to ancient magic and runes, Merlin boasted. This leads Orion to wonder why didn't he ask Merlin like he usually does. So he took out a book to just fool others and also a quill and paper to write down all the runes and their uses which Merlin told him. By evening time, Orion was totally exhausted. It took him 3 hours to complete just writing down all the runes and their uses. His head was already spinning thanks to cramming a semester's worth of knowledge in his head under just 3 hours. Not to mention, the knowledge he got from Merlin was better than anything he could find anywhere. It's totally complete and profound. But what he really did was to learn a programming language and how to use it. Just like how programming works. There is a lot of practice involved here. You should rest, you are pushing your mind too much. First with that training of yours and then using my memorizing spell to remember all this, Merlin said like he was not asking but ordering. Orion too was lightheaded by now, so he finally stood up, just wanting to rest now. Orion, are you alright? What happened to you? Rose asked when Orion arrived in the dining hall. Oh nothing, I was just learning something that's all, Orion said with a smile. He looked around and noticed both Hermione and Ron also giving him a worried gaze. Look guys, I am fine, just tired a little that's all, Orion said and started eating. Only God knows he needs energy right now, but maybe more than that he needed rest. If Orion wasn't totally exhausted at this point then he would have noticed the strange look he was getting from the professor's seat. But as Orion was right now, he didn't even look up and talk with his friends. Just devoured every bit of food in front of him and went back to sleep early. I can't go on like this, I felt like an intern who doesn't even get anything to eat let alone salary, yesterday. Merlin we need to do something about it. Orion woke up and ranted about his problems. It seems that performing his integration technique with his daily studies took an additional toll on him. And maybe he overexerted himself yesterday to learn the runes but that doesn't mean he can't say the real problem here. Okay, I get it. The problem is that even with your amazing mental fortitude, you are getting extreme mental fatigue if you continue to study and keep using your integration to increase your magic. Merlin, at last, got annoyed with Orion and said to stop him. I know that, but I'm asking if there is a way to lessen my mental fatigue, Orion asked while getting ready to go and do his magic training again. Well there is one way. There is this one potion which can reduce mental fatigue for you, Merlin suggested. There are other ways as well but all of those need more magical power to implement. Brilliant, it just happens to be that today we have potions class. Orion perked up at this and went to his training. After hungrily devouring his food like always, Orion went out to find the necessary materials to make his potion. His idea was pretty simple, complete whatever assessment Snape gives him and then use the rest of the time to prepare for his potion. And while he is at it, he might get a few tips from Snape. So, with that said, he went to the potions class with Ron, Rose, and Hermione. Of course, he prepares all the possible ingredients he can for the potion beforehand. The potions class is one of the classes which Gryffindor have to share with Slytherin, meaning the moment he entered the class he noticed many Slytherin students there. Snape is not here, I guess it's the right time to get started with the prep work for our refreshment potion, Merlin said. According to him, this was his own recipe and he never gave his potion a name. He used to use this potion or at least a higher variant of this whenever he was studying magic. What is all this? Rose asked with confusion on her face. She in this case is much like Harry from the canon. not much interested in anything except flying. But apparently, she was a little interested in the potions considering that Orion gave her one and it was doing wonders for the poor girl. It was making her cheek rosy and nurturing her body. She was already feeling pretty energetic. I'm gonna make a special potion which can reduce mental fatigue, and while I'm at it, I will make the same potion I gave you. You will need more. Orion just explained his entire plan and even told why he was acting like that yesterday. Rose, who heard that Orion was making potion for her, immediately brightened up and was even a little shy. Hermione from the sideline heard this and her eyes were shining already. Something which can let her study for more hours. There is no way she is missing out on this. Ron, though, was just uninterested. Oh, see who we have here. A half squib came the voice and Orion's good mood immediately faltered. One of these days, I'm gonna break this guy's face. Orion looked at the ugly mutt face of one Draco Malfoy. Leave him alone, Malfoy. Rose sends a threatening glare at Malfoy. Malfoy looked like he was about to retort, but before that, with a bang, the door of the classroom opened and Snape came in. There will be no foolish wand waving or silly incantations in this class. As such, I don't expect many of you to appreciate the subtle science and exact art that is potion making. However, for those select few, Snape came in with all his style and said with a low tone, but for some reason, everyone was able to hear him. At the end of the sentence, he looked at Draco, who possess the predisposition. I can teach you how to bewitch the mind and ensnare the senses. I can tell you how to bottle fame, brew glory, and even put a stopper in death, he said, and there was extreme silence in the class. Unlike Harry, Rose was paying full attention in class and there was no reason to directly target her. I believe that Rose here will have better luck with Snape here than the canon Harry. She looked too much like her mother, Orion thought. And the estimation was right as Snape was looking at Rose with strange eyes. He didn't say anything for a second but then snapped towards Orion. Mr. Ambrosius, may I ask why you have so many ingredients here with you? Snape asked. Yes, I brought all of this to make some body and mind nourishment potions, Orion said, a little surprised seeing that Snape even remembered his name. Maybe the fact that he is a half-squib became popular among the professors. Well, it's not his fault now, it is. He was a squib just a few months ago. He doesn't have all those years to naturally increase his magical power like most of the kids here. Body and mind nourishment potion, you say? Snape asked in disdain. Not at all believing that a first-year student from no particular background like Orion can brew a potion, let alone two. Not to mention, most of the teachers are aware of Orion's background. The fact that he lives alone in a forest doesn't give Snape much confidence in Orion. Perhaps Mr. Ambrosius thinks that making potion is similar to cooking soup by gathering enough eatable materials and throwing them inside a pot, Snape said, and slathering students giggled at this. Was it really that funny? I didn't find it that funny, Orion genuinely asked Merlin. Nah, they just need a reason to laugh. They are kids, what you expect, was Merlin's response. Orion agrees with Merlin and doesn't respond to Snape's obvious jab. But being a Potter, Rose just had to open her mouth. He can make potions. He even gave me one which helped give nutrients to my body, Rose said, glaring at Snape. Snape looked at Rose and then at Orion. Only he knew what he was thinking. Then, Orion felt it. A mental prompt. This bastard is using legilimency on me. Orion was about to tighten his shields instinctively, but then Merlin said, give him access to those memories. Shield other memories. Merlin said. Orion by now has already sorted out all of his memories and put everything out for the open which is not important while shielding only the important memories. So he just let Snape say the memories which he wanted. Snape loved Lily. He never told this to anyone besides when begging in front of the Dark Lord and Dumbledore. One killed the only woman he ever loved while the other let it happen. The sorrow of this weighed down on Snape much more than anyone ever expected. So when he learned that Lily had a daughter, he was elated. Remember when Rose Potter first entered Hogwarts, he practically saw Lily in her, smiling at him. It was a small mercy that nobody noticed his behavior then. But that doesn't mean that Snape totally forgot that James Potter was her father. He was relieved to notice that Rose was more like Lily than James Potter. After though, when he came out of his musing he realized just how much fragile she really was. He wanted to go to Dumbledore and ask just what kind of environment she grew up in but refrained from doing so. He knew that he was not going to get an answer anyway. He didn't do that. He, when the time was right, searched her mind. And it was infuriating. Those muggles were infuriating. He had half the mind to visit them in his free time. But before that, he planned to make some potions and send them to her. But here he finds, this boy has already done it. At first, he was worried that whatever he gave Rose was not a potion but something else entirely. Maybe Orion D. Ambrosius is not a student here but a spy from the Dark Lord, trying to get closer to Rose. He was not sure and thus invaded the boy's mind. He got the information easy enough. And he was surprised. Orion really did live in a forest all alone all by himself. And the potion he gave to Rose too was self-created. Although it was not as effective as any other tested potion, but the boy has to be a potions genius to come up with something totally new by himself. He also notices why the boy created this for himself. To improve his weak body. Snape now really was not sure what to say. He was a little grateful to the boy for helping out Rose at least. Snape didn't say anything for some time, trying to read more of Orion's memories. Orion on the other hand senses that Snape is dangerously getting slower to his mental shields, and intervenes. Professor Snape, are you okay? Orion asked, waving his hands in front of Snape. Breaking the eye contact. Snape jerked a little when he exited Orion's memories. Never suspected that Orion knew occlumency, not with that pathetic level of magic power. Ambrosius, tell me, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Snape asked. He actually prepared this question for Rose, showing regret for Lily in his own twisted way, but he ended up asking this to Orion. Orion, who had remembered pretty much all the movies, thanks to Merlin and his memory spell, immediately answered. A sleeping potion so powerful that it is called the Draught of the Living Death, Orion answered with full confidence. Hermione, who had her hands shot up, looked a little disappointed. But Snape was not done yet. And where would you look if I ask you to find a bezoar? Snape asked. That's a stone which we get from a goat if I remember right, then mostly likely on its stomach. Orion acted like he couldn't remember all the answers correctly but answered the question nonetheless. And what's the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? Snape continued. Both are the same plants, they called Aco. Aconite, yeah. Correctively they are called aconite, Orion said, nodding, acting like he had a hard time remembering. Snape on the other hand just sneered. He knew that Orion was acting, he could read his surface thoughts. He read that he was doing it so that Hermione on the side wouldn't get competitive with him. But then he didn't say anything more. Except this. Those potions, I would like to see it. Orion's eyes widened a little but he didn't react much. He was about to make the potion anyway, so why not? After that, the class really started. 2 partners joined to make 1 potion. Meaning, that 1 cauldron was free. Orion decided to start both the potion at the same time. So he will be making the potion which Snape asked them to in Rose Cauldron while he will be making the body nourishment potion in another. He already has made that potion before and it wasn't much harder to handle 2 cauldrons at the same time. He then explains the entire process to Rose and even improves the potion where it is needed with the help of Merlin. You know, considering just how much helpful I am to you, I should really get paid, Merlin joked. Well, I agree, but what you will do with money anyways? Not to mention, I got none, Orion said shamelessly. He got around 100 galleons before but never mentioned that. Merlin just rolled his eyes and didn't say anything more. Snape, who was giving special attention to Rose and Orion, also noticed both of them working on 2 potions at the same time. He didn't say much, because he noticed Orion was guiding Rose well. In fact, Orion first planned out his entire workplace and even arranged the materials. This brought a little smirk to Snape's face. He knew that Orion clearly knew what he was doing. Although he will never tell others, he was a little impressed with the way Orion handled the ingredients and brewing. After just 20 minutes, 3 potions were done. Orion and Rose completed 2 while Nick, who was on the side, completed his. Snape checked all of them and he was impressed. Nick's potion was excellent. No problems with it. Slytherin 5 points. Snape gave the point immediately after seeing the potion. Snape had a strange feeling about Nick because his eyes resembled Lily's a lot. Snape didn't believe in coincidence, but here he too just baffled. Something about Nick just rubbed him the wrong way. So he sends a legitimacy prompt inside Nick's head. But he was rebounded back. A little startled, he looked at Nick with a little surprise. Nick too at this realized that he made a mistake. But none of them did anything after that. The potion Rose and Orion blew was not as effective as Nick, but it was passable. Sadly they didn't get any points. But then comes the body nourishment potion by Orion. Snape looked at it and frowned. He was observing Orion when he was making this potion on the side. In fact, it was he who asked Orion to show this potion to him. This is unrefined work at best, Snape sneers. Yes, I came up with this recipe in a jungle. It's not very potent, but it's easy to make and doesn't require much expensive materials, Orion said, accepting the facts. Snape then took out a book and handed it over to Orion. If you are not as dunderhead as most students which I teach, then you might learn something from this. At least fix that horrible thing you called potion, Snape said. Orion did not react, but Rose was angry. She has felt the effect of this potion firsthand, and knew how impressive it was. She was about to say something, but Orion grabbed her hand and dragged her back to their table. Don't think too much about it. As long as something works, it doesn't matter what others think. Remember this simple mantra to live a peaceful life. Orion said, and Rose at this wanted to deny him but then looked at Orion's smile and just huffed. For her, the potion Orion gave her was the best. But Orion already started to work on his last potion. This was the potion he wanted to work on in the first place. The mind-nourishing potion. I'm still in need of assistance. If I may ask, will you help me, my lady? Orion said with a little cheek. Rose too at this just sighed and helped out Orion. Snape, when notices that Orion is making another potion, remembers that Orion did say that he want to make 2 potions. So he kept an eye on them. But now he had more than one target he was interested in, Orion and one sly Slytherin. Orion knew that he would be facing this situation, but it was still annoying. What? Can't say anything, can you now, Mudblood? Draco said while his 2 lackeys, whose name he still doesn't know, held him down. It started after he left the potions class. It took him longer than expected to make the mind-nourishing potion. Long enough that he had to convince Rose to go ahead of time, and he will catch up. He made more just in case Snape asked for it. Which was the case. Apparently, Snape looked a little stunned when he got the potion in hand. Strangely enough, he gave Orion another book about potions. Orion just chucked that into Snape, being impressed with him. When he asked about the potion itself, Orion described how this potion was supposed to relieve mental fatigue. So, after giving Snape a little bit of mind nourishment potion, for testing purposes of course, He finally rushed outside to meet his friends. And that is when he found these idiots. It started with a simple insult, which Orion didn't even bother to acknowledge. Then Draco, like previously, pulled his wand on Orion. But just like before, Orion snatched the wand from him. And from there on this went downhill for him. This time around they were not as scared and stood their ground. They want to see whether Orion attacks them or not. There is no way for Orion to attack them. And before he can try to think about a way out, a stunner comes towards him to knock him back. Shit, Orion muttered to himself. This followed a leg-locking charm and then both the supporting characters pounded on him. What? I asked you something. What happened? Draco said while putting his wand on Orion's neck. These brats are getting on my nerves now, Orion said. Yes, I too don't understand how come the wizarding world came to this. There used to be a time when magic was considered as a gift, a power to save others and bring prosperity. Merlin was about to continue when he noticed Draco holding Orion by his neck. Orion never loses his eye contact. He was searching, or trying to search for anything useful which he could use against Draco in his mind, but then he noticed that he couldn't enter into his mind. Like something was stopping him. His ring, it's an air's ring which is blocking your Legiliment attack, Merlin said. How do I break it? Orion asked straight in point. You can't, it needs much more power than you have right now, Merlin said. God damn it, Orion mutters under his breath. He still had one way to handle this situation but, forget it, internal integration will burn away the small amount of magic you have right now. Then you can say bye-bye to being the Wizard King, Merlin reminded him. I know that, old man, tell me how to handle these guys, Orion asked with a little agitation as a diffindo hit him, cutting his cheek slightly. Well, in this case you can just take the beating like a man, Merlin said, while leaning on his staff. Yeah, that was very helpful, thanks, Orion cursed. Orion, what happened to you? Rose and Hermione asked at the same time. Orion was pretty bang up. Cut and bruises. But all of them were magical attacks rather than physical attacks. Nothing, just met a wild dog, Orion said in sarcasm. What, you met that dog too? Ron asked. Orion at this got a little confused, but with a slight mind reading he learned what Ron was thinking. I am talking about Malfoy. What are you talking about? Orion asked, knowing that it was about Hagrid's three-headed dog, Fluffy. This leads Orion to tell his entire encounter with Malfoy while Ron tells what he and both Hermione and Rose saw in the restricted section. This also raised anger towards the Slytherin trio from the Golden Trio. Don't worry guys, he started this with me. It's only natural that I will be the one to end it. Stay out of it, it's my fight. Orion said with a tone of finality. This makes all three of them nod but with some hesitancy. So, why did you want to meet me here? Orion asked. Oh, nothing, we wanted to invite you to play with us, Rose said. Don't add me among you. I wanted to invite Orion to the library, Hermione said. Oh, so nice of you, but I have to deny both of you. I have something important to do, so maybe another time, Orion replied. Oh okay, Ron and Rose immediately dejected while Hermione just huffed and walked to the library. Don't worry, I will make this up to you guys. I know just the thing, Orion said and went away. Later he spent all the time working on runes and trying to form a usable rune circuit. Later that night, Orion found himself in front of the room of requirements again. He made sure that there was no one following him and that there were no inlying traps and spells here after Nick visited the place. All right, Merlin, hit me, Orion said. Oh, I would love to, but I can't touch anything, Merlin replied nonchalantly. I mean, tell me a solution to my powerlessness, Orion replied annoyingly. Train, keep practicing and eat your veggies, Merlin added with a smile. Orion's eyes twitched at this. Anything more useful? He asked. Don't miss leg days, Merlin thought and said. I'll quit it already. Give me something. You saw what happened to me earlier. What if that diffindo was cast at my neck? I was done for, Orion almost shouted. Malfoy won't do that, you know that. He is a coward, Merlin said, trying to calm Orion. Yeah, but what if it was someone else? What if it was Voldemort or that guy Nick? I am even not sure who he is, besides that he looks a little like Harry Potter from the movies, Orion said. This made Merlin think, but in the end, he still shrugged his shoulders. Sorry son, you are asking the wrong person. If it was a magic-related issue then I could have helped you. But right now your magic is so weak that I don't have any solution for you, Merlin said honestly. Orion too at this visibly deflated. Orion up to this point has only learned 3 spells, the mind arts and runes. Even after knocking his brain many times, he couldn't find a way to defend himself with just this. But then he suddenly thought of something. Runes, Orion mutters to himself internally. And at the same time Merlin too looked at him with a grin. I know what you can do. Now it will take some training but it can save your life, Merlin said. Orion, who just got an idea, thought about it. Well, depending on which one is faster to implement, I better apply that while keeping the other one as a reserve, Orion muttered to himself. At least you won't be beaten like this next time, Merlin said. There won't be a next time. Title. It's almost been a week since Orion came to Hogwarts and he had to admit that he is avoiding all the social side of being in Hogwarts and being a kid, for his training. So when he saw that he had flying classes today, he was excited. Hey, see, letters are here, someone said, and Orion looked up. He saw many owls and birds bringing letters for the students. I still don't understand. Even after having magic and all this time to find a better solution, why these fools are still relying on these birds to converse with each other. Even muggles are better than them at this point, Merlin said with irritation in his voice. Orion just smiled and replied in his mind. Yes, and they will keep on getting better. You have already seen what they can achieve just after 30 years from this point. Soon or later the Muggles are going to leave this stagnant magical world behind, Orion said, and there was a smile on his face. And may I ask why you are so happy about it? Merlin asked, but he had a sneaking suspicion that this capitalistic bastard was thinking about how to make a profit from it. Why shouldn't I? Only I have the knowledge, resources, and vision to move this stagnant wizarding world forward. And while I'm at it, I'm gonna be rich. Orion replies as if nothing can stop that future from happening. Merlin still didn't like the fact that his only student was too attached to materialistic things, but he liked where he was going with this. Truly the magical world, especially Britain, is very stagnant and needs to be moved by someone. And who is the better person than Orion D. Ambrosius, his disciple? Orion watches everyone getting their letters and suddenly feels like he is a little homesick. He never had parents in his previous life, but he had many friends. He honestly misses them. He was about to lower his head and focus entirely on destroying the mountain of food in front of him, but suddenly he saw flames appearing in the side of the hall. Everyone's attention was attracted towards this, even some of the professors, as they too ate there. Even Dumbledore was there. Everyone saw a phoenix appearing out of nowhere, but unlike everyone who thought that it was the headmaster's phoenix, as everyone knew he had one, this phoenix went towards Orion. Red, Orion, after seeing this, smiled and called out his friend. Red too directly went towards Orion with something wrapped in his leg. Orion noticed that it was a letter from Tom, the owner of Leaky Cauldron. He stayed there for some time and even helped out. Apparently, Tom remembers to write something to him. There was a smile on his face. The letter was nothing much but still put a smile on his face. But unlike him, people around him were surprised. There was a phoenix sitting on his shoulder at this time. You have a phoenix? Hermione was the first one to open her mouth. Mate that wicked, Ron added with amazement. Rose didn't say much. In fact, she didn't even recognize the mythical bird, but still slightly patted it. Thanks, boy. Here, take this and I will write to Tom later, so make sure that you are around to send the letter, Orion said, and gave some self-made nutrient sweets to Red. Yes, Red likes sweets, deal with it. While Orion was in his musing, the entire hall was looking at the phoenix at his shoulders. But none more than one of the foremost essential characters. Quirrell, or Voldemort to be exact, Snape, Nick and Dumbledore. Dumbledore in fact did hear from McGonagall that one of the first years had a phoenix and he wanted to see it. He wanted to go there and see the phoenix, but before that the launch time ended and everyone was gone from there. After eating, Orion with his friends who kept on asking him questions about Phoenix went for the flying class. It was pretty similar to the books and movies. Professor Hooch came and let everyone in a line. Only Gryffindor and Slytherin were taking his class together, as this subject needed more attention from the professor and more space in general. Now put your hands on top of the wand and say up, Professor Hooch guided. Orion did just that, and unlike his or anyone else's expectation, the broom directly shot at his hand with ridiculous speed. Moth Orion almost let out a scream. Oh, I almost forgot to tell you, you need to handle your intent with magical items, which have their own magical power and don't require yours. Well, currently, you use at least 10 times more intent than anyone else to do anything, Merlin said with a nasty smile. Orion, are you alright? Rose and Ron, who were beside him, asked. They too saw how fast the broom was back then. Yeah, I am okay, no worries, Orion gritted his teeth and said. It took some time before everyone got their brooms in their hands. Alright, mount your brooms and slowly leap up when I give the signal, Professor Hooch said. Everyone did so. Orion, on the other hand, was now too reluctant to make any sudden movements. He was taking things slowly, but the universe didn't wait for him. Neville's broom went out of control and sent him flying away. Mr. Longbottom, come here right now, Hooch said. Yeah, like saying that gonna help. Merlin from the sideline rolled his eyes. Orion was about to fly off to save Neville, but before that, he noticed Red flying around and immediately called out. Red, Orion shouted and pointed towards Neville, hoping that his phoenix could understand what he was trying to say. People around him also heard him and looked away from the out-of-controlled Neville and spotted the insanely fast-approaching red bird in the air. Gawk, Red chirped and dived down from the height. Neville, who was getting slammed at the roof by this point, lost his balance and finally fell down. Orion from his place also got ready. He had never ridden a boom before, but he was ready to take a little leap of fate. But just before he could do that, Red appeared with flames on his trail and snatched Neville, who was almost about to hit the ground. Awesome, Orion shouted as he relaxed after seeing this. Other students and Professor Hooch visibly relax but are still stunned by how breathtaking Red was just now. He was so fast that he caught the falling Neville from that height. Red though just came closer to the ground and released poor Neville, making him groan, and then he flew and sat on Orion's shoulder with a chirp. As if demanding a reward for saving the fat boy, Orion just sends an apologetic smile towards Neville before giving Red some more of those tasty sweets he made. After Professor Hooch took Neville, only then did Orion return to his flying test. He slowly pushes his legs, making him float slightly. But the problem was immediately apparent to him. The brooms are made in a way that they can make a witch or wizard fly without much magical power. But that is not true. In reality, these brooms do take magic from the riders, but only a minuscule amount. Considering your current magical power, you might be able to fly, but not for long, and it might completely exhaust you, Merlin added after watching the brooms for a long time. I am not that interested in brooms anyway. I personally believe that they are a little dumb. There could be so many other ways to fly and wizards had to use brooms of all things, Orion replied. But this made Merlin give him a strange look. What? Orion couldn't help but ask the Gandalf ripoff. In any other case, it wouldn't have mattered, but considering that you are learning about runes, I believe you should be interested in why the wizards are using a broom out of all the things to fly. In fact, I believe that I have found the very first assignment for you. I want you to study a broom and understand how it works. Not only that, use the knowledge you have about the runes and improve it. You have until Christmas. When school reopen later, I will be asking about this assignment to you, Merlin said with a knowing smile. Orion groaned a little at this. More homework was his only response. But he too now was intrigued. There must be a reason why Merlin asked this from him. He might want to acquire a broom of his own to start testing. Maybe he can look at some broken ones. Studying the broom is not a problem for him. In fact, he had half the mind to get into wand lore himself, bearing in mind that he will need to make a wand for himself in future. But it's not half bad to start with brooms. The real trouble comes from improving a broom. And he knew what exactly improving means. Merlin wanted him to improve a broom or outright make a new one which even he who has magical power corresponding to a 5-year-old can use. And while he is at it, he might even test out making some more cool gadgets. Why not? While he was thinking and musing to himself, he saw Malfoy getting Neville's remembrance and Rose, just like Harry in the canon, chased after him. Some things are just unavoidable, I guess. Orion couldn't help but smile after seeing a familiar scene. He couldn't help but show envy towards Rose. She had this innate powerful magic from the start. However, he shouldn't envy her, considering this cost her everything else in her life and also will lose much later in life. Besides, Orion too has his own cheat and it's just about time before he surpasses everyone. He literally has the power to take away magic from everyone. In theory, he can become the only person on Earth with magic, the absolute ruler and god. But he never planned to do that. Back to Rose though, he was a little curious whether the innate power she had was really something she got from Voldemort or she was born with it. Soon Rose catches Neville's remembrance and everyone starts cheering for her. And just like in the books and movies, Professor McGonagall just happens to be looking outside of her office when Rose did all her mid-air stunts, aka a direct entry to the team and a position to being the youngest seeker. Orion, after the entire day's toil, finally remembers that he promised his friends that he would make up to them for not being able to play with them. So before the dinner time, he makes his way towards the kitchen. There are hardly any witches or wizards who come to the kitchen of Hogwarts. The entire operation is handled by the house elves. When he came, he was a little stunned to see almost a dozen house elves cooking the meal for later that night. When he saw Orion, they almost looked elated, welcoming him like he is royalty. Okay, I was not expecting that, Orion mutters to himself. Then what were you expecting? House elves treat their master like kings and gods. There is nothing to be amazed about in it, Merlin stated quite the matter-of-factly. Well, I guess that is the case. Orion thought to himself. Hey, provide me with some ingredients and a stove. I will be making around 10 people's worth of food, Orion said with a grin. Orion told the house elves to replicate the recipe of the ramen noodles he made and serve anyone who asked for it in the dining hall. And for his friends, well, they will get it even if they don't want to. He is quite confident in his cooking skills. Being an orphan teaches you a lot and cooking skills are a very important skill to have for anyone, let alone an orphan. What is this? Rose asked Orion. It's called ramen noodles. I made them specially for you all. Try them. Orion sends thumbs up towards his other friends to go these noodles. Minus 10 minutes later. This is brilliant, Rose said with her mouth still chewing on the noodles. Hermione already knew what noodles were, but this was the first time she was eating them and she loved them. And so was the case with the Weasley brothers. In fact, their reaction led other students to also ask for the noodles. And when a large number of students eat the noodles, the noise finally reaches the teachers. What is this all noise about? Snape sneered and asked. Oh Severus, you should try this dish which Mr. Ambrosius made. You gonna love it. Flitwick couldn't help but beam and talk show the noodles he was eating. Snape explored his surroundings and saw even Dumbledore eating the noodles with chow. Only a few professors actually tried the dish, but they love it. Snape, when hearing Warren's name, remembered that Orion was acting like he was cooking back when he was making potions and frowned. Although his potions were excellent, yet acting like a muggle cook for a potion maker is demeaning. But when he actually tasted the noodles he realized why Orion might be acting like that. The kid had talent in cooking, no matter whether it was potions or muggle food. Even other professors praised Warren silently when they tried the noodles. Making food for his friends was not only a way to say that he was remorseful that he wasn't spending more time with them, but also a strategy. He wanted to get his hands on some broken brooms and the Marauders maps. For Merlin's assignment which he gave Orion. Although Orion has the money to purchase himself a cheap broom, why when he can get himself one for free? He gonna broke down the broom anyhow, so it doesn't matter if the broom he gets is broken from the start. Later, because he sneaks around the castle, he needs to trace the movements of some important key figures like Snape, Quirrell, Dumbledore, and Nick. Especially Nick, considering that he knew about the Room of Requirement. At this moment, Orion is using the room for various things and he doesn't want to run into Nick. So Orion, after the dinner was done, approached Professor McGonagall. Why you are here, Mr. Ambrosius? Professor McGonagall asked. Orion knew that he couldn't tell that he was learning runes. It was a third-year subject and that two only basic forms of runes. What he was learning from Merlin was even more complex than the master's level according to wizarding standards. There are benefits of having the greatest wizard of all time teach him after all. Professor, I had a request. I was wondering whether I could get a broom from the school to study. Even a broken one is fine. I wanted to learn how it flies, Orion said with a straight face. Her answer here decided whether he spend money on a broom, which he might never ride in the future, or not. But the even more important thing is time. If he had to purchase the broom, then he could only do it at Christmas time, and then he would have had only a few days at best to test out the broom. He might be able to learn why brooms are the only object wizards use to fly, but he can't improve them. McGonagall looked at Orion with a little suspicion. She naturally knew that Orion suffered from magic deficiency. If any other student had asked her for this, then she would have either directly denied them or would have done her own investigation to find out why exactly the student needs a broom. After all, why suddenly do students need brooms besides flying around and causing mayhem? But in the case of Orion, she couldn't tell why. After thinking some more, she decided to give the broom to him. The reason why the first year are not allowed to have their own brooms is because they are the most prone to get injured. They, unlike other students, have no formal training in flying. Well, at least most of them don't, as most wizarding families do teach their young ones how to fly. Orion, after hearing McGonagall, smiled in delight. I expect that you don't cause trouble with this, Mr. Ambrosius, the professor said, and Orion just nodded. The next target was the Marauders map. He was not sure where it was exactly. In the books and movies, it was with the twins, but it appeared in the third year. So to find this out, he ended up visiting the twins in their free time, making sure that no adult and Nick were around, asking them about any artifact which can help him track someone in the school. Then just ended up reading their mind. My mind reading is broken AF. Not all Legilimens are good at mind reading so effortlessly, but Orion, thanks to his insane talent and step-by-step help from Merlin, was already a master at it. But only when he is reading an unprotected mind. He doesn't have the power to break into a protected mind yet. Unfortunately, he didn't find anything on the twins. So after thinking about it, Orion thought, just why not try to find it in the room of requirement? If the map was created by the Marauders and then got lost, then it's most likely will be still in the castle, and every lost thing in the castle can be summoned by the room of requirement. So Orion on that night, with the broom which McGonagall gave him, went to the room of requirement. Didn't you ever wonder how come you have such a good vision at night? Merlin asked while Orion was waiting for the moving stairs to come. Magic, Orion just said sagely. No, idiot, magic can improve the vision to some extent, but that doesn't happen on its own. You need to have good control of your magic and knowledge to enhance your body like that, Merlin said, rolling his eyes. Maybe I am just used to the dark. Living in the forest for this long, anyone can adapt to the darkness and be able to find their way in the dark, Orion said, not thinking too much about it. Possible, but I have a better theory. I believe that when you get the power from that vampire, you also get a few of his traits like smell or being able to see in the dark. After all, your senses are stronger than before, are they not? It's much better than what you had before fighting that vampire. Because you were weak for some time after beating that vampire and forming your mana core. You didn't notice this before. And even after that you just chalk it up as a normal thing after having magic or drinking all those potions. Didn't you? Merlin said with a knowing look. Yes, I mean that was the most obvious reason. Orion, who never thought about it, suddenly fell into contemplation. He had noticed that his senses were getting better. Great eyesight and smell. Fast reaction time. His snatching a wand from Malfoy's hands is a good example. He didn't see any changes in his speed or physical power, but that always used to be good after he started practicing integration. But there is definitely an improvement in his senses and reaction speed. I believe that this is something which we need to test out in future. You might not realize it, but what you have just accomplished is usually only possible by a very complicated ritual. And all rituals of this nature demand sacrifice of some sort. Unlike you, who just walks around in the dark thinking that he can see at night because he lived in the forest for few years, whilst not paying any damn thing in return as a sacrifice, Merlin said, but his looks were not normal at all. He strangely looked excited, and Orion realized how broken this is. He swallows and focuses his mind. He makes a mental note to test himself out. More than the improvements, he was worried about getting bad traits like being hungry for blood like a vampire affecting him, or having an animalistic nature. I don't think that you need to worry about that. Remember this technique, integration converts all energy into positive energy for you, just like how you don't get any negative energy from the technique. I doubt that you will get any negative traits from the creatures you absorb either, Merlin said, and Orion relaxed a little. But he's still gonna test out anyway for his mental peace. It's better that he knows there is a possibility that he can turn into a homicidal killer before that really happens. By the time he reached the room of requirement, his first order was to get the Marauders map. Fortunately, the room really brought the map to him. He looked at the map and found his targets. Dumbledore was asleep. But it was not the case with Snape and Quirrell. Both were at each other's tails. He also found Nick and couldn't help but double-check it. He was in front of the girls' washroom. That's the bloody Chamber of Secrets, Orion said out loud. He also noticed Nick's name disappearing from the map as he entered the chamber. I have a very bad feeling about this guy, Orion said. Merlin on the side also nodded. Both Orion and Merlin were getting more curious about Nick Iron. Although they know that this is an alternative world and not exactly Harry Potter from the books and movies, but still, Someone who looks surprisingly like Harry appearing and even knowing where the Chamber of Secrets and Room of Requirement are is troubling. Orion, after pondering about this matter for a few seconds, just shook his head. There is no point thinking about it right now, even if that person is the original Harry Potter from the canon or Thanos reincarnated after turning into dust in the endgame. Orion has nothing to do with him. Not like he can stop him even if he is a bad guy. Right now he can't even stop some Slytherin bullies. Right now his goal should be just getting strong. Today he came here to practice learning more about runes and figure out what exactly made a broom fly, so he immediately started his work. The first stop will be to observe the broom to find out how it holds magic. He knows at least this much, that this broom holds the magic of their own. It's mostly multiple witch or wizard magic. In other words, use the magic which a wizard puts inside the broom efficiently and focus it on floating and flying. But that is just him assuming things. He, after finding nothing interesting on the outside of the old broom, started getting deeper. He had all the tools to break apart the broom and see what was inside. McGonagall already gave him a defective broom to begin with, so there is no pressure on him about destroying the magical tool. So, after 10 minutes of hammering and tearing apart, Orion finally found what exactly made a broom float in the first place. He was right in his assumption that a broom holds its own kind of magic which allows it to convert the magic of a witch or a wizard into floating magic. He looked at the complex runic array built inside the small hollow part of the broom. Thanks to Merlin's teaching him about runes and runic arrays, he has a very good understanding of what this array is about. At this time Merlin suddenly speaks. Remember that not all brooms will necessarily have a runic array like this one. There are many different ways to achieve a certain result. This one is just done with the help of a runic array. But this is a pretty old broom. I believe that new brooms are the work of direct charm and intention, Merlin said. Although Merlin tells Orion that he will not help him in this assignment, he can't let Orion's thinking get stuck to only runes or just one application of magic because of his inexperience. Orion, after hearing this, nodded. It's just like you said. The modern methods taking over the ancient style. Orion remembers what Merlin said about the ancient magical system and modern magical system. Yes, and here is a question for you. Which do you think is better? The modern style, which uses just a spell or combination of spells with intent mixed into it, or the ancient style with this runic array? Merlin asked with a knowing smile on his face. Orion, after thinking about it, finally said, for short-term purpose or ease of use, the modern method is good. The problem is that that kind of broom will not last long. There is a possibility that their magic will run out in just under a century or maybe in just a few decades. Not to mention, they are not as efficient in using the magical power as this one, Orion said after pointing towards the broken broom in front of him. Yes, those are the negatives. What are the positives then? Merlin asked. Simple. Modern style is easy to use. Broom makers can make 5 brooms with modern style at the same time they make one when using the ancient style, Orion said. So do you think that modern style is better? Merlin asked. No, although harder, ancient style gives us more control over the magic. By just looking at this broom here, I can tell that it's easily 400 to 500 years old. This runic array preserves this broom's condition for a long time. A magic which can last for such a long time is surely no inferior to modern magic, Orion said. Good, meaning you were listening to my explanations. And this might be the best time for me to explain what is the real difference between modern magic style and ancient magic style to you, Merlin said, and Orion was ready with pen and paper to write down any important point. Cough. Cough. Let's start with what magic is. Magic is the chaos which brings changes to reality. This strange power was a gift from the higher beings to the lower beings. This happened many years ago at the dawn of history, well before men even started walking on 2 legs. These lower beings later passed this gift to many magical animals and even some humans. The first humans who got this gift became somewhat similar to demigods and spirits. In fact, you can consider them as pure bloods. The real pure bloods, or you can call them the royal blood to identify them later. Fortunately, there are none left in the current earth. Otherwise, they could have become the gods of the world. Animals which got this gift of chaos later passed on their bloodline for many years. Their line still remains in many magical animals. Later humans, not related to the royal bloods mind you, started forming packs with these lesser magical creatures. And almost the entire line of wizards and magical we see today came from there. Merlin said, and waited for this much knowledge to get digested first. This is also a reason why wizards nowadays have similar magical cores as magical animals. Those who form this blood pack could be considered pure blood. But their descendants now are nothing more than a mere shadow of what their ancestors were. Some of the wizards who were able to break these shackles of blood weakening and chaos in their blood dying out in recent times are Dumbledore, Grindelwald, and Voldemort. Even in the past, there were wizards who did it like the founders. Everyone achieves this status in their own way. Like Voldemort used many dark rituals, etc. This level can be called an archmage or grandmaster. Remember when I told you the different levels among the magicians? Merlin said, and finally asked the question. Yes, Grandmaster is level 5 according to what you told me, Orion replied. Exactly, usually level 4 Master or Mage is the limit of what normal witches and wizards can achieve in his world with just hard work and talent. To achieve the status of an Archmage or Grandmaster, one must find their own path to increase their magic to that level. This never used to be the case in the past, however. In the past the magical power was in abundance, maybe not close to what it used to be when the higher being and lesser beings used to stay on this earth, but still it was much better than what is the case today. There are two very important events that happened in the world which destroyed the natural magic of this world. First was the Great Collapse, which made the higher beings and lesser beings leave the earth. And then there is the second collapse, which destroyed the last remaining natural source of magic from the face of the earth. In fact, the second collapse happened quite recently, only 1,000 years ago. This led many of the real pure blood to die and contempt the world to slowly use up all the remaining magic until magic permanently extinct from the world. Merlin said and waited a little. On Orion's side, this all information was new and pretty interesting. But he caught the last words Merlin and started to connect the reason why Merlin said that the wizarding kind is getting weaker. It was the lack of magical power. The last remaining magic in this world is like a natural resource which wizards are digging out. Exhausting. I will surely explain more about the ancient times, but not right now. Just understand that magic deficiency is the reason why even reaching the level of a grandmaster in magic is so hard in the modern era. Above that is level 6 and 7 and maybe even more, which I don't know, but that we will discuss later. Let's start with the modern system. As you have already seen, the modern system is pretty easy. Even a child with no magical knowledge can do magic after learning a few hand movements with his or her wand and getting a spell. But the problem with this system is how barebones it is. Remember that magic is nothing but a witch or wizards communicating with the chaos inside them to bring forth changes or impact in the real world. How big of an impact you can bring defines the power of the wizards, but how efficiently you can bring that impact defines how well you can communicate with that chaos. Expressing to your chaotic power what exactly you want to do is magic. Wizards for a long time have used numerous things to achieve this, like making spells, hand movements, and using a wand, you name it. It's just like having compatible and feature-rich software is essential to fully take advantage of powerful hardware. Like the games you used to play, a controller can give you a good command of a car, but a car handle will be always better. And that's what the modern system lacks. You can only so much define what you want to do to your magic with intent and simple words. To do anything more complex or use the power you have more efficiently, you need a more complex language to communicate with the magic. And that is what ancient magic is. Why do you think that I was said to be the greatest wizard of all time? I was strong, no doubt about it, but they never say the strongest wizard. They say the greatest wizard. This is because of my command to make my magic work exactly how I wanted it to. You will be learning more about ancient magic from me soon. Once you have the right command, then you don't need a spell to do something. You can directly tell magic what you want and magic will do it for you. You want to form a raise-non like that ninja anime you like to watch. You can do that. You want to fly in the air without any broom like a Superman. Sure, why not? You can even leave this world entirely and go to another dimension. Merlin said, and Orion was practically drooling by this point. He immediately wanted to learn ancient magic, but Merlin won't teach him, saying that he needs more magic first. Stronger magic before ancient magic. Don't be impatient, I will teach you when the time is right. And remember, what I have to teach you is just my own learning about magic. I don't want you to just follow my path. To really follow magic, you need to make your own path. Level 7 was my limit back then. That level is very close to what those royal blood I told you before achieve. But that was my limit. You have to find your own limit on this scale, my friend, Merlin lastly said, and left Orion and readers with what is yet to come. Knowing one thing, if there is anyone who can surpass him, then it's Orion. After the history lesson, there was hardly any way that Orion could sleep. The entire night he ended up thinking about the two great collapses and those godly beings Merlin talked about. And above anything, he was thinking about that ancient magic he talked about. In the end, he couldn't sleep at all, and when he got up the next morning, he had dark circles under his eyes. He still did his regular magical training, and for the first time after stressing out his mind when he was learning the runes with Merlin, Orion was feeling exhausted. Good thing that I have this nourishment potion, Orion could not help but say to himself. While moving through the big castle he heard someone talking. You filthy mudblood. Oh, I know whose that voice is, Merlin chuckled. No you don't, you recognized him because that idiot was only born with 2 patented dialogue options. Mudblood and my father will hear about this. Orion just rolled his eyes. He was just gonna avoid Malfoy altogether, but curiosity kills the cat. He went to see what going on nonetheless. And the person he saw Draco bullying this time around was none other than a certain know-it-all. Oh, he has now crossed the line, Orion said. You can just avoid this by bringing a teacher you know. Merlin signed, already knowing the outcome. Never, that mother f***er can beat me, but I will not let him bully my childhood waifu, Orion said, switching from talking into his mind to actually talking. You are just overacting, Merlin rolled his eyes. Oh, tell that to those Hermione fandom and waifu lovers, Orion said. You are acting like a simp. Merlin knew that these words would bring a reaction from him. No, I am not. Saving a girl is a chivalry, Orion retorted. You will save her if you just bring a teacher here, Merlin repeated. You are still too naive, old friend. Who said I am just doing this for the girl? Got a personal vendetta against Malfoy, Orion said. Merlin at this signed at the hopeless case in front of him. Who told you to pick a fight with Malfoy? Hermione glared at Orion and punched him lightly on the side. Ouch, Hermione, it still hurts, Orion said. Of course it does. That is what you get for picking a fight which you can't win, Hermione said. But he was bullying you, Orion said. At this, Hermione, who was glaring at Orion, turned her head. Yeah, thanks for that, she said while not even looking at his face. After Orion rushes towards Malfoy and his two idiot friends, he directly stands in front of Hermione staring right at Malfoy. She was almost on the verge of crying. But before he could even say anything, Malfoy drew his wand towards Orion. It's strange how they didn't even need words before the entire talking phase was skipped unknown to both of them. Like their instincts telling them that talking is pointless. That was a good punch, Hermione said after a while. Thanks, Orion said. He looked at Merlin next and said internally. Told you that there will be no next time. Orion had a smile on his face even after getting struck with 3 first-level hacks. And many will be asking why he is smiling. Well, because he delivered a nasty punch on Draco's face, breaking his nose before he was bombarded by the hacks. You didn't have to do that, you know, Hermione said. Nonsense, this idiot will take a Crucio for his waifu. Don't you, my young friend? Merlin took the advance of the situation and sent a sarcastic remark. Orion just ignored the remark and looked at Hermione, instantly thinking of a cool line to say. Kicking bullies' butts and saving a friend is essential for man's growth. Especially when the said friend is a cute girl, Orion said, while the obvious blush appears on Hermione's face. Another remark from Merlin didn't let Orion enjoy the feedback of his teasing to Hermione. Of course, a man of culture like Orion here will never let that happen, Merlin said offhandedly. Orion just groans internally. Orion was currently thinking about a way to improve the flying broom. He had already tried many combinations and some of them even worked. While the prototype he created is better than the broom which McGonagall gave him, they are nothing better than what is available in the market right now. Mr. Ambrosius, may I ask why you are not trying to change the match into a needle? Professor McGonagall asked. I already did it, Orion said and pointed towards his desk. McGonagall didn't see anything at first and was about to scold Orion, but then something caught her eyes. She narrowed her eyes and noticed a very small hair. No, that's a needle. She could not help but feel amazed. I couldn't transform the match, so I ended up cutting the match and taking out a small wooden strip, Orion said and shrugged. It's not like he can't do it, but it will be difficult to gather all that magic from his weak core. He just didn't want to waste that much energy and went back to thinking about a solution for the flying broom. McGonagall was amazed though. Yay, transfigurating smaller objects is always easier, but in the case of Orion, it does make sense. She was amazed that he did it. Poor kids suffer from magic deficiency. So she wasn't planning to scold him if he couldn't do the transfiguration, but when she noticed that he was not even trying, this made her act. Soon Orion's body will reach adulthood and his magic will increase. Then this kind of lesson will be useful. If he is not learning this basic thing right now, then it will be very hard for him later on. But when McGonagall saw the hair-size needle, she was amazed that not only Orion did it on his first try, but he was even able to put designs on the small needles. Now she was thinking more in the line of what Orion could have done if only he had more magic. There is no doubt that Orion is a genius. She has heard Snape talking about the 2 potions Orion created all on his own. Snape is especially taken by surprise by the mind nourishment potion. She knows that Snape wants to know how to make it, but his pride is stopping him from asking a student. Now this small needle with intrigued designs on it. She felt a pang of guilt for not being able to help Orion here. He could have such a bright future in front of him if only he had more magic. She asks this to Dumbledore, but even Dumbledore is helpless. Besides some dangerous rituals, there is no proper way to increase one's magic besides constant practice and age. Magic is like a muscle. It becomes stronger the more we practice. And it's almost like the mind. It grows stronger as the older a wizard gets. Much like wisdom comes with age. 5 points to Gryffindor, McGonagall said, and with a pitiful look on his face, left. Orion hardly cared about the looks he was getting from others. Today it's pity and mockery. Tomorrow it will be respect and fear. For the time being he gonna just play the role of a harmless genius. He was about to go back to his thinking, but then suddenly he asked a question. Professor, do you know why wizards use brooms to fly and not other objects like, let's say, a carpet or a metal object like a metal chair? Orion asked. Wood. McGonagall explains why wood is the best material for magic. The reason why both wands and brooms are not made of any other material besides wood is that they are not a good conductor of magic. In fact, it's very similar to many energies on the planet, like metals like iron or copper being a good conductor of electricity. Magic is quite similar in this regard. And this is also a reason why enchanting something like iron is so hard. Surprisingly or not, gold is a really good conductor of magic and thus can be used to make some really useful items. The most stable and widely available good conductor of magic which can last for a long time is wood. So with that, the idea of using any other material besides wood for the broom was out. Orion then decided to finally start creating his own runic array which can work on wood and will be better than other brooms. So he decided to dedicate some time of his day to work on that. He needs to test out different styles of wood to figure out which works the best. Remember, the nice wrist movement we were practicing? Swing and flick. Professor Flitwick said. This was again a joint class with Gryffindor and Slytherin. Orion never understood why this school put these 2 houses together most of the time. Orion, taking out his wand, concentrated on the feather in front of him. He has already been absorbing magical power in Hogwarts for more than a month. So he finally gave it a try. He already had learned the spell, so the power was the only thing which was holding him back. Wingardium Leviosa, he said with proper movements. Nothing happened, but he didn't give up. He put more power, and soon his hand started shaking. What happened? Too much for you, mudblood, was written on a piece of paper which came from the Slytherin side. Orion didn't even give a second look and went back to his spell work. More power. Need more power, Merlin said while looking at Orion's trying to lift the feather. It's kind of amazing how much intent you are putting out here. At its peak, your powerful intent is hundreds of times stronger than most wizards. I have no doubt that you have the most powerful intent and willpower compared to anyone else, Merlin admired. Yeah, but what the point if I can't even lift a dim feather, Orion complained and put more pressure on his magic. Okay, then let me put it this way. If you had the same power as, let's say, Ron or Hermione here, then you could have lifted that feather even without a wand. Remember, intent, spells and wands are all the devices which us wizards use to give direction to magic, tell it what to do and bring efficiency or focus to the execution of magic, Merlin said sagely, but Orion, who had heard this many times by now, didn't even pay any attention to him. He almost feels lightheaded by this point, but hard work often pays off. Slowly the feather lifted, and Professor Flitwick was paying special attention to Orion. He saw the child execute the spell flawlessly. He could feel the magic and the powerful intent behind the magic. The child was not the first one to make the feather fly, but Flitwick was still interested in Orion as other professors had told him that he was a genius. He noticed the boy's entire body was looking a little pale by the end of it, and there was a little blood trail from his nose which he hurried clean. He wanted to send him directly to the infirmary by this point, but after seeing his eyes, Flitwick didn't do that, because he saw the acknowledgement of his own success in his eyes. The half-goblin professor couldn't help but smile a little and add 2 points of Gryffindor. If only he had more magic. Such a shame. Flitwick couldn't help but shake his head a little. After the class, Orion didn't attend the defense against the dark art class. He immediately needed his body and mind nourishment potion. Not like Dada class is anything important anyway. You might need a hobby besides magic. You are putting too much pressure on your body in this last month, Merlin said. I guess you are right. What should I do though? Any ideas? Orion honestly never planned to get a hobby in the first place. He was just playing along with Merlin so that the old man would let him alone. Trying writing a book, Merlin said without even thinking. A book, Orion repeated, asking why suddenly he would suggest something like this. Think about it. This world has long lost thousands of years of history about magic. It pains me to see the world falling like this. I know that you are so much interested in the broom assignment not only because I told you to do it but rather because you want to make money out of it. That's why you are so intended to improve the brooms, Merlin said, and Orion at this just gave a bashful blush. With all the knowledge you have and will get from me in future, trading that knowledge could make you money, and at the same time this will also help the magical world, Merlin said. For Orion, this was not the only time that he had thought of something like this, but he worries that his knowledge will be used by the dark side of the magical world. Voldemort is just one of the threats in the magical world. The Harry Potter books and movies are very focused on just one side of the world. It's not even a world but rather a school. The reality is much more different. There are already stronger witches and wizards than Dumbledore and Voldemort out there somewhere. We just don't know where they exist. There are other races out there which are hiding in the shadows. Something stopping them from acting and claiming the world for their own. Only after coming to Hogwarts and talking with Merlin, did Orion realize that. I know what you are thinking. Knowledge is power, and I agree with your thought that there will be people who will use this knowledge in their bad intentions. But there are also good people out there. Think about them. And not like I am asking you to give them all the knowledge. Hold back the knowledge, only give enough that it will make others in the magical world either ask for more or search for themselves. In fact, I rather say that only give them the foundation at best. Merlin said, and Orion started thinking about it. He was never a genius or a manipulative person back in his life. He was just a common teenager with common fears. Then how much do you think we should give them? Orion asked. Maybe all the less dangerous knowledge that he had. Less than 2%, Merlin said. This immediately made Orion look at Merlin. 2%, that is like not giving them anything, Orion said. Ha ha ha, what do you know, my young friend? I might be nothing more than a spirit or a memory, but if I have something to give then it's knowledge. I have not even started teaching you anything. Consider what I have taught you about magic till now being nothing more than Roger's last words which started an era. Let me tell you, that 2% of knowledge makes an ordinary wizard more powerful than even Dumbledore. And that is barely the foundation. Merlin for the first time talked with arrogance in his voice, acting truly like the god of magic as this world portrays him. Let's say that what you say is true. If that is the case, tell me why would I want to make more wizards like Dumbledore who can dominate an entire century? Asked Orion with a little gulp and hesitation. Domination only happens when the difference in the status of power is too large. What you will be doing is not making a Dark Lord or a master manipulator, but rather empowering an entire new generation of magicians to grow stronger. Merlin replied, and Orion thought about it. Fine, then let the world know the true arcane. And if any problems come afterwards, well, I will deal with it, Orion said with determination. Idiot, stupid, baka. How can you forget this? Orion muttered to himself, nagging his carelessness, and ran across the hallway. Both Rose and Ron watched him zoom through the hallway in surprise. The speed was almost similar to a professional athlete. -15 minutes before, Orion decided that he would write a book. He immediately ran to his dorm, took out a pen and paper and wrote down all the points he wanted to include in the book. It took him the entire afternoon to create the right framework and outline for his book. He had to back and forth discuss with Merlin about the contents of the book and all the possible information he should and shouldn't share in it. For someone else, this might be pretty exhausting considering what kind of stressful routine Orion was following before. This was rather a downtime which he so much wanted. Later, when he was done with the outline of the book, he wanted to go to the library and read some books to understand what kind of writing style the people in the wizarding world like, but didn't have much time left from dinner and accompanied both Rose and Ron to the dining hall. Just like usual, many students were eating there. Honestly, he never liked eating there in the open with others. He was not used to it. In his previous life, after leaving the orphanage, he mostly stayed alone. And even in this life he ran away from the orphanage and stayed alone in the forest. So it was bothering him to share a table with others. He was even aware that his table manners were atrocious. And he notices others giving him a look whenever he is eating. What happened? You are not eating much today, Rose asked in a little surprise, not expecting Orion to suddenly gain some table manners. I am just trying to follow some table manners, Orion said with a shrug, not wanting to talk about it. He looked around and noticed that today the food had many varieties in it. He also observed that the entire hall was decorated today. Hey, is today some kind of festival? Why suddenly all the decorations? Orion asked Rose. Today is Halloween, Rose said with a smile, clearly happy that one of her male friends is at least willing to adopt some table manners. She then noticed Ron, who was stuffing food in his mouth like a hamster. Halloween, Orion mutters and tries to remember something. He had a premonition that he was forgetting something. When he couldn't just recall, he entered into his mind palace and started going through all the memories of his, especially everything related to Harry Potter's first year in Hogwarts. Merlin, who watched Orion doing it, had a smile, clearly pleased with his students' excellent command of the mind arts. While the entire hall was buzzing with students and noise, Orion's eyes snapped open, food already forgotten. He looked left and right, trying to find a certain know-it-all. While Orion was internally panicking for Hermione, Merlin also started looking around, but he was searching for a certain irregular boy. Just as he thought, Nick Iron was not there, and this made him more suspicious about his identity. He too, thanks to Orion's memories, knew the plot of Harry Potter, and there was no one like Nick there. It was like Nick Iron just suddenly appeared out of nowhere. He had his own speculations about his identity, and if his suspicions are correct, then Nick Iron has to die as soon as possible. Everything from that point onwards was pretty similar to the Harry Potter books and movies. Quirrell came and announced that there was a troll in the dungeon. Everyone panics, and Albus, too many names Dumbledore, like the idiot he is, orders all students to be escorted back to their dorm. Why send them out there when the dining hall is perfectly safe? Where is Hermione? Orion asked Rose, Ron, and the other students. He was careless. Today Professor Flitwick taught them the levitation charm. It was this class where Ron badmouthed her and she ended up crying and not joining the rest of us in the dining hall. I don't know, Rose said. Others were also the same. Orion pursed his lips, and after not getting any info on her location, he remembered about the Marauders map. So, he ran out of the Gryffindor line. Rushing past everyone, he takes the map out of his pocket. I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. Frantically searching for Hermione's name, he finds her pretty easily. She was in the exact place as in the canon. Good thing that Orion was already running towards that direction. Orion was fast, quite fast for his age. Thanks to his physique being stronger than anyone else, he was able to reach the girls' washroom in time. Rose and Ron were on his trail. How come he is so fast? Ron asked, but his tone was complaining. Rose, on the other hand, was more worried for Hermione this time around. This version of Harry Potter is a girl. Her friendship with Hermione is better than her friendship with Ron. In fact, she didn't realize that she only hung around Ron, who clearly wanted to be friends with Rose because she was the girl who lived, because of Orion. She wanted to be with Orion, who genuinely helped her, rather than Ron, who was just there for her fame. By the time they arrived near the girls' washroom, they noticed a huge green giant moving towards the girls' washroom. Both of them looked at each other and followed the troll. Orion and the Golden Trio were not the only ones who were out for a night walk. Nick Iron was also a person who never went back to the Slytherin dorms. The first chance he got, he left the Slytherin line and went on his own way. But unknown to him, someone was following him. He swiftly makes his way towards the third-floor corridor. Unknown that someone was on his trail. Alohomora. With a quick unlocking spell, the door was unlocked. But Nick didn't go inside directly. He first peeks inside, trying to see something. Damn, a hushed whisper came from him. He was so quiet that no one heard him. Why Hagrid kept this kind of beast was beyond me, Nick thought to himself after watching Fluffy inside. He took out his wand and conjured an instrument quickly. Fluffy, who was guarding the underground gate, immediately felt the effect of the music and started to fall asleep. He was about to go inside but then noticed a ward placed on the entrance. The moment he enters this room, whoever placed this ward will know. He couldn't help but groan a little in irritation. Taking out his wand, he tried to take down the ward, but it was too strong for him to take it down. He knew that if he couldn't remove it correctly, then his being here would be known to whoever set up this ward. And that whoever is most likely Dumbledore. Damn it, he was never a ward breaker. He doesn't have much knowledge about this. He first needs to figure out a way to break this ward. Other things can wait for later. First the diadem and now this. Nick let out a frustrated sigh. When Orion finally arrived in the girls' washroom, he took a sign after not seeing any green monsters trying to eat little girls. His hearing was so good that he instantly spotted where the muffles were coming from. Knock knock. Who's there? Hermione, who was about to wash her tear-stained face and go back to her dorm, asked after hearing the knocks. It's Orion. I came to take you back to the dorms, Orion said, trying to hurry. Maybe the troll is not in the washroom right now, but that doesn't have to be the case forever. He can come at any time. Why you are here? This is a girl's washroom, Hermione asked with confusion and a little hope. She was here because Ron called her know-it-all. He said that this is why. She has no friends. But there is Rose and Orion. She just realized this right now when Orion came. Previously she was so clouded in her mind that she couldn't think of them. 1. Because I missed annoying you in the dinner hall. It's fun eating while you make that strange face at me. And second, there is a goddamn troll coming our way, so hurry up, Orion said and almost shouted the last part, not wanting to waste more time. Hermione was more confused now, but overall she came out after hearing Orion sounding anxious. Slowly opening the door, she peeks outside like a cute 5-year-old loli and asks, "What do you mean a troll?" Hermione asked, but at this time she saw a shadow outside of the washroom. Her eyes widen. Orion also follows the eyes and notices a giant shadow outside of the washroom gate. "That's what I am talking about," Orion said, taking out his wand. And he almost dropped it after hearing Hermione scream only a few inches apart from himself. "You might live this day, but I can't say about that. Your ears," Merlin on the side mused. Orion just sent a nasty look at Merlin and then shifted his focus back on the troll. The troll was big, bigger than Hagrid, and Hagrid was the biggest person he had ever seen. Weighing up to a ton, trolls have enormous strength and an apparent taste for human flesh. Classified as beasts rather than beings thanks to their low IQ. That was the book example of it. But unfortunately, the book never explains how to kill one. The said beast spotted both Hermione and Orion and roared. But Orion has to say that Hermione was a better screamer. No, that didn't come out right. I mean, she is loud. Orion understood what he thought and muttered. But his mind was already going to that line of thoughts. Before he could further justify his words inside his mind, Hermione grabbed him by the collar and dragged him inside the toilet with her. "Girl, your actions are not helping my imagination at all," Orion would have complained if there was not a **ing troll outside. Boom, troll swings his weapon and destroys all the toilets in line. Orion was quick with his reflexes. After grabbing Hermione, he immediately squatted down, making sure to protect Hermione. He had Hermione in his arms while lying on the washroom floor. "We need to get out of here," he said, and Hermione, who was dazed by what just happened, nodded after coming out of her stunned state. Troll swung his weapon again, but this time he didn't complete the attack. Orion notices that both Rose and Ron throwing rocks and broken wooden planks at Troll. Orion, noticing that Troll's attention is shifted, looked at Hermione. After checking that she was fine, he got ready. "So you are finally using it?" Merlin asked. "Yeah, I need some time to prepare my attack." "This will help," Orion said and took out a piece of wood from his pocket. But this was not just any piece of wood. There was runes inscribed on it. Orion made this on his own after learning runes from Merlin and getting his ass kicked by Malfoy, in the hope that he can use this against him. Of course, he never made this harmful, but it will blind the opponent and stink when thrown towards them. Orion also did the same. When the time was right, he threw the makeshift stun grenade toward the raging troll. "Take this, you Hulk wannabe," Orion shouted. And just like he anticipated, the moment the magical grenade touched Troll after Orion infused his magic on the runes, it blasts and the sounds almost render the troll useless. Well, almost. He made the grenade for small kids after all. While others were stunned at how suddenly Orion was able to stop the troll, they didn't notice the troll becoming a little more violent. He swung his weapon all around the bathroom. Everyone coming out of there surprised and quickly retreated, but Orion couldn't. Being the closest to the troll, he just didn't have enough time to react. But he was still faster than any kid or even adult. He was able to dodge the wooden weapon by ducking, but then got hit by the backhand of the troll. It was not an attack but rather a troll just lashing out. But Orion was still sent back by a couple of feet. "Orion!" came the shout of two girls and one boy who were trying to stop the troll. "That **ing hurts," Orion gritted his teeth. "Quick, you have some time before Troll comes back to his senses," Merlin said on the sideline. Orion nodded and again took out his wand, but he was holding it in a reverse grip. "Here goes nothing," Orion mutters. Flashback. It was after the first time he got attacked by Malfoy and other kids. "Now listen, I know that you are going to make a weapon with runes. But those are not gonna work against a powerful being. And currently, I have no safe way to increase your power drastically. But I do have an idea," Merlin said with a smile on his face. After Orion bitch a lot about being weak, Merlin finally comes up with an idea. "What?" Orion asked eagerly. "You see, in my days, magicals were not unknown to the Muggles. And thanks to this, many conflicts used to happen. As it stands, without modern technology, the Muggles were at a constant disadvantage against the magicals. But then they find a way. They convert the Muggles into half-magical with sacrificial magic. They sacrifice our kind to gain a little bit of magic," Merlin said with a sigh. Orion on the other hand didn't understand how this history lesson was supposed to make him stronger, but he listened nonetheless. The amount of magic they got even after sacrificing our kind and infusing their blood with the blood of the sacrificial witch or wizards was very weak. Actually, this magically infused muggles might have just as much magic as you have right now. Orion at this got a little interested. He listens with rapt attention then. Even after sacrificing many of our brethren, muggles were not as strong as a witch or a wizard. So they again find a way. Like muggles usually do, they enchanted their swords with the mere amount of magic they had, making the swords and other weapons in their possession a magical conductor, something which can touch magic. Steel was a no-go but silver was a good conductor and thus they made silver swords. And this worked. They were able to deflect magic with their swords and even break magical barriers with those swords, Merlin said and let what he said sink in. Orion after thinking a bit blinked and then finally said, "So, you want me to enchant a sword and carry that around the castle?" Orion asked with irritation. Of course, he can use a dagger as well but still, carry a weapon like that around the castle. He doesn't wanna. If someone finds out then he is screwed. Of course not, you don't need metal. You have something better with you, Merlin said and Orion raised his eyes. Flashback end. Orion was holding his wand in a reverse grip, channeling magic through the wand, hardening the wand itself and making sure that the tip of the wand is getting sharper while not wasting any bit of magic in the process. Orion, are you okay? Hermione, who was close to Orion, came to him while Rose and Ron were distracting the troll. Get out of here, that bastard is all mine, Orion said, not even looking at Hermione. This was his time to shine. He was training in his technique for a long time. He is able to convert his wand into a magic dagger. Normal daggers or swords can't deflect magic or pierce into the hide of these magical beasts. But if he pulls this off then he can damage the troll. Hermione was taken aback by the smile on Orion's face. She didn't understand what Orion meant. Hey, you bastard. Here, come here. Orion got up from his position and shouted, attracting the troll towards himself. He was ready. His wand was already glowing with a faint light, indicating that magic was flowing through the wand. Troll turned around and swung his wooden weapons towards Orion. Hermione already backed down after seeing Orion directly challenging the troll. Idiot, what are you doing? A girl said. It was either Rose or Hermione but Orion couldn't say. His whole focus was on the troll right now. Orion easily dodged the swing and rushed towards the troll with a smile on his face. Help him, Hermione shouted to Rose and Ron. How? Ron asked. Rose too was looking around to find an object to throw. None of them knew an offensive spell and this was not a book or a movie where Ron could just levitate trolls' weapons out of his hand. Trolls have incredible strength. It is not possible for a student to be able to snatch a weapon from a troll's hand. Orion, after dodging the attack, rushed towards the troll but there was a problem. To really kill the troll, he has to attack his head. But the height problem is just a little too much. Orion gulped and thought of something. He then rushes towards troll with all his speed. He already saw an attack coming his way but he was already on the flow. Active integration was making him strong on the spot, increasing his stats. He slid on the floor, avoiding the attack and passing through between troll's legs. Come here, I am here, Orion shouted and the troll followed. He attracted the troll towards the wall of the bathroom, making sure that he has enough space for Minerva and Run to get some speed. And there we go, Orion smirks. Taking out another magical stun grenade he threw it towards the troll. Troll, being the idiot he was, just stood there and didn't move at all, getting stunned once again. It's now or never, Merlin said from the sideline. Yay, Orion just grunted and breathed hard. His integration once again boosted his stats. There was a visible difference in his looks now. His eyes, which usually are blue, now had a hint of golden mix on them. There was vein popping on his forehead. He almost felt like Zenithso from Demon Slayer, getting ready to flash. His magic made his hair float up a little, while there was a visible cold breath effect when he let out his breath. And to some extent, he did just that. He leapt with insane speed, going directly towards where the troll was standing. He would have sworn that he was hearing Doom's music. Now that badass. With a leap, he planted his one leg on the troll's leg like he was a wall while still going up and planting his second leg on his stomach. Then he jumps from there, aiming for the wall with his both legs, getting even higher. In an instant, he was already near Troll's head. One more leap, he thought to himself, and after planting his foot on the wall, he with all his might jumped once again towards the troll, this time successfully reaching the head and beyond. His wand by now was oozing with his magic, like a sharp dagger on his hand. He held the wand just like a dagger with both hands with a reverse grip and shouted while falling towards Troll's head, ready to pierce him. Surprised mother f*** CKE. His wand by now was oozing with his magic, like a sharp dagger on his hand. He held the wand just like a dagger with both hands with a reverse grip and shouted while falling towards Troll's head, ready to pierce him. Surprised mother f*** CKE. Then Hermione, Rose, and Ron watched their friend stab a troll with his 12-inch long wand on the head. The entire wand went inside the head of the troll. All of them were wide eyes and needed much time to process just what was going on. Orion though didn't just stop by simply killing the troll. This was a really good chance to absorb the little amount of magic which the troll had, and he did just that. Before the troll could fall down to the floor, Orion grabbed the troll, still holding his wand like a dagger, and started absorbing magic with incredible speed. This was the first time he actually absorbed someone else's magic after he fought with the vampire. He notices that this technique doesn't just set everything on fire if he absorbs a magical creature's magic. The last time was mostly like an accident or something which that vampire did, and the effects of his absorbing the magical power of the troll were apparent. He could visibly notice that his magical power was improving. Maybe he could have noticed the change because his magical power was already very low, but it was apparent. What's going on here? Professor McGonagall with other professors came in the bathroom at that time. Orion, who was still feeling his increased magical power while holding a bloodied wand and standing on top of the troll's corpse, looked almost like a serial killer to the adult who came. Snape will try to get inside your head. Make sure that you are ready, Merlin reminded Orion, who was still on the dopamine rush about killing a troll with his own hand. It was like John Wick killing 3 men in a bar with a pencil situation. Orion, after hearing this, quickly took a deep breath and sorted his memories, making sure that he is not hiding that he killed the troll and how he killed the troll. Why did he develop this kind of spell which made his wand a magical dagger? He makes sure that Snape sees Draco bullying him, and this leads to him making this spell. The only thing that he didn't want to see was how he created this technique, how he absorbs the troll's magic, and lastly his runic weapon and his proficiency in runes. Potter, how come you are here? I clearly remember you are going with another Gryffindor. Snape directly targeted Rose. But honestly, he was more worried for her than angry or just directly targeting her. Mr. Ambrosius, what are you doing? Professor McGonagall asked with a scandalized tone. Orion, who had his head down, sorting his me, finally looked up and immediately got invaded by a mental prompt from Snape. Hermione was not in the hall when Professor Quirrell announced about the troll. I was worried and came after her, Orion said as this explained everything. You killed the troll? Snape asked, but he already knew that answer. In fact, he was amazed at what Orion just did. How did you kill that troll? Flitwick asked with curiosity. He too saw the dead troll with a bullet-sized hole in his head while Orion standing on top of the troll with a blood-stained wand. Orion first looked at the professors and then this wand and then back to the professors. I did, if it's not already obvious, Orion just shrugged. It took some time to explain to the professors what happened. By the end of it, every professor was amazed at what Orion just did. Being able to kill Mountain Troll for a first year is unheard of, let alone done by a boy who suffers from magic deficiency. And when they heard how exactly Orion killed the troll, it was even more of a shocker. Snape, even after seeing Orion's memories, couldn't believe it and bent down to test the corpse on his own. Ambrosius, what you did was very dangerous. 5 points from Gryffindor, same with you Granger, Snape said. And 10 points for each one of you to take down the fully grown Mountain Troll, Flitwick said right after Snape deducted the points. There was a smile on the face of Rose, Ron, and Hermione's faces. Orion though didn't smile, he just nodded and went out with his friends. That was wicked, was the first thing which Ron right after getting out of the bathroom. Are you all right? You got hit by the troll back then? Hermione removed Ron and looked around Orion to see any damage. There was nothing more than a small scratch on Orion's face. Rose was doing the same, looking around Orion. All 3 of them still were having difficulty believing just how Orion killed that troll. Why were you in the bathroom and didn't join the dining hall? Orion asked first. Hermione at this flinch a little. Orion was looking pretty serious after seeing just how he killed a mountain troll. It was pretty intimidating. I was crying, Hermione said. It was pretty funny how she acted like an 8-year-old at this time. What made you cry? Orion already knew that answer but asked anyway to see Ron's reaction. He was not disappointed when he saw the boy flinch after his question. It's nothing, you don't have to worry about it, Hermione replied. Orion didn't say anything more. He already accomplished what he wanted to by asking the question. He just said this before going to his dorms. I consider you a friend. All 3 of you. Remember that. We all might be different and that's fine. It's what difference about us makes us who we are. Don't think too much about getting acceptance from others. Not everyone gonna do that and that is normal. Just remember that there are your friends who accept you for who you are, Orion said with a smile and then got inside the boys' dorms. All 3 of them looked a little confused but at the same time also happy with smiles on their faces. While they were happy that they finally became friends, Orion rushed towards his dorm and asked with excitement. Check it. How much do you think it is? Orion asked Merlin. It was of course asking about his power. He just absorbed magic from a troll and wanted to know about his own power now. Well, compared to a normal first-year student, now your power is around 30% to 40% of theirs, Merlin asked with a smile, knowing fully well that this much power is enough to do all the basic spells which Orion was not able to do before. Orion didn't wait and immediately took out his wand and said, Lumos. And then he saw a bright light forming on the tip of his wand. Not a dull dying light but a really bright light he can actually use in the dark. Snape, after checking the corpse of the troll, went to Dumbledore's office. He wanted to inform him about what happened here and about Orion. Previously, he did talk to Dumbledore about both Nick and Orion. Things like Orion has a talent for potion making. Snape at first is suspicious about Orion and uses Legiliment on Orion to see his memories. Although he didn't find anything on Orion, he ended up finding problems with one of his own Slytherin, Nick Iron. That 11-year-old kid has Occlumency shields. Powerful enough shields to stop his mental attack. From that day onwards he started to observe Nick much more than Orion. He notices that Nick is much better in potions than he has any right to be, considering that he is a Muggle-born. And now this, Orion ended up killing a troll. This should have triggered a reaction from him, made him suspicious about that boy, but in fact totally opposite happened. After watching Orion's memories again, he saw how Orion was bullied by his own godson, Draco. He knows about getting bullied. He has suffered the same fate before. Orion doesn't even have enough magic in his blood to do a simple lumos. Snape couldn't help but sneer a little at this. He sneered thinking how that child wanted to beat his godson. But then there was this troll incident. He really killed that troll. Now he really was not sure how to feel about the boy. A weak child with that kind of determination could be much more dangerous sometimes than a powerful individual. But he knew this much, that Orion D'Ambrosius was not a threat. I have something to show you, Snape said right after entering into Dumbledore's office. What followed was Snape explaining what happened with the troll. How he suspects that Quirrell is the one who releases that mountain troll. How he is suspicious about Nick Iron, and lastly about Orion killing the troll with his wand, which he uses as a dagger. He even shows the memories to Dumbledore. By the time Snape went away, Dumbledore was thinking about what just happened. He already knew about Quirrell. He is not an idiot who can't see a Dark Lord lurking in front of his own eyes. In fact, it was his intent to let Quirrell go to the Albanian forest. He knew that Quirrell would contract Voldemort there. He knew that to fulfill the prophecy, he had to do that. What he was worried more about was Nick Iron. Having mental shields at this age is not normal. And Snape was sure that he was not a natural Occlumens. A wizard can't even feel the memories of a natural Occlumens. Snape on the other hand was repelled back from Nick's mind. He was curious about Orion too. After all, not all first years can kill a troll, let alone him killing that troll without magic. He saw the memories from Snape and had to say that having that kind of physical power at this age is abnormal for Orion's age. But he did know why Orion was physically that strong. Snape did tell him that Orion used to be weak and thus ended up creating a potion unknowingly to improve his body. No matter how many times he thinks about it, this sounds absurd in his mind, but he knows that Snape is an accomplished wizard. And if there is one thing which he will not lie about, then it's potion making. Dumbledore, after thinking about it a little, finally got a little curious and took out a big book about all the families of magical worlds. Even the families outside of Britain were recorded on this century-old book. Even the likes of Murden Emrys or Merlin are recorded here. But there was no Emrys line anymore. No one knew what happened to the Emrys line. He then one by one started to flip the names to find Ambrosius or D on any of the pages. But there was no luck. There was no Ambrosius family in magical Britain or any other part of the world. He just sighed. Other professors were thinking the same thing. McGonagall, Flitwick, and others who knew about later on talked about it in their free time. And while the student who they were talking about was in the room of requirement, I guess that this is the best time and opportunity to figure it out, whether I get the traits of animals and beasts whose power I absorb, Orion said. Orion asked the room to bring out weights for him to lift, trying to find out whether he got a troll's power. That's 120 kilograms, for an 11-year-old should be able to lift that much. There is no doubt about it. You now hold a little bit of that troll's physical power, Merlin said with raised eyebrows. Cool, Orion just gave that reaction. He wasn't very happy about that physical strength. What he wanted more was magical power, which he got, and that made him happy. He is still nowhere near a normal first-year level, but still, it was an improvement. So, I wanted to ask you this but never got the right time. Are you going after that Philosopher's Stone? Merlin asked, sounding like he didn't care much either way, but Orion knew better. I will go after it, yes. But not right now, Orion said with a smile. The reason why Orion wanted to learn runes so much faster was connected to the stones actually. With his mere power, there is no way that he can actually get that stone anytime soon. He will need runes to break into the underground section of the castle. Not to mention, the Mirror of Erised is still not placed there, meaning that there is a high chance that the stone is not down there. At least not yet. Orion, after doing his normal training and early morning magic integration, went to the main hall to get something to eat. But the moment he entered, he saw everyone staring at him like he was Merlin himself. He looked left and saw the Slytherins giving him a nasty glare. Hufflepuff and Ravenclaws gave him a curious look. And finally, Gryffindor, who almost started cheering on him arriving. Orion had no idea what was going on. He quickly finds Hermione and Rose and rushes to sit with them. Just like usual, Ron is late to wake up. Orion couldn't help but mutter inside his head. If this continues, then he might be late in at the only chance he might get to get himself a girlfriend. Merlin mused while looking at the two little girls eagerly waiting for Orion, and the moment he sat down, both of them sat near him, taking both sides. Orion didn't react. After all this time he knows that he won't win a battle of words with Merlin. That old man was more sly than the politicians from his last world. Now he really wondered whether what Merlin told him about not exactly being in Slytherin was true or not. What's going on with them? Orion asked Rose and Hermione while pointing towards basically all the students around him. You killed a mutant troll. You are famous, Rose said with excitement while Hermione also nodded. It was the Weasley twins. No one knows how they even knew about this, but now everyone knows, Hermione said, but she too sounded pretty excited about it. Being that popular guy in school is pretty dope and all, but in reality, Orion needs anything but attention towards himself. Not before he has enough power to defend himself. He doesn't want to have any kind of attention towards him. How did you do it? Hermione couldn't hold on anymore and finally asked. I exercise, Orion just said and started eating his meal. Not want to waste more time on this topic. There is no way a dirty blood like you can kill a troll, Malfoy said while Orion was moving towards his next class. Both Hermione and Rose are with him. I am now getting really irritated with this shameless boy. What kind of parents raised him to be like this? Merlin sounded pretty irritated. Rose and Hermione also were about to say something. They looked pretty angry, but before that Orion spoke. Look at me, Malfoy, and tell me, do you see a person who gives any f***ck's about what you think or say? Just quit wasting my time, already, Orion said and was about to go away. Say that once again, you mudblood. Malfoy apparently didn't like how Orion talked and took out his wand and aimed at him. Orion by reflex was about to pull out the wand from his hand but then stopped. His tense body relaxed. He didn't move and didn't even look at the extended hand which was holding the wand. I guess I am done playing the nice guy, Orion thought, and Merlin in his place looked at Orion with a knowing smile. His magic might be weak, but that doesn't mean that he can't do anything against Malfoy. In fact, there are many off-handed tactics that he can use. This was not the first time he was bullied. What you gonna do? Merlin asked with amusement. Nothing, just a warning. But this time not just with words, Orion replied, and Merlin knew what he was about to do. Orion didn't reply. He looked at both Rose and Hermione had their wands in their hands. Lower your wand, Hermione said. Shut it, mudblood. You are in no position to speak here. Before Malfoy replied, one of his lackeys said, pointing his wand towards her. Orion first looked around. Noticing that there are few students there at best and no professors, he decided to act. He wants to use his new skill/spell which Merlin taught him yesterday night. He slowly steps forward, getting closer to Malfoy, ignoring his wand like it doesn't even exist, and gets closer to his face before saying, I have limits. You are dangerously hovering around that limit. Let me tell you that I am not a bad man, but I am not a good man either. I am a dangerous man. A man who wants to live in peace, but assholes like you just can't stop shitting around. Orion said, and before Malfoy reacted, Orion put his hand on Malfoy's shoulder like they were friends. But in reality, he applied enough pressure to almost make Malfoy cry aloud. So, I dare you, I double dare you, you son of a bitch. Try to even so much as bark in front of me again and I will make sure that I put more holes in you than the cocks your whore of a mother needed inside her to create someone like you. Orion was slow and very clear with his words. Even Rose and Hermione had to really concentrate to listen to what he was saying. But they heard him and their eyes went wide like saucers. Girls like bad boys, while boys make girls bad. These two girls now had a hard time controlling the blush that appeared on their faces. But they only heard Orion's talking. They never experienced what Orion really did. Malfoy and his two idiot friends by now shaking inside and out. You really learn the devil's tongue in just one night. This is insane even for the likes of me. Merlin smiled and even laughed after seeing the three little snakes almost ready to piss themselves off. Devil's tongue is an intimation magic which requires very little magic and is pretty harmless. But those who can't control their fears and don't have mental fortitude, fall for this magic. This magic makes the speaker voice something which triggers fear in the target. And considering just how big of a coward Malfoy is, well, it's the best magic to use against him. At least until he grows some balls, that is. Merlin taught Orion this magic after Orion increased his magic. Thanks to the magical boost after absorbing the troll, Orion now had enough magic for Merlin to really teach him a useful technique. And Orion, being desperate to learn any kind of magic, ended up learning the magic under a night. Orion smiled after looking at this and taking both Rose and Hermione's hands. He got out of there. Good job, Rose said, and Hermione also nodded in a daze. Although they didn't feel the dread of Devil's Tongue but saw Malfoy literally shaking in his face. I aimed to please, Orion said and went to the class. One pretty girl on both sides. Christmas. After scaring Malfoy, and making him like a bitch he is, Orion had a long time of peace. Nothing worthwhile happens after that. Orion kept on working on his training and classes and increasing his magical power. Soon Christmas came and most of the students went home to meet their parents. Orion had the option to go out and enjoy the Muggle world, or better yet, go information hunting in the magical world. While he is at it, he could also draw magic from other magical animals as well. But he decided not to. Nowadays he is working hard on writing his book and completing the prototype of the broom he was working on. He completed the main runic structure needed to make the broom while reusing the wood he had from the old broom to make his prototype. The only thing which was holding him back was a focus. Something which can make his broom better than others. Thanks to Merlin's knowledge, he created a complex runic structure which will be much better than any other broom in terms of speed and maneuverability. The only problem was that he based this broom very similar to how a wand is created. Thus he needed a magical focus to complete his broom. The problem was that he didn't have any with him. He could get a phoenix feather from Red and surely his friends will give him as many as he wants, but that's not reliable. He was putting so much work into making his broom because he planned to mass produce it later and sell it. It will be one of those very expensive products which target only one person in the market in the wizarding world. Like those international teams, playing for the World Cup or something. They have to buy his brooms, just to stay in the competition. If their opponent's brooms are 3 to 4 times better than theirs, then they have to buy his brooms. Thus he gonna sell to everyone and use their disadvantage as leverage to sell more. Orion planned to charge good money for these better brooms, making them the equivalent of supercars in the wizarding world. But he needs to find a focus first. Orion, who was currently writing his book in the room of requirement with serene expression, signed as he completed another chapter of his book. "Are you done?" came the voice of Merlin, who was sleeping in the corner. Orion had to command the room to bring a bed for Merlin. "Yes," Orion replied, was about to get going but then suddenly stopped as things came to his mind. Something which he meant to ask Merlin for a long time. "Deathly Hallows, what do you know about them?" Orion asks in a nonchalant manner. But Merlin on the side knew why Orion asked this question. The reason was simple, one was right in front of him. Albus too many names Dumbledore should have already given Rose his father's invisibility cloak. Orion wanted that cloak, it was part greed but also the significant importance of an artifact like that was immense. "Don't think about them, they are the cursed objects. My best advice is to stay away from them," Merlin said, his usual grandfatherly/funny uncle images returning back to his Merlin god of magic one. Orion noticed the change in the facial features and didn't react much. After staying this long with Merlin, he knew him well enough to tell apart when he was just joking, which to his surprise he does a lot, and when he is dead serious. And this was one of those times when he was serious. Orion now was hooked, wanting to know why Merlin was this serious about those Deathly Hallows. He was sure that there was something which he was not telling him. "Okay, but you need to tell me why. I know that there is a story behind it, isn't it?" Orion asked with a smile as the story was about to begin. It is strange how knowing about what happened in history from Merlin has become a relaxing time for him since when he had started his magical training. He just didn't have much time for himself, let alone time to spend with his few friends. He couldn't even attend the Quidditch match before when Rose won against the Slytherin team. He promised himself that from the second year, he would spend more time with his friends. Well, I guess this was coming no matter what. Fine, I will explain the mystery behind death and those Deathly Hallows. Remember when I told you that in the history of this world, there have been 2 great magical collapses? Merlin asked and Orion just nodded in affirmation, signaling Merlin to start. As you already know, there used to be many powerful creatures living in the world, as our Earth is a planet which has a chaotic core. In science, it might mean unstable but in the magical term, it means that Earth creates magic from its core. I will not go into many details with this but just remember that not all planets are like this, and only those planets which have a chaotic core can give birth to life. Mind you, I am not saying sustained life, that's different. I am saying to give birth to life. Magic is chaos, chaos in the universe is the only thing which defies the natural order of the universe, thus it can create life. Those beings who can harness this chaos can become really powerful to the point that they couldn't live without magic. Back then, there used to be a human who wanted all this magical power for himself. That was one of the royals, a true pure blood of the ancient era, some of the strongest wizards of all time. That royal got power from a higher being who used to walk on this planet many millennia ago. That royal cheated the natural law of the world. The law is magic which I have yet to explain and teach you. You can consider it a kind of magic which is much more powerful than other magic, but it is harder to do this magic. One must have a certain degree of control over the natural order of the world. It's like being able to bring back to dead to life and much more. This royal tries to control the natural order through chaos. This is a sin. Chaos and order do not exist together in this world. Only law can bring some changes to the existing order, and there is no way to control it. But this person, a witch to be exact, broke those orders by using all the chaos of this world against that order. That was the first collapse of the magical world. Not only she was cursed to live her life alone, far away from the world of the living, but also the magical ley lines of Earth were destroyed. Magical density was lost and many magical beings, who needed dense magic to survive, perished, or left the world. She became what we call now death. Death is a concept. Before you mistook her for real death, let me tell you, she is just using the name and she is not the real death. But calling her the mistress of death is also not wrong either, as she does hold the greatest command on the law of death. This was the rule she actually broke back then. He wanted to control death, a natural order which can be delayed but can't be avoided. This resulted in her being perishing from the world of the living. She ended up taking the Alice of Death. She had thousands if not millions of years to control the power of death. If she were to come back, then she is nothing less than a god, and believe me, she has tried to come back. To come back, she needs control over life, a completely opposite law. She over the years has gotten strong by causing chaos in the world and harvesting the life of creatures who died before their destined time, making herself stronger. For example, consider a pandemic. Many people died before their time, and she absorbed their remaining power. She can't gain any power if the natural life of a person comes to an end, on its own. That is beyond her. Over the years, she had caused much suffering to make herself strong, but couldn't come back. The two things which are stopping her from coming back are the natural order and the law of life. She can't get her life back as she has no control over life. And lastly, for a powerful being like her, this world as it is not suitable. She needs to first repair the broken ley lines which she once destroyed to survive whenever she comes back. Merlin took his time after telling all of this. Orion was still processing everything in his mind. He was about to ask something but Merlin spoke first. Deathly Hallows are cursed objects which she created by using her power and knowledge of the law of death. Everyone who uses it is meant to suffer in their life and ultimately she will claim their souls in due time. Ever wonder where the spell Avada Kedavra came from or why it's so powerful or unblockable? It is because she infuses her power in this spell, and whoever uses this spell will lose their mind in due time. They don't know but they directly draw magic from her and thus owe her a debt, a payment in return for this power. Something which they have to pay in due time, Merlin said and let Orion process. Don't tell me that the one you wanted me to fight was her, Orion asked after pondering about the situation for a while. Merlin on the other side didn't reply directly. I don't want you to face her, no. I want you to lock her down. When I learned about her, I dedicated the rest of my life to finding a solution to stop her. I did, but I didn't have much time nor the ability to stop her. So I did the only thing which I could. I gave my life and preserved myself to find and teach the one who could do what I couldn't, Merlin said. Orion breathed hard, only now understanding just what kind of shitty future awaits him. He looked at the candle which was about to run out and the clock which said that it was almost morning. I'll do it, Orion muttered before he could even think about it. What is the point of getting strong if I can't save myself and my love once the time comes, Orion said with confidence. He was not sure actually, but just remembering how boring and pointless his life was before coming to the Harry Potter world, he knew one thing: even if he died, he gonna die as a hero. Someone who did what he wanted and didn't have any regrets in his life. Merlin after hearing this couldn't help but smile, finally breaking his serious image and coming back to his usual self. Orion was about to get going but suddenly stopped as something came to his mind and he asked, "What way did you find to beat death?" Orion asked, now wondering what possibly be strong enough to beat an enemy who is stronger than level 7 which Merlin reached in his lifetime. I might tell you someday, but as for the power level, well, let's say if I was 7 in my heyday then she has to be a 9, Merlin said with a little amused tone, knowing fully well how Orion is gonna react. Learning the real reason why Deathly Hallows exists was a shocker for Orion. Learning about the true face behind death was an even bigger shock. He never anticipated that this world had such a long time of history working in the shadow. After complimenting the situation, he suddenly found himself just shook his head and decided not to think too much about the future right now, not like he could do anything about it as he was right now anyway. He needs to get stronger and that is the only thing he knows so far. Getting out of the room of requirement, he took out the Marauder's map from his pocket, and said slowly, I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. Immediately the map came to life, ink appeared with some complex magic and took the shape of Hogwarts. Orion used the map to avoid anyone who might be patrolling the castle late at night, but today was a little different as he saw 2 names which made him take a double look at the map. Why, I'm not surprised, Rose Potter and Nick Iron, outside of the dorm in the time of curfew. Merlin on the sideline said while Orion pondered the reason they could be outside right now. When it comes to Nick, he has no idea. The boy has been a mystery to him as magic itself. Orion wanted to follow him around, but considering how handicapped he is in magic, he decided not to go around, looking for trouble. Rose is a different case though. Not only the girl is a good friend but she also the original protagonist of this world. He searched through his mind palace, searching all the memories to find what could cause Rose to roam around the castle at this hour, and then he suddenly opened his eyes in recognition. She is looking for Nicholas Flamel, most likely finding clues for the Philosopher's Stone, Orion mutters and decides to go after her. Harry Potter from the canon story found the Mirror of Eris this time in the story. Orion, if he gets a chance to study the mirror, can come up with a solution to get the Philosopher's Stone out of the mirror with the help of Merlin. Orion slowly moved towards the library. Surprisingly both Rose and Nick went to the library for some reason. Sounds very sus, was Orion's response to it, but maybe the even bigger mystery was how they missed each other. Maybe Rose spotted Nick, considering that she has the invisibility cloak, it makes sense. Orion slowly entered the library, making sure not to make any noise, and alert Nick who was going on his merry way and Filch who had nothing better to do than make trouble for excellent students like him. Actually, he long learned the weak Silencio charm. With increased magic it's still a little hard to cast for him but he can do it, and thus with that and the Marauder's map, it was pretty easy for Orion to sneak around. When he entered the library it looked nothing less than a haunted room with its dark and eerie environment and chilling temperature. He thought twice to just let the girl do her off-the-school homework and go back to his dorm. He saw Rose taking out a book and reading it, very attentively so as she never saw Orion sneaking around her. Miss Potter, you have been a very naughty girl, Orion silently came behind Rose and with a low voice said. He just wanted to tease Rose a little. He didn't even realize that he unconsciously activated his devil's tongue magic which he was practicing so much that now whenever he wanted to talk slowly with building suspense, he unconsciously activated this magic. He immediately realized what he had just done but the damage was already done. He saw Rose freeze up, the book she was holding slide from her hand. Good thing that Orion had his wand in his hand and with a simple flick of his wand, stopped the book from falling to the floor and making noise. After increasing his power, he has long learned almost all the basic spells and now can do it without even wand movement and spells. But the problem of power was still there and it showed when he couldn't hold up a relatively heavy object like a book with his current magical strength and drop the book, but it was a soft landing, not making much more noise than he should. Rose was not expecting anyone to be in the library at this hour, but there was someone. Nick Iron, a first-year Slytherin student, was there. Rose knew him because he was the only other student besides Orion who got good marks in the potions. She had no idea what he was doing in the library at this hour and wasn't ready to put her nose in other people's business. So, she just waited until he was done and gone. Rose also noticed that he took out a book with him. It was something to do with wards. What are wards? She wondered. The term was a little familiar to her but couldn't remember where she heard the word. But that didn't matter to her as she then started searching for clues for Nicholas Flamel. She, Hermione and Ron only had this name to go off with. There were no other clues, and the restricted section of the library was the only place where she could find any clues about this Nicholas Flamel. She half doubted that Orion could have helped them, but Ron didn't want to include more people in his mission there, and not to mention Mr. Ambrosius hardly stayed with them, always reading something, doing some sort of exercise or God knows what. Rose couldn't help but pouted at this. She wanted to spend more time with her first friend, but the said friend had no time to spare. She remembered how Orion bitch slap Malfoy and make him run away with his tail between his legs. A little giggle appear on her cute face when thinking about that day. For the first time she saw how strong Orion could be. She wonders whether she could be as strong as Orion. Miss Potter, you have been a very naughty girl. Suddenly a voice which sent shivers through her body came from her back. Her body felt like she hit a petrificus totalis spell. There was an increased sense of rush in her body, and unlike how Orion had suspected, it was not only fear but also excitement. Excitement, Devil's Tongue, is a magical technique which simulates the emotions of the target and imposes the caster's emotions on them. Merlin originally taught this technique to Orion so that he has a way to get out of the troublesome situation by scaring those snort-not kids. Orion too only thought that it is useful for intimidating a target, but that was clearly not the case here. Rose suddenly heard Orion's whisper. Although was a little shaken, there was clear excitement inside her. Blood started to rush onto her face while an unknown feeling started occupying her body. This feeling was not pain or fear, as she was most aware of this feeling, and this feeling was not happiness either. It was a strange rush inside her which made her body warm, and her anticipation about what was next to come skyrocketed. Orion was baffled by the strange reaction he got from Rose, as the girl was panting a little suddenly while holding onto her skirt, not even looking back at him, to at least figure out who sneaks up to her. But after a little prompt to a lesson from Merlin about the Devil's Tongue, he realized what happened here. He just projected his excitement and intimate feeling onto Rose with this magic. This magic is much more dangerous than I expected. Talk a little more and I might get all the girls in the school to share a bed with me by the end of the month, Orion muttered to himself, but there was a blush on his face, like he was doubting himself now, that he won't actually do that in reality. If you want to, then sure. I already lost my V-card when I was 13, and we are talking about a time when women only used to spread their legs for their husbands by the religion, let alone a 13-year-old. Merlin almost sounded smug about it. Damn, was I the only one who never got any action? Orion seriously questioned his life at this point, but then sighed. Taking out a wand, he cast a refreshing charm on Rose. This charm was his own creation, and just like the name, it could refresh a person. He created it so could study more for longer hours. Of course, there is a limit of this spell and it doesn't work if the target is really too tired, but he did break out Rose from her daze. Orion, what are you doing here? Rose asked in surprise the moment she came out of her daze, immediately picking up the dropped book and hiding it away. Orion just smiled at the cute reaction. It was pretty cute, her acting all flustered and all. Well, Ms. Potter, I can ask you the same question. Orion narrowed his eyes on the book in her hands and gave a knowing smile which made Rose more conscious. Come on, we better get going. It will be troublesome if someone finds us here, Orion said and motioned her to move. She hesitated as she still had yet to learn about Nicholas Flamel, but seeing Orion waiting, not to mention the strange emotion she had just now after hearing his voice, she just followed him. Nicholas Flamel is an alchemist and creator of the only known philosopher's stone. In their way, Orion ended up answering all of Rose's questions and even told her about Nicholas Flamel. Rose's eyes widened after getting the entire picture. Orion could practically feel the motor inside her head moving and coming to a conclusion about the stone and the hidden thing in the basement. But she didn't tell Orion, maybe because it was not the right time, or she wanted to talk about this to Hermione first. Orion too didn't ask much. Actually, he was leading her to the Mirror of Erist. He needed her to be with him, considering that a certain Lord of Light might be keeping tabs on the mirror. What is that? Rose, who was struggling to decide whether just to disclose their entire business with the stone and Nicholas Flamel or first talk about this to Hermione, after watching the mirror in hesitation and nervousness, spoke to break the silence. It's a really handy thing which we can use to see our image, and beautiful girls like you like to dress up in front of it. We call it a mirror. Orion didn't hold back a bit of teasing. Rose groaned internally, acting like an idiot all of a sudden, but she backtracked and recalled his words. Beautiful was the word where she stopped her mind. She had no idea why she was feeling like this all of a sudden towards Orion, but there were butterflies in her stomach. A very prominent literature saying which I can't understand, but I'm using it here anyways. Stay sharp, Dumbledore is hiding in the dark. While Orion was having a great time teasing Rose, he heard Merlin and immediately activated his mind shields to suppress his emotions and hide away all the important memories. Rose, seeing that Orion was not teasing her anymore, finally could stop blushing and, to change the subject, went in front of the mirror to look at herself. But she didn't just see herself, there were her parents there with her. Her eyes couldn't help but widen and her entire demeanor changed. Orion noticed that and waited for Rose to reboot. These are my parents, Rose said with a shaky voice while slightly touching the mirror. This was the time when Orion came forward and tentatively grabbed her stretched hand and said, I show not your face, but your heart's desire, Orion said with a loud voice to bring back Rose from her daze. She stared at the mirror with a little longing and then shifted her watery eyes towards Orion, who was still holding her hands. But just before she shifted her eyes from the mirror, she noticed the reflection changing. She didn't have time to examine it fully, but she knew that it had changed after Orion held her hand, and she also noticed that it was her all grown up and beside her. Meaning what we see in this mirror is not real, but what we want in our deepest desires, Orion said while sending a smile towards Rose, already knowing that she was longing for her parents. But unknown to him or Dumbledore, what she was seeing now was not her parents at all, and she was not planning to tell what she saw to anyone anytime soon. Orion then felt a little pressure on his hand, noticing that Rose was holding down his hand with a little more force. Well, she is still a small girl after all, lonely and alone. I was not much better when I was her age back then. Orion felt a little bad for her. What do you see? Rose asked, wanting to change the attention from her as soon as possible. She couldn't see herself in the mirror like she was right now, but she knew that he had a blush on her face which she desperately wanted to hide. Orion replied, looking at the mirror, almost keeping in mind that Dumbledore was watching him. I see darkness, Orion said with a serious face. Rose was pondering over what Orion told her yesterday night, and unknown to her, a certain Lord of Light was also pondering over his words. She was staring at the fireplace while sitting all alone in the main hall. The only person she barely talked to there was Ron, who was stuck to his wizard chess all day. Unlike the canon, Rose here was much more familiar and open to Hermione, thanks to them being in the same dorm and even in the same room. Thus she didn't connect that well with Ron here. Staring at the fire, like it was the mirror from yesterday, she first hallucinated about her parents. She saw them in the mirror of Arist yesterday. The loneliness in her sad eyes was apparently to anyone who had faced the same loneliness in their past. Ron on the other hand couldn't connect much. But the image of her parents didn't stay for long, as then she saw the next image, and there was a slight blush with a complicated expression on her face. She was all grown up and there was a man standing beside her, hand in hand. Both were smiling. She had never seen this man before, but the handsome look with lengthy black hair and almost shining blue eyes. She was suspicious about his identity, as she believed that she knew the man, or at least the boy who would become this man in future. This had been bothering her since yesterday. Why he was there, what she really wanted in her heart, she didn't know anymore. I see darkness, Orion said. She remembered what he said yesterday and looked at the fire once again. Darkness, she couldn't help but mutter out. What Orion said yesterday was in her mind all night. Well, Orion as a whole was in her mind, but Rose will not accept it even if someone bet her seeker position on it. In particular, didn't understand much about what Orion said. It was a little complicated for an 11-year girl, but she understands that he told those things to cheer her up. But suddenly she realized that she was again thinking about the same boy who didn't let her sleep all night, because she kept thinking about it, and for no other reason, I promise. She shook her head and pressed her hands on her face, trying to hide the small creeping blush and remove those mesmerizing blue eyes and that husky voice which gave her shivers out of her head. She didn't realize, but the effect of Devil's Tongue was still going hard on her, at least psychologically. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore was a good man, or at least he wanted others to believe that he was a good man. He himself couldn't though. He used to be very ambitious back when he was young, at one point even wanted to rule the world with his significant other, a certain dark lord, but that all changed with the death of her sister Ariana Dumbledore. Now he just wanted peace. He worked hard to achieve this peace, even had to defeat his lover and make him a prisoner. But what he will never admit is that he still has ambition for power. He still has ambition for glory and above all the urge to control. He is a manipulator who drove Tom Riddles to such a degree. He never wanted to, but he did, and things got out of his hands. He let Rose be raised in an abusive house just to later manipulate her. And there were countless more times when he, for the greater good, sacrificed those around him, those who chose light over darkness, and he did all of this just to achieve his only single goal in life. No one knew this goal besides him, and he never told about this to anyone. Light is just as blinding as darkness. Dumbledore couldn't help but repeat what he heard yesterday night and frown with a very complicated expression on his face. Orion D. Ambrosius, this boy's magic is weak, but his mind is extraordinary. Dumbledore stopped his thinking and remembered what the child said to Rose yesterday. Flashback. I see darkness, Orion said with a neutral expression, and both Rose and Dumbledore after hearing this were a little taken aback. All I see is darkness, I can't even see myself, Orion said again, and Rose, who was listening to him, got confused and worried for the boy who suddenly held her hand with all affection and care, talking about darkness and in all serious tone. Dumble on the side too got curious. Rose was about to say something, but then Orion again talked. Everything is dark except one source of light, Orion said while still staring into the mirror. Remember that the strongest of souls are often sent to the darkest of places. It is in the dark where they find their purest self. You see, Rose, too little light can cause blindness, but too much light does the same. Light is just as blinding as darkness, Orion said, fully knowing that much of it was going above her head, but maybe a certain stalker could understand. But unknown to him, his words almost felt like daggers to that stalker. I believe that it's a privilege to be born in the darkness and then given an opportunity to follow the light. Life is not fair, I agree, but it's not cruel either. If it's taken so much from you, then it has given you back as well. You don't realize it yet. Do you think that those surrounded by light have it better? Think again. They are blinded by light, they don't know where they are going, and they are just as clueless and directionless as a person surrounded by darkness. Only a person who has darkness understands the value of light. In fact, we can only truly follow the light when we are surrounded by darkness. It's a choice which life gives to a few individuals. A choice to truly find one's calling. And that is why I called it a privilege. Yes, it's unfair, I agree. Darkness will torture you, physically and mentally, and when you come out of it, if you ever choose to come out of it, you will be unrecognizable. Orion finally turned his gaze from the mirror to Rose, who was trying to comprehend what Orion was trying to say. Not fair, I know, but life is not fair, but it's not cruel either, as it gives you an opportunity which many might never get in their entire life even if they search for it. Life gave you a chance to follow your true calling, as only those who can follow the path of truth who are surrounded by darkness and can only see light, and willingly choose to follow it. So don't pity yourself or down on your life. You are in a position where many dream that they could have been. Not because it is a nice place to be in, but only because it is at this position where you can really find your true calling. You can find the light and the path to follow, Orion said and sighed. Maybe that was a little too much philosophy for an 11-year-old. Orion turns back, getting out of there, but while getting out he remembers to say the last words, mainly repeating what he said to her in the starting. Remember that only the strongest of the souls are often sent to the darkest of the places, as it is in the dark where they find their purest of self. It is in the darkness where they become the strongest version of their self. It is in the darkness where they can truly follow the light. Those words stuck not only with Rose but even more with Dumbledore than even he or Orion realized. While getting out, Merlin said, "Don't you think that you went a little far there?" Merlin asked, already knowing what exactly Orion saw in the mirror. "Well, I agree that that was a little too cringe for someone who is coming from the 21st century, but come on, I can't tell her that I saw anime girls with big titties, now can I?" Orion groaned with embarrassment and just thanked God that he and Merlin were the only one who really knows what he saw. Throughout Christmas time, Orion worked pretty hard on his self-made broom. By the end of the Christmas break, Orion was almost done with a prototype. When it comes to the core of the broom, he just borrows a magical snake's tongue from Hagrid. And it worked. The runic array he created accepted the magical core. Now the different magical cores will produce different results, but that all can be handled when he starts the business. He was just happy that he had created his broom and completed Merlin's task. He himself learned a lot about ancient magic and runes during the production of this broom. Now he just needed to find someone to test the broom out. His magic was still not enough to use the broom properly. Once the broom passed that last test, he was actually going ahead and thinking about creating a business out of it. Orion was contained by his progress and was about to go back to his dorm when he suddenly heard a voice from his back. "Orion." He turned back to see Hermione, Rose, and Ron running towards him with worries in their eyes. Their movement was fast, which gave Orion a sense of urgency in their behavior. "What's going on? Why you guys are not going back to the dorms? It's already pretty late. The curfew will start very soon," Orion asked, trying to figure out what put them in so much hurry. "Come with us." Rose almost grabbed him and pulled, startling him, but he could easily resist. He was thinking about resisting, considering that time and them being the golden trio who is famous for breaking rules, but then Hermione also grabbed him. He just accepted his fate and just followed. To Orion's surprise, he found himself in front of Hagrid's home. No idea what they were doing there, but he was planning on visiting Hagrid to thank him for providing him with a magical snake tongue as a core for his broom, so he went along with it anyways. But when they went inside, they found that Hagrid was hiding a dragon egg there. Orion was deadpan at this. Somehow the story corrected itself and brought back to this point. Maybe the only difference was that he was here with the Golden Trio and Harry was a girl. While the Golden Trio was talking with Hagrid, Orion used his mind palace to resurface all the memories he had about the first Harry Potter movie and remember what could possibly happen after this. He also noticed the dragon egg. He was thinking of absorbing the magical power, but then frowned, thinking how he might kill the dragon before it can even be born. Signing, he was about to enter into the conversation and ask his friends to go back now, but just like in the canon, a certain shithead ended up spotting them in Hagrid's hut. "Malfoy." Ron said the name like a curse. Hermione and Rose hadn't heard from Malfoy after Orion last time completely frightened him. Orion on the sideline just signed. When he was called by Professor McGonagall, he was just standing there with eyes like Saitama, like he didn't even care about what going on. "All 5 of you will serve detention," Professor McGonagall said, even pointing at Malfoy that he is no exception. Orion didn't want to say, but even he felt this plot being forced on him by the author. "If you want to send me to the Forbidden Forest, then at least find an original reason, man." And that's how all 5 of them ended up coming back to Hagrid's hut to serve detention under him. "I can't believe that I have to do this," Draco bitched more and more, while others were getting tired of him. As all of them enter the Forest of Death, Hagrid decided to slip into 2 teams to find a death or soon-to-be death unicorn. Orion didn't even bother to act like he was paying attention. He knew what was happening. "All right, Rose, Hermione, Orion, and Fang, you are one team, and I, Malfoy and Ron will be on one team," Hagrid said, "and I mean, why not? People want to see the chemistry between the 2 girls and our dear MC than constant bitching of Malfoy, right? Sorry, I didn't want to put much time into things which are already canon, at least not in the first year. They will not serve much. And thus I rushed through the entire thing." And so Orion was here, getting sandwiched by 2 girls and followed by a dog in a freaking jungle, which is magical and very dangerous, by the way, in the middle of the night. I am not sure that splitting up was such a good plan," Hermione, a little frightened, couldn't help but say after hearing scary voices coming from the forest around her. She unconsciously got a little closer to Orion. The reluctance of going any further was clear on her face. She at least felt a little safer remembering how Orion saved her from Malfoy and even the troll. Especially the troll. That one was awesome, and even she had to agree to that. Unknown to her, there was a little blush on her face. "Do you see where I am going with this?" Rose on the other hand, literally almost holding Orion's other hand, aka getting sandwich, was also reminiscing not about the dangerous forest or the poor unicorn that they needed to save but the boy beside her and what she saw in the mirror. But our MC, like a gigachad, was not even paying attention to the two girls beside him. The only thing right now on his mind was the opportunity he had to absorb a magical beast in the forest. After all, titties and butts are temporary, while the grind is eternal. But joking aside, he was really planning to find some magical animals to absorb and get strong fast. He was sick and tired of being that weak character who was almost hospitalized because he tried to make a feather float. While getting inside the forest, Orion, who had much better senses, sensed a magical disturbance happening. He narrowed his eyes. Salvio Hexia. Orion instantly recognized what kind of spell he was feeling. While he didn't have magic, he was working on his other aspects like detection and knowledge about magic itself. A form of magical defense, Salvio Hexia is a protective spell that is used to shield an area or an object from hexes or jinxes and even make people invisible if movies are to be believed. For those who don't know, I say that we should check it out, Merlin replied, and Orion too nodded a little. But what the hell is he supposed to do with these two girls and that dog? He has a soft spot for dogs and can't exclude him from his I should protect them list. He, after pondering much, decided to make them hide here, that much better to bring them with him in that possibly dangerous situation. He glanced at them, their eyes meeting, and instantly an incredibly advanced mental prompt was sent to their minds. While not having any other magic thanks to his particular condition, he mostly spent his time on training and absorbing magic from the environment and religiously trained in the mind arts. He is right now, thanks to his insane talents which will reveal themselves as he gets a little more magically capable, and thanks to Merlin, one of the best, if not the best mind art user out there. What others have is not even close to what Merlin has taught him about the mind arts. Shame that he can't use this on Malfoy because he is still wearing the Heir's Ring, which gave him an artificial occlumency shield, and Orion doesn't have strong enough magic to break those shields. Anyways, after putting them into an illusion that they were following a straight path, but in reality they were rotating in a circle, in an area where they are most likely to be safe. Orion finally rushes towards that magical barrier, wanting to know what the hell is going on there. Orion had nothing but his senses to track the magical signature he was feeling. He also had to make sure that he didn't reveal his presence while roaming around the forest. Salvio Hexia is a spell which will conceal the user from others, meaning while he can't see the person who cast the spell, the same is not the case with the caster. It's here, don't go any further, Merlin said, and Orion too agreed, also sensing that the concealing charm was almost right in front of him. He looked around, a little creeped out by the eerie forest and nasty voices he was hearing. At least darkness was never a problem for him thanks to the vampire he absorbed. In fact, thanks to the vampire his smelling power also increased, although he can't spell what was inside the charm, but he could spell the outside, and he was sure that he knew this smell. I can't see shit from here. Either I have to break the charm, which will make me the immediate target, or I have to find a way to see through the charm, Orion said inside his mind, talking with Merlin. There does exist a kind of magic which can do that, but it is hard to learn. Even you will need more than just a night to learn it. For the time being though, don't focus on that, focus more on sensing. With sensing alone you can figure out a lot, Merlin advised, and Orion slightly nodded in confirmation. He then closes his eyes after properly hiding his presence and focuses entirely on his senses. It was hard, the charm was even blocking magic leakage from inside of the invisible magic dome, but Orion was able to get a little bit of feeling about what kind of magic was inside, and he didn't like it a bit. Death, Merlin narrowed his eyes. I know this feeling, I've seen this magic before, it's the killing curse. Orion thought. He was unsure whether he would be able to sense it or not, but he did it fairly quickly, surely having something to do with his extraordinary magic sense and the strong dark magic being used inside the charm. Back then when fighting the vampire, he almost got hit by the killing curse. He still got goosebumps after remembering that particular incident. It took a while, but Orion, with the help of Merlin, was able to determine that there was only one person inside the protective charm. The magical power they sensed was similar to a 6th or maybe even 7th year student. He was also worried about the two girls he left behind and had to go to them. After deciding that he would not get much from here, he was about to turn back, but then the charm fell and a boy came out, or to be more precise, became visible. Normal Slavio Hexia can't hide the caster if the caster uses magic inside the charm's range, but this shield held up even after this person was using killing curses. Orion without a doubt was very cautious now. Slowly the moonlight illuminated the place. It was not enough for humans, but his eyes were able to recognize the face of the person in front of him. Orion's, who was hiding behind a tree, slightly retreated and his pupils constricted. Nick Iron, why I am not surprised, Merlin said with a little disdain in his voice. Orion didn't notice it though and was more focused on the wand Nick was holding. This magical signature. Orion was suspicious of something but couldn't tell whether his suspicions were on point. Merlin, who knew what he was thinking, just said, "Yes, you are not mistaken. It's the same kind of magic you felt near a deathly hallow. That wand is an item from the mistress of death herself." Orion took a deep breath, calming himself down. The aura Nick was emitting was fierce. "You mean to say that is the Elder Wand?" Orion asked in confusion, but to this Merlin didn't directly reply, as he too was confused himself. "Yes, it is an Elder Wand, but the strange thing is that Dumbledore is in possession of the Elder Wand. I have noticed, they even looked similar," Merlin replied with confusion clearly apparent on his face. "There are two Elder Wands. Orion's thoughts immediately questioned the knowledge he has about the Harry Potter world. He soon saw Nick leaving, relieved that he had not found out. I seriously need to get stronger. I am sure that things are not simple with that guy, Orion said, not waiting for the nod which Merlin sent towards him, and ran towards the girls he left behind in the forest alone. The illusion should end pretty soon and he should go to them. While running, Orion suddenly caught a shadow, and his movement immediately halted. Thanking that the shadow didn't notice himself, he discreetly went on. But before he could even find the girls, he encountered the very thing they were here to look for. A dying unicorn in all its glory. Knowing that the shadow, most likely Voldy, went in the opposite direction to where the girls were, Orion took the chance to approach the dying unicorn. This is sure a beautiful creature, Orion couldn't help but admire. The moonlight was falling beautifully on the body of the magical creature. Silver blood was also there, as Orion remembered that in the movies, unicorn's blood was shown as silver. He slowly stretches his hands to touch the dying animal and feel him dying. He could practically feel the magic draining from him and life slipping out. Absorb his power, Merlin said from the side. What? But he is already dying. If I do that, then there is no way that we can save him, Orion hurriedly said. There is already no way to save him, and leaving him here alone will be more cruel. You can end it without much pain for him. Merlin advice. Are you sure that there is no way to save him? Orion asked with reluctance. Although he wanted to get stronger, but not at the expense of pure creatures like a unicorn. There are ways, in fact, there are many. But the way you are right now, you can't do anything. Only when you have stronger magic is when you can really save someone. Merlin laid the hard facts in front of Orion, making him frown. Orion looked back at the dying animal and said, "Are you okay with that?" "Sorry, I can't save you, but I can give you a painless death," Orion said while slowly caressing the fur of the dying animal. Unicorn was pretty smart, and he just let his head fall to the ground, not even resisting much to Orion's touches anymore. This time though, Orion didn't need Merlin's help but figured out that the unicorn agreed. And thus he slowly started. For the first time, pure and untainted power rushed inside him, making him groan a little with delight. It was like he was a dragonborn absorbing the soul of a dragon, or at least the display of magic was similar to that. Power was flowing through Orion's magical circuit. He took a deep breath after fully assimilating the newfound power added to his reservoir. This feels like Christmas. Orion had a big cute smile on his face, and he quickly asked Merlin, "How much, compared to a normal first year, how much my magic has caught up?" Orion quickly asked. He even forgot to talk in his mind and asked it out loud, forgetting for a second that he was in a deadly forest in his excitement. It's hard to say just by looking, but I will say almost near a normal first-year student, about 70% to 80%. Merlin gave his honest thought, which sent Orion to another round of victory dance, but that didn't last long as he then looked down on the now dead unicorn and his smile faltered. "Don't think too much about it. You can save others in the future if you have power," Merlin sensed Orion's thought and said. The problem was that for someone like Orion who has excellent magical sense, thanks to his daily integration practice, he has developed keen senses for magic. He can feel the sadness on the dead of a pure creature like a unicorn. Orion too just nodded at this and got up. Looking around, he was ready to move out, but at this time he heard Rose and Hermione's voice. Scream. Orion's heart sank. He gritted his teeth. He remembered that shadow was not moving towards Rose or Hermione, and without a second's delay, he launched off towards the girls. Orion was fast. Not only did he have an excellent physique and speed, but thanks to absorbing a unicorn now, he also had some of his traits too. So he rushed towards the girls with unmatching speed. The moment he arrived, he saw two girls screaming after seeing a spider which was the size of a cat. Both comically were backing off from the advancing spider, totally forgetting that they were witches and could use magic. Sigh. Orion just took out his wand and without calling out a spell made the spider float. This time though it was much easier. Rose and Hermione were confused like no one else. They found themselves circling a tree for 20 minutes straight. What happened? They had no idea, but seeing that Orion was not there, both girls got worried and went around searching for him. When they encountered this cat-sized spider, fun fact, Ron is not the only one scared in the Golden Trio. In fact, all three of them are afraid of the spiders. Maybe in canon that was not the case, as Harry was not afraid, but Rose here is afraid of them. Just when the spider was about to jump on them, it started floating midair. Both the girls were confused when they heard the familiar voice. "I was looking for you too. Where were you?" Orion said, still holding his wand and making the spider float, not letting it move. Both girls got up and immediately rushed towards Orion, getting close, finally feeling a little safe. Or maybe it was just away from that disgusting spider. "We are not sure. We got lost," Rose said, and Hermione supported her friend's struggle to explain their situation to the boy they liked. The boy they liked? 1 minute, what? No, she means like as a friend, of course. Hermione is the smartest to observe something. Rose was holding Orion's hand while talking to him. She blinked, without even thinking much as her body worked on autopilot. She came between them, taking both of their hands into her, breaking their contact and dragging her. "Come on, we better get out of here," Hermione said without looking at both of them. Orion and Rose too just agreed and followed Hermione. Merlin on the side had a faint smile on his face. "Seems like I won't be much bored in the future if this drama unfolds. But as his teacher, I should also help in making his love life a little more chaotic. After all, where will this old man get this level of entertainment and blackmail material?" Merlin said, a devilish smile on his face, making him look like a perverted uncle from an anime. After regrouping with others, all of them return back to the castle, but not before Rose gets a personal message from a centaur. Because without that the story will not progress right. Upon returning, all 4 Gryffindors went to their dorms together. Ron was so tired and scared, but he won't accept, so don't mention it, that he ended up directly falling asleep. Orion and the girls on the other hand had a little awkward moment. Orion was not planning to go to his dorms. The girl on the other hand wanted to say something, but even they were not sure what. They just didn't want to end the day like this. It will be much later that they will realize why they felt like this. But our Gigachad didn't even care. He isn't into lolies. Nick was having a bad day. He wasted his entire Christmas, not like he remembered the last time he had a happy Christmas, searching for a way to remove Dumbledore's ward. Thanks to Elder Wand he has the power to destroy the ward, but then Dumbledore will learn about it. He is not even as strong a Hogwarts pass-out. He can't face Dumbledore, Elder Wand, or not. He vowed to kill him, but he needed more strength for that, not to mention. To release his frustration he went out of the castle, but he had a feeling that someone was trailing him. No, it's like 3 people are trailing him. He suspects that one of these people is Snape, but not sure about the rest too. Today the person he sensed was different from Snape or that other person, but it was not new. He felt a familiar feeling, like he had been through this before. He couldn't help but think about the start of the year, on the very first night in Hogwarts, when he was going towards the room of requirement. He felt this presence then. Nick just internally grew and hid away the Elder's Wand before entering the Hogwarts castle. Rose, Hermione, and Ron just ended their class, and their mind was still on the stone and what the centaur said to Rose in the forest. It was Voldemort who killed the unicorn to drink its blood. After learning this from the centaur, Golden Trio just couldn't let the stone out of their mind. Both Rose and Hermione looked around, and as a rare case, they saw Orion not just disappearing out of the class. They both were about to call out for him, but then Rose also saw Hagrid. Something just clicked in her head and she went towards Hagrid. Orion saw this, just smiled a little and then got going. He just sent a mental prompt to Rose's head to make her suspicious about Hagrid getting a dragon egg suddenly. While making sure that the story will go just like the canon, Orion aimed to move first. He rushed towards the 3rd floor. Before either Quirrell or his friends made a move, he planned to take the stone for himself. So we are finally going for the stone? Merlin asked with a little excitement. Orion just nodded at this. While moving through the corridors he made sure that no one spotted him. Wait a minute, there is a ward here, Merlin said, spotting the ward, but he noticed that Orion noticed the ward himself. He just smirked at the improvement Orion was making every day. Just 1 year and he was this far in his magical studies. Is there any way to break the ward, without alerting the person who erected it? Orion asked in confusion. He only had basic knowledge about wards. Well, there are many, but you can't do them yet. It advanced stuff, not to mention with your still weak magic. Forget it. Orion heard Merlin but knew that there was a way. Otherwise, Merlin most likely would have suggested a plan. Orion thought about it, looking around, and then suddenly thought of something. There was a smirk on his face. So you figure it out. Merlin too just smiled at this. There was really no way for a normal first-year student to break this ward. In fact, even for a professor, it would be a hard thing to do. It's just a sensory ward which announces the intrusion of unrecognized presence and blocks teleportation, but it was a high-end ward, most likely placed here by Dumbledore. Yeah, others can't remove this, but I am different. I have something which others don't, Orion said, and before even opening the door which was separating him from the giant 3-headed dog, he placed his hands on the floor just a little further away from where the wards were beginning and smiled. This ward is like a CCTV camera, hard to avoid. But even CCTV can't work without electricity. This ward too will not work without magic. And I never said that I would play with the rules. I just happen to be a person who cheats, who can absorb magic, Orion said, almost brimming ear to ear. That old bastard won't know what hit him. Merlin couldn't contain his laughter anymore. It took 10 minutes to absorb the entire magical power from the spell, making it collapse on its own, and that too without alerting Dumbledore, as this modern magical system has many loopholes which people like him can take advantage of. As the ward was never infiltrated or broken but rather just ran out of magic, there will be no response sent to the Lord of the Light. Slowly sneaking in, Orion notices a giant dog in front of him. Well, hope this works, Orion thought, and then slowly mutter. Sleep, sleep Fluffy, activating the devil's tongue. He skillfully projected the same calm feeling the dog might have when hearing music. Thud. Snur. Worked like a charm, Merlin thumbs up. Wingardium Leviosa, Orion said, taking out his wand and pointing towards one of the heads of Fluffy, and with much difficulty raised the head. Shit, this is heavy, Orion complained. His magic is now strong but not strong enough to lift one of Fluffy's heads. Well, I guess I can only rely on these pure old bones and muscles of mine. Orion got into position and lifted Luffy's head, the muscles on his legs and arms straining. Good thing that you have buffed up physical strength of that troll now, Merlin commented while looking at the underground passway that just opened up. Yeah, very lucky. Panting, Orion didn't think too much and directly jumped down. In the dimly lit corridors of Hogwarts, Rose, Hermione, and Ron stealthily moved through the castle, their footsteps echoing in the empty halls. They were looking for Orion, needing his help to save the stone, but couldn't find him. After some time of searching in various secret passages and hidden corners, they found themselves in a dead end. Ron was already against involving Orion. He didn't like Orion that much. and after not finding him, they decided to go without him. They made their way to Professor McGonagall's office, knowing that she was not only the deputy headmistress but also someone they could trust. Upon reaching her office, they knocked on the door and were granted entry by Professor McGonagall herself. The stern-faced Transfiguration professor raised an eyebrow at the trio's anxious expressions. "Professor, we're afraid Voldemort might be planning to steal the Philosopher's Stone," Rose uttered. Of course, McGonagall didn't believe shit and assured them that stone is perfectly safe in Hogwarts, just like the students. No one believed her and demanded to talk with Dumbledore. "Unfortunately, he is currently away from Hogwarts, attending to matters beyond the castle," was her swift response to their plea. Orion found himself tangled by the Devil's Snare, a deadly plant which is afraid of sunlight. This was the first obstacle that Dumbledore set up for the Golden Trio. "Although you can just stay still and get out of here, this could be a good chance to test out magic," Merlin from the side said. He was able to float like a ghost and didn't even touch the ugly plant, not like he can touch the plant. "Well, I guess it doesn't hurt to test out," Orion said, and with a little difficulty took out his wand. Lumos Solemn. Orion never practiced this particular spell, but it was similar to Lumos and he did it on his first try. The dark room brightened up with dazzling light as if the sun rised for the first time appeared in the place. Orion instantly noticed the tight grip which the Devil's Snare had on him and started to loose. Thud. With a perfect landing, Orion looked up and hoped that this plant get back acting as a net by the time the trio arrived, otherwise, they were in for a bad fall. The next room was full of flying keys and Orion instantly remembered this in the movies. But the cheat character decided to not go after the keys themselves but absorb all the magic from the locked door and then simply use Alohomora to open up the door. "Cheats are the best," Orion commented while moving towards the next test. Merlin just rolled his eyes at this. Then Orion saw the famous chess room. A groan escaped his lips as he was never that good at chess. "I don't think so that I can draw magic from the entire room on time," Orion muttered, already putting a cross on that option. "Just beat the game," Merlin said like it was no big deal. "Yeah, I never thought about it. Of course, I am supposed to beat the game, silly me." Orion's sarcastic remark made Merlin chuckle. Of course, he could tell what Orion was thinking. He just smiled and said, "Don't worry, I am quite good at chess. Just do what I tell you." Orion was skeptical but did it anyway. 8 minutes later. "We really won." Orion was baffled. Merlin really was a good player, but then he applied logic that back in his time he shouldn't have much to entertain himself and thus he practiced quite a lot. In fact, the person who won the game in the canon was Ron, who too was good in chess because he didn't have anything else to play with. "Alright, next room," Orion cheered up and went on, but surprisingly the next room was completely empty. He even thought that he had come to the wrong room and went back to check, but no. "I believe that this was the place where that troll which you killed was kept." Merlin, seeing Orion's confusion, gave his 2 cents and Orion connected the dots. "So here that troll was kept, huh?" Orion didn't give too much thought and went to the next room. In the next room, there was a puzzle waiting for Orion. "Huh, more tests," Orion signed with exaggeration. Nick in the end couldn't find a way to remove the ward placed there on by Dumbledore, so the only thing he could do now was to wait until Dumbledore went out of the castle and then make his move. He finally got his chance, so unknown to anyone else, he got out of his dorm and rushed towards the 3rd floor corridor, but unknown to him, someone watched him going out. The person in the shadow narrowed his eyes but after contemplating a little, decided not to follow. By the time he reached the 3rd floor corridor, he found someone there. This someone was none other than Quirrell. He finally got an escape from Snape and could come here. Abracadabra. Without even thinking much, Nick took out his Elden Wand which he always keeps hidden and attacked Quirrell. Although Quirrell was an average wizard, Voldy was different. He immediately took control of Quirrell's body and dodged the incoming attack. All 3 of them looked stunned. Voldemort, in control of Quirrell's body, took out their wand and stood ready to fight. Maybe his power was no better than a third-rate wizard like Quirrell, but he still was the Dark Lord. Nick though didn't look afraid. He almost looked like he was expecting this. "Who are you, boy?" Voldemort asked. He actually knew who Nick was. He used legilimency on almost all the students who studied under Quirrell. Even Orion was no exception, but thanks to his occlumency technique which only stopped the attack to read specific memories, he was saved. Nick was the only person whose memories he wasn't able to read. He wanted to bring this Slytherin boy to his side, but after knowing that he is a Muggle-born he didn't. The situation immediately became tense as a fight was about to start between Nick and Voldemort. Orion finally arrived at the place where the stone was kept. He looked at the beautiful mirror and definitely not the NSFW content his heart was displaying on it. "So how are you going to take the stone out?" Orion was a little curious about it. Merlin said that he had a way. "I have a way, but you can't do that here. For the time being just put the entire mirror in the pendant. We will take care of the stone later on," Merlin said, and Orion became baffled. He knew that his pendant was a storage device, but could it really store such a big mirror? Well, he gave it a try anyway and the mirror really went inside the pendant. "Well then, I guess it's time to get out of here." A deadly green light flew towards Nick, but he dodged it and sent back his own killing curse towards the enemy. Voldemort was surprised. He never has seen any first year who could be this strong. Even he was not this strong when he was Nick's age. Nick on the other hand was having trouble handling Voldemort, no matter whether he had experience dueling in the past or was in possession of Elder Wand. This body of his is still untrained and doesn't work exactly like how his previous body used to work. Power-wise both of them were the same, which stunned both of them. It surprised Nick because even after using some nasty rituals to increase his power and even possessing the Elder Wand, he is only equal to the current Voldemort who doesn't even have the majority of his power, and using Quirrell's body. Voldemort was surprised because there even existed a first-year student who could go against him. It's unheard of and not real at all. But he was not the master of dark arts for nothing. He already sensed the dark rituals performed by Nick on his body. Even Dumbledore might not be able to trace them, but he is different. His knowledge about dark magic far exceeds Dumbledore's. For readers' understanding, consider them both around level 3 advance, power-wise. Spells fly like bullets and neither of them was backing down, and it was not a child duel. It was a life and death fight, and nothing less than unforgivable was cast here. Casting dark magic inside Hogwarts was bound to attract attention, and here too the attention were brought to them. Snape, who was patrolling the corridors after sensing the magical infliction, rushed through the third-floor corridor. Rose, Hermione, and Ron finally decided to act when everyone in their dorm was asleep. So in the darkness of the night when no one was awake in the Gryffindor common room, all three of them came out to go after the stone. No one except a certain boy who shared the same fate as Harry Potter himself. Neville Longbottom stood there with a nervous look on his face. The boy lacked confidence and was constantly bullied. Orion even tried to help the boy as he considered him to the real victim in the entire book. Movies never really did justice to Ron or Neville. But the first year was so hectic for him that he hardly got time to talk to him, let alone help him out. You are going to break rules again. I will not let you decrease more points from the house. I will fight you, Neville said, although the words were normal, but he needed extreme courage to say those words. The poor boy was paralysed the next second by Hermione. You are scary, you know, brilliant but scary. Ron added his 2 cents, already having precognition of his future being the husband of Hermione Granger. Well, no, but he should really think about that and not just go after the girl by just how she looked in the future, even if that is Emma freaking Watson. Come on, he can't delay anymore, Rose said and grabbed both of them and rushed towards the third-floor corridor. Snape was expecting that something would happen tonight. Dumbledore never said it, but, after knowing the man for so many years, Snape can tell that much. When Dumbledore was finally not here, this made his premonition even stronger, so he decided to patrol the corridors, looking around for anything suspicious, especially the 2 people whom he had been suspicious of this entire year. Quirinus Quirrell and Nick Iron, these 2 people were on his radar. He was going out of his way to make Rose distance from these 2 people as much as possible. Maybe it was because Rose looked just like his Lil cough **** I mean Lily. Poor Harry Potter never had this privilege. Well, considering that he might still burst his nuts after thinking about his red-headed crush and now her daughter looks the same, he might be having a good time thinking about her. I guess it's better that Harry was a boy. While moving through the corridor, Snape suddenly felt magic, powerful dark magic. He was aware of this magic. Any wizard or witch will be aware of this kind of magic as long as he or she lives long enough to be a part of the war which turns the wizarding world upside down. Snape, with all his haze, sprinted towards the source of the magic with a grimace on his face. It was a pretty equal fight at the start, but later on, Nick started to get overwhelmed by Quirrellmort. It was the skills which he lacked, not to mention his current body was just not strong enough to handle a life and death battle with the darkest Dark Lord of all time. Considering that Grindelwald was more powerful but not as dark as he had a vision, he was working for the wizarding world, at least on his own twisted way, so yeah. Even his enhanced body, thanks to all the dark rituals he did, was not a match for Quirrellmort. Just as he was getting overwhelmed, he heard a voice. Those were footsteps and someone was rushing towards them. Shit, he cursed, but then decided to use this to his advantage. He quickly hid his face and waited for Snape to come. Well, he didn't know that it was Snape. The moment Snape arrives, Nick turns into black smoke, getting out of the way, making Quirrellmort and Snape face each other. Of course, Snape doesn't know that he is facing Voldemort, as it is still Quirrell's face. This was Snape's magic, and yes, it's usable inside Hogwarts as we see in the last movie. Nick with all his speed rushed toward the entrance of the labyrinth and entered, not even bothering to check the ward as he was thinking about passing them or totally destroying them anyway. All the blame would be shifted to Quirrellmort while he reaped the benefits. He saw the sleeping dog and with a powerful spell blasted his head to move him, and finally jumped down. Orion was making his way back to the 3rd floor. Moving inside the labyrinth was easy enough, but his real problem was climbing back up. Not having any other choice, he had to climb onto the uneven wall while also keeping enough distance from the devil's snare, which by now almost looked like it was never gotten hit by the sunlight magic. Orion now started to wonder, if Rose, Hermione and Ron came here, how the hell they were going to climb up. He decided to mark the place he was climbing from so they at least had a way to find the right path to go up, and it cost him some more time. Our MC is a considerate man after all. Finally, when he almost reached the top, he heard someone falling. The devil's snare was lit with fire even before he could figure out who was this person. Surely this couldn't be the trio. Orion looked down, but the fire was everywhere and he couldn't see who this person was. Well, most likely it's Quirrellmort, Orion muttered, and Merlin from the sideline raised his eyebrows. Unlike Orion, he could fly and even bypassed the devil's snare on fire. He clearly saw that it was a boy with Slytherin color on his collar and tie. He for the first time wanted to leave Orion's side and go ahead to see what Nick was doing here, but no, can't do that. He can't go away from Orion after a certain distance. Orion on the other hand didn't give it too much attention and moved on. Just mind your own business and you will go far in life. This advice was given to me by an elderly and I plan to follow it to the end. Outside the entrance of the labyrinth, Snape and Quirrellmort were facing each other. Snape didn't know that he was facing Voldemort and Voldemort didn't plan to tell this, as he was not assured about Snape's allegiance after all this time. If Snape is not on his side then Snape can really give him a tough time on his own. He is not a first-year student. Not to mention, there is Dumbledore to worry about. I always knew that you were hiding something, Quirrell. Tell me, why you are here in the school, what are you looking for, or who you are looking for? Snape spoke in a very Alan Rickman way. What are you talking, Severus? I was fighting an intruder. He was just here. Surely you saw the black smoke just before, Quirrellmort said, but his wand was never lowered. Being Voldemort, that was not something he was willing to do. Then why not lower the wand? Snape said, but no reply came. Well, after this piece was never an option. By the time Rose, Hermione, and Ron arrived in the second-floor corridor, they saw two powerful wizards colliding with each other with deadly spells. The moment they arrived they felt a terrifying magical power in the air which made their entire body shiver in fright. This was the effect of the killing curse and the infused power of death in this particular spell. They immediately hid behind a wall as soon as a killing curse almost hit them. Both powerful wizards were extremely aware of their surroundings and saw the three kids. Snape's heart almost sank after seeing Rose there. This was bad. He couldn't save Rose while still beating Quirrell, who was suddenly much stronger for some reason. But Snape was still stronger in this case. At first he thought that it would not be an issue for him to capture Quirrell, but after those kids here, he is not sure. Quirrellmort was getting overpowered already. He only had access to Quirrell's weak magic, which was nothing compared to his real body. He was able to handle himself with his knowledge and skills, but he himself understands that in front of a more powerful opponent, tricks can only help him so far. He internally curses on his own weakness. If it continues then he has to reveal his identity to Snape and leave his fate on whether Snape is still loyal to him or not. But at that time he saw the target of his hatred, the girl who lived with the other two kids in front of him, and decided to use those three kids. Ha ha ha, I am Invitablue. Orion is about to complete his Victor dialogue, but his extremely sensitive magical senses catch powerful dark magic outside the room. He didn't even notice that Fluffy was already dead on this time. He rushes out only to see Snape fighting with Quirrell. Of course, he didn't show himself, he kept hiding. If this guy is here, then who the fuck destroyed the Devil's Snare with fire back then? The question arose inside Orion's head, but he suppressed this, as his first priority was to get out of here. But then he noticed that there were more people present there. Rose, Hermione, and Ron were peeking out from behind a wall and he almost facepalmed. What are those idiots doing? Why are they not running away? Orion wanted to shout, but Merlin on the side just shook his head. Then something happened that almost gave Orion a heart attack. Quirrellmort with his magic dragged a child behind from the wall and used it as a shield against Snape. Hermione, let her go. Both Rose and Ron shouted at the same time, while Snape still had his wand pointed towards Quirrellmort. Voldemort was actually aiming for Rose, but this girl ended up dragged in. And of course, he hardly cares about the life of some mudblood girl, but he uses it to stop Snape. But just when he was about to demand Snape to lower his wand he felt a movement behind him, and the next second he heard a voice. Pat SE headshot, and then he saw a punch coming towards his face. Boom. Orion, after seeing that Quirrellmort is about to hurt Hermione, moved before even understanding what he is doing. Like a bullet out of a gun, he appears in front of the Dark Lord. Orion just remembered a phenomenon which he learned in his previous life when he was watching a very famous anime. It's said there are cases when a person's feet already started to move towards a person who needs help without even knowing. That is the sign of the real hero. Comment down which anime I am talking about. The only thing Orion was thinking at that time was to protect his waifu, and possibly his future girlfriend if this version didn't turn into one of those toxic feminists. And before he knows it, he punches Quirrellmort and sends him flying back. He for the first time was considering himself a hero, even if it was only for a few seconds. Others didn't know what Orion was fantasizing about. They were more interested in the lightning reflexes and that punch. They could hear the bones breaking on that punch. I was right, it takes some time before the traits from the absorbed animal manifest in him fully. His physical strength is even stronger now, and there is a possibility that it will increase further. Absorbing that troll was a good decision, Merlin muttered to himself, analyzing Orion's sudden physical boost and speed. It was apparent that it was because he absorbed the troll at the start of the year. Not to mention, Orion also absorbed a unicorn whose traits are still yet to manifest in him. Everyone was surprised at the sudden attack by Orion. Hermione was shaking, being so close to death and holding on tight to Orion, almost making his breathing a struggle. Rose and Ron rushed to their friends and checked them out in concern, while Snape immediately casts multiple restraining charms on Quirrell. Voldemort is already done for and decides to finally leave this vessel. If he got caught by Dumbledore then there is no way to escape later. What are you doing here, Ambrosius? Snape asked after making sure that Quirrell couldn't escape, but he didn't know that Quirrell was already dead. The moment Voldemort escaped his body, he was already doomed to die, not to mention the skull-crushing blow which Orion delivered to him. I was looking for them. I went to my dorm later on from the library, and was reading inside until I heard a noise, saw them getting out and got curious. Followed them here. Orion quickly came up with any excuse he could come up with. This even threw his friends on a loop considering that they couldn't find Orion before. Rose and Ron looked at him like he was a ghost. They made sure that no one was trailing him while Hermione was still clutching at him like a koala. He saw the frightened girl and gently patted her head and said, "It's all right, I punched the bad man. He won't scare you anymore." He almost sounded like coaxing a child, but surprisingly it worked. What followed was a big lecture from Snape and decreased points from Gryffindor. Orion didn't care, as they were gonna make back the point thanks to Dumbledore Dory. Orion. Before Orion could go back to his dorm, Hermione called for him. Rose and Ron were there, so she intentionally asked him out when he was just about to enter the dorm after Ron and Rose had already been entered while waiting for Hermione. "Yeah," Orion asked nonchalantly, but before he could comprehend what happened, a soft and warm feeling came from his cheeks. He blinked and Merlin from the side smirked, almost looking like a certain white hair sage. Orion was frozen for a second. "Thank you for saving," Hermione said and ran inside her dorm. "What were you saying?" "Who don't, where are you going?" Rose was saying, but Hermione just zooms past her, directly to her bed to utter confusion of Rose. Orion was just standing there cursing at himself to freeze up like that on her kiss. Merlin on the side just sighs. Snape, after taking care of Quirrell and making sure that the kids went back to their room, thought in the solitude of his office. His thoughts were all about the black mist just before he started fighting with Quirrell. He has seen that black mist before. He created a very similar spell which allows wizards to fly in the air. He was confused whether what he saw was right or an illusion. Then there was Orion. The boy was a total anomaly. Killed a troll by stabbing him with his wand, and beat a wizard who was giving him a good fight with a single punch. Is Dumbledore sure that he is a human child? Is a troll attending Hogwarts without even our knowing? Snape sighed hard. Then he narrowed his eyes. That physical strength, Snape questioned himself, although he did not feel threatened by the kid or feel any problem with him. But he was interested in his raw power and speed. He actually did some investigation, and apparently, the boy did some muggle exercise every morning. Snape just sneers at this, but today, after seeing that boy's speed and raw power, he just couldn't deny the fact. Then there is another thing, that Rose has quite taken a fancy to him. While this was happening, a Slytherin boy who finally, with all his hard work, reached his destination, looked at the empty room with an open mouth. He just burned a devil's snare and beat a game of chess. Well, he wasn't able to, so he destroyed the entire chess room. He played Solve the Stupid puzzle and even got that flying key, which he later realized that he didn't even need after seeing that the door had no magic holding him and a simple Alohomora would have sufficed. There is nothing here. Come on. Not again. Soon the end of the year came and all the houses were supposed to get the ranking and the house cup. After the incident, Hermione ended up avoiding Orion for a while. Orion himself didn't think that a girl like Hermione would take action and kiss him. Of course, it was a kiss on the cheek, but still, this is no 21st century. It's 1992, and unlike 11-year-olds of the modern era, now kids don't talk about sex openly. It was a much simpler time. But sooner or later, the relationship came back to its normal routine, and finally, the end of the year came. "I have some additional points to give," Dumbledore said, and Orion smirked a little from the sideline. He now was curious about what kind of bullshit Dumbbell used to give house points to Rose. "I award 20 points to Neville Longbottom for standing up against his friends when times demanded," Dumbledore said, and everyone cheered. It was still a small cheer, as Gryffindor now was the last house in house points. "I award Ron Weasley 20 points for his outstanding performance in wizard chess." Total bullshit. There was no chess match played by the trio this time around. "Ah, come on, now he is just finding reasons to award points to Gryffindor." Orion couldn't help but complain, but it's not like he dislikes it. He too is in Gryffindor after all. "I award 20 points to Hermione Granger for being the smartest mind of this year." Orion at this had two thoughts about getting that old man's head open and seeing for himself where he was pulling all this bullshit from. "I award 20 points to Rose Potter for showing bravery when the school was in need of it." What bravery? What for the school? She is an 11-year-old. Orion, after having enough, finally closed his mental shields hard enough to control his roaming mind and focus on what was happening in front of him. And finally, for saving a friend in need, not once but twice, to invent a revolutionary potion which can nourish the mind, to being able to defeat a troll even after being a first year, and even defeat an adult wizard without even using any magic. Only after hearing this much, Orion internally groaned. "I award Orion Ambrosius 200 points. Dumbledore finally had a smirk on his face that he somehow pulled off Gryffindor's victory in the end, even looking towards Orion with a grandfatherly smile. Orion on the other hand groans again after getting bombarded by a mental prompt by Dumbledore. "It's Orion D. Ambrosius," he grumbles under his breath. This time the cheers were loud enough that it even made Orion distract from what he was thinking. The constant pat on the back and students calling his name were also a reason. "Mate, you made Gryffindor win the house cup," Ron said from the sideline. Orion just gave a simple nod, not wanting to talk with Ron much. He is a good kid but a brat. Hermione and Rose were also on his side and cheered in the celebration as the flags and colors of Gryffindor, red and golden, appear all around the hall. Orion just sighed and cheered with others. No point sulking. It's not like something bad happened, it's just that he doesn't give much importance to the house points at all. Orion was currently sitting in the headmaster's office. He really wanted to know just how things turn like this. He shifted his gaze a little to the right to find a very familiar face. A certain Slytherin first year who shouldn't exist just like him. Nick Iron was there sitting with him. That boy has sent so many legilimency prompts towards him that Orion had half the mind to punch him. The consequences can go to hell, but he controlled his impulses. Considering what he saw in the Forest of Death, Nick Iron is much stronger than any normal student, plus there is that Elder Wand. Orion even suspects that Nick Iron could be a reincarnation just like him. After all, how else he can explain the fact that he knows about the Room of Requirement and the secret chamber? This motherfucker can even enter the secret chamber, possibly making him a Parseltongue. Thanks to Merlin's advanced occlumency shields, Orion was able to save and guard his most important memories from Nick even without letting the other kid know that he had occlumency shields. Apparently, these magical arts have long been lost to the wizarding world. First time in the headmaster's office, Orion thought of starting casual talk, but the broody look on Nick's face didn't give him much motivation to continue. Not exactly, Nick said after some time, but Orion for some reason felt that those words held much deeper meaning behind them. Orion didn't indulge in another wild goose chase inside his mind to find that identity of the anomaly in front of him. Dumbledore was late, but it gave Orion enough time to look around his office. I mean, the supposed leader of light won't mind, right? He can't possibly have anything dark hidden here now, can he? Orion thought and had a scandalous look on his face. But he never planned to mess with Dumble's things. He just walked in front of a very familiar-looking bird. It was a phoenix just like Red. Remembering, he thought where his friend was. Red liked to play outside and didn't stay with Orion all the time. He usually came back once in a while. I see that you took a fancy to Fox. Dumbledore appeared like an undertaker from some coffin, almost giving Orion a miniature heart attack. He made sure to pull a revenge prank on him later on. Orion didn't hide his thought of his and Dumbledore, who started reading Orion's mind the moment eye contact was made, also read his thoughts. He first just smiles at the pranks part of the thought but then focuses on the world Undertaker. Who is the Undertaker? Dumbledore questioned himself. Is that a dark wizard, which I don't know, maybe a vampire considering he comes from coffins. Dumbledore made a mental note to look for the Undertaker in his free time. The reason why Dumbledore called both the boys was to arrange a living place for them. Apparently, Nick Iron, just like Orion, was an orphan and had nowhere to go. Of course, he is an orphan. I mean, is there any normal character in a reincarnated world not an orphan? Orion suppresses his urge to roll his eyes in front of Dumbledore and Nick. Not the only reason to label this situation SUSAF. Merlin from the sideline added, Orion has noticed that this old man was getting a little too influenced by the language and culture of his previous world. He didn't think too much about it and immediately refused Dumbledore from assigning himself to any orphanage. Dumbledore looked troubled at this but then decided to handle Nick's situation first. Nick, unlike Orion, used to live in an orphanage. The reason he was here was opposite to Orion. He wanted to live on his own, very similar to Orion. And to do that, he needed Dumbledore's permission. But which adult will ever listen to an 11-year-old anyway? I'm sorry, Mr. Iron, but I can't accept your request. There is no way that I can allow a minor like you to live alone all his own. There was finality in Dumbledore's voice, and Orion knew that same fate was about to befall onto him too, but before he could come up a plan to stop his freedom taken away from him, a sudden fire appears out of nowhere. Nick was tense immediately and his hands were over his wand, an action which didn't go unnoticed by either Orion or Dumbledore. On the other hand, both Dumbledore and Orion were very used to this particular surge of fire. It was the teleportation of a phoenix, and thus neither of them reacted like Nick. Considering that Fox was there already, this phoenix could be the only one other in the entire Hogwarts. Red, Orion said, and a much younger looking and much more red-looking bird chirped happily and flew 2 rounds around the office in excitement and then landed on Orion's shoulder, taking his usual place. Fun fact, young phoenix are red while the older ones are more golden in color. Fox has many golden feathers, making it known to those who know that Fox is much older than Dumbledore. Compared to him, Red is just like a newborn lamb. Dumble was instantly fascinated by the young phoenix while Nick just looked at the bird and stared, not sure what he was thinking exactly. There was even a reaction from Fox. Maybe the two birds are friends. Orion didn't give too much attention to this and took the letter Red was carrying and gave it a read. By the end of the letter, Orion had a smile on his face. There couldn't be a better time than this, Merlin from the side announces. Orion too just nodded at this. Finally, Orion was at the Hogsmeade station and ready to board the train to get going back. The letter he received was from Tom, the bar owner of the Leaky Cauldron. He invited Orion to stay with him if Orion so wanted to. This was the best outcome Orion could ask for right now, and even Dumbledore agreed to that, considering that even he would have trouble finding a good place for Orion to live in the last moment. Nick's plea to live alone was denied and he was sent back to the orphanage. Make sure that you write, Rose, Ron and Orion, are you listening? Hermione said while waiting for the train. Of course, I am. Make sure that you write to me too, Hermione. And if you go troll hunting next time, I will tag along. I will punch the troll this time, although the offer is still extended if that punch has to be delivered to some bully you just happen to meet, Orion said with a smile. That's barbaric, Hermione replied but chuckled nonetheless. She had no idea why Orion was so obsessed with punching things, but she didn't mind. Orion was a good person and there was nothing more to that. It has nothing to do with the boy being the knight in shining armor and saving her 2 times in a row. No, not at all. And Rose, you too. If you find any problem with those godforsaken relatives of yours, just let me know. I don't mind giving them a visit, Orion said with full confidence. After all, unlike others, he doesn't have any trace on him and thus he can do magic outside in the Muggle world. Rose had a rosy face and smiled brightly at Orion's comment. Although she didn't believe him entirely, the fact that he even said it made her heart filled with warmth. Later this warmth might come from somewhere else, but that's all right, by then she will be mostly an adult. There were no heartfelt words for Ron. Just like in the real world, the men, and even to some extent boys, are not much cared for in the grand scheme. Sad life, but what we can do about it? So what are your plans now? Merlin asked Orion. They had 2 months of free time on their hand and both planned to dedicate it to training. Let's make sure that by the time I come back here again, I am no longer that magically challenged guy. By the time I am back, I will be a goal that others want to reach, Orion said, and Merlin on his time just smirk. He planned to do the same. Then it's time to find the force within you, Merlin announced. Orion found himself in a room in the Leaky Cauldron. He arrived there yesterday. Tom, the hour of the place, became good friends with him the last time, and considering that usually this time of the year, the place is almost empty at most of the time, he didn't charge money from him to stay. Of course, Orion had to pay for his food, but food is not an issue for him. Leaky Cauldron is very close to the Muggle world. Orion can arrange his own food as long as he gets out and uses some mind control powers, or what he likes to say, training. But that doesn't mean that he is not planning to pay Tom. He has already his business idea in mind, and this year, he will also have applied to work in the bookshop to at least get enough money for his loungings. So are we finally doing it? How much more do we have to wait, man? Orion asked with a little irritated expression on his face. He had asked Merlin's help to get that Philosopher's Stones out of the Mirror of Erist, but he was delaying him all this time. Merlin, on the side, sighed at seeing the impatience of the child in front of him. No matter how much potential, he is just a child. Merlin couldn't help but mutter under his breath and then nodded. Yes, we can now get that stone out of the mirror, Merlin said, and before he could even blink, Orion took out the Mirror of Erist from his spatial pendant. You are not seeing those naked girls anymore. What happened? Merlin jested. Orion on the other hand just rolled his eyes and only said one thing: titties are secondary, the grind is eternal. Minus 30 minutes later. It took 30 freaking minutes for Orion to set up all the barriers and runes in the place before starting the magical chant which Merlin taught him. Honestly, he was expecting an easier way, but in the end, the stone was in his hand and even the mirror was not destroyed. Well, there was one catch: most of the mirror's powers were lost and it was mostly a normal mirror. Maybe later Orion could rebuild the mirror. He wanted to. That was his only source to watch some quality content in this day and age. We were right, it's only a copy, Orion, after analyzing the beautiful red stone in his hand, said. Well, we were never relying on the fact that we would get the real one in the first place. This is good enough as it's created from the real deal. It also holds some of the powers and properties of the real stone. Merlin inspected the stone. Fine, here goes nothing. Orion took a deep breath and then started his integration power. He slowly started to draw the magical power from the stone. The visual of him drawing magic from different magical beasts and objects is always different. This time the red hue, almost like red gas, was getting absorbed by him and there was a visual change inside him immediately. Merlin noticed Orion's magical signature changing, not getting strong but getting more potent. His magic, which till now didn't have any color, started to take a slight golden tint, and finally, the biggest chance inside Orion was his magical network. Orion noticed the magical circuits inside him were widening, getting more developed, and more robust. It's worth noticing that the only difference between a squib and a muggle is the existence of magical power and the ability to use that power. Muggles don't have magic, while squibs do have magic, although, in a very small amount. They can't use that magic as their magical circuits are not developed like a normal witch or wizard. During their entire life, a wizard or witches go on practicing their magic and develop these circuits even further. The more developed the circuits, the easier it is to use magic. This is a major reason why many of the magical have to rely on wands to use magic. Over the years, because of the blood impurity and loss of the magical power in the blood inside them, they have become weak. Here I am not talking about the same blood purity which pure blood talks about. Blood purity here is the magical potency in the blood, which needs to be purified by use of rituals and contracts with magical beasts. Orion noticed that the entire stone had evaporated while he was absorbing the magic from the stone. He closed his eyes, trying to notice his magic, but didn't feel his magical core anymore. His eyes snap open, panicking as the magic inside him is now flowing and he can't even understand its flow. Merlin, who notices this, immediately stops Orion from activating any magic for the time being. He sighed after calming Orion down. The sigh was for the sheer luck this kid in front of him had to get such developed magical circuits at such a young age, and more for the facts that how unfair it was. It took him years to develop his circuits with countless rituals and years of practice. This bastard is born with devil's luck. Just don't compare it. Not good for my blood pressure. Merlin still grumbled under his breath as now he had to explain to Orion just what kind of jackpot he had gotten. After a long lecture from Merlin about what are magical circuits and how he got the most developed magical circuit right now compared to any witch or wizard alive, Orion finally understood that he hit the jackpot. In a nutshell, more developed magical circuits mean more control over one magic. Powerful wizards who can do wandless magic have developed magic circuits. It take a lot of hard work and time to develop one's magical circuits. What Orion has now is enough to totally ditch his wand for the most part. It would have normally taken more than 100 years for a talented wizard to develop their circuits this much. and that only when that witch or wizard is not using a wand. Excessing use of wand has also caused degradation in the development of magical circuits. It's like having a calculator, it's fast, but if people completely rely on it, then their own calculation power will suffer. So can I do telekinesis like a Jedi? Orion asked with a little anticipation on his face. He understood these magical circuits were a big deal by just how much Merlin was going on and on about them, but he honestly didn't care much. He always liked the part of using magic with a wand in the Harry Potter world. It always gave this vibe that it was a magical world to him, not like he is complaining or anything. Being able to do magic without a wand is nothing less than a boon, but that brings him to another very particular power in fiction, force, and the power of telekinesis. He always wanted to do that. Merlin on the other hand got irritated as the child in front of him didn't truly understand the worth of this much developed magical circuit but then didn't deliver the upcoming lecture. He looked into Orion's memories and learned more about force. It was very similar to a certain type of magic he learned after finally being able to develop his own magic circuits to a certain level back in his time. Fun fact, when he learned that wandless magic, his circuits were still not as developed as Orion's here. Magic bending, Merlin mutters slowly but Orion does hear him. Pardon. Orion brought his ears closer to listen to him. Merlin on the other hand just thought of something and a smile appeared on his face. Well, I was planning to start teaching him the ancient magic, but I guess now it's not possible until he learns how to control his suddenly developed circuits to the fullest. Teaching him magic bending might be the best idea, Merlin thought to himself. Excuse me, what are you? Orion was saying, but before that, Merlin looked at him and said, okay, then I will teach you force, Merlin announced, and Orion was wide eyes. You know force? Orion asked ridiculously. This leads Merlin to explain to Orion what he really meant. After getting the basics of magic bending, which is very similar to the Force from Star Wars, Orion finally got ready and went out. He didn't have time to train today as he had to go to the bookstore for the job interview. Well, it was mainly a part-time job. Flourish and Blots. The dusty shelves of Flourish and Blots in Diagon Alley were lined with magical books of all shapes and sizes. Orion nervously pushed open the creaky door to the quaint bookstore. His Hogwarts robes were neatly pressed. He wanted to show that he was really a Hogwarts student and thus ended up wearing his school uniform here, and he clutched a parchment in his hand containing a carefully written request for a part-time job. This was something he got from Dumbledore. He requested this before leaving his office. The old man did it without much resistance. As Orion stepped into the shop, the sweet aroma of parchment and ink enveloped him. Behind the counter stood a middle-aged wizard with a stern expression, his name tag proclaiming him as Marcus, the owner of Flourish and Blots. Orion approached Marcus with a determined stride, trying his best to hide the nervousness that tinged his voice. Excuse me, sir. My name is Orion D. Ambrosius, and I was wondering if you had any part-time positions available. I've always loved books, and I thought working here would be a magical experience. Marcus raised an eyebrow, peering at Orion over the top of his half-moon spectacles. Part-time, you say? And how old are you, young man? Orion puffed out his chest proudly. I just turned 12, sir, but I assure you, I'm very responsible, and I can handle the magic and mischief of the bookstore. Marcus chuckled, his stern expression softening. Well, a young wizard eager to dive into the world of literature. Why do you want to work at Flourish and Blots, Orion? Orion's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. I've read almost every book in the Hogwarts library, not even joking, as Orion really ended up reading almost all of them besides the one which was in the restricted section and has nothing to do with his magical growth like history or Quidditch books, and I want to share my love for magical literature with others. Plus, I could use some extra galleons for my lounging. He of course didn't tell Marcus that he is also here because soon a very interesting diary will come here by one white-haired bastard. Marcus smirked. Ah, a practical young wizard, I see. Well, Orion, do you know the difference between a flobberworm and a blast-ended scrut? Orion hesitated for a moment before responding confidently, of course, sir. A flobberworm is a harmless, boring creature, and a blast-ended scrut is a nightmarish creation of magical experimentation. Marcus nodded approvingly. You're well informed, Orion. I suppose we could use someone with your knowledge around here. But mind you, the shelves can be a bit tricky to organize, and some of the books have a tendency to bite. Orion grinned. No problem, sir. I'm not afraid of a few nippy books. Marcus extended his hand. Welcome to Flourish and Blots, Orion D. Ambrosius. You start tomorrow after school. Don't let the books hex you on your way out. Marcus said, and even jokingly used Orion's full name, which he clearly sees Orion is very proud of, surprising to Orion as others don't usually. In fact, he used D with his name because it sounded much better than his plain name, Orion Ambrosius. Marcus on the other hand joked, but he felt that something was wrong. He could be sure that he had learned many books in his time, and they were not just magical books but also muggle books. He couldn't have sworn that he had heard this word before. Ambrosius, Marcus tried to recall but couldn't. Orion shook Marcus's hand with a beaming smile. Thank you, sir. I won't let you down. And so, with the promise of adventure and magic, Orion began his part-time job at Flourish and Blots, ready to embark on a journey among the enchanted shelves of Diagon Alley's most famous bookstore. Several weeks into his part-time job at Flourish and Blots, Orion's excitement for the magical world of books was matched only by his burning ambition. Merlin might be the greatest wizard of all time, but still, he had no knowledge about modern times and the magic learned and perfected after he died. The bookshop gave Orion plenty of time to read all sorts of magic, and even some of them were dark in nature or banned by the ministry like rituals. However, it was no appeal to Orion considering that his cheating mostly covered that part anyway. One brisk afternoon, after the last customer had left the store, Orion finally decided to approach Marcus with his proposition. Marcus was at the counter, meticulously cataloging new arrivals, when Orion cleared his throat. Mr. Marcus, Orion began tentatively, I've been thinking about something. You know how much I love books, but I also have this idea, a dream really, about creating a flying broom. I was wondering if you know of anyone who might be interested in partnering with me or guiding me through the process. Well, actually I already have created the broom. What I am exactly looking for is a person who can enter into a business agreement with me, like a partnership. Marcus looked up from his work, his bushy eyebrows raised in curiosity. A flying broom, you say? That's quite an ambitious endeavor for a young wizard. Completed? Forgive me, but I'm having a hard time believing it. How do you even have the time to make a broom, lad? Not to mention, is really hard to make a broom. One must understand runes or have a special magical spell to make a broom. Orion's eyes gleamed with enthusiasm. Well yes, I just done it in my free time, and when it comes to runes and special spells, I have created my own. I even have the prototype ready. Marcus was of course now interested and a little in disbelief, but decided to help out nonetheless. Marcus leaned back, stroking his chin in thought. Intriguing, Orion. I might know just the person to help you. There's a skilled magical inventor named Emmerich Ironforge who frequents in Diagon Alley. He's always tinkering with magical gadgets and devices. Seek him out, he might be interested in collaborating with a young talent like you. Orion's eyes widened with excitement. Emmerich Ironforge? The inventor? Thank you so much, Mr. Marcus. I'll go find him right away. As Orion left Flourish and Blots, the anticipation bubbled within him. He made his way through the bustling Diagon Alley until he found the eccentric workshop of Emmerich Ironforge. The inventor, surrounded by gears and gadgets, listened intently to Orion's proposal. At first, it sounded like a child's nonsense, and later when Orion said that he even created a prototype, Emmerich thought that it was Orion playing around. Emmerich Ironforge, a wiry wizard with wild silver hair and an array of tools strapped to his robe, was known throughout Diagon Alley for his ingenious inventions. His eyes sparkled with the gleam of a perpetual tinkerer, always on the lookout for the next magical marvel. Emmerich, intrigued by the creation, couldn't resist the opportunity to take it for a spin. At least then maybe Orion leave him alone. As Orion handed him the broom code name Rush 120, Emmerich eyed the broom with a mixture of excitement and skepticism. Fastest broom, you say? Let's put it to the test. With a mischievous grin, he mounted the broom and kicked it off the ground. The Rush 120 responded with a burst of magical energy, propelling them into the sky. Emmerich whooped with delight as the wind rushed past, the broom handling like a dream. He weaved effortlessly through the air, executing maneuvers that would leave even seasoned Quidditch players in awe. As they descended, Emmerich landed with a wide grin, a newfound respect in his eyes. Orion, my boy, you are a genius. This is no ordinary broom, it's a masterpiece. The speed, the handling, I've never experienced anything like it. We're on the brink of something extraordinary. Orion beamed with pride, grateful for Emmerich's validation. The Rush 120's success marked a new chapter in both their magical journeys. Of course, he has his book too, which is already completed, and only the name of the book is not decided yet. He planned to start selling the book before he went back to Hogwarts. This will be the time when he uses that 500 galleon he got from the Room of Requirement. Orion could practically see Emmerich shaking with excitement, and this also brought a rush of confidence in him. He knew that the price of this line of brooms would be higher and the production wouldn't be much either. It would be a halo product for those who just want the best. Now he just has to figure out how to market it. In the weeks that followed, Orion worked diligently at Flourish and Blots during the day, absorbing the magical knowledge hidden in the books and even magical power from some ancient books when no one was looking. In the evenings, he collaborated with Emmerich Ironforge, combining their expertise to bring the flying broom concept to life. Although the prototype was good, it was nowhere near the final product. What Orion did was create an extremely powerful and efficient engine, but then had to put that engine inside the body of an age-old car. He had to create a totally new body for Rush 120 series, and that exactly he was working with Emmerich. Eventually, the day came when Orion and Emmerich unveiled their creation, the Pegasus. A broom that not only soared through the skies but can even put modern airplanes to shame, not to mention also protect the rider from high speed, pressure, and so on. Flourish and Blots proudly displayed the Pegasus in its window, and Orion's dream took flight, soaring high above the enchanted streets of Diagon Alley. The collaboration not only brought innovation to the wizarding world but also cemented Orion's place as a young wizard with boundless potential. And the best part was that now he had the same magical power as any normal wizard of his age. He could actually use the broom. Of course, he planned to create something better and unique for himself. Something better than the Pegasus. Orion found himself in a secluded glade, deep in the heart of the enchanted forest. Thanks to Red he was able to come here. The reason he was here was that Merlin wanted to teach him new magic. In his words, it's called magic bending, but Orion, after learning what the magic does, he is calling it the Force. As Orion wandered through the ancient trees, a hooded figure emerged from the shadows. With a long, white beard and a gleam of wisdom in his eyes, it was none other than Merlin. Orion was wondering why he was playing cosplay here but didn't say it. Maybe the old man finally is losing it. He also remembered that recently he was watching all those old Star Wars movies in his memories and got quite influenced by them. Orion, Merlin intoned in a voice that resonated with ancient power, you seek knowledge beyond the confines of traditional magic. You seek the Force, a power that binds the universe together. Orion, his eyes wide, trying hard to hold back his laughter, but he played along nonetheless. Close your eyes, young wizard, Merlin instructed. Feel the energy that surrounds you, and connects all living things. It is the Force, a power beyond the spells and incantations you've known. Orion closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He felt the gentle rustle of leaves, the cool breeze against his skin, and the subtle vibrations of the earth beneath him. Slowly, he began to sense the magic. Thanks to many developed magic circuits now, he was able to feel magic much more clearly, even if that magic was not his own but natural magic outside. Of course, he totally replaced all the time Merlin said Force with magic to not get confused. The Force is not something to be controlled but to be embraced, Merlin explained. It flows through all living things, connecting them in a delicate balance. To tap into the Force, one must be attuned to their surroundings, to the ebb and flow of life itself. What Merlin said just now is actually true. Magic exists everywhere, even in the Muggles. Little magic exists in their souls. Magic is just a second name to chaos, a natural disorder in the rules of the world. Everything which can't be explained originates from here, even life. If there is life, then the existence of magic is inevitable. As Orion delved deeper into his connection with the Force *magic, he felt a profound sense of unity with the world around him. The glade seemed to come alive with a vibrant energy, and he could sense the interconnectedness of every living being. Remember, Orion, the Force is not just a power, it is a guiding principle. Trust in it, and it will guide you on a path of wisdom and harmony, Merlin imparted, his eyes gleaming with ancient knowledge. An hour later. You are not imagining it well, it's not just about your magical power, you also have to take account of the magical power around you, Merlin said. Orion was trying, but no matter how much he tried, nothing was happening. Even after an hour, there was no chance in the environment. He glances back at Merlin, already started another Star Wars movie by this point and most likely will not leave that anytime soon. Orion just sighed and kept on working out. I demand the universe sent me a Yoda for this. 3 days later. After 3 days of intense meditation and practice in the enchanted forest, Orion could feel the Force, magic, flowing through him. The once elusive energy had become a part of his being, connecting him to the very fabric of the magical universe. Determined to test his newfound abilities, Orion focused on a small rock at his feet. This magic looks similar to the Wingardium Leviosa spell, but there are major differences. First, it's not just Orion's magic which is in play here. Orion also had to use and bend the magic around him to make it work, thus Merlin first named the magic bending. Second, this magic works a lot in the concept of pull and push. It plays with the natural space around the user without breaking it, like an apparition. The closest example that Orion can give is the Force or Gojo Satoru's power in Jujutsu Kaisen. With a deep breath, he extended his hands toward the rock, channeling the Force within. The air around him seemed to hum with unseen energy as he concentrated on the connection between himself and the rock. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as he struggled to harness the Force's power without the aid of a wand. His developed magical circuits helped. Hell, in fact, the only reason why Merlin even wanted to teach him this magic was because of those developed circuits, but right now Orion doesn't have full control over his magic and he can use the full extent of those highly sophisticated magic circuits. The small rock trembled slightly, responding to Orion's efforts. He could feel the resistance, the struggle inherent in manipulating the Force with his bare hands. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as he maintained his focus, determined to overcome the challenge. After a moment that felt like an eternity, the rock lifted a few inches from the ground. Orion's face contorted with effort, his hands trembling as he fought to sustain the connection. The small victory filled him with a sense of accomplishment, knowing that he had tapped into a force that went beyond the conventional boundaries of magic. Yet, it was not without difficulty. In fact, it almost felt like he was living his days in Hogwarts, where he didn't have much magic and had to use every ounce of his willpower to life a dim feather. He had to visit Madame Pomfrey after that. Orion could feel the strain on his magical core, struggling to maintain focus without a wand, the limitations of his untrained proficiency in wielding the Force apparent. In fact, according to Merlin, he shouldn't even be able to shake the rock for another month or two, let alone make it float 2 inches above the ground. He only did it because of his insane willpower and focus, which he developed back when magic was not so abounded in him. The rock wobbled in the air, threatening to fall back to the ground. Merlin on the side noticed this, and there was a smirk almost threatening to appear on his age-old face. 2 or 3 months is what took him, and he was the best among all out there. And this child did it in under 3 days. Ha ha ha, the Force is strong with this one, Merlin muttered to himself and got back to his movie, which he got from Orion's memories. With a final surge of concentration, Orion steadied the rock and gently lowered it to the forest floor. He collapsed onto the grass, breathing heavily, both exhausted and exhilarated by the experience. The struggle had been real, but so was the triumph. Orion smiled, realizing that this was just the beginning of his journey into the depths of the Force. With time and practice, he would hone his abilities, unlocking the true potential of this power. The enchanted forest echoed with the whispers of unseen forces, and Orion, with determination in his heart, was ready to explore the boundless possibilities that awaited him. Orion got ready. Finally, the time had come for him to seek out a publisher who could bring his book to the masses. Armed with a stack of parchment containing his carefully crafted manuscript, Orion set out for the bustling streets of Diagon Alley. His destination was Flourish and Blots, the renowned bookstore where he had once secured a part-time job. The familiar bells above the entrance chimed as he entered, and the scent of parchment and ink enveloped him. Orion approached the counter, where a familiar face greeted him. Marcus, the owner of Flourish and Blots. Good day, Orion. What brings you back to the world of books? Marcus inquired, his eyes twinkling with curiosity. Orion was still working there, but today it was his vacation. Orion beamed with excitement. Mr. Marcus, I've written a book, a compilation of magical knowledge, spells, and my own experiences. I'm looking for a publisher to help me share it with the wizarding community. Marcus arched an eyebrow, intrigued. A book, you say? Let me see. Marcus was looking confused. Since the day he met Orion, the boy had been nothing less than extraordinary, being able to create potions for his physical and mental fatigue, his uncanny memory, smarts with charms, not to mention the broom business he started. Through his channels, both Marcus and especially Emmerich have sent samples of those new brooms Pegasus to many important key figures. Marcus has no doubt that by the end of this year, less than 6 months to be exact, Orion would be famous throughout the wizarding world. So he really didn't understand how in the name of Merlin this child got time to write a book on top of all things. Orion handed over his manuscript, and Marcus perused the pages with keen interest. As he read, a smile tugged at the corners of his lips. Impressive work, Orion. Your passion for magic truly shines through these words. I think we can help you bring this to a wider audience. Marcus didn't actually find it much special compared to Orion's potions and broom, but said nonetheless to encourage Orion. Orion on the other hand knew what Marcus was thinking. Being a man who runs a library, Marcus certainly had a much better palette to draw a comparison for Orion's book. The writing was nothing special. In fact, Orion can argue that Hermione could write better than him, but that didn't matter. What mattered was the information in the book. As long as a witch or wizard follows the information he mentions in this book, they will see results. The book is about the origins of magic and its true nature, and ways to train in magic, or to be exact, enhance their magic. And all that without any ritual or any dark magic. What Orion was giving to the wizarding world was nothing less than gold, but it would only after they really tried out what he mentioned in the book. Right now Marcus didn't care much about the book because he didn't believe what Orion had written. Marcus continued, we'll work on the printing and distribution. Your book will be on the shelves for aspiring witches and wizards to discover. Over the following weeks, Orion collaborated with the team at Flourish and Blots, fine-tuning the layout and cover design, and ensuring that every detail met his vision. The day finally arrived when the first copies of A Chaotic Core were stacked on the bookstore shelves. Yup, Orion named his first book after the very start of his own journey in this magical world. It also suits the book as he puts tons of information about the natural chaos of the world and how magic is formed by chaos and the magical core inside magicals. The enchanting cover caught the eye of passing witches and wizards, and soon, Orion's book garnered attention throughout Diagon Alley. As the first edition flew off the shelves, Orion realized that his dream of sharing magical knowledge with the world was becoming a reality. Word spread, and soon, other magical bookstores and publishers expressed interest in Orion's work. Well, that was many thanks to Marcus' own word-of-mouth promotion. Orion even took out copies of his own book to give to the teacher in Hogwarts and some of his friends. Red, mind helping me send these books to professors in Hogwarts and my other friends? Orion asked, wanting to save the cost of a courier, acting like a cheap slate, but Red just chirped and agreed. He too knows that Orion not gonna spend a penny more if he doesn't have to. Merlin didn't let Orion absorb Rowena's Ravenclaw's diadem, the reason being that Orion's magic was still not strong enough. Orion actually wanted to quickly increase his magical power with those horcruxes, but Merlin almost poured cold water on his ambitions. If you want to absorb that level of dark magic, then you should be at least a level 3 at the stage of an advanced wizard. He is only level 1 right now. He couldn't help but just internally groan at Merlin's statement. But there was nothing that he could have done. But that doesn't mean that Orion wasn't planning to gather those horcruxes. He already planned to get that Tom Riddle's diary, before it could even reach to Hogwarts. Other horcruxes which he can actually get are the Gaunt family ring or the Helena Hufflepuff cup are still far out of his reach. The only other horcruxes he can get is the locket of Salazar Slytherin. Hey Merlin, it's time to get it. The locket, Orion said, and felt like a certain pirate who suddenly dropped a bomb on the audience when he decided to go after the most mysterious treasure in the entire anime. Another question, tell me who I am talking about. Orion stood before the foreboding gates of the Black Mansion at 12 Grimmauld Place, London, a structure that had witnessed centuries of dark secrets and untold magic. The air around him seemed to thicken as he approached, the ancient stones of the mansion looming over him like silent sentinels. His intention was clear. He came for the locket of Salazar Slytherin. Considering he might not be the only one who knows about the horcruxes, Orion had to gather all of them as soon as he could. Otherwise, Nick or someone like him who knew about them will take them. The wrought iron gates, worn and rusted, groaned as Orion pushed them open, revealing the overgrown garden and the imposing facade of the mansion. The grandeur of the structure was marred by the passage of time, and shadows clung to the cracks and crevices of the stone walls. And there was a ward waiting for him. Others might even not consider coming near a ward of an ancient and noble house family like Black, but Orion was different. He could just absorb the magical power of the wards, and Sirius can just reactivate them later on when he gets released from Azkaban. As he stepped onto the cobblestone path leading to the entrance, the atmosphere grew colder, the whispers of the past echoing through the stillness. Orion hesitated, his hand hovering over the ornate doorknob. The legends surrounding the Black Mansion painted it as a place of both power and peril, and he couldn't shake the feeling that the very air carried the weight of centuries-old enchantments. Maybe for the first time, he took out his wand to protect himself. Technically there shouldn't be anyone here except an old house elf, but it still didn't calm his heart. It's strange how he can kill a vampire, and a troll and even punch the living daylights out of a dark lord, but he is, only a tiny bit, afraid of the unknown. Taking a deep breath, Orion pushed the heavy door open, its hinges protesting with a mournful creak. The entrance hall greeted him with faded tapestries and a sweeping staircase that seemed to ascend into shadows. The air felt heavy as if the very walls were watching and waiting. Good thing that Orion cast Silencio on him and anything which could make noise. He made sure that there was no way to find him. His magical signature was hidden, no noise or smell. He used a transparent spell on him so he was invisible, and lastly, the wards of the place were down. Orion moved cautiously through the dimly lit corridor, walking in the dark as he needed no magic to navigate in the dark. He could see just fine, thanks to the vampire he absorbed. The journey to locate the locket of Salazar Slytherin led him deeper into the mansion's labyrinthine halls, each step a testament to his determination. Although he was already inside the place and thankfully wasn't spotted, he still had to find that damn locket. Sure, not gonna be that easy. The place is big for a house, not to mention magical in nature. He can't just rely on his eyes here. Orion took a deep breath in and then spread his magical senses, trying to find any foul magic, anything which his senses considered tainted or he felt disgusted towards. But to his surprise, there were many items in the Black Manor that he found disgusting and tainted. This is not going to be as easy as I thought, Orion sighed. As he approached the threshold of what he considered the right place to covet the locket, Orion's heartbeat quickened. He could sense the ancient magic pulsating through the air, urging him to proceed. The door before him, adorned with serpentine carvings, stood as a gateway to both mystery and potential danger. With resolve in his eyes, Orion reached for the handle, preparing to enter the heart of the Black Mansion and uncover the secrets that lay within. This ain't it, Merlin from the side said. Orion saw the cursed item in front of him, but it was not the locket he was looking for. Don't worry, got almost a month more until I need to move back to Hogwarts. That much time should be enough, Orion just muttered sarcastically. Orion spent 3 hours searching every nook and cranny of the Black Manor but had no luck. He couldn't find the damn locket, and a groan escaped his lips as he finally started to try out using magic sense. Not only the place was creepy as hell, but even the breathable air was contaminated with dust and God knows what, which was making his nose itchy. We can't go on like this. Who knows where that damn house elf even hide the locket here? Maybe it's not in this house, or maybe the house has a secret door of some sort. I am just wasting time at this point. Orion honestly was getting irritated and wanted to just go gun blazing, shove his wand inside that house elf's mouth and demands the locket. Well, I guess sometimes the loud approach is the right approach. Merlin nodded, eager to finally watch some action. Secretly, he was waiting for whenever Orion's fight, as Orion's fights are not usually wizarding fights with boring spells flying and getting spat away only for more spell to fly. Even the killing spell, for all its darkness and evil nature, just kills the opponent, with no flair of dynamics which entertained the audience, him in this case. But Orion doesn't use spells much. He uses his punches and speed, and this makes his fight unique. This was also a part of the reason why Merlin wanted to teach Orion a power-like force over a typical spell. Not only it's much more universal and versatile, but at the same time it gave of that magical warrior feeling, a feeling he long lost when he died. In his mind, wizards of today are nothing but children waving wands who learn few magical words. This ain't magic. No sir, the magic he was used to was much grander in scale, like destroying mountains by calling off meteoroids, breaking the time constraints, and changing the climate. That was his past, which although he didn't like much, he was not a war junkie, but he still felt disgusted when he saw modern magic. Yeah, sneaking didn't do me any favor. Might wanna try out the loud option as well, Orion said, and took out a cloth and goggles. The cloth was normal in look, besides there was a fire pattern printed on his black material, while the goggles were magical in nature, his own creation, allowing him to not only hide his face but also give him enhanced vision. Great, ready. This might be the first fight you are willingly getting into besides that Malfoy kid. Merlin's cautious tone rang in Orion's ears, but he didn't pay much attention. He had dealt with much more troublesome problems by now. He in fact not also have some spell which he can use again, that house elf. I just remember that Terminator movie. Arnold Schwarzenegger took out an entire group of police, and even that Terminator with his machine gun. I want to do something so cool like that, Orion mutters, and a smile appears on his face. Kriaker, the old and weary house elf of the Black Manor, trudged through the dusty halls, lamenting the solitude that now surrounded him. The once lively home of the pure-blood Black family now echoed with emptiness, and Kriaker found himself trapped in the monotony of his daily tasks. With a deep sigh, Kriaker mumbled to himself, cursing the fate that had befallen him. Wretched life, serving pure-bloods who cared not for the likes of Kriaker. Master Regulus was the only one who treated Creaker with kindness. Memories of the kind Regulus Black were a bittersweet solace for the lonely house elf. As he drudged through the deserted rooms, dusting ancient tapestries and polishing silverware that hadn't been touched in years, Creaker's grumbling grew louder. Pure bloods, they all left Creaker alone. But Creaker is loyal, Creaker is true. He reminded himself all the time not to forget to destroy what his master gave him. His life now used to revolve around it, but Creaker couldn't. He had no way to destroy it. He had no way to fulfill the last wish of his beloved master Regulus. Oh, he wishes that he was a wizard and not an house elf. Maybe then he could have fulfill his master's wish. Just as he was about to launch into another tirade, Creaker's pointed ears twitched at the sound of a creaking floorboard. His bulbous eyes widened as he caught a glimpse of an intruder, a figure that disrupted the stagnant routine of the Black Manor. Creaker's initial irritation transformed into a sense of purpose. With surprising agility, he slipped into the shadows, his senses alert. Though the manor had fallen into disuse, Creaker's duty to protect it and its secrets remained steadfast. The intruder might have thought the place abandoned, but Creaker, though weary, was not one to be underestimated. There was no way an intruder could come inside with those wards active. A danger sign rang into his mind and he immediately took out a dagger he was hiding. The old house elf readied himself, a spark of determination flickering in his eyes. The mundane day had suddenly taken an unexpected turn, and Creaker, despite his weariness, was prepared to defend the legacy of the Black family. Orion went outside the door of the kitchen. This was the place where he sensed the only signature in the entire house. His grasp wand a little tighter and took a deep breath. The moment he crossed that door, Creaker would attack him, and he was entirely ready, but he wanted to try something else before that. Creaker, are you in there? Orion spoke, activating Devil's Tongue. He resembled the voice of Regulus Black, of course. He never met the man and had no way of knowing what he sounded like, but that doesn't matter. The elf can hear his voice and thanks to magic will consider himself as Regulus. Master Regulus, came a stuttering and shocked voice of Creaker. Bingo. Now I just need to make my identity real to him, and the best way is to talk about the only secret which is known to both of them, as Regulus died just after handing Creaker that locket and Creaker never in all this time told this to anyone else. I am sorry Creaker, I gave you the burden of destroying that thing. Orion spoke but didn't open the door. In fact, he put a spell that it couldn't be opened by Creaker too. No, Creaker is a bad elf. Master Regulus told him to destroy the locket, but Creaker couldn't. Please punish Creaker. Creaker in his suddenly emotional surge did not even think about opening the door or thinking rationally as he saw Regulus died in front of him. Devil's Tongue could be scary if used correctly, Orion thought, but unknown to him, the real reason why it was so effective was because of his willpower and intent. Devil's Tongue was one of the magic which will highly influenced the will of the user and their intent. It's in fact same kind of magic and legitimacy, influencing other thoughts, feelings, rational thinking, and even challenging their morals. It's the same reason why Orion is so good at the mind arts. His willpower and intent is several folds higher than any wizard's, even those of the strongest kind, like Dumbledore or Voldemort. Integration sounds like a cool technique, but in reality, it's extremely hard to do, and Orion when he first started it almost had seizures after using it. It taxes too much on the body and is even hard on one's will and focus. But this made Orion's focus, intent, and even his will like a mountain as long as he is not simping over girls. Merlin had no idea why his guy get like that. In Harry Potter world, the best way to explain is the poison water which Dumbledore had to drink at the end of the 7th movie. No zero body could drink that entire water of their own will, even the likes of Dumbledore faltered, but Orion can with his degree of mental fortitude. Bring the locket to me Creaker, I will destroy it, only then my soul can rest in peace, Orion said and waited. He didn't hear anything from the other side for a while. Creaker on the other side was resisting, although his mind was telling her to immediately give the cursed locket and let his master destroy it, but his heart was telling him otherwise. Seeing that Creaker was struggling to decide, Orion pushed a little more. That cursed locket needs to be destroyed. It's bound souls. I am in pain Creaker. Please give it to me so I can destroy it. Orion tried his best to sound genuine, but if this doesn't work then he had no other option but to just fight Creaker for it. Shit, why can't this school people extend the vacation time? This is even worse than my previous life, Orion complained, as he hurriedly showed all kinds of books to the little witch and wizards coming into flourish and blots. He still remembers back then when he walked out of the Black Manor holding the locket of Salazar Slytherin without any conflict, like a boss. That feeling was like he was Captain America and just said Hail Hydra, got the staff and got out unscratch. Totally fucking awesome. And then he looked at what he was doing and sighed the biggest sigh in the history of sighs, taking out a stack of books ranging from the 1st year to the 7th year and handing them to the ongoing wizards coming in the shop. I still don't get why you are working here. Money will not be an issue after those brooms start selling, and the way they are already getting taken away by those big shots to test out, there is no way that they are not selling. And when it comes to the cursed diary, you could have just visited the shop when Malfoy came and took it from him, or better yet just wait until Hogwarts start and make your move then. Merlin asked, but he knew exactly why Orion ended up getting himself this job, or rather kept continuing the job. He wanted to read all those books. Thanks to Orion working in a bookshop and having the insane learning spell from Merlin, he was able to read most of the books from the store and even remember them. There is not even a need to say that he completed his second year's course before Hogwarts started. Orion didn't plan to react to the old man talking in his ears. He knew that he was just disturbing him as he was getting bored. With swift motion, Orion took out multiple books and arranged them in order before packing them in for the customer. Let me guess, that owner, what was his name again? Marcus. Yes, he offered you extra money to help him in the rushed hours just before Hogwarts was about to start. Merlin narrowed his eyes and Orion just avoided his glare like a plague. He just can't say that this was the case now, can he? The money he was offered was good, and a little hectic job like this is nothing for Orion. He had done far worse in his previous life. Merlin just signed. He really sometimes didn't understand why this boy was so crazy about money. He used to have lots of money. Hell, with just a snap he could have created more. So for a being like him, money was really an abstract concept. Well, it became like that much after he was 10 times Orion's age, but still it was the truth stands. Orion POV. I was getting fucking tired of this bullshit, waiting for that white hair asshole to come and bring that fucking diary with him. I even wanted to just break into the Malfoy Manor and grab that myself, but then I remember that I am still not better than a 12-year-old regular magical child, at least power-wise, and all that motivation go right out of the drain. Come on, is this guy not planning on sending his son to Hogwarts or what? Why is he not here already? You complain awfully lot for someone who is getting 2 galleons for working just for 4 days. Merlin, who just looked inside my mind, said, and a groan almost escaped my lips. I hate that he can do that. I mean, what the hell, man? There is no privacy here. I will be reaching puberty soon and then all those urges will start once again. I don't want to masturbate in front of him. Not gonna happen. Don't worry, I have a way to stop that, Merlin said nonchalantly, and another groan escaped my lips. Why I even had to have this conversation with an almost 1,000-year-old Otaku grandpa was beyond me. Merlin totally became an Otaku after he got access to my extremely big library of anime, movies, and comics. Nani, otakudiru koto ga ruakoto no yo ni itamesu eni. Merlin said, acting much like some shonen anime character, making me groan again. This was the reason why I was not irritated. This work, Merlin, and that damn book. Oh, not to mention, that foresight. It's almost 2 months since I have been learning that and I haven't seen much improvement. Maybe my dreams of sending Umbridge flying like a dragonborn will never be completed. Don't worry, we can do something, Merlin was saying, but then suddenly I noticed the target which I had been waiting for so long. Long shoulder-length white hair with an aristocratic look on his face. The man was handsome to my grimace. The face had that "you owe me money" look. Lucius Malfoy came in and I directly targeted the thing he was carrying. That diary was the major reason why I was busting my ass here. Well, money was also a reason, but mainly the diary. I pointed at Marcus to cover for me for a while. He did it gladly, considering that I didn't take any breaks after starting my shift 4 hours ago. I just went after Lucius. I am getting that diary even if I have to take care of that Death Eater right there and now. So, what the plan? You gonna play the righteous hero and demand the dark diary from the shady-looking gentleman come side villain, or gonna play the assassin? You know, old school stabby in backy, Merlin asks as if this was all a game to him. I will play the patient kind. He is here to get rid of the diary anyway, so I'll just let him. Merlin just rolled his eyes and groaned. Man seriously needed action in his life, but why make me the object of his entertainment? I by random took out a book from the shelf and pretended to read it, while also secretly following Malfoy Sr. But after noticing that the man was moving dangerously close to one lustrous entity which graced us with his presence, I just groaned. I was trying to avoid Gilderoy Lockhart. I believe that there is no reason needed for me to explain to the readers, right? The man was a total fraud. The only thing which he had really going for him was his talent in building lies and memory charms, not to mention that the man did look handsome. Not a lot, but still better than most adult wizards. In fact, in the movies he was not as handsome. I hate handsome men more than I love beautiful women. Being a pretty average guy in my last life, this was always a sore spot for me. This and my little friends who were, well, a little too little for my liking. Merlin on the sideline just wanted to point out that in this life, Orion might be the most handsome man as time goes, not only because of his natural good look but because he absorb a freaking unicorn. It is taking some time for him to adapt to the traits of a unicorn, but when he will, girls can hardly remove eyes from him. And when it comes to his pee-pee, Merlin had no idea, but only future will tell, just how magical that can be. I followed Lucius for 20 minutes and the man was one savvy customer, just looking around and wasting my time. I am sure that he didn't notice my presence, so I don't know why he was taking so much time to just throw the book away. Probably because he just doesn't want to throw it away. He wants to send the book to Hogwarts. Maybe in the book and movies it was not clear why gave the book to Ginny, but there is a possibility that it was a planned action, Merlin said from inside my ear like a whisper, and my fast thinking already started to catch up with all the possible routes this scenario can go. Son of a bitch, I couldn't help but mutter to myself, and with that started planning. Didn't take me long to find a simple method to take the diary. Gonna use force to mix the diary with many of the similar looking books and diaries on the bookshelf towards the south section of the store. Just needed to lure him to that place. Use this spell. Always worked for me, Merlin said while transferring the spell information into my head directly. I blink and look a little confused. The spell works on someone's smell. How is that gonna help me? But before Merlin can answer, I suddenly understand what Merlin was trying to do here. I then went towards the south section of the store and hurriedly put 2 basic runes in the floor to stop Lucius from using Oxio to find the book. Yes, now I don't even need a wand to place the runic array, as I am proficient enough to do that by just placing my magic signature there. But this new spell Merlin taught me was a different case. Targeting Lucius, I said, Odorous Mutatio, and then almost an invisible spatial fluctuation happened, only targeting Malfoy. Lucius Malfoy POV. Lucius Malfoy was having a bad day. The Ministry just recently raided many of the pure blood houses to find any kind of dark artifact among them. He was still now excluded from this list, an advantage of holding significant power, but for how long? Thus he was trying his damnedest to clear out all of his inventory and backlogs. The search was not just limited to dark items but also all kinds of illegal things and connections by the Ministry. Lucius now missed that day when he used to work with Voldemort. Yes, the man was deranged and a madman who only looked for himself, but he was strong, and that apparently was all that mattered in this world. Well, not strong enough, Lucius mutters silently, thinking about how the greatest Dark Lord of all time died under the hands of a newborn child. He couldn't help but scoff at the underdeveloped brain circuits of wizards nowadays. Every one of them is nothing but sheep, and Dumbledore is the biggest ringmaster. Others might not realize, but Dark Eaters do, a positive side of following the Dark Lord. He saw the reality of Dumbledore. In Lucius' eyes, Dumbledore was nothing less than a Dark Lord. But he was not here today to debate about someone's morale or character. His own moral compass was all whack shit, so no, he was here today to make sure that his diary which his lord gave him, that half-blood is no lord of mine, but I can't do anything against him. Weakness is the original sin. Lucius just sighed. He knew the reality behind the supposed lord and the messiah of the pure blood people. That half-blood bastard was a psychopath and a sociopath who killed his own family, but Lucius would not tell this to anyone. He couldn't even let anyone get the suspicion that he knows this. He know that the Dark Lord is not dead and will eventually come back. No, he will stay in the dark and follow the Dark Lord. In light, he can't achieve anything. Although he doesn't comply with the Dark Lord, he gets benefits by following him, and that's all that is needed. Lucius today was here because he wanted to use this opportunity to get rid of the cursed item and at the same time, cause trouble for those blood traders Weasleys. So he waited until those damned red hair blood traders comes. He knew that it will be today that they will arrive, considering that Ministry give the salary to its employees yesterday. Arthur need that money to bring anything to his kids. Beggars, Lucius scoffed in disdain, but then suddenly smelled an alluring smell coming from the bookshelf on the south. It attracted his attention. The smell was really something which made his tense-up mind relax. So he went there, just to figure out what that thing was. MCPOV. The moment when Lucius went close to the south section of the store, he found the pleasant smell intensified as he got close to the bookshelf. Got him, Merlin smirked alongside me as I raised my hands, and suddenly the entire blood bookshelf shook. I already made the footing of the shelf loose with magic and now just need a little bit of force, pun intended, to complete throw the fucking bookshelf on Lucius. Suddenly the entire bookshelf looked like it was alive, or like an earthquake hit Diagon Alley. It shook, and Lucius, who was still in euphoria, bought out of his daze and took out his wand, due to years of reflexes kicking in. But that was pointless, as until his mind really figured out what was going on, it was too late. The entire bookshelf ended up falling on the poor bastard. I with one hand tilted the bookshelf with force, while on the other hand, using the force to drag Tom Riddle's diary towards me. Lucius didn't even notice that he lost the diary. I saw the diary come towards me like a lightsaber or Thor's hammer, directly into my hand, and I didn't waste any time and put it inside my pendant. Score. Now get the fuck out of his place, Merlin said, and I just nodded while already moving out. By the way, why the rune when you were gonna put the diary directly on your pendant? Merlin asked in confusion. Because if the magic worked and he still didn't get the diary, then he would get suspicious. It's better to make him believe that the magic is not working for some reason and that the diary is among the piles of books and other diaries. That way he will be occupied and most likely not suspect that it was intentional. After burying Malfoy Sr. under 2-inch piles of books, I got out of there. But I couldn't leave the shop, considering that I still needed to work there. Not leaving that 2 galleon, not after all the hard labor I had to do to get them. I even heard Merlin sighing on the side, but I don't give a shit. That man is a ghost. I need money for food, water, residency, anything. I have to pay for those things, so nah, there is no way I am leaving that 2 galleon. So after causing much trouble for Marcus, the bookshop owner, I sat on the sideline eating my lunch and waiting for some familiar faces, which didn't take much time considering I quickly noticed a very familiar redhead girl appearing with other redheads. At first glance, people can even say that they are from the same family, but that was not the case. The hair color, although the same, the shape of red was slightly off. Not to mention the features of the girl were different than almost all the Weasley family she was following. This girl gonna be a keeper if got love early, Merlin on the sideline said, and I also nodded in agreement. I didn't even need to ask why Merlin thought that about Rose. Being an orphan himself, I know that an orphan like them doesn't long for money or power but for family more than anything. Well, until and unless you are not a certain snake-face bastard who wanted to live forever. Merlin chimes in and I chuckle a little. Rose, I called out after seeing Mrs. Weasley going after Lockhart to get the upcoming books and also his autograph. I almost wanted to cry after looking at those expensive books which have no requirement in my magical education at all. I swear to God, I will punch that handsome face of his, one of these days, I unbelievably muttered after reminding myself that I had to spend 2 galleons on his books. Ron was with his brothers, while Ginny was accompanying Rose. Seems to me that those two have become good friends, thinking about their intertwined faith in the books and movies. Orion, Rose after hearing me calling her immediately came over and Ginny was also with her. I just quickly introduced myself again. Hello, I am Orion D. Ambrosius, I said. Who introduces themselves with their full name and even the middle name? That's weird, Ginny said. I told him all the time, but he doesn't quit doing that. Rose giggled, which almost sounded like sweet rings of bells to me. She smells good as well. I noticed that she has a little less baby fat on her cheeks as she also has gotten taller, but not that much. She was wearing a tight sweater which went well with her half-size skirt and I had to take a double take as I found that pretty cute. 1 minute? Why you are getting attracted towards her like this? It is not just you who is getting attracted, Merlin on the side said, and I noticed a sizable blush on both of the girls' faces. I got even more confused. I could chuck that into them being happy meeting me, but why not make eye contact anymore? Rose didn't have this problem before. They are obviously shy. Remember I told you that you will soon develop traits from unicorn. This is it. You are slowly building a kind of presence which calms others and attracts them, pure and comfortable, that when added with your natural charm we have a recipe for a heartthrob. I at this slightly widened my eyes and internally nodded. Considering that the traits are just starting to appear now, it will definitely be a lot more prominent later on. After all, it took almost 6 months before this physical power stopped increasing little by little. It was almost like his whole body was mutating according to the power he absorbed. Maybe this is the reason his absorbing power gets much weaker after digesting a magical creature. It takes time for him to adapt to that power. Yes, I too have noticed that and can say that it's not about how many creatures you absorb but how powerful they are, and how many varieties of creatures you are absorbing will make you stronger. For example, if you were to absorb a troll now, you might not get as strong boost as you get back then, as magically now that troll is much weaker than you. Not to mention you already have traits from troll and it will not gonna make you physically stronger. Merlin said his hypothesis and I had to agree. But can't say anything for the final without testing it out for myself. Let's get going. We better get books for you all. I also want to show you the broom which I made and my very own book, I said and brought the two blushing girls, who themselves were confused as to why they were blushing in the first place and just couldn't stop blush after seeing Orion's face, out of their daze. I dragged the girls by their hands making them blush even more furiously and of course, I didn't it intentionally. You got a chance to tease cute girls like them when given a chance, be a man of culture. While taking them towards the broom on the displaced Pegasus, I also noticed a familiar face which I didn't want to see. It was Nick Iron. I kept a distance from him because as soon as he entered the shop, I felt a magical signature which was much stronger than any normal student. Others can't sense magic like I can, thanks to my integration training and later my almost ungodly developed magical circuits whose worth I only learn later as I learn force. I have developed magical senses. He is even stronger than Rose here, and Rose is stronger than any normal student, even coming close to some 6th and 7th year students. There is no way someone can increase their magical power like that besides the dark arts. Even you, my friend, whose existence is nothing less than a cheat with that integration of yours, needs time to fully digest the magical power and changes before absorbing more. Merlin said, and I started to get worried. He was wearing normal dark clothes with his striking black hair and green eyes. Those eyes just attracted my attention. They are similar to Rose, vibrant and green. After thinking about this, I quickly steal a sneak glance at Rose and compare. Yup, there is no denying it. They are so similar. No, they are stronger, more vibrant, and much darker in shade. Eyes are the window of souls. They can show many things, and in the case of magical people, they can show the nature of a wizard and his strength. Nick Iron is strong, a little too strong. Not to mention that elder wand, that's why I worry. It was like just one look at the boy told me that he was not good, that I was no match for him right now, and that Nick Iron was just bad news. I looked at Rose, looking at the broom which I pointed towards. Haven't said that I made it yet, but that Quidditch fangirl stared at the broom with stars in her eyes. There was a very beautiful smile on her face. There soon will come a time when she will lose that smile, but I can protect it. Hey Merlin, I think that I should get a wand replacement. This one is just too weak. I asked, knowing that I am currently like any normal magical child's magical level right now, and this wand might be good enough for now but definitely not when I get strong like even 5th or 6th year student level. The upcoming threats will need more than this lousy wand to be dealt with. Well, I shouldn't badmouth the wand as it did serve me. Sorry, but I do need something better. No need, in fact, you will be ditching the wand altogether, outside the most intense combat situation from now on. Merlin said, and I blinked. Took me some time to process what he had just said. Nanny, title, Orion was in a bad mood. After the general shopping for Hogwarts, he wanted to get himself a new wand, but the old geezer didn't let him. We will learn wandless magic, he says, like it is as easy as sneaking around the castle after quarantine. Even the best among the current generation of wizards and witches needs wands, Orion muttered under his breath as he was packing his bag. He raised his hand and pointed his palm toward the clothes he wanted to take to Hogwarts with him, trying force to lift them and put them in his luggage, and after grinding like his life depended on it. Still, Orion was not able to control the force right. It was pretty easy to push or pull, but doing anything complex like folding a shirt and putting it in the luggage was almost impossible. Remember that it's not just what you want, you have to convey this to the magic around you as well, Merlin said for God knows how many times to him, but he just couldn't get a hold of it. Currently, his force usage is very bare bone, with basic push and pull ability and range, weight, and size limitations. Orion couldn't help but groan and took out his wand. This shit was getting out of hand. He was getting late for the Hogwarts Express, and he might lose the train if this continues. Not like this was not planned, considering that Rose might also lose the train, and why the fuck Orion will not try to spend more time with that cute redhead. Honestly, he started to like Rose a little more than Hermione even after his obvious crush on Emma. Hermione as well, she is annoying and bossy, at least at the start of the series. He didn't dislike her, but still, he better like the attitude of Rose over Hermione. You are not allowed to use wand, Merlin said with a stern tone. This old man was usually easygoing, but damn, he can be a bothersome bastard at the very wrong time. Like use force to open the door of the bathroom until Orion's bladder was about to blast open. Like use force to stop the alarm early in the morning. Bastard, I want to stop the alarm to go back to sleep. Don't shout in my ears to use force. Orion woke up after all that shouting, unfortunately saying goodbye to his sweet sleep. After hearing Merlin, he grumbly put back his wand and kept on practicing force to make his luggage. He didn't have any option but to listen to him, as he was the only source to learn magic for him, at least the ancient magic, and get stronger. But the old man could be annoying. Once Orion starts slacking off, he starts to shout near his ear and even announce his dark history all in the public. Orion knows that no one can hear Merlin, but something about an old man shouting in public at the top of his lungs how he once peed like a dog in the open with one leg up just to see how it felt like when he was 4 years old is embarrassing as hell. And yes, that level of dark history Merlin has access on Orion. My life is fuck, Orion muttered under his breath. King Cross Station. Orion knew that he would be late, so he couldn't help but curse under his breath as he got out of the taxi and rushed towards the station. He didn't even care about the pedestrians and got inside the station. Upon entering the station, he felt like he had come back 1 year ago when he was ready to go to Hogwarts for the first time. It was magical and he couldn't deny it. It's almost like after many years I start my favorite game to play the campaign once again. Here we go again, Merlin smirks, thinking about a certain CJ from Orion's memories. He can't remember which game that was though. Orion looked around, trying to spot any familiar faces while also hurriedly moving towards platform 9 3/4, and when not seeing any familiar faces, the looming reality that he missed the train got harder to avoid. The moment he saw platform 9, he heard a sound. He quickly looked and saw a red-haired girl falling to the ground and all her things getting scattered on the floor. Rose, Orion immediately said as the little loli looked up in panic. She hurt her head on the wall as she was covering the slightly swollen bump with 2 hands with a cute expression. Orion, the wall, it's not letting me go through, Rose said, and Orion surely caught a complaining tone in her sentence. Orion looked at the wall and yup, there was magic blocking Rose from going past. It's strange that it was only on Rose, and he knew that he himself could go past without much issue. This piqued his interest. The person who was responsible for this incident in books and movies was Dobby. I never thought about it this way, but this house elf just interacted with an old magic and was able to block a particular person go crossing it. To some extent could be even harder to completely remove the magic, as this falls in the realm of complex magic, and a house elf doing it was unique if not anything. We might want to meet with that house elf. What you say, Merlin said, and Orion on the side nodded. But he quickly came towards Rose to help her. Don't worry, I will help you out, Orion said, and after looking around and making sure that the standard notice me not spell was still in place and was working just fine, he raised his hand and applied force. To even Marin's amazement, Orion not only gathered all the scattered things, but he didn't do it one at a time like he used to do in his training. He targeted and moved all of them at once and even put them in the cart with the right order and orientation. What in the... Merlin was baffled. This kid was barely able to control a feather with force in the training, and now he literally did what Merlin himself took decades to learn. Perfect multi-freaking object control, and that too even without looking. Not to mention he did it effortlessly with fucking wandless magic using force. Rose on the side was also wide-eyed like lightning struck her, the pain of her head long forgotten. Chant less and even wand less magic. She couldn't believe and started to question the degree of damage she just suffered on her head. Now started to get worried as she was seeing illusions. Orion made her stand up and return her glasses back to her. Here are your glasses. Orion gave the glasses to Rose, and she, after realizing that she didn't have her glasses on, relaxed a little. All the blame unconsciously and unfortunately fell on the poor glasses and her bad eyesight. Orion on the other hand didn't realize that he just used force at the master's level unconsciously, in order to quickly help out Rose. But Merlin was different. He with just this one thing saw a pretty obvious pattern in Orion's force usage and planned to change his practice style from now on. He didn't take out his wand, as he is still not habituated to doing that. All those practices with force made him unconsciously use force over normal modern magic. Such potential, good thing I didn't let him buy a new wand. Once he gets used to the wand, then this potential will die down. No, I need to find a way to get rid of that wand of his, Merlin mutters under his breath so that Orion, who is still with Rose, doesn't hear him. Merlin realized why Orion had so much trouble with force still now. He didn't notice it because Orion was doing even better than him from the past, as he learned what took him months in just days. According to him, Orion just needed practice, but that was not the case. He just realized that Orion's learning speed was much faster, and he finally found what was holding him back. Wandless, Merlin thought. We lost the train. What do we do now? Rose asked with a little panic in her tone. After Orion helped her up, She tried to cross the wall one more time but had no luck. Orion on the other hand was counseling with Merlin. His knowledge about ancient magic and different forms of magic like elf magic was still lacking. Don't worry, let me try, Orion said and walked up to the wall slightly touching it. He felt that Dobby's magic was not affecting him and he could enter the wall. Interesting was the only thing Orion could say before he started to chant a spell inside his head, something he just got from Merlin, an ancient magic which can remove any secondary magic which could affect the primary magic. Rose on the other hand saw Orion slightly touching the wall and muttering something under his breath. She was no Hermione and her knowledge of magic was bare bones at best, but she still waited. Done. We can cross now, Orion said with a smile after completing his chant, and to Rose's disbelief she was able to enter the wall. What? But I wasn't able to just now. Rose got even more confused. Good waif material, yes, but not that bright of a witch, I have to say, Merlin on the side chime in. When the hell he learns what waifs are, what the hell is this old man watching in my head? Orion was getting real suspicious now. We entered the bloody wall but we still lost the train, what are you gonna do? Rose asked, having no idea how they gonna reach to Hogwarts now. We can fly. Orion intervened and took out his custom-built broom for himself. He promised himself that he would make a broom for himself which would be the best and that he did in his free time. Rose, after seeing the broom, even forgot she lost the train and shifted her entire attention to Orion's fancy broom. The broom itself was fully black with a golden pattern of wings formed into them alongside one Pegasus logo, a complete contrast to the white Pegasus broom which he planned to mass-produce to sell. After seeing that Rose was completely captivated by his broom, he firmly smiled and said, "Behold the best broom of the century, Black Pegasus," Orion said, and then motioned Rose to take out her own wand. She had a Nimbus 2000 which was supposed to be the fastest broom just a little while ago. Only recently its record was broken by Nimbus 2001. And Orion was sure that that record too would be broken as soon as his own line of brooms, Pegasus, entered the market. I don't have my broom. I leave it in Hogwarts, Rose said, and this made Orion confused at why Rose will do that. She loves her broom, so why leave it back in the castle? The reason was that there was a possibility that her relatives might have destroyed the broom and thus she didn't want to take any chances. Don't worry, you can share with me, Orion said and motioned Rose to come over. But Rose was already blushing by the outcome, while Merlin on the side was questioning whether this girl really left her broom in Hogwarts or she just wanted to ride with Orion in his fancy broom. Blushing, Rose slowly came towards Orion and sat down on the broom, but the moment she sat, she felt comfortable. The feeling of wood pressing against her was not there. I for some reason know that I will get many comments on this line. Hold me tight, Orion advised and blushed a little when Rose's slender arms wrapped around himself and her growing breasts were pressed onto him. You are weak. Merlin on the side sends a disgusted look at him which makes him twitch his eyes. All right then, up and away. The speed of takeoff broke the sound barrier, but the magic didn't let either Orion or Rose feel the pressure. The speed was there and almost made Rose breathless. She screamed at the top of her lungs. She might be a seeker, but this speed was on a whole different level. Just in 30 seconds they crossed the city area and entered the Green Lands. For the first time, Rose was really afraid of riding a broom. Rose, open up your eyes, Orion said. And if possible then lose your grip a little. I am almost suffocating here. That is what he wanted to say. Rose took a deep breath before opening her eyes, clenching Orion like a lifeline. When the takeoff happens, now she feels a little ashamed. She slowly opened her eyes and like a world almost changed around her. She saw the beauty of nature. They were flying pretty high and Orion reduced the speed so that they could enjoy Mother Nature. And Rose also had to agree. They saw trees, rivers, and grasslands below them while a completely blue sky was above them with pretty white clouds. Her eyes slightly widened and when the fresh cold air she inhaled, she visibly relaxed. Finally, also let poor Orion breathe again. Rose didn't know why, but after observing the beautiful sight around her, she looked at the boy who she was holding onto and thought about what she saw in the mirror of Arist back then. She clenched her jaw a little and after losing her hold on Orion, she slightly got closer to Orion if that was even possible and firmly wrapped her hands around him, but this time she was not tight like holding on to her dear life. It was more like a hugging manner, where her palms were open and while one palm was on their stomach, the other was directly on top of his beating heart, which she felt beating as she rested her head on top of his back, leaving practically no room left between the two. There was a look of relief on her face for some reason. Unknown to her, the reason she was able to feel Orion's heart was because it was in fact beating faster than usual. God damn it, calm down. You gonna explode like this, Orion told to his own heart. Don't think anything. She is still 12. She is still 12. I don't want to meet that magical counterpart of FBI anytime soon, but the warm feeling he was feeling while Rose hugged so intimately made him blush. Seems like puberty will hit our hero ahead of its time. Merlin just signed up. Both Orion and Rose arrive at Hogsmeade Station in less than 1 hour. To slow down his beating heart, Orion increased the speed of his broom instead, turning the loving and intimate hug from Rose back to that desperate hold for survival and making him suffocate yet again. We didn't need to fly at that speed, you know, Rose said with a huff, maybe out of breath or just pouting as she honestly was enjoying the scenery. Yeah, definitely the scenery. Yeah, but it was fun, right? Orion said while avoiding the topic altogether. He looked around and noticed the time on a clock on the station. It will take another 5 hours before Hogwarts Express arrives there. Thinking about it, he thought, why not take Rose inside the Hogsmeade village? Hey, wanna explore the village before we get back to Hogwarts? It will take another 5 hours for the Hogwarts Express to come anyways, Orion asked Rose, who too was a little embarrassed at what she did back then, slightly nodded in confirmation. Merlin, why did I have to do something like that? Hey, Rose berated inside her mind. No wonder he increased the speed like that. Unknown to Orion, Rose did catch the blush on his face, and although it made her feel a little relief, only a little, and now it was hard to face him. Hogsmeade Village was your typical wizarding wizards with all its quirks, but it was fun, and Orion had to admit. But only after asking Rose to come with him did he realize that it almost sounded like a date. God damn it, he cursed inside. The rumors of them roaming in Hogsmeade alone will be out there in no time, no matter muggle or wizarding. News travels fast when they are juicy topics like this. Guess in that regard we wizards are not that different from the muggles, Orion thought to himself. He didn't suspect that Rose would give too much weight to this, considering that she is only 12 and in the movies or books, Harry hardly cared about love or feeling until he was in the 4th year. But unknown to him, Rose was almost dying out of embarrassment inside. There were currently 3 broomsticks and Orion ordered something to eat. So. Both spoke almost at the same time and then stared at each other, a little smile creeping onto Orion's face while Rose immediately looked away. No matter how much inexperience with girls, Orion still had the mind of a 16-year-old and carried himself like that, well, most of the time. It's strange how he still considers himself 16 when he also lived quite a long time in this world and should be 25 plus. That is because your mind stops growing and fixes its mental age at 16. It might start growing again after you cross the age of 16 in this world. I for once can't wait for that day to come. Then you might really grow up a little, mentally, that is, Merlin explains with a touch of mockery in his tone. Orion has gotten so used to his antics that he doesn't react at all. You go first, Orion said while giving a confident smile, getting back to his clad persona no matter how forced it was. That broom. You made it, Rose asked, and Orion had much to talk about it. Yeah, my own creation, Orion said and explained how that black broom is called Black Pegasus, which he created with Red's feather. The atmosphere was strange as 2 12-year-olds were all along in 3 broomsticks and chatting happily. And for some reason, the bartender was giving them a strange look. Seated by the window with mugs of steaming butterbeer, Orion and Rose shared stories and laughter. The golden liquid warmed their insides, and the cozy atmosphere of the inn enveloped them like a magical embrace. As they sipped their drinks, the conversation shifted to their upcoming year at Hogwarts. Orion, ever eager to explore new magical knowledge, spoke animatedly about the classes he was looking forward to. Rose, with her bright eyes and infectious enthusiasm, added her own excitement to the mix. Waifu material indeed, Orion muttered slowly, but Rose heard him. What's waifu? She asked. Nothing, just a beautiful girl is called waifu. It's a Japanese term, Orion quickly said, earning a blush from Rose. Both of them were having a good time. By the logic of modern entertainment, shouldn't this be a time when all hell breaks loose? Merlin wondered. Almost felt like he jinked the situation when he heard a loud noise. Both Orion and Rose heard noise from outside. Orion caught the noise first, of course, considering how sensitive his hearing was. He was just in the middle of cracking another joke and drinking his butterbeer, which was questionable and tasted like a real bear, but he stopped just an inch before the cup touched his lips. Merlin, Orion sent a questionary glance towards Merlin, but the old wizard just shook his head, not having any idea what was going on. Rose, stay here, I will be back soon, Orion said and slowly walked out from the 3 broomsticks. He was about to go for his wand, but before that Merlin said, "Don't use the wand, I will explain later, but don't use it right now," Merlin said with no further explanation. Orion's eyes twitch at this. This old man wouldn't let him use a wand when practicing, but not even in this situation. Well, considering that they are still in Hogsmeade, it's relatively safe, but still. Orion slowly moved forward. He wanted to cast a disillusionment charm, but he couldn't if he was not using his wand. He decided to just hide behind bushes and buildings and move towards where the noise was coming from. Wizards, no doubt, level 3 at best, and many are just level 2, Merlin pointed after seeing a bunch of wizards gathered in one place and waving their wands for some reason. Level 2 is like normal adult wizards, while level 3 is powerful wizards like professors or veterans like auras. Not just wizards, they are aurors. But why would the aurors would be here? Orion mutters to himself and thinks, in the original books, nothing like this happened. At least he can't remember something like this happening. Get a little closer, from here it's impossible to get any info, Merlin said after watching Orion contemplating whether to let his curiosity win over or go back to Rose. Yeah, while I am here, I might as well just check out what's going on, Orion thought, and after slowly moving closer to the place, he instantly then felt a magical ward there. Strange, this magical ward is not blocking anything from getting in but rather blocking things from getting outside. I wonder what? Orion wondered and entered the invisible wards after checking whether it was a sensory ward or not. The moment he got inside the wards, a familiar smell hit his sensitive nose. He was reminded of a being that he didn't want to see again, and Merlin, who was able to see what going on in his head, naturally picked out what he was thinking. Vampire. Yeah. Why a vampire is here? What can a vampire be possibly doing here, inside a wizard's habitants, not to mention, near a school no less? Curiosity started to get the better of him, but his last experience with a vampire didn't go so well and he didn't want to put himself in that situation again. No doubt that a vampire was here, and I have an uncanny feeling that this has something to do with that particular past experience which you are thinking of right now. Merlin interrupted Orion's thinking and said, "What? Why do you think that?" Orion got out of his daze and looked straight at Merlin, a little confused at how both the incidents are related. "I will naturally tell you why, but right now we better get out of here. I checked and those wizards only found the victim of a vampire here. Most likely that vampire feed here. He might still be lurking around." Merlin's advice brought back Orion's mind to Rose. She was alone in 3 broomsticks. "Right," Orion said and got back to Rose, making big strides towards the bar, but before that he heard Merlin talk. "Your smell, make sure that before you leave you remove your smell from here," Merlin advised, and Orion also realized why. He, not even being a vampire, had an amazing smelling ability after absorbing vampires. A real vampire is supposed to be even better. Knowing that Orion can't use many spells without a wand, Merlin didn't say anything when Orion had to use his wand. After that, he directly went for Rose. "Orion, what's going on?" Rose asked with a little tippy tone in her voice. "Is that really not a beer?" Orion questioned again and then went close to Rose. "Chance of plans, we are not waiting for the Hogwarts Express anymore. We will directly go to Hogwarts now. Come on, we better get going." Orion and cast a refreshment charm on Rose to bring her back to focus. -1 hour later, both Orion and Rose came back to Hogwarts without any issues. Took some time to explain why they were early and not in the Hogwarts Express, considering just how fast they had arrived from King Cross to Hogsmeade thanks to Orion's broom. It was easy to make McGonagall believe that they directly came to Hogwarts and didn't stop anywhere else, as it roughly takes as much time as it would take on any other broom. Of course, the consequences of flying in the Muggle world were still there, but Orion handled it. After that, Rose went to her dorms early to change while Orion came to the room of requirement. "All right, let's hear it then. Why do you think that vampire was there for me?" Orion asked Merlin. "I never said that they are there for you. I just merely suggested that it's connected with what happened to you earlier a year ago. But that being the case, I really do believe that you are the reason for them being here." "Why?" Orion asked, trying to find any reason why that would be the case. "Before I answer that question, let me ask you, what do you know about vampires?" Merlin asked, once again challenging Orion's knowledge about the magical world. But this time, Orion didn't have much about those damn creatures. One might suspect that after nearly getting killed by one, Orion will try to find info about the creature he absorbed, but nope. Not Orion, he was just too involved in getting stronger that he forsaken everything else last year. "Besides the things I know from modern media, nothing," Orion said honestly. "Well then, a little history lesson is in order, I presume." God, Orion almost rolled his eyes. "I promise to keep this one short." Merlin saw the visible groan escaping Orion's lips and replied, "Vampires are different from any normal creature on this earth. They are the result of an experiment gone wrong. A mutation happened which gave birth to vampires. The person doing the experiment was no doubt a magical, maybe a witch or a wizard. We can't say. This took place thousands of years ago and we don't have much knowledge about their origins anymore. But what we do know, or at least what I do know, is that they were intended to be this immortal creature which stands above everyone else. Vampirism was supposed to be a solution to death, a salvation," Merlin said and let things sink in. "Let me guess, things didn't go as planned," Orion chimed in. "Precisely, early vampires were granted this pseudo-immortality, but that came with a cost. Later, when the old blood got diluted, even that pseudo-immortality was not there. We will not diverge into more of that, but talk about the cost which I just talked about. Besides the clear lust for blood and occasionally going berserk and losing one mind, the major problem vampirism brought was the inability to use magic," Merlin said. "I see, but what that has to do with?" Orion stopped mid-sentence. After processing what Merlin said, he immediately asked, "What you mean they can't use magic? Back then that vampire kicked the living daylight out of me with that Crucio of his. Not to mention, that killing curse. If I hadn't awakened my inner Skywalker back then I would have been toast." Orion argues back. "What you mean they can't use magic? Back then that vampire kicked the living daylight out of me with that Crucio of his. Not to mention, that killing curse. If I hadn't awakened my inner Skywalker back then, I would have been toast." Orion argues back. "Yes, you would be toast if your internal integration technique hadn't kicked in back then, although heavily flawed. I have to say that the technique has merits when you are against a wall. And yes, vampires can't use magic, even though they do possess magic. You would have known this if you had studied a little about them." Merlin sounded pretty calm throughout the conversation, once again refreshing the fact that the being standing in front of Orion was not your friendly neighborhood grandpa. Merlin Emery's is a name which is nothing less than a god in this world. Even people like Dumbledore have to acknowledge that. Wizards says Dumbledore is the second coming of Merlin. Total bull crap. If only the wizarding world knew the gap between them and the wizards of the past, then they would never have thought about it. Orion has seen the gap, and thus he understands that people like Merlin were really gods back then, not like there are many like Merlin. Come on, give me a break. I was busy getting stronger and finding a way to kick bullies' butts back then. Orion whines, not trying to hide that he should have found out about vampires back then, but he didn't. Merlin on the side just sighed, almost like he had seen this multiple of times. Anyway, coming back to the point, I am sure that now you are wondering how come you have the misfortune of suddenly facing a vampire who can use magic, right? Merlin almost read Orion's facial features and said before Orion could himself. Hell yeah, why do I have to take all the flying arrows all the time? Well, I honestly don't know why he was there, but I can tell you that he was not completely a vampire, a hybrid if you say. The blood that he had was strong, stronger than any normal vampire has the right to have. In short, either you killed a very newborn vampire who was thirsty for blood back then and happened to be a wizard before that, which clearly explains why he could use magic and had a wand, or he attacked you and the dog, as a vampire won't touch other animals if they had human blood in front of them. He would have lost his magic entirely sooner or later thanks to vampirism anyway. Or, Merlin didn't complete the sentence. I have a feeling that I won't like what comes after this, or Orion's eyes twitch as a familiar feeling comes to him. The feeling which was telling him that he fucked up. Or that vampire has to be a descendant of a pure-blood vampire coven. Son of a bi. After wasting much time cursing, Orion finally went to his dorm, and after changing his clothes, he sprung for the sorting ceremony. He didn't have to, but he promised that he would spend more time with his friends this year. Not to mention, also socialized with others. By the time he reached the main hall, he found the place was neatly decorated with many magical lights and flowers, while the entire place was radiating with magic. He didn't sense magic this well back then, he could this time because of his much developed magical circuits. The moment he entered the hall, 3 mental attacks slammed onto him like bullets. Even he didn't have time to decipher where they came from. Not like he had to, as there were only 3 in the hall who could do that. Good thing my mental shields are hidden with all important memories. Merlin's method of mind arts is much better. Orion was internally relieved and slowly looked towards the 3 culprits. Dumbledore, Snape, and one Nick Iron. Dumbledore is sitting in between many professors with an ever so pleasant smile on his face and twinkling eyes. The only problem here is that those twinkling eyes are on me like I am some kind of zoo animal. They are not leaving me even once. Snape was also pretty similar, glaring at me like he saw James Potter himself, like, I am the president of Marauders. And lastly, Nick. Orion suddenly stopped and blinked. He didn't find Nick on the Slytherin side. Did he not come? But if so, then where does the 3rd mental prompt come from? Orion question. You might wanna look there, Merlin said, pointing towards the Gryffindor side. Orion naturally followed the direction Merlin pointed to and had to take a double take. Why he is sitting on the Gryffindor table. Orion almost said it out loud. No, scratch that. Why that bastard is sitting with Hermione. He could feel the foul magic radiating from him from his distance, even when they were surrounded by this many wizards and witches, even powerful mages like Dumbledore or Snape. There is no way that Dumbledore wouldn't notice this, right? Even I have noticed, Orion complains. Why they are allowing him to be in Hogwarts even after sensing dark magic from him. Don't forget that everyone's sense doesn't work like yours. Even before absorbing the Philosopher's Stone and developing your magic circuits, you had very impressive magical senses, which have only improved after the big upgrade. I doubt that even someone like Snape can feel the difference between normal magic and dark magic, which Nick is surrounded with. But Dumbledore has noticed. Why he is not doing anything, I am not sure, Merlin added, and Orion found that he was standing at the entrance for too long and started finding himself a seat with his fellow Gryffindors. Rose kept a place for him, sweet girl that one. Orion quickly seated and looked around. Where were you? Rose asked with a small voice, trying not to interrupt the sorting. Nothing, just a quick nap, Orion offhandedly answered while his attention was still on the talking Nick and the giggling Hermione beside him. Rose, what going on with Hermione? Why he is sitting beside that Slytherin boy? Orion asked as he also noticed that McGonagall started staring at him with a gleam in her eyes. He met her before and even then she looked a little different. It was almost the same gleam as Dumbledore had, not threatening but predatory all the same. Don't know, Ron said she was sitting with Nick in Hogwarts Express too, Rose said nonchalantly. I see. What do you think? What's his angle here? Merlin asked. Not sure, but I will find out. I ain't letting anyone take my waifu, Orion said with a firm tone. Oh come on, grow up a little, this is no game. He is dangerous. Merlin sounded serious and thus Orion too became serious for once. I know, shit, why do I have to take all the flying arrows? Seems like I have to play detective this year to find this bastard's identity and motives. Orion mutters slowly. Fair enough, I too would like a game of Among Us. I bet he too is dying to find out about you, Merlin added with a little smirk, maybe excited by the prospect of playing detective. Oh, believe me, he ain't the only one, Orion muttered while sending another look at Dumbles, Snape, and even a little Ravenclaw girl who was staring at him after her sorting. You kept looking over to the Ravenclaw side or at Hermione. What's going on in your head? Rose nodded her head on the side slightly and asked, acting cute. Orion even knew that she was acting different now, like intentionally trying to act cute, but he didn't give that thought much credit. Nothing, I am just a little worried about Hermione. You know she is friends with a Slytherin suddenly and it kinda bothers me. Both of us kinda had a bad past with that house. Orion looked over and noticed that both Hermione and Nick were still talking. Now he too wanted to know what in Merlin's name is so funny that let Hermione brush her hand on his chest. Is that jealousy I smell? Merlin narrowed his eyes and a smirk appeared on his old wrinkled face. No, that's something shady what you are smelling, Orion replied. Smelling shady? Rose got confused and asked. No, I am just thinking something else, Orion realizing that he just said his thoughts aloud and quickly replied while stuffing food inside his mouth. Well, it might look like that, but both of them knew either other since the first year. They did spend quite some time together, but others hardly noticed, especially you, Mr. Grinder, Rose said and chuckled after using the name she once gave to him after he explains the concept of grinding to others. Orion on the side got silent. He was not expecting this. Nick and Hermione were friends. He didn't know this. Hell, he never even expected it. But he started to come up with all possible reasons why Nick could be interested in Hermione. After all, unlike others, he knew Nick's truth. There gotta be a reason why he is being chummy with Hermione, right? Orion asked internally to Merlin. Don't think too much about it. You can only warn her, but besides that, don't care too much. It's her choice, Merlin said, not caring, but his voice was firm and Orion also noticed it. Rose on the side sends another questionary glance at Orion, pouting now. Orion on the other side started to ponder over the matter. Nick Iron is a dangerous man. Orion, Rose whined, bringing back him from his daze. He looked at the pouting girl and sighed. Sorry, just thinking about something useless. Tell me again what you were talking about. Mr. Ambrosius, headmaster would like to meet with you, said McGonagall, who was just done giving a quick briefing about the usual rules of the castle and how they are supposed to behave to the new lions. I knew something was going on here. Orion resisted himself from rolling his eyes right in front of McGonagall. He knew that old bastard was up to something after getting that mental attack, not to mention that creepy twinkling in his eyes. Dude, what did you do? Not even the twins have called to the headmaster's office on the first night of the school. We knew you were a lion, my friend. Orion heard many murmurings around him in irritation and shot a nasty glance towards his fellow lions. He just shook his head and then started to make his way towards the headmaster's office, but then noticed McGonagall following him. Guess she gonna join us, Merlin added from the side. Lemon drop, McGonagall said, and the stairs started to move. Orion only came to this office once before leaving the school. He was only expecting to come here many years later when Dumbledore would be dead and his all-accumulated knowledge was his foretaking. Orion, come in my boy, Dumbledore said, and all the evil Dumbledore fanfic started to roam inside Orion's mind. Almost every time before screwing the MC, the bastard will say one thing. My boy. A chill went down his spine, further making him decide that entering this room was not a wise idea, but it was not like he had many choices. Entering the office, Orion looked around. Last time he was too alert because of Nick's presence and couldn't look around. He saw many magical books lying around and even some with dark magic. How come this old man has this dark artifact and no one will say two shit to him? Professor Dumbledore, you called for me, Orion said with a smile. Ah yes, I was waiting for you for a long time now, Orion, Dumbledore said as he took out a very familiar book. This book was the same book Orion gave as a gift to many of his professors, Dumbledore included. A Chaotic Core. Dumbledore read the title of the totally white book with simple golden and black titles. He also saw a cute smiley face on the corner. The design was something which made even someone like a kid pick up the book to give it a try, and honestly, that's what Orion was targeting here, children. Dumbledore didn't think the same though, as he had a complicated face after reading the book. So he wanted to meet Orion as soon as possible and wanted to know the real mind behind the book. Of course, the reason for the Legilimate attack from Snape and Dumbledore previously was the same, to find out who exactly wrote this book. Thanks to Merlin's mind technique, even the great Dumbledore can't find that Orion has mental shields. It's a double-edged sword as his all but most important memories are unguarded. This costs him his piracy but gives him almost absolute secrecy about some memories which he wants to protect. Oh, you like the book? I sent it to almost all the professors. I intended to ask about it later on. Orion smiled and said. He was pretty proud of his work, especially the new line of brooms. Everything started after Orion sent his new book A Chaotic Core as a gift to all his Hogwarts professors. That day, many of the professors were given a good scare after Red emerged out of nowhere with flames in front of everyone and threw the book at their faces. Did I say that Red is still pretty young? Dumbledore also falls victim to this as he is drinking lemon tea in his office on his off day and then suddenly a flame appears, lighting up the office. Dumbledore, being too used to this, thanks to Fawkes, does not do anything and goes to take another sip of his beverage when a book was slammed right at his face, spilling all the tea on his very expensive and questionable dress. It was a good thing for him that Orion had put a letter inside each book to identify himself as the culprit of the situation, although who else can use a phoenix as a courier bird besides the only two phoenix tamers in the country, but being the benevolence Lord of Light, he forfeited the plan to use his authority to take payback, like putting cockroaches in his food. Yeah, he is petty like that sometimes, and honestly, he has so many of those lying around for this exact purpose. He with a wave of his wand, removed the tea stains from his clothes and then looked at the letter itself. Dear Headmaster, hope you are enjoying the vacation. I just completed my first book and am sending away a copy to each professor. Hope you like the book and give me your opinions. Orion. The letter itself was not even in an envelope, it was just there, tugging inside the book. Dumbledore, after reading the very short letter with surprisingly worse handwriting than a 5-year-old, sighed and looked at the book itself. He didn't even know that Orion was writing a book. He himself has written many books, but all of those were written when he was well past in his 30s. He looked at the pure white cover of the book, which looked pretty elegant and had its titles written in golden. A Chaotic Core, he read and got confused. What could a first-year student write anyway? He was about to put this book down, but something about the name of the book just caught his attention, like begging him to read, at least the first page. So after pondering a little more, he ended up opening Pandora's book. And he wasn't the only one. Almost all the professors who got their hands on Orion's book early before mass publishing didn't do anything more. Correction, they couldn't do anything more and read the book. Headmaster's office, present. "Oh, you like the book? I sent it to almost all the professors. I intended to ask about it later on." Orion smiled and said. He was pretty proud of his work, especially the new line of brooms. Dumbledore at this sends a wandless legitimacy prompt towards Orion. Orion doesn't even flinch and lets the old man with complete disregard for privacy do his things. I read the book. It would be an understatement if I said that I was surprised by the viewpoints and knowledge you provide in this book. Dumbledore replied only after making 100% sure that Orion was the one who wrote this book. "Oh, you like it?" Orion's small smile widened and his excitement grew. "Yes, everything you explain in this book is very enlightening. May I ask how you came to learn all this knowledge?" Dumbledore asked with a smile. On the side, McGonagall looked even more excited than Orion. She read the book and all the things Orion talked about in the book completely changed how she used to see magic. "I did some digging, mainly because I wanted to cure my own problem with having weak magic. While most of the things I talk about in the book are just my hypothesis, many of those things actually worked for me," Orion said and took out his wand slowly. He didn't want to talk too much about the process of creating this book, if possible. Both McGonagall and Dumbledore frowned a little seeing Orion suddenly taking out his wand but didn't act. They are professors. If they felt threatened by just a second-year student, then they don't deserve to be in Hogwarts. Orion didn't care and with a triumphant smile said, "Lumos." And with that, a bright light came to life. To others it was a very basic spell, but to Orion, it was his hard work and success, telling others that he is no longer inferior to anyone. Dumbledore and McGonagall didn't understand what Orion was trying to say with this first-level spell. Orion, seeing that they didn't understand, stopped the light and looked around. After finding a quill lying on the table, he smiled and turned his wand towards it while waving and slowly spoke the right spell, which he didn't need as long as he had the wand. He could cast the magic without wand movement or spell. His improved magic circuits and control help him in that, but he did it nonetheless to show both Dumbledore and McGonagall. Instantly the quill turns into a golden snitch and flies all around the office, surprising both Dumbledore and McGonagall. Both Dumbledore and McGonagall are masters in transfiguration and know the significance of what just Orion did. No normal first-year student can do that. Even a 6-year student will have trouble doing this. "Merlin," McGonagall exclaims on the side, stunned and shocked. There are 2 reasons to it. 1. Orion was barely able to turn a matchstick into a needle just a few months ago. 2. Orion just used a complex spell. "A complex spell at your age is a very impressive feat, my boy," Dumbledore said from the side and observed the flying snitch, looking for any defects, but there were none. Dumbledore wasn't surprised by the power Orion showed. It was similar to any other first or second-year student, but the spell itself, that was special. The magic which Orion did can be done by a first-year student, at least power-wise, but normally they need control over the magic to perform it. This explains that Orion's control over his magic is firm. A complex magic is adding more attributes to a spell, like flying and transformation. Merlin said from the side, making it easier for the reader to understand. "I usually have fun breaking the fourth wall, but I will not if readers don't like it. Please tell me in the comments." "How?" McGonagall asked, utterly confused and shocked. Orion and Merlin knew why and smiled. Merlin because how something so simple was amazing for the modern wizards, and Orion because his hard work and grind paid off. Dumbledore too wanted to know. McGonagall's reaction told him that it was not just the impressive spell and control of Orion's magic which made her like this. Orion, after showing his newly found skill in magic and much awaited magical power to both Dumbledore and McGonagall with a smug smile. So when McGonagall asked how he did it, he was too happy to explain the edited version which both he and Merlin devised before. "In the book, I have talked about the nature of magic. Every book about magic I read in Hogwarts library before was praising magic as a gift or a power which we magical people got from the creator, but I never found out the real reason why we have magic while muggles don't. This led to me creating my own hypothesis. I reversed the entire concept and it started making sense to me. I believe that magic is not a boon given to us but a natural disorder in the laws of the cosmos which occurs by the inclusion of chaos in the world." Orion said, and both Dumbledore and McGonagall frowned. They had read the same lines in the book too, and they didn't like it as their upbringing in the magical world had made them see magic as this almighty power that they should show gratitude to have. "I know many will not believe my hypothesis. After all, magic is similar to religion in the magical world, and I don't want anyone to agree with my viewpoints either. All I want is to read that book with my mindset to understand what I am trying to convey." Orion, seeing the frowning faces, decided to do some damage control before going forward, and all these things he said was also written in the book. He wrote right on the cover to read the very first page of the book, and if buyers can read the book from his point of view, which he mentioned before, only then they should purchase the book. Many would not buy the book or agree with his belief, but Dumbledore and McGonagall read the book nonetheless. They wanted to know what led Orion to consider magic as a virus or disorder. And they were glad that they did, because all the reasons that Orion gave made complete sense. For the first time in their life, they had a complete understanding of the origins of magic, or at least a theory that checks all the boxes. Like a math formula, it works no matter how big or small a number is, so yeah, in a way it checks all the boxes, all except one, the public satisfaction. Most of the time, authors write what pleases their audience, usually going against the public with subjects which arouse public criticism and even make them angry are avoided by the authors. But Orion didn't care much. He was not here to please the idiotic peasants of the magical world who are nothing better than sheep. He was here to educate the new generation of wizards, to bring back the ancient magic and reveal the ancient knowledge back again. I have to be honest, Mr. Ambrosius, what you did is dangerous. It will arouse much public criticism towards you, especially from the more religious side of the magical world. Fortunately for you, magical Britain is not influenced by those magical religious sects, McGonagall said with a stern tone, but then immediately said again. But personally I vouch for your work. The theory of magic being chaos and how it brings alternation in the realistic world is the most complete and loop-free theory of magic I have ever seen, McGonagall said with a proud smile, like showing to others that Orion is from Gryffindor, but then immediately snapped back at Orion, wanting to ask him again the question which was haunting her and even Dumbledore. But even before she opens her mouth, Dumbledore being more eager to ask. It is really possible to increase the power of a wizard or witch's magical core with the method you wrote there? Dumbledore asked with much anticipation. He was not asking for himself, as he could barely notice any improvement on his own vast magical reserve. He asks for the new generation. Orion wrote down a magic cultivation technique given to him by Merlin in the book. He never used it as he has his own integration technique, which is far superior to any other technique he can get his hands on and literally tailor-made for him. Even Merlin said that integration a cheat, and should not exist in the normal sense. The technique which Orion got from Merlin was named chaos binding or core binding. It's a magical core exercise which everyone can do. The effect takes time to build up like any other exercise, but it shows that day Orion really believes in the phase that magic is like a muscle. Performing magic or training to do magic is like working on a field. Eventually, you build the required amount of muscle but won't build more and will more or less focus on the technique over the build. But in a gym, we especially target on building those muscles. The concept of this technique chaos binding is the same. Its focus is on muscle building and buffing up. Orion smiled and gave a glance at the golden snitch which was still flying around the office. It depends on how dedicated you are, but yes, the proof is right in front of you, Orion said and extended his hand and caught the snitch effortlessly like a Chad, once again surprising Dumbledore and McGonagall, but this time with his physical power and agility. Both Dumbledore and McGonagall knew about Orion's problem with weak magic. Madame Pomfrey even tested this and made sure that it was a magic deficiency and not Orion acting or any external reasons like a curse or a disease. So Dumbledore, after sensing Orion's sudden increase in magic and his absolutely pure magic, like more than any person has the right to, thanks to him absorbing a unicorn, has to agree that Orion's method worked and he didn't use any blackback to get strong like a certain Slytherin student, which caught his attention. A little frown appears on his face after thinking about one Nick Iron and his sudden surge of magical power which reeks of black magic. And you are willing to give this knowledge to the wizarding world just like that? Dumbledore asked. Like testing out Orion's motives, he himself has tested the technique and could say that it works. Being the strongest wizard of his time has its perks. He knows how it feels like to get stronger. The technique feels like putting one body into a duel or fight for him, and mental fatigue, weakness, and even circuits getting sore, but ultimately that made wizards strong, and this technique worked very similar. Who said it's free? You are paying for the book. Not to mention, once people find it's working for them, they will look for more of my work, bringing more customers for me. It's business, Orion said while rubbing his hands, again showing his greedy ass to others. Even Merlin sighed. I had to do something about this greed of his. Merlin covered his face like he didn't know the greedy kid in front of him, not even regarding that no one could see in him in the first place. On the side, both Dumbledore and McGonagall sweat drop, first time noticing that their little harmless genius has a greedy side, but still smile as they knew that the information Orion provided, worth far more than a book. They just internally think that it's his way of being modest or not taking credit. It took more than 2 hours to just clear out all the doubts and answer all the questions both Dumbledore and McGonagall had about his book and theory. The major ones are his claims that his technique can make magical stronger. According to him, it's possible to reconstruct a magical core for a squib, something he came up with by re-engineering his own case with the help of Merlin, how wands don't let the magical circuits of a wizard develop, and finally, and the most outrageous thing he wrote in his book, the loss of magic density in the modern wizards makes more squibs and makes modern wizards weak. He literally trashes the traditional belief of blood purity of the pure blood wizards and explains his own version of pure blood, aka the magic density in the blood. Orion didn't expect that the two oldies would have so many questions about his book. It was well past the normal quarantine time and they were still going, demanding to do more magic and checking his magic for themselves, especially Dumbledore. When Dumbledore first saw Orion entering Hogwarts today, he slightly felt an aura of pureness, something completely opposite of Nick Iron. Nick had this dark feeling about him. It was hard to pinpoint, but Dumbledore was someone who indulged in both light and dark arts and knew the peculiarities of both. It's not hard for him to say that Nick is practicing dark magic. Dark magic is powerful, but it also brings corruption to a mage. Nick was showing the same kind of corruption. A sudden increase in power and increased confidence are the symptoms which any wizards when first practicing dark magic will show. Dumbledore can't say for sure, but he hasn't seen Nick using any magic, but his suspicion led him to have Snape look after the kid. Orion is a complete opposite case in comparison to Nick. He too has gotten stronger, but this power is just similar to any normal first or second year Hogwarts student. This much power is at least expected for any wizard to have in this age, so nothing impressive powerful vice, but when someone sees his history and his previous problem with magic deficiency, Dumbledore has to give the credit where it is due. Orion has gotten stronger, and with this comes the most dreaded question. Sudden power often comes from the dark side. So is Orion D'Ambrosius too turning dark, or is he too getting corrupted? Absolutely not. Dumbledore didn't show any outward reaction, but internally he was stunned to the point that he couldn't even say anything. Dumbledore didn't find any trace of dark magic on Orion before, so he was skeptical about him turning dark, but what he saw later completely left him baffled. Orion took out his wand and with a normal Lumos charm light up the room. It was nothing special, but only for those who didn't understand the law of magic and their nature. But Dumbledore does, and he immediately senses the nature of Orion's magic. Pure. No, the purest kind of magic Dumbledore has ever seen performed by any wizard. If he didn't know better then he would have even considered Orion a unicorn. It's a big deal as just how easy it is to corrupt one's magic with dark arts. It is equally hard, if not more hard, to purify one's magic. He himself took decades to reach where he is today, and he lacks in compared to Orion. Dumbledore couldn't believe what he just saw, but he didn't say anything. He acted normal and later also saw the boy performing a complex magic, further impressing him. After confirming that Orion's magic really was that pure, Dumbledore was eager to find a reason why his magic was so clean and pure, and his gaze ultimately fell on the book he was holding, A Chaotic Core. He went into a trance and started remembering all the lines of the book, using his mind palace to search them and trying to find meaning behind those words. Some he could and some he couldn't, and thus he became a little greedy and kept on asking Orion question about the book. Even after 2 hours, he couldn't find a reason for Orion's pure magic, even after raiding his mind multiple times and asking all the questions about the book. He gave up, but the time he asked questions gave him a good perspective of what Orion was thinking when writing this book, and he fell into contemplation. He finally started to see what Orion's vision was with his book. The knowledge he gave in his book was nothing but a new viewpoint to see magic. He actually trying to improve the state of the magical world with this. He was not holding back knowledge and giving it to others so the entire wizarding world could develop. Not as greedy as you want us to show at. Dumbledore mused. This is incomplete knowledge, isn't it? Dumbledore asked with a straight face. Both Orion and McGonagall were talking about transfiguration and Orion's point of view about it with much excitement. Even Orion was showing interest as he got almost all the knowledge from Merlin, which is an ancient style of magic. So having a modern witch and a master in transfiguration at that was a delight to compare his viewpoint with hers. Beg your pardon, Orion heard him just right but still asked to understand what this mind **ist was thinking about. This is incomplete knowledge. You haven't completed this book, to what I can only assume that you are holding back and might bring out in another book, Dumbledore asked with confidence. Smart man Merlin was impressed considering Dumbledore joined the pieces and came to a conclusion of what both he and Orion were thinking. And a dangerous man, Orion internally replied to Merlin, also understanding how frightening of a mind this Lord of Light possesses. Yes, I plan to write other books, Orion gave a simple answer, not planning to say or ask much. I see, Dumbledore said, and a contemplation appeared on his old face. McGonagall, also getting an understanding of where Albus was thinking, started pondering and then looked at the book on the desk. What is the cost of this book? Dumbledore finally asked, to which Orion was a little stunned. Why suddenly did he ask for the cost? Did he want the right of his book? Hell no, I am not giving it even if you give me your phoenix. Orion internally thought, and his determination to protect his newly found author career rose through the roof. It's 10 sickles, Orion said with a little hesitancy, as currently he was selling the book for only 4 sickles as an opening discount for 1 month, and originally they planned to launch the book for 6 sickles. He said 10 because he just wanted to express that he is making much money from the book and has no need to sell the right of the book. That's pretty high for a book, but I guess you do have the right after the masterpiece you have created, Dumbledore said with an amused smile on his face. Clearly he noticed Orion's thinking about the price, telling him that it's not final yet. How about 7 sickles, if you are willing to sell this book at that price then, Dumbledore said, but before McGonagall said, no Albus, even 7 sickles are very expensive. She spoke and after contemplating a little hesitant said 5 sickles. Bitch, it took me an entire year to write this book. You want to purchase the book right from me by just that? Orion almost coughs blood. If you are thinking that they are planning to purchase the book rights by just 5 sickles, then no, what I mean here is that per book they are willing to pay this much money as they sell in their own name. And when it comes to completely selling the rights of the books, yeah, like they are crazy enough to think that Orion will do that after knowing his greedy nature. But I am not planning to. Orion was about to say something, but Dumbledore replied first. I understand, Minerva, but this is not just a book. This here can change the wizarding world more than any of us realized. Orion, my boy, you might have not realized it yet, but you have done the wizarding world a great favor, Dumbledore said, and Orion just internally cursed. Yeah, no matter how much you butter me up, I ain't selling it to you, you old cunning bastard, sent a nasty smile like with having trouble keeping his calm, dreading his decision to come here in the first place. How about this? Hogwarts will pay 1 galleon for every 3 books to you. Hogwarts have 600 students, so that would be 200 galleons. What you say, my boy, Dumbledore said, and waited for Orion's response while even McGonagall looked excited and anticipated Orion's response. Orion on the other hand was confused. He blinked as if trying to understand what was going on here. Weren't they were planning to purchase the book rights from me? How come this conversation changed like this? Idiot, they are not talking about selling them the book rights. They want to introduce your book to the Hogwarts students and want a discount so they can purchase in bulk. Merlin on the side was getting entertained by Orion's antics and finally spoke. Orion eyes widened listening to Merlin, his confusion finally dissipating, and a gulp unconsciously happened without him doing anything. Nanny, Orion after getting out of Dumbledore's office immediately sprinted towards his dorm. He had to tell Marcus, who is currently in charge of handling all the book publications and even selling with a 50% cut, damn that businessman, that Hogwarts has ordered 600 copies of A Chaotic Core. So he took out a pen and paper, and yes pen, as he refused to use those quills anymore, they suck, and started writing a letter to Marcus, the owner of Flourish and Blots. Professors don't let them use pens in classes, tradition, and all that shit, but still, this quill problem was also in his mind. If he can solve it, then there will be another income source for him. For a modern person, the traditional wizarding world, or dare I say ancient world, is a nightmare, but it's pure gold for a businessman. After all, business is about giving solutions to the problems people have in exchange for money, and believe it magic or not, this place has tons of problems. Now Orion is the first one to think about it. Heck no, there are countless numbers of Muggle wizards who try to do the same, but there are three things which stop them. Firstly, making modern things work with magic is hard and not everyone can do it, and let's be honest here, the wizarding crowd will not even look at an object if it doesn't have at least a spell working on it, no matter how pointless it is, like magic books which automatically turn the pages as we completed a page. Secondly, many good ideas never even reach the public as those damn pure blood use their power to ruin anything related to non-pure blood. The entire political structure is designed to exploit Muggle wizards and favor pure bloods. Lastly, the market itself. Wizarding folks don't like Muggle stuff much, no matter how convenient they are, and a large part of it has to do with their upbringing and influence from what their government says. I mean, Muggles planning to steal their magic? Really? No kidding, they used this kind of sentence to rally up the wizarding crowd back then, and even to this date, the mindset is there. Orion just sighed after thinking about all the walls he needed to break down in his path of entrepreneurship. After completing the letter, he had to bribe Red to deliver the letter in the middle of the night. The grumbling bird finally decided to do the beating of his money-obsessed friends under the temptation of Orion's homemade sweets, and yes, I said it again, Red likes sweets. Early next morning, Orion woke up at his usual time of 4 a.m. and went for his daily exercise and magic training. Great, finally back to some intense workout. Let's start with something light, Orion said after filling his lungs with fresh morning air. What ya gonna do? Merlin asked, not interested in the physical exercise. In fact, in this regard Merlin was very similar to any traditional wizard. He never saw the reason to exercise when simple rituals can make a wizard's body stronger, not like they ever gonna use those fantastic muscles they build in their life beside the bed. Well, maybe somewhere, a lazy wizard's created a spell to move his hip with magic too, but Orion wasn't having that. 100 push, 100 sit, 100 squats, and 5-kilometer run. Wanted to run more but don't have that much time, and honestly I can't risk going bald, Orion replied and started his training. Merlin on the other was not surprised. He had access to Orion's memories and knew that Orion was used to this. It was only last year when he was laser focused on increasing his magic that he stopped working out, otherwise he built pretty good muscles in that little body of his when he was in the forest practicing integration even without any magic core. It took 45 minutes for Orion to complete his physical training, and then after 5 minutes of rest he was ready to start with the magical training. Finally, he ended up spending 20 minutes on integration as a daily meditation ritual. It's still hard as hell, but after this much time, it makes him focus. Not to mention it increases his magical reserve ever so slightly each day, so it's a win-win situation for him. Alright, finally done. Now tell me what I am training in today, Orion asked Merlin with a bright smile on his face. This kind of smile was often seen on a man's face who knows how it feels after a good workout. Grind yourself until you shine, was his policy, and after all, Bruce Lee once said the successful warrior is the average man, with laser-like focus. Usually, by this time, the Hogwarts staff starts to wake up and do their morning rituals. But there are some people who wake up early, and one person among them is Dumbledore. He today came out just to see what Orion was doing. He was so interested in that child's pure magic that he couldn't sleep well, just thinking about that magical radiance which Orion gave off. Knowing that Orion wakes up early and exercises, he comes out to see what he is doing, in the hope of finding a clue of what he is missing, but he just finds him doing normal Muggle exercise. Orion usually doesn't wear a shirt while working out, going full Bruce Lee, but he might have reconsidered it if only he knew that Dumbledore was stalking him. Actually, anyone else would have been fine, but Dumbledore's preferences were well. Force, I saw you unconsciously use force perfectly back in the King Cross station yesterday when you helped out that Rose. I have started to see a pattern of why you are having a blockage in your training. Yeah, that was crazy. I also only realized what I did when you pointed it out. So what did you figure out? Orion asked curiously. To others though, he was only standing in one place with his eyes closed, looking like a stone statue. Correction, stone statue of a Greek god. Damn those muscles, our boy is Chad. Both Dumbledore and Snape narrowed their eyes to understand what he was doing. Snape joined in later as he too read the book and was interested in Orion, for purely academic purposes, and earlier he also saw Orion soloing Quirrellmurt with a single punch. No wonder the boy was able to knock out Quirrell. Snape saw Orion's Greek god persona and cursed inside his head. He didn't care about muscles, but envy is a sin hard to avoid. My Hero Academia, remember that anime? Merlin asked. Of course, you even know the name because of my memories, and now I have a pretty organized mind palace, so yeah, I remember pretty much everything. Orion responds as if he was offended. Good, then remember what kind of problem Draco had when controlling his powers at the start. You are facing something similar. You mean when he was not able to control his powers because he was considering his power as an on and off switch? That Orion asked in confusion. Yes, the thing is you have to consciously think about using force, and that is stopping you. This has to be done unconsciously, like walking and breathing. When you want to walk, your body unconsciously establishes balance with synergy with your legs, and even your eyes adapt to that to give you a stable vision. Okay, so what do I really have to do? Orion asked again in confusion. Simple, you have to learn how to dance. Dance. The dance which Merlin was talking about was not exactly a dance but more like a martial art, something similar to what Po learned in the second movie of Kung Fu Panda, learning how to balance his internal power and make it work together with the outside forces. For the next 30 minutes, to Orion's shame, he had to act like a total idiot and wave his hands in the air while moving the way Merlin told him. It's not like Merlin too was a dance teacher. He never danced his in life, whether it is the official lifespan of 400 years which others know of or his real lifespan and 1,000 years. He was just correcting Orion whenever he saw Orion slipping out of force manipulation. What Orion was tasked to do here was simple. He was tasked to move around his force as he moved, matching his flow while not actually targeting something specific, meaning the force itself is not latching to anything but is present there, and as long as something come near him, it will enter in his force field. So while Orion was acting like an idiot, both Snape and Dumbledore tried to understand what the half-naked child in front of them was trying to accomplish. They didn't notice Orion's force as it was now not strong enough. Both of them soon lost interest and with a sigh went back. Orion, after his training and embarrassing performance, decided to do this in the room of requirement, but Merlin immediately shot down this idea, saying the idea here is to work together with nature. You can't run away from it, do it in the open. Grumbling to himself, he then went to breakfast. Upon entering, he saw Hermione not talking with Nick and finally sighed in relief. He intended to ask Hermione about Nick later. Orion, why are you standing here by yourself? Come sit, Rose said with a bright smile, apparently happy. Orion then acted normal and sat down beside her, eating. He was thinking about how to bring up the topic of Nick, but before he could find the right way to start the conversation, he heard the headmaster's voice. Students, I have something to say. Dumbledore, as he saw everyone finally settling down. The noise in the hall immediately quieted down and everyone looked at him like he was Santa who was just about to give out gifts and show magic tricks. It's about this book which one of our students here sent me, he said, and suddenly a white-covered book appeared in his hand. The confused students looked at each other, while the professors on the other hand were all focused on a certain black-hair and blue-eyed second-year student. I have read many books in my time, but this book completely changed my prospect of magic. And it's not just me but all the professors who got to read the book, and all of them have the same thing to say. Dumbledore said and looked at the students who looked back at him asking, so what are we supposed to do? You like a book? Big deal, let us eat already. He didn't give two shits about the students he had dealt with in this kind of situation in his entire life. He shamelessly looked at the professors and all of them nodded and smiled. It was genuine too, considering that they really liked the book. There are a lot of things which they didn't like about the book, but when it comes to the book as a whole, they cannot help but agree just how much this book is gonna influence the future of the magical world. Why? Because all the knowledge Orion and Merlin gave in the book was correct, and if any of the professors even bother to try it out of there, they will know. Considering their faces, all of them have used the basic knowledge in the book in some way or other, and have experienced the credibility of the book firsthand. This book was a gift from a student to us professors, and after reading it, I personally believe that all the students should read this. All the professors agree with my suggestion, and thus Hogwarts have purchased this book in mass for each one of you students, Dumbledore continued, and Orion on the side was started to feel like this was getting out of hand. He knew that the book was priceless in some sense, as this knowledge is not available in the wizarding world, or if it does, it's with those pure blood families which will never let this secret let out, although only talking about the base of magic, but every learned witch and wizards can say that if the base is not strong then no magical can reach their greatest height. But this, Orion feels like Dumbledore was making this a bigger deal than it should have been. And to my surprise, the books arrived this morning, Dumbledore said, and even Orion was stunned at this. That Marcus guys sure work fast, wonder how he did it. Even Merlin sounded amazed. Great, more books, Ron murmured under his breath while getting a scandalous look from Hermione, who looked like if no one stopped her then she might snatch the copy Dumbledore was holding for herself. Orion just stood there, for the inevitable to happen. This book will be in your course from now on, so I advise you to not just let it rot on your bookshelves unless you suddenly want to find out that the final exam questions are not in the syllabus anymore. Dumbledore said the last line with a little sadistic smile. Orion could have sworn he saw darkness there. And then the whines and puffing from the students finally started. And one more thing, let me announce the author of this book, Dumbledore said, and even Merlin suddenly started seeing shadow rising behind him while horns came out of his head. There was a knowing smile on his face. He suddenly looked at Orion just before opening his mouth. Orion could already hear students complaining and cursing the author for adding more miserly to their student life. I am sure that it was not a dead threat, he said to himself. This book is written by none other than a student of Hogwarts, Orion D. Ambrosius, Dumbledore said with an innocent smile after throwing me into the pit of hell, making me a public enemy #1 in seconds, while other professors started clapping. What? Hermione head snapped at me at a velocity which defied physics, while my surroundings went silent. I have a bad feeling about this year. Well played, old man. Well played, Merlin. Just laugh at my misery. Fuck, Orion stuttered. Go on, read it. McGonagall looked at Orion like a lioness ready to hunt her prey. Orion was cursing inside his mind. Ha ha ha, this is pure gold. Ha ha ha. Merlin on the other hand was not even trying to act like he was not finding this situation funny. Not only did he become the common enemy of the students after Dumbledore mercilessly exposed his identity as the author, but even McGonagall didn't leave him alone. He thought that he can hide his face and get by the class, but no, bitch has to call him up and give him his own book to read in front of everyone. And no, that alone would have been merciful. She only wanted him to read specific sentences from the book, in front of the entire class. We are waiting, Mr. Ambrosius, McGonagall said with a stern tone, and Orion gave a nasty glare at both her and Merlin, who was laughing his ass off. Slow down, old man, you will cough out your kidney like this. Fuck it, Orion said finally. There was an exclamation in the room, as every student looked at him like he had grown another head. Is finally a student going against the cruel rules of the professors? Do the students of Hogwarts finally have a leader of light of their own who will stand up against the dark forces of the school to save them? Unfortunately no, because Orion didn't say that because he had enough of this shit. He was reading his own book. Don't bitch about what I believe in, okay? I don't give two fuck about what you assholes believe in. This is my book and I will write whatever I want. What you wanna do, huh? Sue me, Orion said with much difficulty, still reading the book. Everyone had a scandalous look on their faces, like they saw Dumbledore and Grindelwald fucking each other. Oh no, don't think that. Now that in my head, Merlin almost looked disgusted. Serve him well. Keep on reading, Mr. Ambrosius, McGonagall said. This heartless woman, I am gonna write a bad review about her in my next work. Orion wanted to complain but didn't and continued reading his own book with the wonderful language he used, whilst also hiding his face from the somewhat pale, laughing and barely able to understand what's going on students. Rose and Hermione were the most stunned among all the people out there. They knew that Orion had a bad habit of using colorful language, but in a book? And the professor approves this? Actually, the professor wouldn't have, but the knowledge in the book was so enticing that they had to. And don't even think about getting a refund. No matter how many times you bitch about it, I ain't giving back the money. There was a fair warning right at the cover of the book, you son of bitches. You bought it anyways, so now don't start twerking your ass in my direction. And if you have a problem, then don't tell me, just write in a piece of paper and shove that in your arse. Orion was barely holding the book now, completely covering his face and his shattering dignity. But unknown to teachers, those same students who felt disgusted about reading one more book thanks to a certain classmate of them, started to like the book. If not anything then just to read the rainbow vomit Orion did in it. So many even decided to read the book as soon as they get their copy. And don't even bother complaining about this book to whatever higher up you have in your contact list. I don't give two fuck whether you fart in their faces or give them a blowjob. I ain't returning your money and that final, Orion said while cursing why he didn't write like a normal person and have to put every known profanity known by the humankind in this book. Hell, he even made some original ones just because he was getting bored writing the one he already had. I can't believe it. How can you do that, Orion? Hermione shouted while other students who too had a potion class stopped and watched the show, something which would have never happened considering whose class they were avoiding. Does this idiot girl have to make a scene right here? And that bitch McGonagall, I'm gonna get her back for this. It is my eternal pledge, Orion muttered under his breath. Now I am confused whether you are angry about not telling you about the book or what I wrote in the book, he asked with much confusion. Hermione gave him "Are you serious?" look and then kept on walking for the potions class. I am gonna kill Marcus later, Orion muttered under his breath. Actually, he never wanted to publish this version of the book. This was the unedited version which he gave Marcus to fix and make it more kid-friendly. I am gonna shove this book right up in his arse later on, Orion mutters and went to potions class with whatever shattered dignity he had left. He at least should have checked the book which he was sending to the professors beforehand. Ambrosius, Snape snapped right at him with a glare which would have frozen a basilisk. Why yeah, yes, Orion answered, already accepting his fate. Enlighten us, what you were consuming when writing this book. Orion had the urge to say Lily Potter right at the asshole's face, but he somehow suppressed it. It was more dangerous than calling Voldemort bald. He already has lost much and wasn't planning to lose his life too. Nothing, Professor, Orion said. He also looked around seeing everyone laugh their ass off, even Nick Iron was snickering. I swear to all that is holy. Orion was about to say something but Snape spoke first. Really, it didn't seem like you did. Reading this book, I have to say it was a profound experience. I found my knowledge of the English language was incomplete until I read it. I found myself short in this regard. If only we had this book earlier, then we all would have reached higher heights. Oh, you have it short, there is no doubt about it, but it ain't vocabulary. After getting love bites from Nagini, go and ask your beloved Lily. You will know exactly what is short and why she chose Potter. Orion's curses were endless, but he kept his mouth shut. Man, this is pure gold. Ha 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 ha. You should spend all that time which you waste on doing that muggle exercise and swelling your body on learning some manners and how to write a book like a normal person, Snape said. finally ending his long lecture. Hey, you can say whatever you want to me but not my grind. You have gone too far, pal. Now you two are on my shit list with that bitch Minerva. Orion internally wrote Snape's name to his shit list. I swear I smelled a burn there. Surely someone was jealous. There was no doubt Merlin thought about it and looked at Snape with narrow eyes. That last comment sounds much more personal. Haha. Orion just shook his head slightly and started to look for a seat. Snape didn't even let him find a seat. Usually, he sat with either Rose or Hermione, but Ron ended up sitting with her while Hermione was sitting with him. Nick freaking iron. Orion saw and his eyebrows almost twitched. Just what the hell is going on with them? I really want to find out, Orion muttered to himself. He actually could find out with just eye contact, but he had decided not to use a mind attack on people randomly. After all, he is someone who respects others' privacy. But considering what kind of danger Hermione could be in, he planned to use legilimency on her. He looked around and found an empty seat beside a blonde Slytherin girl. 1 minute, a blonde Slytherin girl in the same age as mine, he thought to himself and looked at the girl. Hello, I am Daphne Greenglass, Mr. Author, she said with a smile on her face while her eyes looked right at me. Yes. I am Orion D. Ambrosius. Nice to meet you. Orion didn't have time to think much and introduce himself. We have been classmates for a year, you know. Don't you think it's already a little late to introduce yourself? The beautiful girl said with a gleam in her eyes. Well, can't argue with that. Sorry I didn't introduce myself before, Orion smiled and replied. He saw the features of the girl and had to say that all those fanfiction wasn't wrong. She was pretty. And this is only 12, it will become better. Anyways, Mr. Author, was the way you wrote that book intentional? Daphne asked with a curious gaze. No, hell no. I know what to write but never have been an author, so just put whatever came in my mind last year in whatever free time I could get. I was just a bit. Orion said and didn't continue the last line. Bitching around to let it out, Daphne came a little closer and said with a small voice, almost stealing his inner thoughts. This girl is sharp, definitely not like those two. You better be vigilant when with her, Merlin said, but Orion saw that he was curious. Yeah. Letting out, Orion nodded slightly and turned around to look at Snape, doing the same as Daphne did it before. You are not from any pure bloodline, so are you Muggle-born or half-blood, she asked while still listening to Snape. Orion didn't notice any discrimination from her, so he just replied, I don't know honestly, been an orphan as long as I know. Daphne just as a response and ended the conversation there. Today's assignment was to make a clearing potion, a simple potion which clears out any lingering effect of magic from someone. Usually in the potion class, whoever is sitting with you is your partner for that day, and thus he had to work with Daphne. I hope that you know something about the potion, she asked the question. I know my potions. What about you though? Being from pure blood and from the Greengrass family no less, you should have much knowledge about potions, right? Orion asked while setting up the table to prepare the potion. You, for a person who hardly talks with others, know awfully lot about the pure bloods. Daphne too didn't answer and asked a question of her own. Yeah, now this is a person who has groomed well, not willing to give any info about her, calculative and observing. Orion from now on try to talk more to her and observe how she is acting. Although there is a lot of bullshit going on among almost all the pure bloods, but if there is one thing which you should learn from them is how they groom their children. Learn this high-class mannerism, it will be useful, Merlin said, a little impressed with the girl. Orion internally nodded, not really getting why it was important, but he didn't mind talking with a beautiful girl. I am even surprised that you know I don't talk much, Orion added, and finally he was ready to start brewing his potion. Who knows, I just found you interesting, at least for someone who couldn't use magic before, to suddenly being able to kill a troll, defeat a professor and even write a book which other professors even directly added to our syllabus, let alone the book of such profound language, Daphne said and chuckled a little on the last part. Snape on the other hand was keeping a note on both Orion and Nick. Nick because Dumbledore said, and even though he is the head of the Slytherin house, has noticed the dark magic around him. Not to mention Nick suddenly has increased his interaction with Hermione Granger, who is roommates with Rose. So even if Dumbledore hadn't asked him to observe Nick, he would have done it. On the other hand, he was observing Orion for completely personal reasons. Dumbledore didn't say anything about Orion, and when asked, he said that Snape doesn't have to worry about Orion. He didn't say this to Dumbledore, but he too senses the pure untainted magic from Orion. This means not only his improved magic is not achieved by black magic and his technique to improve magic which he describes in the book works, but at the same time, this technique can give someone complete pure magic, or at least it should. Orion did claim in an increase in magic, but nothing was written about purity of magic. Usually, magic is tainted like impurities, which can also reduce the quality of the magic. This eventually makes the magic weak. Black magicians have this problem the most. Their corrupted magic starts to get weak over time if they don't continuously enhance it with more black magic, further corrupting them. That's why black magic is so looked down upon. Light magic on the other hand is non-corrupting in name, but usually is also not as strong as black magic. Black magic can also be pure in its intensity. Usually, purity means the intensity and quality of magic. So yeah, in a way black magicians can have high purity or density in their magic, but because of its corrupting nature, it's never considered pure magic. Till today there is only one kind of pure magic which can be achieved by mastering light magic to the extreme like Dumbledore has. Of course, light magic is inherently weaker than black magic, meaning it requires more time and effort to cultivate. The magical purity of a person defines the upper heights of a person. Orion might be just a second year right now with magic just like any second-year student, but his magical potency is stronger than even some of the 6-year students with considerably more magic power. To explain is better to think about a cup. One is smaller and the other is bigger. Smaller ones hold less milk and bigger ones can hold more. Milk here is magic while cup is the magical core of a wizard. Orion's cup is small and so is his magic, but it's pure like 100% milk, while others have more magic but it's not pure, like a mix of milk and water. Not pure magic. This is the purity of magic, how much chaotic energy one core can have. Snape has never seen pure magic before, not even in Dumbledore, the supposed greatest white wizard of this era. Snape can bet all his potions that Dumbledore will try to get Orion's secret. But if what he has written in his book, no matter how much crude wording he may use, then Dumbledore can't achieve it. Orion mentioned in the book that the technique is a general technique which can be done by anyone, but it's not very effective. The one he used is more attuned to his own body, mind, and magic. He didn't give us his own method because it was created for him and won't work for us or anyone else but just him. He did say that he created his own technique based on the general core binding technique written in the book, and others could do that, but he also mentioned explicitly that any changes in his base core binding technique should be done at our own risk. Snape just signed, just looking at the potential of the boy in front of him. He was a little afraid, but at the same time, he then looked at Rose. Considering that Orion in future will grow much stronger and be a good person, he can say it by what he absorbed last year when the boy didn't think twice before killing a troll and even killing Quirrell with that punch. That news was never leaked, otherwise Orion would have been in trouble. Snape just sign, at least there is someone good in her life. But then again he thought that both of the times, Orion was saving Granger. His eyes twitch. He looked at Rose just to find out that although she was sitting with that fool Weasley, just looking like Lily, her attention was on Orion, glancing at him from time to time and looking at Greengrass with unknown eyes. Snape suddenly found this situation very similar. Didn't this happen to him? He used to be in the same position as Rose right now, looking at Lily and from far away. He understood those glances more than anyone. Unknown to Rose and Snape's thoughts on his new friend. At least he is considering Daphne a friend. Orion started his potion brewing. Why, you are using your hands. Use force. The more you use it and better you will be able to control it, Merlin complains on the side. Maybe later. My control is still lacking. Not to mention I rather not make my pot nuclear just because I want to use a newly learned magic, was Orion's swift reply. You sure know how to make a potion, Daphne on the side said, looking at Orion expertly managing all the ingredients and even maintaining a perfect balance in temperature and magical input. She was impressed. She has learned quite a lot about potions. This is practically the only magic a minor can do without a wand, and being an heir to one of the noble houses of Greengrass, she had all the resources to learn potions in her free time. Greengrass is a family that has always been close to nature. They never have been the richest or strongest, but they hold significant leverage on herbs and potion material as it is their family business. Thank you. I usually practice in my free time, Orion replied, but actually he didn't practice much, only a few times. It was his special magic which allowed him to learn things faster. I learned this potion from my mother. She taught me when I was only 8, but I still can't do it properly. How do you handle the magic proportions so well? Daphne asked, but Orion did feel a hint of jealousy in her voice. He was able to do so thanks to his magical sensing capabilities, although almost every capable witch or wizard can sense magic to some extent, but that is limited to being able to tell whether magic exists at one point or not. Orion on the other hand can not only sense magic from a long distance but also distinguish between different magics and even identify their flows, something that even Dumbledore and other top wizards of this era can't do. Merlin can of course do it, but only after years of honing his skills and developing his magical circuits. This is not fair. I have spent too much time learning potion and still can't do it, and then you come and make it look so easy. TCH, I hate talented people, Daphne said with much ire in her voice. She was not joking either. She really felt inferior to Orion right now. Orion started to get a hold of her personality by now. She just speaks her mind as long as it's not any important information she is talking about. A little on the bratty side while also not giving much contempt to others or thinking about pure blood supremacy. Yeah, some people are born with talent, princess. It's a gift. You two got beauty, didn't you? I believe it's a fair deal, Orion added without much thinking. Actually he didn't have any knowledge about Daphne. He never bothered to read all the books, and in movies, she was even worse than a side character. So unlike others, he was meeting and talking to Daphne without any prior understanding of her character. Oh, you think I am beautiful? Daphne was like that girl, who always wanna tease and try to put pressure on the boy to fluster him. Not backing down, the exact opposite of Hermione or Rose. Do you even have to ask? I didn't say before, thinking that you get that a lot. Orion acted like a Chad and didn't even look at Daphne when saying this, still making the potion. He was almost completed. Not much, but I wouldn't mind hearing it from a handsome author like you, Daphne said with a little teasing tone. Maybe other boys of Orion's age blushed, but not Orion. Especially when Merlin will roast him alive for being a lowly con. Somehow he learned that word and now is only looking for the opportunity to use it on Orion. This is the first time a girl is calling me handsome, so I can only take your words for it, Orion said honestly. No way, are you telling the truth? Daphne honestly sounded surprised and her voice was a little louder than the normal whisper we were doing to not attract Snape. Knowing her mistake, she then didn't say anything, and both of us waited until Snape's attention was drawn by something else. Really? No one told you that you look handsome still now? She was again coming back to her normal whispering tone. Nope, Orion swiftly answered, and he added the last ingredient to the potion, which was almost completed. It was not like he didn't know that he was handsome, in fact, especially after absorbing that unicorn and its traits started to manifest in him. He unknowingly charmed Rose in the King Cross and in Flourish and Blot bookshop. The same was the case with Ginny back then. After finding out why they acted like that, Orion immediately asked Merlin for a way to hide his charm if possible. Right now he was nothing less than a male version of Vila. I'm not sure about HP World, but here, I have decided to only have female Vila. Merlin didn't give him a spell directly, stating that he needed to make a spell for himself. Another of his tests. But Orion was able to do it. The only problem here is that the spell he was using to hide his charm only stays on until he is not using magic. As soon as he uses magic, he can't hold back his charm. I see, Daphne not stating what she was seeing. And voila, we are done. Orion completed the potion, and only then he realized that there was no we in this, that this cunning girl didn't do shit to make it. Indeed, he has to be attentive when around her. He didn't point it out and was about to show his potion to Snape, but then suddenly something happened. It was like his magic buzzing in his ears, like saying to be aware of something. He looked at where the buzz was coming from and instantly noticed Seamus Finnegan, the artist of the highest caliber who understood that art is an explosion, was about to make another one of his masterpieces. Shit, the word escapes his lips before he knows it, and something happens which makes Merlin smile. In that split second, Orion didn't go for his wand to cast magic, but he extended his hand out. BOOO____________________________________ Shoop. The blast happens, but before even it can create much sound it stops. No, more like the entire blast froze midair, like time stopped for it. A powerful and potent magical wave sweeps across the class, snapping everyone's head towards the Seamus seat. But no one said anything. After seeing the blast stop midway, their attention went towards Orion, who was extending his hand towards the blast, and potent magical fluctuations were emitting from him. Believe in the force you have, guide you it shall, grimming from ear to ear. Merlin imitated a certain alien. Every student was looking at this with awe, while even Snape for a second did nothing about helping Orion out and kept on watching the display of flawless wandless magic. He suddenly remembers the line in Orion's book. If after reading this that high-class bastards let me live, then I might write another book. Remember when I saw that wands are killing your true potential? I was not joking, you know. They are good, but your magic should never depend on them. So for those who want to go plus ultra, whatever that means, as Snape at this point stop asking about all sorts of terms Orion uses in his book, it's either wandless or it's freedomless with that wand. At this time, Orion's charm-hiding magic also came undone and his aura changed. Pure untainted magic came out as a very slight aura of light engulfed him entirely, making him look like an elf from Tolkien's works. His eyes gleamed with magic whilst he also extended his other hand and compressed the blast before sending it to the empty section of the room. Boom! The explosion after that made everyone come out of their daze, but by now Orion was back to his normal self, his charm-suppressing magic again kicking in. That was bloody brilliant, Ron from the side said, and Rose with her mouth open just nodded like a little fangirl. Even Hermione, who was angry with Orion earlier, couldn't wait to go to him and ask, what the fuck was that? Many people were amazed by Orion's magical feed just now, but none other than the girl sitting just beside him and two people from Slytherin, Nick and Snape. Merlin, he is handsome, she muttered under her breath, for the first time blushing in the entire class. Beside the power, she actually saw the real charm of Orion, which he was holding back. Now everyone in the class was silent. The worthless and magicless kid just performed wandless magic. If this is not surprising, then what is, right? Just how utterly ridiculous this situation was is only backed by the silence of Professor Snape and the culprit himself. They wanted to walk up to him and open his brain to get the answer to how he did it, but the presence of Professor Snape stopped them. Ambrosius, who are you trying to show off? Snape snapped toward Orion, but this time with even more vigor, and walked up to him. All the time a mental prompt was sent to Orion's mind. This time he was trying to figure out how Orion did the wandless magic. Orion panicked a little, seeing that Snape was looking for a memory which is shielded by his mental barrier. It's not open and available alongside his non-important memories, which he doesn't guard and lets others see as a deception that they have access to his mind. Calm down, just break the eye contact slowly and try to explain. Merlin saw Orion panicking and advised. They actually did prepare for a situation like this, but in his panic, Orion didn't think of that. Oh no, Professor, I just saw Seamus's pot was about to explode, and to save him and Rose there, I had to stop the explosion, Orion said while immediately removing the eye contact and looking the place where the blast happened, as he was frustrated, and even added Rose's name because her and Lily's name work like cheat code in front of Snape if you use it right. It was his good luck that Rose was sitting just one row ahead of Seamus, so yeah, the blast really would have reached Rose and injured her. Snape, hearing Rose's name, finally remembers that Rose too was sitting near the explosion range and immediately snapped back at Seamus. And you are the worst dunderhead among all the idiots I had to teach. 5 points from Gryffindor, Snape shouted, not even going through many of the interesting insults reserved for students like Seamus. Anger was in his voice. Sorry brah, but you caused this, so take responsibility, Orion thought while looking at Seamus. And 5 points to Gryffindor Ambrosius, Snape said while going back to his seat but not before glancing at Rose to make sure she was all right. Now if the class was silent before, it was like everyone just lost their voices. Oh my god, Professor Snape giving points, that too to a Gryffindor. Hey, is something like this has happened before? Shush, quiet it down or he will hear us. Write this day down, my friend. Today we have seen history unfold in front of our very eyes. Hush, murmurs broke out in the class. Almost everyone was stunned in the class but none more than Orion. He blinked, hearing the hush whispers thanks to enhance hearing and question his own reality. Maybe the cheat code worked better than he expected. After that he just sat down, not even talking with or answering an excited Daphne's barrage of questions. He just replied all the with, "We'll talk later." Orion had his potion ready but he waited until the end of the class, not wanting to attract more attention than it was necessary. So by the end of the class, he finally stood up with Daphne on his trail and showed his potion to Snape. It was a book-perfect potion with no mistake. "It's usable," was the only response he got, but in Snape's language, it means that it's perfect at least by any normal 12-year-old standard. His own standards were much higher. Orion was happy with that remark and was about to retreat to safety but before that, Snape shouted, "Potter, are you not done yet?" This sudden targeting left both Ron and Rose baffled. How come the esteemed professor turned his gazes towards the two failures of the class? Was both Rose and Ron was pondering over now? Snape didn't stop there though. "Are you sure it's a potion and not the snort from a troll? Yeah, remember the unique insults I talked about earlier?" Orion even doubts that Snape, besides jerking off after thinking about Lily and making potions, dedicates the rest of his time to coming up with these unique insults. Both Rose and Ron didn't have any response and thus stayed quiet, but Snape was having none of it. "I have no idea why two dunderheads are sitting together anyway. Merlin only knows what kind of disaster you two can bring together. I rather not have another bomb manufacturer in my class. Ambrosius, from now on you will sit with Potter here. Make sure that she doesn't blast herself to her dreaded father. And you Weasley, go will sit with Iron over there," Snape said and dismissed the class. But everyone involved in this was surprised if not anything. Orion was happy that he would be sitting with Rose. He greatly liked her company, and it could have been worse, like sitting with Nick, Ron, or Draco. Rose was overjoyed and had to hold back the smile threatening to appear on her face, but Snape noticed that lastly Ron were cursing inside while Nick was hiding hatred when he looked at Ron. Lastly, Snape did it because he saw Rose looking at Orion during the entire class, not to mention the kid really did protect Rose and was mostly likely good company for her. But that was not the end of Orion's trouble. When he was just about to leave the enemy territory, he was spotted. Snape held him back. "Yeah, Professor?" he asked again, not looking at his eyes. Actually he was just not making contact for long enough for Snape to find his hidden memories. He just acted like a nervous second-year Gryffindor. Snape, after holding him back, didn't immediately ask anything but tried to invade his mind. He was successful, but Orion's constant fidgeting and breaking eye contact was infuriating. Not to mention Snape was no Dumbledore. His mental attack could only barely navigate through the mind with just eye contact, and he needed his wand for better control. It was still better than others who can only read surface thoughts, but still not enough. And when it comes to surface thoughts, that was another thing which was infuriating him to no hell. "I guess I will die early. Man, I really wanted to marry and have children, but I guess that's not something I can do now. Maybe I can convince him to not kill me and just break my arms, but how? Sorry, my future wife, but your husband will never be able to meet you. Oh man, I really wanted to complete my other books before ending here. Merlin, I am still single and virgin. Can't you wait until I live a little more to take my life? Don't drag me in this. I shouldn't have cast that magic before. But if not, then that blast surely would have injured Rose. I don't want her to hurt, but maybe rather than blocking the blast, I should have created a barrier to prevent her from getting hit. Maybe I could remove O2 for the blast to never occur, but how one is supposed to do that? Guess I will die before finding out." Orion was constantly generating nonsense in his mind, a very unique skill of his, to distract Snape. He even added the cheat code here and there, believing that it was the ultimate anti-Snape weapon. And it worked. Orion's thinking speed was much faster than Snape could even comprehend. This was another something which he had gotten over time. His technique needed fast processing speed in his mind, thus he had developed his brain and conditioned it like that. Snape almost felt nauseating after trying to navigate the constant barrage of thoughts inside Orion's mind. He just touched the bridge of his nose as the headache was coming to him. This was the firewall which both Orion and Merlin came up with. Orion could have easily used this method but was too panicked to think of anything at that time. "Ambrosius, tell me how you do it." Snape ultimately asked the question which was in his mind all this time. The last thought Orion ended when Snape talk was losing his V card, so unknowingly he thought, "Is he asking me how to lose virginity? There is no way, right? Does he really not know how to do it? He can't be a virgin, right? And even if he is, why ask me? I am a virgin too, you know. Hell, I don't even have a girlfriend yet and I ain't that popular with girls either." Orion just couldn't stop his high-speed thinking on time and started going on the rabbit hole, which was much bigger than he even could imagine. Snape, hearing his mind, couldn't help but twitch his eyes. Orion finally got out of Snape's class. That being the case, he just resented the man for wasting his 20 minutes of break time. Snape wanted to know many things, like how Orion did the wandless magic and about all the things which Orion wrote in his book, especially related to his claim that it's possible for squibs to use magic. Snape especially asked this as Orion mentioned in the book that a particular potion can do that. It was a combined product of both Orion and Merlin to create a potion which could help form a magic core and strengthen the magic circuits for a squib, allowing him to use magic. The concept was very similar to what he learned from his integration technique and the process he went through to form his own core. And of course, the reason he made this potion was to get more money and fame in the wizarding world. Anything Snape asks about his book, Orion answers willingly, but when he starts questioning things which he will only be covering in his future books or is never planning to release, he just replies one thing. I will explain about that more in my next book, so you have to wait until that. Because I respect you and all, but I am a no-nonsense kind of a guy when it comes to my business. Yes, he had to then suffer through Snape's insufferable stare, like Snape had lent him money and now is asking it back. That was just another level of torture which he never wanted to go through again, period. But in the end, Orion's greed for money won and he didn't spill a single bean about his next book or anything beyond that. By the time he arrived at the central hall to get lunch, he saw all the eyeballs on him. He also saw a stack of books at the corner of the hall. They were his books all right, and now he know how Marcus delivered those books so fast. He bloody never edited them. I swear the bastard never even read the book and just sent them to the publishing house for printing. Orion cursed again. Oh, I bet he read it. In fact, I bet that he only after reading it decided not to even ask you and just publish the book like this. Merlin chipped in from the side. This annoyed Orion even more. Actually, once we are all okay with that rainbow vomit language of yours, then it is actually a pretty interesting book to read. I in fact see witches and wizards reading this book and for once really enjoying it. Strange as it is that I am saying that for an educational book on magic and its theory, I too find the book really annoying and yet fascinating in the way you have written the book. It kinda fresh and new, Merlin added, and for the first time, Orion thought that the old man is not being sarcastic and genuinely praising him. So with that, Orion came near Rose and sat beside her. Yo, permanent potion partner. How's your day going so far? Orion said with a smile and took a cupcake for himself while also putting it on Rose's plate. No, don't. I am already full. Rose tried to argue, but Orion just did it nonetheless. Sighing, Rose just said, it's been good, thank you for saving me back there. It's really dangerous sitting near Seamus, Rose said and chuckled, although the way she responded made it obvious that those were fake laughs, but her gratitude was sincere. Something bothering you, Rose? You looked down for some reason. Orion, although wasn't the best when it came to human emotions, still could tell that Rose was feeling down. No, nothing, Rose said and smiled. Strange. Orion was about to ask more, but before he could open his mouth, he heard other voices coming. Orion, my man, you were fabulous today. I heard what you did. Hell, by now the entire school might know what has happened. You might not know, but you are very quickly turning into a celebrity. Fred and George came out of nowhere and shouted in his ear. What are you talking about? I did nothing. Nothing, he says. Did you hear him, Fred? Of course, George. Oh, my friend, you don't know how your actions have shaken the school. Okay, what are you talking about? Orion asked, not even knowing which brother said which sentence. You got points for Gryffindor from Professor Snape, Hermione suddenly interjected. Her inclusion was a little surprising considering how chummy she was being with Nick. Is that really that big of a deal? Orion asked, fully knowing how big of a deal it was, but he needed them to have their fill, so he acted like he was not privy to the situation at hand. Orion, in the last 10 years of his teaching in Hogwarts, Professor Snape has hardly given points to other houses besides his own, not to mention no Gryffindor ever gets points from him, never. You have done something that no one has done over a decade, Hermione said in a very Hermione-like fashion. Well, that's good, I guess, Orion replied, still nonchalant about this contribution to his house. To some Gryffindor, this means much more than even winning the house trophy. Merlin? Orion, you are acting like it's not a big deal at all. You should be proud of what you have accomplished, Ron from the side said. Orion suddenly questioned himself why he was suddenly talking to him, not like they were good friends or anything. Every year Gryffindor lose more than 100 points because of Professor Snape, Fred said. Yes, you might not realize it, my friend, but this is a victory not only against the oppression we Gryffindor have been suffering for years, but also a sign, George said with much dramatic antics. That's good, but I am not interested in this sign or any other signs. Saying that, Orion just rolled his eyes and ignored others and was about to back to attending to his juicy cupcake, but another voice rang in his ears. Mr. Ambrosius, I have to say that I'm very disappointed in you. Orion turned back and saw Daphne standing there with both hands on her waist and glaring right at him with narrow eyes. Both Hermione and Rose at this raised their eyebrows, now interested in what going on. This must be the first time that Orion and Daphne have met, right? How come she came all the way from the slathering table to talk with him? And may I ask why you are disappointed in me, princess? Orion's usual talking style changes in front of a sharp individual like Daphne. He just can't talk like how he does with others. Actually, even though his mental growth is fixed at 16, and he is not 25 plus years old mentally, still he feels like talking with kids when he interacts with most of his friends. So talking with Daphne today was kind of interesting for him. Daphne almost gave a scandalous look at Orion's response. Much dramatic this one, Orion internally chuckled. I never expected this from a gentleman such as you, to forget your promise that we will talk later, Daphne said, playing along with my princess and knight game. Orion rewinds his mind a little to remember that when she was blasting question after question, he told her that he would talk later, not wanting to attract more of Snape's attention. Honestly, he was not afraid of Snape. He didn't do anything wrong to be afraid of in the first place, but not attract wrong attention just to save him from another 6 years of trouble. So yeah, he is not messing with his leisure and carefree life anytime soon. I was talking about much later, but it's fine. Tell me what you want to ask, but you are warned. If there is anything which I might be putting in my next book, then I can't answer you. Orion kept on eating and replied to Daphne. He honestly wanted to talk to Hermione and find out what the deal was with her and Nick Iron, but with everyone practically climbing on top of him for his attention, this was not the time. How rude, and that too when I came all the way here just to ask you, Daphne huffed, still playing the spoiled princess. At this time, Orion didn't observe as his attention was acquired by food and Daphne, but others had already become silent while watching his and Daphne's interaction. Some had knowing smiles on their faces, and some had strange looks on their faces, while some, well, Hermione and Rose to be exact, were watching this conversation with a sweet smile, although anyone but our idiot MC could tell that it was force. Soon though the conversation came to a halt as McGonagall came and finally announced why all those books were in the hall in the first place. Now students, please quiet down, listen carefully, McGonagall said, and waited for the hall to quieten down. This is the book which Mr. Ambrosius has written. Many of you might have already heard about and heard praises of the book, but remember that not all things can be perfect. Mr. Ambrosius uses very strong language to express his opinions in his book, and while the professors love the book itself and all the knowledge Mr. Ambrosius gave us through it, the language is much to be desired. Even after trying, we found it hard to convert that strong language which he used into something more appropriate without changing the meaning entirely, McGonagall said while glaring daggers at Orion. Orion by that glare alone knew that his leisure life, which he was trying so hard to protect, might have already been ruined. He did it by his own hands. Orion knew what McGonagall was talking about, and then suddenly realized that when writing the book, he integrated his aka very strong language pretty much everywhere, so much so that now it will require him and Merlin to actually rewrite the entire book again with more kids-friendly language. This ain't no normal book, after all, it's a magic book. Wordings matter here and plays a very important role compared to a normal book. Like how in a law book, the words used are very important, as it's not always about facts but also dealing with complex things such as human emotion during a particular case and why the outcome of that case was what it was. So we have decided to deliver this book to you all, but I will warn you, the school will not tolerate any inappropriate language on the school grounds. The offender will be punished gravely, meaning as long as it's not school grounds. And thus I want you to make this sure, we professors agree that the book itself is fabulous but the language is not, and we will not condemn that kind of language here in Hogwarts. Professor said yet again while looking at Orion. Geez women, why purchase the book if you have so much problem with its language? Orion complains internally. Well, it's simple, sooner or later the powerful, greedy and corrupt ministry will try to ban this book. At this point pretty much anyone who reads the book knows its worth, meaning Dumbledore knew too that the ministry would try to somehow monopolize it. It was a risky move on his part, but by making this book as a part of the syllabus here in Hogwarts he is trying to preserve this book. Once the book really falls in the hands of the wizarding crowds, even those wizards who support ministry will not allow the book to be banned, let alone the pure bloods. Orion was stunned. He never gave much thought to the political structure and ramifications while writing this book. And suddenly he started to feel cold sweats forming on his back. He might be in a bigger rabbit hole than he realizes. So too many names, Dumbledore, help us, he asked, trying to understand the situation. No, don't think like that. He helped himself. If he pushes this book to be available to the masses, then indirectly his name is also getting attached to this. He was helping himself, and indirectly helping us as well. There are only two reasons he did so. One, because he will get a much more positive light by using your work if he supports your book, as he knows the book is a gold mine, and the second is that this way he will ensure that there is a second book. And again, everything comes down to your intentionally holding back information. The reason why the old geezer was asking so many questions yesterday in his office was because this magical know-how is something he wants. Snape is in the same boat, Merlin said, and the situation started to become more clear. Dumbledore was sitting in his office, contemplating what just Snape told him in the break time. Wandless magic at this age, and he even revealed it just to save Rose and his other classmates, Dumbledore slowly muttered to himself. Snape himself checked the boy's mind. He used wandless magic, which he clearly wasn't planning on revealing, to save Rose. But when asked, he outright refused to provide any explanation for it, whilst only replying, "You will know when my next book comes out." Dumbledore was honestly intrigued and confused by this revelation. After all, wandless magic is a very complex art. Only he and Gerald were able to do it well. To some extent even Tom could. But it's him, Gerald and Tom. They are the greatest and strongest wizards of this generation? And now a 12-year-old boy who couldn't even do any magic just last year, now comes and shows wandless magic like it was a first-year spell which could be done with some practice and the right words. So this had made him the greatest wizard of this generation, very confused and interested in Orion. Clearly, the child is not going dark. If he couldn't even tell that child's bright and untainted magic apart from that foul magic and corrupt magic that comes with dark magic, then he is not worthy of holding the name of the greatest wizard in Britain. So no, the child is not going dark, and even his character is very pleasing. Otherwise, he wouldn't have revealed his capabilities just to save Rose. Despite not knowing how Orion did it, or what is his secret, Dumbledore is willing to believe in his own instincts. Actually, the boy has shown signs of his genius even before he came to Hogwarts, being able to make a potion in nothing but a forest to cure his body, when he wasn't even aware of magic speaks volumes about his capabilities. Dumbledore talks much about him to other professors and everyone, even Snape has good things to tell about him. He didn't have much magic last year. This was even tested, so he doesn't doubt the claim. But Orion was diligent in his studies even after that. In fact, almost all the time he was found studying and doing strange exercises. Although it was a strange exercise to others, Dumbledore's intuition tell him otherwise. But yet he does not willingly tell how he does it, Dumbledore muttered to himself. Well, that was not the truth, as Orion specifically told Snape that he would not enclose any information that he might or might not put in his next book. Dumbledore, after much interaction with Orion, knew that if there was one bad trait that existed in that boy, then it was greed for money. It was nothing much and very much understandable when coming from an orphan boy who used to live in a forest alone. Dumbledore, just like Merlin said to Orion, supported Orion's book because it was favorable for him. But honestly, he didn't have much connection with that boy. Getting inside his head is nothing less than an invitation to a headache. Dumble had found that Orion's thinking speed is fast, and he means really fast. And when he panics, it just tends to increase. Unfortunately, the boy panics a lot if he or Snape directly looks into his eyes, something which is necessary for a mental connection to be formed. Dumbledore groaned after thinking about the headache he had last night after trying to enter into Orion's mind. Just in a minute, the boy went from thinking about releasing another book to guessing how many girls his headmaster would have been with. Even bet that he would definitely be a ladies' man. And there were hundreds if not thousands of details-rich thoughts in between. No wonder the boy could come up with something like this book. He is just naturally gifted. Another groan escaped his lips. At least he could take a little solemn that Snape faces the same fate. Poor Severus even had to take the day off thanks to his headache. And the problem doesn't stop, although no matter how revolutionary that book is, it's just a headache when the book language is anything to go by. Even he, a century-old man, ended up blushing after reading it. He honestly wouldn't have pushed the book if it was not that good. Just the basics of magic and some tools and techniques to improve, but it was priceless. He knows that he can't stop this from spreading. The boy has come up with this on his own, which most likely is the case. Then he can come up with it again even if Dumbledore remove his memories. So going against him and capitalizing on this is not the way to go. Rather, he should earn that boy's favor and also take some credit for the book in the meantime. Dumbledore sign again and ponder on how to bring the boy by bright side. And while he was at it, he also wondered about another boy of the same age but in Slytherin's house. Other professors and students were not much different, although they clearly were not creating a master plan to bringing the boy to the side of light. They too are thinking about Orion. And at this time, Orion was in the room of requirement. This year he has planned to ditch Muggle studies and history lessons altogether. Last year he didn't have Muggle studies, but from the second year it is compulsory until the fourth year, and then he can choose to either continue it or ditch it. Well, he doesn't need history classes. He has a literal walking encyclopedia of history that dates from the same era as Jesus Christ himself. And when it comes to Muggle studies, well, it's not much different than history, considering the course just teaches how Muggles used to live in stone caves and use rocks to make fire. This extremely dated piece of teaching of course comes with a healthy dose of wizard supremacy. Tell the little witches and wizards how much better they are compared to those worthless Muggles. So, what we are learning today? Orion asked with a tired face as the entire day was extremely hectic for him. We will continue with force training and only do that until you have at least reached a zenith. Learning anything more right now is not worth it. You also have your usual Hogwarts studies anyway. But there will be a catch, Merlin said while smiling a little. A catch. Orion already didn't like the sound of this. Whenever Merlin gave off that smile, nothing good came from his mouth. From now on you will completely ditch your wand. Ain't I already doing it? Using force then wand magic for most of my needs, Orion replied in a nonchalant manner, not getting what Merlin was trying to say here. No, not like that. I mean from now on you will learn how to cast magic. All kinds of magic wandless, Merlin added and waited for the outburst. What? That's insane. Dude, are you trying to make my life more troublesome? Ain't I already learning force, a really powerful wandless magic? Why completely ditch the wand? Orion protested and huffed. Merlin on the other side just sighs and explains. That's because you can do it. Many including me might not be able to, as our magic circuits are not as developed as yours. Even I took centuries to develop my magic circuits to your level. If you use a wand then it will be very easy for you to do magic, but then your development still stagger. You won't reach your true potential. Consider those developed magic circuits as gifts and talents which you have. You are inherently now better than others, but a genius who doesn't work hard is worthless, and can eventually will be surpassed by a commoner who works hard. Remember we wrote in the book that whilst we grow up, our magic circuits need the most work. Believe me, right now that wand is your biggest enemy. It will stop your progress. Orion after hearing this let out an irritating sigh but ultimately understood what Merlin was trying to say here. Fine, but I can't just ditch the wand. That will attract more attention towards me. Orion said dejectedly. Oh, that's easy enough. Make a fake wand and carry both. Only use the real one if it's absolutely necessary. Another day started with the same old routine. Orion found himself exercising early in the morning and then dancing, practicing force while he matched the flow of nature, replicating movements sometimes like a ballet and sometimes a martial artist. An important part of this exercise was maintaining systematic breathing while performing force. Now he could swallow this if this was a martial art of some sort, but how his breathing mattered with his magic was beyond him. Merlin was apparent about performing the correct breathing and staying in tune with the rhythms. So after the embarrassing dance, he was ready to tackle all of his class and excel in all of them. Entering into the main hall, the entire area was buzzing with activity. Students were everywhere, some talking and making enough noise for the entire castle to hear, some studying much like his friend Hermione, and some were just strictly there to eat like him. But those things are the most mundane things about a morning in Hogwarts. The difference which was taking place than usual today was a large group of students flexing a white book around. A groan escaped Orion's lips as he caught a glimpse of the book. Why are you getting annoyed? It's your book they are reading. You should be proud that so many students, your peers, are reading your book in their own initiation, Merlin added. Orion listened to Merlin and grumbled under his breath. He was not unhappy about them reading his book. In fact, he wanted this to happen, after all, only when they liked the book so the sales would increase. He was bothered by the subtle glances students were sending him, like they saw an obscurus. For those who are too lazy to Google it, it's a magical child turning into a rampaging monster. So just like any other day, he just brushed past them and sat his ass near one of the two girls he was most familiar to. Someone is getting popular. Before he could even say hi or good morning, he heard the voice. Glancing back, he saw Daphne standing there holding her breakfast, clearly intending to sit there in the Gryffindor table with Orion. She only talked with him anyway. Yesterday was the first time Orion had any interaction with Daphne, so it's suspicious why the girl acted so chummy with him. Usually, when a beautiful girl is nice to you, consider it a good sign that you are not outright atrocious in the looks department. But on the contrary, if a beautiful girl acts all chummy with you all of a sudden, it's a clear red flag. Orion have used a legilimency attack on her a long time ago if only she wasn't wearing an heir's ring. Those rings come with passive defense with any weak legiliment attack. As the universal rule stands, nothing is impossible as long as enough force is applied in the right way. Breaking this shield is not hard either. Hell, Orion believes that he doesn't even need a wand to do so considering his attainments in the mind arts. But he rather not break open the mind of one of the heirs of 28 sacred families just because the girl acting too friendly with him. Good morning to you too. A sarcastic reply makes him feel better and ease his irritated mind. Although he likes the attention that only when they are people he knows. Unwanted attention from the entire school is a pain. Good morning, Rose, Hermione. What you girls are up to? Orion, before Daphne started her barrage of questions, first greeted both the girls. Rose gave a cheerful smile, maybe because he ignored the Slytherin princess for once and focused on her, or maybe just because she was in a good mood. Hermione, on the other hand, was different, practically glued to the same book which other students were carrying like it was the Holy Bible. Orion could see a dark circle under her eyes, and then noticing that she was on page number 289, Orion's eyes twitch. I bet that she didn't sleep at all to read that book, Merlin remarked, and Orion agreed without a second of a doubt. Rose, on the side, seeing her friend no responding, nudged her with her elbow and drew her attention away from the beautiful world of that book to reality. What? Hermione jolted and snapped at Rose, asking what happened. Good morning, Hermione, Orion once again said, but this time with a cheesy smile. Seems like you like my book. Our book, Merlin added while puffing on his pipe. Yeah, you don't exist for others, so it's my book until I am not specifically talking with you, Orion internally replied to the grumbling old man. Like it? This book is insane. You break almost all the rules of every possible magical theory and book writing ethics combined. Hermione was almost on the verge of shouting. It was a higher tone than usual for sure. Why you are reading it so intently if you didn't like it? Then, Daphne, not knowing much about Hermione's antics about education, asked. I never said I didn't like it. I mean, it's different. No offense to you, Orion, but the language is not at all appropriate, but everything written in the book just far surpasses the knowledge of any magical book I have found in Hogwarts. Only after going through it, do I understand why even after this kind of language used in this book, Professor Dumbledore wants the students to read this. This book alone will bring several revolutions in the wizarding community, Hermione said with a frantic smile, looking much like a crazy scientist who found what an atom is. Okay, Orion just shrugged. He was used to Hermione's antics by now and just let her be. Daphne too mimicked Orion, clearly not wanting to talk more with the nerdy girl. She had a feeling that she wouldn't comprehend what would come out of her mouth next. But she does agree with what Hermione said. The book was a masterpiece if the trash language was not a factor, something which can be easily changed if Orion so desires. Hell, at this time, even Dumbledore had to accept that a chaotic core would take the place of the Bible in the wizarding world sooner or later. Even if Orion doesn't want to, he shares something with the wizarding world which will change the future of magic for everyone. A simple example of this is when Orion was writing this book, Merlin told him that after reading this book, as long as the person practices some of the basic steps and exercises are given in it, reaching the heights of Dumbledore or Gerald Grindelwald is nothing hard. Any normal wizard can do it. In fact, back in his time, wizards of that level were very common. The first class for today was Charms. Orion was in a cheerful mood as Professor Flitwick was one of his favorite teachers. In fact, he might be just the best teacher outside Hagrid when he took the position of Professor of Magical Beasts in the 3rd year. As all the students entered the class, they saw a short man already waiting for all of them, with a pleasant smile. "Good morning, Professor Flitwick. How has your vacation been?" Orion smiled and asked, giving off similar vibes as Flitwick. And just like he expected, Flitwick didn't torture him about the book he wrote and the god-awful language he used. He might later, but not in front of others, and his version will be just a simple comment about the language. "Good morning, Orion. I have heard a lot about you lately. I read the book. It was superb, simply superb," Flitwick said with much excitement. "Glad you like it, Professor." After a simple greeting, Orion went back to his seat, sitting next to Rose. The seating arrangement varies from class to class. It was permanent in Flitwick's class. Actually, that is how he remembered the faces and names well of all the new students. In fact, he is the kind of teacher who remembers what students did years ago by just looking at the place they used to sit. "Students, I know that all of you are very excited about the book Mr. Ambrosius has written, but I'll be grateful if you can set that aside in my class," Flitwick said after watching students still talking about Orion's book and even reading it. A prime example was Hermione. So an awkward moment and a lot of shuffling of books and pages later, Flitwick finally started. "Today we will revise. Remember, going up in classes is completely in vain if you forgot what you learned in the former year. Now show me the Lumos spell, the levitating spell and the Accio," Flitwick demanded. Finally, students realized the purpose of the few objects placed in front of them. A surprise test right at the start of the year. The grumbles and disappointed looks were endless, but there was no escape from this. Someone like Rose, Hermione, and Daphne didn't care. Rose was a natural in charms. Hermione was, well, Hermione and Daphne too were heir to the noble house of Greengrass for some reason. Ron and Orion were the real victims. Orion last year barely passed the test, now he has a gazillion times more magic than last year. Well, not that much, but this is adequate for this low-level spell. The source of the problem was his wand, or the lack of one to be exact. Merlin asked him to put his wand in his pendant to stop him from using it. He was holding a fake one. Levitation and Accio are easy enough, as force works the same way, but Lumos the illuminating charm is a sore spot for him. Performing that without a wand will be a tough nut to crack. While Orion was sweating about the task at hand, Flitwick was especially observing him. Besides his book, another very prominent reason why Orion was getting so popular in the castle was his feat of wandless magic in potions class. Practically the entire Hogwarts by now knew it, and Flitwick too wanted to see. In his book, Orion has mentioned wandless magic if only briefly, and that surely has piqued Flitwick's interest. Orion begrudgingly took out his fake wand and made an ugly face. He wasn't worried a bit about Accio or Levitation's charm. That spell can be done by simple use or force. The finding aspect of Accio can also be done with force with a little change in his intent. But the illuminating charm was different. Force can't produce light, or maybe it can, but he hasn't learned it yet. With that said, Orion thought to just keep that one for last. So he just waved his hand slowly and the feather in front of him started floating. Yup, force is much better than any levitation charm. Orion was glad that he learned force. Bravo, Mr. Ambrosius. Looked everyone, Mr. Ambrosius did it, and that too without any wand movement and spellless casting. Flitwick, who was giving Orion special attention, thanks to his feat in potions class, was surprised and said, attracting everyone's attention. Orion just cursed under his breath after realizing that he was so used to force by now that he completely forgot to even say the spell to act in front of others. He looked around and noticed that the noise had subsided while every eyeball was looking at him. But poor Orion now once again was the center of attention, getting curious and some extent jealous glances from many of his peers, even Hermione. Once again, Mr. Ambrosius, please show the class how you make the feather float without spell or wand movements, Flitwick requested, but it almost sounded like a demand to Orion. Sighing, he just accepted that the cat was out of the bag already in potions class. It was only time that people realized what he could do. So he again begrudgingly hovered his fake wand above the feather, and with just one swing of the wooden stick, which was completely unnecessary by the way, the feather started floating. But this time, Flitwick caught much more details than earlier when he was just excited about what his student did. He too was a master in charms and a champion in dueling. He instantly caught on to the excellent control Orion had on the feather. There was no stability issue, or it felt like the charm was weak. In most cases, when someone uses a floating charm, it feels like someone has attached a string to the feather and made it float using those strings. The connection with kept the feather floating looked weak, and most of the time that is the case. But not in Orion's case. It was powerful, like it was not an invisible string which was making it float, but rather a strong invisible hand, with complete control over its direction, angle, and velocity. Marvelous, Mr. Ambrosius, simply marvelous. Let me tell you that even adults can't show this degree of control without using wand movement and spells. 5 points to Gryffindor, Flitwick announced. Thank you, Professor Flitwick, Orion said humbly, wanting to end the conversation so Flitwick go away, but that wasn't the case. Although the conversation ended, the short professor was still standing in front of him, eagerly waiting for his next spell. Muttering something about the persistent professor, Orion moves his focus to the second thing at hand. Accio. This time he remembered to say the spell. Everyone saw a candy which Flitwick put on his table, saying to the students that they could have, but the only condition is to use Accio, launch itself from the table and fly towards Orion. Again flawless performance, and Flitwick also nodded. But then came the last part. The illumination spell. This was outside the jurisdiction of force. Remember what I teach you, a wand is just a tool. Even spells are just tools to convey the message to your magic. As long as the message is conveyed, magic will take place. You have ridiculously powerful intent, just focus on light. At your level of intent, just a thought is enough. Merlin at this time chips in and reminds Orion of the basics of all magic and casting. Okay, Orion calms himself down and closes his eyes, trying to image a light. Like a light bulb or the Sunday, making his intention clear that he wants light. 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 Give me light. And it started to work. His intent was going through the roof, as Flitwick felt the same powerful intent from Orion that he saw last year. But last year, Orion had so little magic that even after all that powerful intent, the best he could do was to make a light no stronger than a firefly. But today was different, as the mighty intent of Orion was mixed with powerful magic. A dazzling light started to form between his hands, as the magic totally discarded the fake wand and made the center of Orion's hands its locus. Flitwick was baffled at the position the light appeared, not on the tip of the wand but rather in the middle of the palm, as Orion had both his hands up and the palms were opposite to each other like he was holding a football, even though one hand still held the fake wand. But that amazement was quickly trumped by the light which kept on increasing. Flitwick and the students inevitably have to close their eyes at the blinding light. You might have overdone it there. Remember, I told you that you need to learn how to handle your intent, Merlin said with a helpless sigh, and Orion, who just opened his eyes, was blinded by his own light. Surrounded by his friends, Orion then moved towards the last class of the day, Defense Against Dark Arts. A totally worthless class if Orion has anything to say about it. Not like it is not important, but it can only achieve its desired results if professors are not planning on killing the students, oppressing them, are dark lords or werewolves in disguise, or are simply incompetent. Unfortunately or fortunately, this year Hogwarts got the incompetent one, and Orion shouldn't be happy about it, but when he was considering the alternatives, this was still better. Honestly, almost all the time those teachers the main source of trouble in the school, Merlin added, resonating with Orion's belief. After his dazzling performance in Charms class, Professor Flitwick cut 1 point from Gryffindor for creating a miniature sun inside the classroom minus the heat, while also awarding him 5 points for his excellent use of magic. Flitwick also invites Orion to his charm club, an honor which only a few people get in Hogwarts. Even Hermione isn't invited. How did you do it? Came two voices at the same time. They were none other than Hermione and Daphne. Both of them were on his trail to find his secret to do wandless magic and that extremely dazzling light. The fun fact is that Orion can't tell them even if he wants to, because there is no secret to it. He suddenly got the magical lottery of the century and now has as developed magical circuits as Merlin himself, and his raw intent and willpower has sharpened to the extreme thanks to performing integration for many years, were not the reason which he wanted to say. I won't explain in detail as that info is reserved for my next book, but in a nutshell, you need very powerful intent to pull it off. But there are shortcuts which one can use, Orion said, and he wasn't lying. There are really shortcuts like ancient chants, a series of long magical wording to amplify the intent and output of certain kinds of magic. Merlin has taught him, but he never got to use it. Or rather, the bastard never let him use it even after teaching him. There are no shortcuts to becoming Hokage. ******* I mean the Wizard King, Merlin said, and I quote, I swear I will learn how to block him from my mind, and the first thing I'm gonna do is to stop him from consuming more manga and anime, Orion muttered with determination in his mind. But that doesn't explain anything, Rose whined. Apparently she too wanted to know. Her reasoning was different. She wanted to use this while she was living with the Dursleys. Orion didn't even have to read her mind to her reasoning. He in fact planned to teach this to Rose, if not anyone but still to her. Just a little secret between them. Don't worry, you guys will get the answer soon enough. Just wait until my next book is. Orion was saying, but then was cut off when someone blocked his path. This someone was none other than Malfoy and his two little bodyguards. Well, identifying them as little would be a crime considering how they were showing all the positive growths on all the negative sides. What you want, Malfoy, Hermione and Rose said at the same time, almost in a threatening voice. While Daphne didn't say anything. She didn't want to get involved unless it was absolutely necessary. She was also interested to see how Orion would react. This was quickly becoming her favorite pastime. This guy again. This guy again. Both Orion and Merlin muttered under their breath and sighed. Don't think for a second that you are equal to us just because you wrote a book, you mudblood, Draco uttered with no sense of the environment he was in or his own situation. Even animals understand the natural order of the food chain and keep their distance from the hunters and predators. But this poor fellow just lacks all basic survival instincts. Orion honestly was surprised at how he survived in the books this long. JK has to be high when writing this guy's character. Actually, he is a coward. He never stays whenever there is a conflict, Merlin added, and both of us just sighed with a headache coming in. What do you want, Malfoy? Orion just asked casually, pretending that he didn't even listen to his earlier comment. The word mudblood is really not that big deal for him. He never believed in blood supremacy. So Draco can call him whatever he wants. It doesn't get inside his skin. But apparently, it was not the case with Rose, Hermione, and to some point Daphne, as they all were sending glares at Draco. What? Are you now siding with this mudblood? Are you also turning a blood traitor, Greengrass? Draco asked with much ire towards Daphne. The Greengrass family has never vouched for blood supremacy, but still, it has married in the 28 sacred families for generations. How about we talk this man to man and not involve the girls in this? Tell me what you want. Orion asked again, but this time there was a lingering threat on his voice as the devil's tongue doing its magic. A feeling of dread started to engulf Malfoy. This feeling was similar to what he sensed last year. But this was not that strong. Orion was holding back. Actually, his own emotions amplify the effect of the devil's tongue. Right now he feels no anger towards the obviously spoiled and misled boy in front of him. It was not his fault, he was just raised wrong. Draco and his other two lackeys didn't say anything after that, maybe too scared of Orion, but he doubted it as he intentionally held back his power. So most likely they just didn't have much to talk about in the first place. They just came here expecting it would be easy to bully the Muggleborns. I thought so. If you don't have anything worthwhile to say, then get out of the way. You are wasting our time, Orion said, and by a simple gesture of his hand, made Draco and his lackey move away and clear the path. For Draco, it was like someone physically pushed him, but there was no one. Orion just used force to remove him and his useless two friends to the side, clearing the path of himself and the girls. Rose, Hermione, and Daphne were fascinated towards the wandless magic which Orion casually did on Malfoy. This was the only second time he showed them this. The stingy bastard won't show it to them even faster, practically begging him. A huge pout was on all three of their faces, making the already cute and beautiful girls even more adoring. They stop bothering him after he makes it clear that he ain't using wandless magic, not because he doesn't want to show them but rather because it's hard to do. A total bullshit on Orion's part, but the girl bought the excuse. Currently, they were sitting in the Dada class and in front of them were the ever so lustrous and brave, Gilderoy Lockhart with all his glory. Now I really question that headmaster of yours, you know. Even a child with the right mind can tell that this man is a fraud. Merlin had an amused smile on his face after seeing Orion's own face forming a cringeworthy look that he might get popular in TikTok. This man will pay for the money he made me lose. Orion internally groaned as the man, the myth, the asshole himself came to the teacher's stage. He had golden hair and was wearing very similar clothes to what movie's portrait. On the side, he had a dozen of his books showcased, while on the other side, there was a wide range of skincare and beauty products. Orion has to give this cheater that he does have some sense of business in him. The entire class was a pile of dog shit. Nothing useful happened. Goldilocks was just on and on about his own adventures and his own books. The most surprising fact was that many actually believed him, especially the girls. Orion was sitting with Daphne, Hermione, and Rose, and to his surprise, only Rose didn't fall for his charm, while Hermione and Daphne by the middle of the class had already become his little fangirls. Interesting. Merlin had this knowing smile on his face which Orion recognized as something shady was going on. May I ask what you find so amusing? Orion asked with raised eyebrows. It's even more interesting that you can't sense it even with your excellent magical senses. But I guess the reason might be because of your willpower and gender as to do with it, Merlin added. Orion was a little taken aback. If there was a foreign magic, then he would be the first to notice it. His magic senses are really well developed. So he focused, and after establishing a connection with the surrounding magic and sorting all kinds of magic, he found it. What is this magic? Never felt this magic before. Orion, while exploring the magic of the class, found a strange kind of magic which he didn't recognize. Haha, it's natural you don't recognize it. This particular magic is never intended to be contacted by the males. It mostly focuses on females. That's why you didn't notice it. It never came in contact with you while you were here. Merlin said, and Orion nodded. He still had much to learn, seeing that he couldn't find this magic when it was right in front of him. And now this also brings him to the conclusion that this was Goldilocks doing, and this is the cause of all these girls suddenly becoming his fangirls. Most likely Rose is not affected because of what Merlin said before this. Willpower. She must have powerful willpower to control the magic passively. If I have to say, this is not active magic but a passive one. Most likely it mixes with the strange smell in this room. Perfume, if I have to say. Orion once got the situation, was then quick to figure out his source. Bingo, it's this guy, his perfume. We already know that this guy is a complete cheat thanks to the canon knowledge. What you say? Wanna expose this golden retriever while we are at it? Orion asked with a smile. Why not? Cool, but now give me a way to bring this girl out of their worship to their great Lockhart Sama. Orion deadpanned up. Merlin didn't give any solution to Orion, saying that this one he has to do on his own, making him irritated, but he took the challenge. The only downside is that this girls have to stay under Goldilocks' influence for a little while more. Rose Potter. Suddenly the sound came and everyone's attention was moved to the cute redhead sitting beside Orion. The person who said it was none other than Goldilocks. How were the books which I gave you, my dear? I hope you like them, Lockhart asked with his usual smile on his face. Rose at this just smiled nervously and nodded in confirmation. Orion wanted no interaction with Lockhart and thus he kept his head down. But to his bad luck, Goldilocks was having none of it. Well, only time will tell whose bad luck it really was. Mr. Ambrosius, I saw you are sitting with young Rose here. Ah, young love, I had quite a few girlfriends back then myself, he said, making Rose blush furiously, while the Orion just didn't buy the sophistry and looked right into his eyes, planning on invading his mind. But unfortunately for Orion, the bastard was wearing a special ornament to shield his mind. Orion knew that it was not his own occlumency, and if that was the case then the user could feel his mind getting invaded. Lockhart had no clue that his mind was just under attack. You can force your way in. You are more than capable now, Merlin added his sage advice, and Orion had the urge to take that advice but he didn't. He might, but right now is not the right time. It's too crowded here. I never expected that among you I would find a fellow author. I have to say that I am a fan of your work, Mr. Ambrosius, Lockhart said. Although he didn't want to admit, but being a Ravenclaw, he understood the value of the knowledge which that book provided. Actually more like he was yearning for that knowledge and fame for himself. And Orion didn't need to invade Lockhart's mind to see this one coming. It's a very side-villain kind of move. Thank you, I too like Mr. Lockhart's books very much. Orion had to struggle to form this sentence. He spat the words with venom covered with sweets. The interaction with Lockhart's was not long. He didn't plan to talk more and he was saved by the horde of fangirls lashing out when Orion was taking all the precious time of their almighty and Lockhart Sama. With a sign, Orion just waited for the class to end. Fortunately, that didn't take much time. He honestly didn't want to waste more time on Gilderoy if possible. So he was the first one to get out of the class as soon as the bell rang. Only later from others, he found that Goldilocks looking for him in the class. Good thing that I got out when I had the time, Orion muttered in relief. Right now he was outside in the open, planning to practice force but got interrupted by his friends. So here you are, what are you doing here? He saw Hermione and Rose coming towards him. Ron too was with them. Yo, why are you looking for me? Orion didn't like getting disturbed on his grind but he did promise to spend more time with them. I had a question about your book, Hermione said while showing a chaotic core on her hands. Rose told me about that broom of yours. Mate, why didn't you show me that broom? You never even told me that you are making brooms. That wicked knowing that you have a business at this age, Ron said with much excitement but a little bit of jealousy. Orion on the other hand almost forgot in his training, effort on socializing and in all the noise his book was making that he had another product almost ready to hit the market. He should be expecting a response from Emmerich, his partner in crime in looting those wealthy wizarding families all over the world and also ruining their favorite sport, all in due time. Ah yes, I was making the broom at the same time I was writing that book, Orion said while pointing at Hermione's hand. Also realized that he should also start writing the second book in his free time. Can I look at it? Ron asked with much exhilaration in his voice. Orion honestly didn't mind but without his guidance, it could be dangerous. As his own broom is even better than the one he was planning to sell. Black Pegasus might be even faster than an old fighter jet at its fastest speed. Nothing he can just hand over to a child. Let alone, Ron. I would love to Ron, but my broom is a little different. It only works when I am using it. I had to make it like that because it's not like any normal broom. Ask Rose what I am talking about, she knows, Orion said and kicked the ball to Rose. Rose instantly nodded, a little horror appearing on her beautiful and cute face. She almost screams her lungs out when sharing that broom with Orion. And later that bastard told him that it was not even 50% of the real speed that broom can achieve. Rose just got goosebumps thinking about it and her face went pale. Orion was not lying here. The top speed of a normal Pegasus is 400 to 500 kilometers per hour, which is a little more than double that of the fastest flying broom which has shown in the Harry Potter series, the Firebolt. And his Black Pegasus can achieve a stable 1000 kilometers per hour at its max. But that was not even the craziest thing. He further improved it. Being infatuated with bikes in his last life, he modified even to the point of no return. Now his broom can achieve the speed of 2000 kilometers per hour for a short period of time. That is almost similar to a Mach 2 speed. Not to mention, it was not just speed he modified. Even the looks and sound of the broom were modified to give that powerful monster vibe. He can't believe that no one can fall in love with that broom seeing what it can really do. If Orion was proud of anything besides his Greek god body then it has to be that broom. He was just waiting to take that baby on a test drive in the upcoming Quidditch match. He might get on the team just because he has that broom. A broom which is 10 times faster than the current fastest broom on the planet. He couldn't help but let out an evil laugh. Orion. Hermione called. Huh. What happened? Suddenly you dazed out and then started laughing like a madman, Hermione asked with confusion in her tone. Oh nothing, just showing remorse to my future competition, Orion casually said. I have questions, Hermione asked not even paying attention to Orion's reply, chucking that last bit in him being a boy. Boys, Hermione and Rose both just sighed and shook their heads. In the heart of the magical government, the Ministry of Magic, a wave of intrigue swept through the higher echelons as rumors of a groundbreaking book titled A Chaotic Core by Orion D. Ambrosius reached the ears of influential figures. Although the major reason their attention was drawn by the book wasn't the action of Dumbledore suddenly announcing the book will be a part of the syllabus in Hogwarts, it was a major point. The real culprit was those purebloods whose children informed them about a certain book written by a certain mudblood, and obviously later those pureblood families contacted the ministry. A Chaotic Core did not have much reputation yet, but those who read it were sure of one thing, that this book will change the magic of the wizarding world forever. The sheer brilliance and revelations sent shockwaves through the ministry, captivating the attention of wizards and witches in positions of power. The Minister of Magic himself, along with the heads of various departments, gathered for an impromptu meeting to discuss the unexpected phenomenon. The room hummed with a mixture of curiosity and skepticism as they delved into the pages of Orion's literary creation. The reader was totally embarrassed with a red face thanks to the rainbow vomit he was reading from the book. Some parts were even skipped just to save a little face for the assembly. To their surprise, a Chaotic Core dedicated a whole para to why many wizards just shouldn't buy this book and even went so far as to write right on the cover not to buy before reading that particular para. And then an entire page on how they ain't getting any refund if they bought the book. Everyone in the council just sweats drop at this. Minister didn't read the book. He doesn't remember the last time he read a book, so there is no way that he will be reading one now. Fudge let a worker explain the book to him, and to his surprise, the book itself was not very controversial. There was nothing in this book which was going against those purebloods. But being a politician, Fudge immediately understood why those purebloods were making so much noise suddenly. It's not that they didn't like what was written in the book, but rather they liked it a little too much. Now lusting after the knowledge for themselves, not wanting it to spread to the wizarding world, to those muggle-borns. Fudge too was the same after he saw the real value of the book. Orion even gave some techniques to increase magic and refine it. Those few techniques alone could be considered treasures which a wizarding family will guard and even put up there as family magic. Orion's keen observations and insights into the just reflected on the book, and some far-sighted minds already figure out that for the first time in the wizarding world, blood might not play the major role in one's power, but rather practice and dedication to one's cultivation will, if that exercise and techniques really worked. And to the delight and utter irritation of the ministry and those purebloods, it worked. Maybe the results will be seen after many years of practice, but there was no doubt about it that everything written in the book worked. This excited the wizarding crowd to no hell that there was finally a straight way to get stronger in magic outside of just relying on skills and gene lottery like some wizards get, for example, Dumbledore, Voldemort or Grindelwald. At the same time, it irked them that this information was out there for everyone to grab, and above all, came from a muggle-born wizard. A child no less. As discussions unfolded, murmurs of discomfort echoed in the chamber. The revelations within the book touched upon sensitive topics, exposing layers of corruption and insecurities in the magical world. After all, the reason why the current purebloods are enjoying so much luxury and power was because there was no strong opposition from the Muggle side. Their family magic really does make them superior to others in respect of powerful magic and everything, but this might change now. Some of the higher UPS felt uneasy, realizing that the brilliance of Orion's work was a double-edged sword, laying bare the flaws within the very institution. Many wanted to ban it while secretly preserving the copies for themselves. But the most irritating thing out of all was none other than Dumbledore's action. Making the book's syllabus in Hogwarts was a masterstroke played by the old wizard. Now this is not just something which the ministry can decide on its own. Dumbledore will be involved in this, and when that man is involved, the entire light fraction will be involved as well, making this a full-fledged voting game. Currently, the light fraction and the dark fraction are on a balance when it comes to Wisengamot voting rights, meaning ultimately the final decision will rest on the gray side. Even an idiot can say where they are gonna vote. Which idiot would want to ban a book like this, especially if they can't have access to all those techniques and theories which Orion shows inside it? I advise that we should ban the book. It's evil and might bring discord among us. Not to mention it was written by mud. I mean a muggle-born child after all. What can a child write so important anyways? An esteemed member of the council said. I don't see why we should ban the book, considering that besides the obvious bad language, which I can only say mischief of an 11 to 12-year-old child, there is nothing which directs our ire towards this book. I failed to understand what so evil you found in the book. If not anything, this book is a masterpiece. We have only come here after researching the book and can say with full certainty that none of the techniques written in this book is evil or dark. And all of them work. Well, besides the obvious taunt about pulling out helps, someone on the opposite side said, and that drew quite a bit of laughter from the members around. Even the people who dislike the Mudbloods or want to ban the book have to agree that the book was funny. Some of them even had to hold back their laughter when reading it prior to attending this meeting. The dark side knew that they didn't have much sway this time around. Usually, almost all the decisions in which these fractions disagree have to be decided by votes. But the dark side knew that if they do that, then they are gonna lose. There is no doubt about it. Sooner or later Dumbledore will be involved in this mess, and honestly, no one wants to deal with him. Although almost all the time he is harmless in the end, a sleeping lion is still a lion. He is no tabby cat. Austria. While this mess was going on, somewhere in Austria in a certain place, a woman was holding a white book and was climbing stairs. This woman once had vibrant blonde hair, but now they are white entirely. There was a time when no wrinkle existed on her fairy-like face and her beauty was known far and wide, but now she was just an old woman. But it was never about her. It was about the person to whom she was going to. She stopped outside a door and, after adjusting her clothes, started to slip the pages of the book, only stopping when found the line she wanted this other person to read. Knock. Knock. After 2 knocks she finally enters the obviously gloomy chamber, and found an old man with white hair and 2 different eye colors lying there with his back supported by the wall. What brings you here, Emily? The older woman clearly reacted to this name, as it had been a long time since someone called her by this name. She did not say anything but only took the book, opened to the page she wanted the old man to read, and pass it through the iron bars. The man was behind bars but never let out a disappointed sigh, like already accepted his reality. Seeing the book handed to him without even a reply, he showed a little curiosity and started reading the page, only stopping on the same line which the woman wanted to show him. His eyes slightly widened and then he looked at the women with a questioning look. He turns the book around just to read. A Chaotic Core. By Orion D. Ambrosius. Don't buy before reading the first page. While the world was getting more chaotic because of him, Orion had no idea. He was currently meditating under a tree, Jedi style, away and unknown to what he had caused. And how many people have already targeted him? It was almost a month since Hogwarts started and Orion quickly went back to his usual grinding routine. Maybe the only difference was the sudden increase in popularity and attention he was getting from his peers. Inner peace. Munch munch. Inner peace. Hey, don't take that, that's mine. Internal PCE, Japanese accent asterisk. No, you are not doing it right. You are supposed to breathe in when releasing magic and then breathe out calmly. In-ear or PCE, Japanese accent but deeper. Do you think those muscles are real? Will he let me touch it if I asked? One Piece, Japanese accent but much deeper. Touch. Whoa, they are real and really hard. Piece of shit. Orion finally couldn't take it anymore and opened his eyes. Looking around, he found himself surrounded by many students. Everyone was hovering around him like he was giving away free internet in the modern era. Currently, he is trying to meditate and get his force flowing and match the flow of nature. But these students won't let him. This all started just after a few days when his books fell into the hands of these devils, disguised in the bodies of children. The major reason they are here is to practice the technique Orion wrote in his book. But so far, they have done almost everything humanely possible except what he mentions in the book, disturbing him to no hell. Slowly and unfortunately they destroyed his peaceful training place and made it a picnic spot. Can you please not touch me? Orion said to a 6th-year girl with a cold voice. She was touching his hard abs and bare muscular chest, slowly caressing them with her soft fingers. Oh, sorry, the 6th-year blushed after seeing Orion catch her, and the sheer intensity of his eyes made her blush. Orion's intention with the stare was more in the line with burning, stabbing or taking away their souls, Ghost Rider style. This was not the first time they had disturbed him like this. He usually trained without a top, putting his much developed upper body on full display. It's not like it is intentional as he wants to show off, it's just a habit. But nowadays it just makes his training even harder. Mostly the female students, no matter which year, get attracted towards him as not only does he naturally look very good with a godlike body, but when training he uses magic to match his flow of mana with his surroundings, making his concealing spell useless. His natural charm, which he got after absorbing the unicorn, usually comes out then. Orion examined his surroundings and couldn't help but sigh, watching dozens of students around him, making tons of noise and asking him from time to time about the technique or to help them practice core binding. At first, he helped out, but now it was apparent that his own training time is getting compromised, which he can't have. They are devils, don't believe that girls blush. My young friend, you are too young to understand the true reality of this world. We need to do something to protect our peace. Merlin too was annoyed. It's a mercy that early morning these students are not around. That's the only time now that I can find peace, Orion thought to himself and sighed, getting more annoyed with Merlin's antics. The man has finally fallen to the level of a weeb. Nothing now come out from his mouth is sane. Getting inside, Orion makes his way towards the next class while pondering over a solution to his problem. He has a place to practice, but for this particular force magic, he needs an open area, near nature. The room of requirement is not the right place to practice, at least not force. Do you have any ideas? Orion couldn't help but ask Merlin after his brain cells raised white flags. Sigh, maybe we better change our training ground a little. Merlin suggested, seeing that Orion really was tired and didn't reply with his usual otaku-like fashion to annoy him more. But where? Orion asked while making his way towards the inner playground area of Hogwarts. Inside school premises, if I use any magic like notice me not or something similar, professors will catch me instantly. Orion whined. How about the Forbidden Forest? It might take some work, but I can't see any better place for training than that. You know, it got a lot of magic and nature, exactly the place we are looking for. Merlin said. It's not bad, but I can't leave the school grounds in broad daylight, Orion said in confusion. Yeah, it's quite a dilemma we found ourselves in. Merlin thought and pondered for a solution. All right, I might have to teach you this in the end, Merlin said with a sigh, but this piqued Orion's interest. Merlin didn't teach him anything new after he started teaching him force. He was laser focused on learning force up until now. Teach me what exactly? You will know when I will teach you. For the time being, just go to your next class, Merlin replied. Upon entering the inner playground area, Orion met all of his classmates and even the Slytherin students, all of them holding their brooms and looking eagerly around to find Mrs. Hooch. This was the first flying lesson of the year. Flying is a mandatory subject in Hogwarts for every little witch and wizard. After all, in the wizarding world, besides teleportation, brooms are the only way to go from point A to point B, aka the only kind of transport. This is crucial for young witches and wizards to know how to fly. Thus from their first year to their 5th year, flying is a compulsory subject. Only in 6th and 7th year they can opt to remove it if they want, as they need all the time they need to prepare for their O.W.Ls. Even now flying lessons are shared with Gryffindor students and Slytherin students. Orion long quit asking why the school wanted these two houses to do things together. Why the force unity, brah? They are not getting chummy with each other no matter the case, so why try this hard? It's just making things worse. He just took his extremely awesome looking broom and went towards the Gryffindor students. Black Pegasus, Orion's custom-made broom, was an entirely black broom with even the brush completely black. It was a slick-looking broom without many fancy decorations, but it stood out among others thanks to its handle and logo. Orion put a handle much similar to a motorbike which unfolds when in use and a symbol of a Pegasus at the top of the shaft. As soon as that handle came out, everyone's attention was on Orion. "Mate, is that your broom?" "It's wicked." Ron was the first to appear beside Orion to appreciate his broom. Hermione, Rose, and surprisingly Daphne too came, besides other Gryffindor students. By now the inclusion of Daphne has been very common around Orion, so much so that even Gryffindors doesn't give too much attention to her. She never belongs to a dark family, to begin with. Greengrass's family has always stayed on the grey side of the scale. "This is far better looking than what Malfoy got for his team," Ron added in a higher tone than usual, making sure that those Slytherin students were listening. Orion imagined those little snakes hissing in his direction. "What is so good about it, is it's just a handle which comes out. I have never seen a broom like that." "What's the name of the broom?" Tracy spoke. Orion knew her only because of Daphne. They are wizarding versions of besties. They share everything together: gossip, books, clothes, ideas, potions, farts, baths, bed, and maybe in the future even dicks. Orion didn't even bother responding. His broom soon would do all the talking for himself, an opinion which Rose wholeheartedly shared. Orion just looked at the brooms which the Slytherin students were holding and read the names. Nimbus 2001. "Ah, I almost forgot. Malfoy to get inside the team, bribe his way in like this," Orion mused. "I made this broom. There will be an entire new line of brooms coming out soon. My own creation," Orion said, giving everyone on the Gryffindor side raising the same question as the Slytherin side, with a wink. This drew murmurs and many more questions from the student body. Orion though this time didn't answer, it pointless answering them now. Many things will be answered after today's class anyway. "Will you get in the team?" Merlin suddenly asked. "Why the sudden question?" "Nothing. You wanted to join last year but couldn't because of your magic, so I wondered whether you will this year," Merlin just said nonchalantly. Orion too thought about it. He didn't like the game that much but he liked flying. Not to mention, this could be an opportunity to make connections which will surely help him later on. Especially if he can play internationally. It's not hard to win this silly sport for him. "Maybe, I have to think about it," Orion simply answered and kept on going. Soon Madame Hooch came and divided the entire team in against Slytherin and Gryffindor. It was Quidditch again. A better way to make children fly and keep from wandering all around the castle or outside. Not to mention, a very efficient way to find talent for the house teams. "Now I need a clean match from all of you," she said and let the game begin. There were only two objectives: goal on an imaginary post, and catch the snitch. It is worth noting that there is no bludger here as those are dangerous for students. Everyone flew up and soon the game started. And finally, it was Orion's chance to show what his broom can do. A great promotional place for his new broom line. There was a devilish smile on Orion's face. "Please put away that smile of yours, you will leave mental scars on those poor little children," Merlin said again, retorting back to his annoying otaku grandpa persona. "Oh please, after this performance they will beg for me to scar them with this handsome face," Orion boasted with much confidence. While most of the students were quick to take action and make a move, Orion remained still and waited for the right time. If he acted early then it would be just a one-sided slaughter. Rose played the Seeker from the Gryffindor side while Nick was the Seeker for Slytherin students. So besides those two and Orion, pretty much everyone was awakened their inner David Goggins. Flying on their brooms from left to right, trying to catch the quaffle and score a goal. Being a simple game among two second-year classes, the roles of the individual players were not assigned properly. Madame Hooch let the students decide that, meaning no decision besides the Seeker. Goal. Slytherin just did one goal. Surprisingly it was none other than Draco. "I was not expecting that idiot to really contribute anything more than his father's money." Orion was surprised. He looked up and noticed both Nick and Rose finding the golden snitch. "More 20 minutes before the class ends. Let's not do anything for the next 10 minutes and then I will take action." Orion hummed to himself and waited. Minerva McGonagall was an extremely busy woman. She was the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts, head of the most troublesome house Gryffindor, a transfiguration master and now a messenger for Dumbledore. No wonder she looked like her movie counterpart more than her book version. She is only 57 years old, for a witch this is nothing much as magicals do live longer, thus even if they age very well, making most of the wizards and witches look a lot younger than they are supposed to be. Not the case with McGonagall though, she looks like she is in her 80s. All thanks to the stressful life she was living here in Hogwarts. And now she has two celebrities to handle. She fully expected that Rose Potter would attract attention considering who she is, but Orion was a wild card entry. The child is a genius. There is no doubt about it. Even Albus freaking Dumbledore agreed that he was not as bright as Orion when he was his age. This speaks volumes for Orion's potential. But at the same time, this brings forth much needed caution against the child. After all, this is not the first time Hogwarts had a genius mind like Orion. There was one more in this era. Tom. McGonagall didn't want the history to repeat itself. She was concerned about Orion's personality and motives. But the more she knew the kid the more assured she was. Even Albus was convinced by the kid to some degree. After the incident with Tom, Albus has always shown distance from any outstanding students, concerned that he unknowingly won't make another Voldemort, but surprisingly he is very relaxed with Orion. In the first year, this was not an issue as his magic was weaker than that of a 5-year-old and yet the child showed talent in spellcraft and potions. But this year that's all chance. Magic cultivation practice, a book which is making headlines in the newspaper, and to her dismay the culprit was unaware of it. And there is much more. Orion also tells her that he will be writing more books and has created a broom of his own. An entire new line of brooms which soon be available in the market. Troublesome. This child is the most troublesome, and if her instincts were right, then this is just gonna get worse as time goes on. Orion could have easily withheld the information about how he got stronger, but he didn't. The same thing which made Orion famous and made her put him under suspicion by her and her fellow professors was the exact same thing which was also defending him. After all, Orion D'Ambrosius willingly shared the knowledge with the wizarding world. No upcoming Dark Lord would do that. And this is also the reason she was just called by Dumbledore to bring Mr. Ambrosius to his office. Apparently, the Ministry of Magic is already on their move. It was a good thing that Albus took action when he did, otherwise this child's hard work would have been lost. McGonagall was tasked to bring Orion to Dumbledore's office after he explained the entire thing to her. So right now she was moving towards the inner playground where the flying lessons were taking place. But the moment she entered the open playground, she was gobsmacked. Orion after 10 minutes finally saw the scoreboard. Slytherin managed to score 3 goals by now. Thankfully the golden snitch was still nowhere to be found. There were frowns on the faces of little lions and smiles on the faces of little snakes. Well, to infinity and beyond, I guess. Orion smirks and finally grabs the handle of his broom. Boom. A sudden noise of breaking the sound barrier puts everyone on the ground and makes their necks snap in that direction. But there was nothing there. Not finding anything, their eyes darted back to the game, but suddenly the situation was looking much different than it was a second ago. The quaffle was gone. It was just recently in the hands of one of the Slytherin students, but now it's gone. Audience eyes roamed around to only land an extremely fast blur. Goal. The sound came and left everyone dumbfounded. Their mind tried to understand the situation, but the processing speed was not fast enough as Orion's once again became a blur with another noise of breaking the sound barrier. What? How is he doing that? Someone finally understood it was Orion and he just made a goal. Stop him, shouted another Slytherin student, but to their dismay, let alone catching him, it was even harder to follow his movement with their eyes. The Slytherin students panicked and without even thinking went for the quaffle. As long as the quaffle was in their hand, there was nothing to worry about. As the quaffle was coming back after Orion did the goal, it was only a few meters away from the Slytherin student. Extending his hands to catch the upcoming ball towards him, he smiles. But the next second, swoop. The quaffle vanished like it never existed with a blur of motion. What? Goal. Another sound of goal happens, once again putting everyone gobsmacked at the ridiculous thing happening in front of them. Ha ha ha, Orion on the side just laughed like a maniac. Out of everyone, only Rose knew what was going on here. It was Orion, no doubt. She firsthand has experienced the speed of his broom. Even her heart raced like none other at that time. A bitter smile was on her face, although she wanted to smile, but the terrible memories of that broom haunted her to this day. But then after thinking about what happened between her and Orion on that broom, a sizable blush appears on her face. Baka, don't think about that. Rose shook her head, and if only Orion and Merlin had heard these words, they have realized that their otaku influence was spreading among the masses unknown to them. Orion, after performing another goal, finally decided to end the game and looked for the golden snitch. For someone who has learned how to be one with nature, his senses, especially the magical sense, were very sensitive. Finding the golden snitch was no hard deal for him. Zoom. Orion took off again and moved towards Daphne with breakneck speed. Daphne's eyes widened after seeing Orion coming right at her with incredible speed. At this speed the collision was inevitable and she in fright closed her eyes. But Orion's just pulled a sharp 90 degrees up when the two brooms were almost about to crash at each other. What Orion was doing was to follow the magical trajectory of the snitch. He looked up and noticed a golden shine, reflecting the sunlight. A smirk appears on Orion's face. To infinity and beyond, gracefully Orion came back to the ground while holding a shiny golden object in his hand. Everyone was looking at him like Thanos holding the final Infinity Stone in his hand. The golden snitch has caught, Winner Gryffindor, shouted Madame Hooch with much shock in her voice. Hermione, Daphne, Ron, Draco and other students were looking at Orion like they were looking at Merlin himself. Rose might be the only one who anticipated this outcome, but even she was not expecting that Orion would catch the golden snitch before she and Nick. Nick? She looked at the stoic boy and for the first time saw a look of incredulity on his face. The serene and calm face of the proud snake was not there anymore. There was a gleam in Madame Hooch's eyes, but even more than that, McGonagall eyes were practically shining like diamonds, looked at Orion like prey. What she saw just now almost made her forget about the real reason she was here. After seeing that performance, she wanted Orion in the Gryffindor team. Being a hardcore Quidditch fan, she can understand the underlying skills needed to pull off what Orion did just now. Many might just attribute this performance of Orion to the broom's speed, which was another shocker for McGonagall by the way, but she knew better. Those extremely tight turns and handling the broom at that speed need almost superhuman reflexes and timing. And lastly, the golden snitch. He found it before anyone else. There is no doubt about it. Orion D'Ambrosius is a natural Quidditch player and it would be a crime not to put him on the Gryffindor team. Cough cough. I mean the Quidditch team, McGonagall said and went toward the middle of the playground where Orion was getting sandwiched by the other students. Mr. Ambrosius she called, but the cheering from the Gryffindor side was too much. So she had to use the sonorous charm. The sonorous spell is a charm used to amplify the volume of the caster's voice, making it louder. Mr. Ambrosius. This got the students' attention. Yes, Professor, Orion replied instantly and walked towards her. He was trying to find a way out of this crowd anyway. Professor Dumbledore is looking for you in his office, McGonagall said in his usual stern tone, not letting her excitement about what Orion just accomplished get to her. Orion had no idea why the old goat was looking for him again, but the timing just worked out for him. He was almost about to leave, but before that, he heard McGonagall say, "And make sure that you find me after you are done talking with Albus," she said and turned around. "She sometimes acts like it's Sundara," Merlin said, and this drew Orion's curious glance, but he didn't ask any question. He long learned not to ask any question whose answers he didn't want. Walking up to the headmaster's office, Orion told the password, "Lemon drop," and the stairs started to move on their own. It's the magical version of elevator. Entering the familiar office again, Orion couldn't help but sigh. He really didn't want to visit this place if he didn't have to. Although much stronger, he still was no match for Dumbledore. "Orion, come, I was waiting for you," Dumbledore said. He has noticed that Orion always gives strange reactions when he calls him my boy, a habit he developed while staying in this school and dealing with his juniors all the time. It's strange why, but later when going through Orion's mind he saw him running away from orphanage because they used to beat him and abuse him. So he just chucked this strange reaction of Orion to his childhood trauma. Unknown to him, Orion only gets reminded of the evil Dumbledore fanfictions when he says my boy to him. Orion noticed that there was no mind invasion this time around. Maybe the last headache mellowed out the old Lord of Light? Orion internally snickered to himself. "You called for me, Professor?" Warren asked nonchalantly. From the very start has shown a not caring for authorities and power and a little money greedy personality to everyone. Showing that he was wise, more than he has any right to be at his age, to others, but usually doesn't care about power or connections much. He also shows his dark side with his greed for money, as just more suspicious will be aroused if he is absolutely perfect. Overall, a kid who is naive for the most part until he puts his mind to something. Genius but not dark or power hungry. Although capitalists by nature. This image works for him still now and he didn't plan to change that. "Yes, I asked Minerva to call you. I got a letter from the Ministry for you," Dumbledore said. "Ministry? Why those people at Ministry are sending me a letter?" Orion asked with a confused face, like thinking of something. Honestly, he was kind of expecting something like this to happen after Merlin gave him an impromptu politics lesson last time around. What he was really thinking was how Dumbledore got this letter even before him. Is this normal? He doesn't think so. This leads him to believe that Dumbledore is taking note of all the messages coming and going out of Hogwarts. At least his letters. "Don't tell me that they are really suing me for that comment on my book." Orion gave a scandalous look to Dumbledore, and even Dumbledore, after a little pondering on what Orion meant, laughed. Connecting the dots, he remembers Orion's comment on the book where he said to sue him for not giving them a refund for the book. No, that's not the case. "You don't have to worry about that, I assure you," Dumbledore said while chuckling and stroking his long beard. "Oh, okay, that's a relief. You should read it." "Go ahead," Dumbledore said, and Orion went on. Diagon Alley. Emmerich Ironforge, the ingenious magical inventor and partner in Orion's broom business, found himself in a moment of exhilarating anticipation. The Ollery at Ironforge's workshop was filled with the hooting of owls, and a particular owl had just delivered a parchment that bore the emblem of a major broom distributor. Finally, their wait came to an end. Orion was right on his assumption that most likely, selling his brooms in magical Britain will be a no-go as long as he can't convince those pureblood bigots to let his product be sold in the British magical market. Something they will never do, considering that Orion is a muggle-born. So Orion never targeted the general market. In fact, he never created this product for the general market. He targeted the rich and professional players. Not just in Britain but all over the world. It took some time, but finally, the reply came back. All the samples they sent off of Pegasus finally started to bear fruit. Excitement sparkled in Emmerich's eyes as he eagerly unrolled the letter. The words leapt off the page, expressing admiration for the groundbreaking Pegasus, the broom they had collaborated on. Well, Orion was the creator while he was the manufacturer and distributor for the time being. Orion only accepts his 50-50 offer because the kid has no time to do any business on his own. It was a good deal he found for himself. The distributor praised its unparalleled speed, handling, and the innovative enchantments woven into its design. "Pegasus has caught our attention like no other broom in recent memory," the letter read. "We are immensely impressed with its magical capabilities and believe it has the potential to revolutionize the broom market. We would like to express our keen interest in forming a partnership to distribute the Pegasus on a large scale." Emmerich's heart raced with excitement as he continued reading. The distributor expressed a desire to sign an immediate contract to secure a steady supply of the brooms. To top it off, they proposed an exclusive agreement that would make them the sole distributor of the Pegasus line of brooms, giving the broom unparalleled visibility in the wizarding world. Orion's plan worked like a charm, first targeting the higher echelon of the entire market and making publicity for his product. What he was doing was similar to what Steve Jobs did, establishing a premium brand for his brooms, only those who need the best. He in fact charging a high price too for this. First, the rich and professionals will boast about their new brooms, and later this will give them access to other markets. British market for the time being will be off limits for him, but if his plan with Quidditch goes right, then even that won't be an issue. Unable to contain his enthusiasm, Emmerich let out a triumphant cheer. The letter held the promise of not just success but a significant leap forward for their broom business. It was an acknowledgement of their craftsmanship and innovation, a validation of the countless hours spent refining the Pegasus. He urgently took out a pen and paper and started writing the recent revelation to Orion. No doubt excited to tell the news. As Orion expected, the letter indeed was about his new book. The ministry just congratulated him on his accomplishment and wanted to reward him. Although that's just in the name, and honestly he doesn't believe those bastards will do that. In fact, he swears that they might have already banned his book if Dumbledore hadn't made his move and involved himself and the entire light fraction in this dispute. Overall, the current situation was going in his favor. They won't be banning his book, of course. They might charge him for his bad language, but Orion was planning to rectify that anyway. So it doesn't matter. By next year that won't be an issue anymore. So from this point onwards, he expects almost everyone to maintain an okayish relationship with him. A little less favorable attitude than what Rose gets, as everyone is licking her for what happened. Orion is okay as long as he can get stronger in silence. That was the first part of the letter, nothing but fake words and congratulations. The second part though was something that made him groan immediately. The ministry asked for his interview and sent their best journalist to do the job. Yup, you guessed it, it's Rita Skeeter. He had thoughts about denying the interview, but Dumbledore advised him to take it. Now the situation was more complicated than that. It was not just him not wanting to waste his time on that woman, but also Dumbledore's face. It will be a bad sign if he doesn't listen to him, even after indirectly the old man helps him. So groaning internally, he just accepted to take the interview. The date was fixed for sometime next week. Orion can only chuck that time to read and needed time to read his book and form questions about that book. Sigh again, he left Dumbledore's office pondering why Dumbledore wanted him to take the interview. I got no idea. I am just not interested in politics and all this drama, Orion whines. He's just a 12-year-old, for God's sake, let him have his childhood. Think about it, my young apprentice, you are not thinking but just whining. I too never liked politics, but it's an important part if you want to become strong. No famous and strong person is accepted from the politics surrounding him. You can't escape this, Merlin said with a serious tone as if he was not joking. Well, let's see, maybe he wanted to save his connection with the ministry, and fudge, as if I don't do that then most likely it will bite him in the ass later on. Orion pondered about it a little and then said, not bad, and that could be a case. There are other reasons as well, like by giving an interview after him convincing you, you are showing that you are already a part of the light fraction, someone under Dumbledore, or maybe indirectly your book has something to do with Dumbledore, Merlin replied. Unlike Orion, he was not a naive young man. Merlin has seen dynasties falling and rising in his life. He knows what role politics play and how manipulating and far-sighted some people's actions could be. And unfortunately for Orion, Dumbledore is that kind of man. He hates to say it, but Dumbledore knows how to play this game. Being a prodigy in magic and business is one thing, but Orion is fairly naive when it comes to politics. Merlin just shook his head, adding one more thing he wanted to teach Orion. In fact, considering how Orion has already done with most of his second-year Hogwarts studies and how Merlin won't be teaching new magic to him until he learns Force to an appropriate level, Merlin decided to start teaching Orion other subjects like ancient literature, politics, mannerisms, and much more which he might need in future. Room of requirement. After meeting with Dumbledore, Orion also had to visit McGonagall in his free time. Thankfully this conversation was much quicker and straightforward. McGonagall wanted Orion to join the Gryffindor team. Not an outcome that Orion didn't see coming, but he needed more time to decide whether he really wanted to go that route. After all, this will definitely hinder his magic practice. So it would be an understatement to that McGonagall was surprised when Orion didn't jump at the chance to join the Quidditch team as any student would do. Orion on the other hand pondered and only replied with one thing. I need time to think about it. Again a response which left the old witch stunned, but she hurried to regain her composure and agree. She didn't try to convince Orion or anything, knowing that out of all the students she had ever taught, Orion was the most willful. She will only try to convince him if he decides not to join. All right, tell me what you want to teach me now. I am dying to learn new magic already, Orion eagerly asked with excitement in his voice. He has already mastered the one-sided aspect of Force, meaning he was able to control his magic perfectly to use Force. The only thing which was stopping him was to utilize the natural magic to improve his power. This particular one was really hard for him. This is also why he needed a place with nature to practice. Merlin won't teach him new magic until he completely masters Force, and thus it is surprising for Orion that he is finally willing to do so. I know, don't shout. Geez. Anyway, what I am going to teach you is not technically magic in the purest sense. Before I teach you this new thing, I have to explain the law to you. This new thing is actually called the Law of Presence, Merlin said, and let the word sink in. Orion though, rather than clamming down, became more excited. He only has heard Merlin still now talking about the law, but the old man will never teach him anything more. Finally, he will get some answers. Now listen carefully and don't interrupt. There are two governing factors in this or any universe. This is in fact not that big of a secret. It's order and chaos. By nature, chaos creates and destroys while orders maintain and function. But unknown to many, there is a third element at play. This is not exactly a governing factor like order or chaos, but rather a hardline rule on how those two factors work together. This thing is called law. Here is a simple example. Birth is a byproduct of chaos. I already told you that without chaos, aka the raw form of magic, life can't exist. Chaos is also a form of energy and the Muggle rule applies here as well. Energy can't be created nor it can be destroyed. The saying that everyone is alive in borrowed time is not wrong. Birth needs much chaotic energy and when someone dies, that chaotic energy will be returned to the universe. In the same way, the process between birth and death can be said to be order. Everything happening around you to this date is in order. Anything which is not creation or destruction can be said to be order. Law on the other hand is the bridge which connects these two distant yet necessary powers together. Like it's the law of nature that those who get life will one day die. This law can't be changed and so on. Remember the first law of magic which I taught you? Merlin explained and lastly asked. Orion nodded. Chaos and order don't exist together. Magic is chaos, meaning it brings the change in the natural order of things to change reality, Orion immediately states, finding this all cosmic bullshit fascinating. He was kind of a kid who liked geography class just because it had classes on the universe and what exists in it. What kid doesn't find stars and the sky fascinating? Nice, now keep that in mind when he starts learning more about laws. In fact, we have already to some extent started learning about the law, Merlin said, and this confused Orion. Before you ask, no, we have not learned any form of law yet, but we are very close. Why do you think I am so apparent in you focusing on force that much? When mastered to a high enough level, magic bending becomes the law of space. Right now you are just learning how to use magic to move things around. You have already mastered with your own side and only mastering this from nature's side is left. But once you master this to the extent where you are no longer just bending force but bending space itself, you have already entered into the realm of one of the three major law practitioners. Three major laws, what are they? Orion asked, getting curious. That is not important here, but now that you have asked me, let's answer that question. What do you think are the three major aspects of this world? Merlin asked, showing patience with an excited kid in front of him. Orion thought about it and ended up connecting this thing which Merlin was teaching much with what Marvel represents with their Infinity Stones. Reality, space, time, soul, mind, and power. Orion was not answering Merlin but muttering to himself, assured that the answer was among these 6 names. Yes, you are on the right track. Let me explain this time, as this topic right now has nothing to do with our learning of law. Rather not waste time here. The 3 major laws are space, time, and matter. And if you are using the word reality for matter then don't, although in a way it's fine, but it will later just confuse you. Not to mention mind, soul, and power don't exist in these factors. Mind is an invalid concept as law doesn't have a mind but just rules. The soul falls in the jurisdiction of chaos, and lastly power. Well, power is a universal phenomenon, so don't apply it here. Back to the topic, law is how chaos and order coexist together. Consider it a piece of software which makes incompatible hardware work in conjunction. If I have to give you an example, consider Thor from Avengers. Fictional character it may be, but the rules of law apply to him as well. As you already know, Thor doesn't have magic. But he can still control thunder, and that too to an absurd degree. So much so that people started to call him the god of thunder. This application of thunder is law, where his affinity for thunder was so high that he was able to manipulate thunder. This manipulation of an element without any particular source of power converted into electricity can be considered a law. When we use magic, we need to burn our magic power to achieve that magic. Law is different as we don't use our magic but rather the elements in nature. Merlin said, and Orion's mind lit up like a 200 watts blob was turned on. The natural aspect of force, he muttered in realization. Yup, you can master that, then you will enter into the level of law of force practitioner. Even in ancient times, law users were very rare, let alone the user of 3 major laws. Merlin said with a smile on his face. He didn't say just how ridiculous of a task it is to pull off the law of space or any 3 major laws for that matter. Orion literally makes it look like a child's play. Even quote-unquote geniuses can't learn in their lifetime what Orion has achieved in just under 3 months. Merlin too took 90 years to master this law, and here Orion completed half of it in just under 90 days. But he won't say it, can't let his student have a big mind anytime soon. That's cool. What kind of law do you know? Orion asked with delight. Wanting to know more about law? Well, I am more of a jack of all trade kind of a guy. I learned many laws but was never able to master one to the utmost degree. Merlin replied with a little embarrassment on his face, which totally went unnoticed by Orion. This was one of the sore subjects he had. Even the great Merlin didn't have to affinity or talent to pull off a complete master of a law. Oh, well, I can understand having more elements to control is better than just going on about one aspect. Orion thought and said. No, that is not the case. I didn't master any because I was too naive back then. I prefer learning new things and neglected mastering one. I still regret about that. It might sound good, but completely mastering one law is better before moving towards another. I am only teaching you the law of presence just because we have no other chance. That's it, Merlin said. He definitely can't let Orion waste his time just learning about all laws half-ass. But at the same time, he can't tell him that he himself too couldn't do what now he is expecting Orion to achieve. Oh okay, Orion showed a cute confused face on this sudden outburst and weird behavior on Merlin's part but didn't give much thought to his excitement. Alright then, I am ready. Teach me this law of presence, Orion said and smiled. Huh, this law of presence shit is pretty similar to Haki, Conqueror's Haki to be exact, Orion mused after getting a proper explanation from Merlin about law and the particular law which he will be learning. This also put his force training on halt as Merlin is again very apparent in learning one thing at a time. He will only resume his force training again when he has a basic grasp of the law of presence to the point that he can scare away those pests, students. He had thoughts about calling it Haki just like how he did it with force, but Merlin won't have it. Well, yes, they are very similar, but I will advise you not to mistake both of them for the same. You will hinder your learning otherwise. Okay. But now I am curious, are there any laws about observation and armament? Orion couldn't help but ask. He was a huge fan of One Piece back then, and of course, he wanted to know whether he could have Haki. I mean, who wouldn't, right? Merlin just snorted at this. Why, you are looking for such barbaric powers anyway? And no, there is no law of observation or armament. But if you are looking to replicate those Haki powers, then the law of presence can cover both observation and the conqueror's role, as it just doesn't improve your own presence but makes you aware of others as well. And when it comes to armament Haki, you don't need one, just learn force and you are covered more or less. Okay, but hey, what are you calling barbaric? Haki is awesome and there is hardly any power system better than Haki. Easy and straightforward but at the same time powerful, Orion resorted back. It's just not the sound of his name why he always adds D in his name, you know. He is a One Piece fan, through and through. Don't, that is just a barbaric and lazy way to implement a power system. If you are looking for a good power system implementation, then stop watching that silly pirate cartoon. You have better anime in your head. For example, Naruto. In my belief, Kishimoto nailed it with not only the power system but also the story and character development. Oh please, you have no idea what kind of storytelling One Piece represents. One Piece is the highest form of storytelling you will find in modern media. And don't even start about character development or other shit. One Piece has more characters and their backstory than the entire Naruto and its fillers combined. Orion restored back, not backing down. Ah, I see you are one of those. Merlin just sighed like totally disappointed. One of who? Orion blink. Those who don't understand art. You might see Naruto as just an anime, but for those who really understand, Naruto is much more than that. Naruto is a feeling. A driving force. You, my foolish friend, will not understand. Merlin signed and shook his head. This formed a tick mark on Orion's face. Fuck feelings, fuck art. One Piece got a ton of that, but there one thing which One Piece have which that damned ninja world will never have, shouted Orion. What? Merlin asked, challenging to see it. Almighty Oppai-sama, Orion shouted. More bickering. More bickering. More bickering. A/N, don't get offended, I like both One Piece and Naruto. This is just for fun, as I too face this when I am talking with other people who have more preference for one of the two anime, although you can tell which one I like more by just reading my other content. The reason for not writing a One Piece FIC is because I haven't completed it. I really want to write an OP FIC sooner or later. After having the debate of the century about which fictional world is better, Orion finally went to sleep. Even in sleep, he was dreaming about learning Haki and fighting Kaido. 1 minute, that's not Kaido. That Madara. That's not it, it's Kaidara. What the fuck? Early morning Orion woke up with groggly eyes, all thanks to the dream where he was devastating the Marine Fourth with Beerus and Saitama. He can't even remember what kind of shit happened anymore. He hastily got up and after doing his morning rituals he rushed to the room of requirement. His immediate goal was to learn the law of presence, aka magical version of conquerors and observation Haki, at least to the point that he can scare away those nasty students from him, when necessary. Library. Law was harder to grasp than he thought, but he was making progress in it. At this rate, he was sure that he would learn the most basic usage in just under a week. An astronomical feat if Merlin had anything to say, but he kept his mouth shut. The only thing he wanted now was to boast Orion's already inflated ego more. He might be an absolute monster when learning, but it's only better that this monster is unaware of his own capabilities until he grows up a little more. Today was Sunday, and Orion finally decided that he would dedicate today to learning more about vampires. He still remembers that vampire incident. It's just mind-boggling for him how that happened almost a month ago and he didn't get any time to do his own research on those fuckers. Maybe he has gotten used to it, but only in time like this does he realize that even this year, he doesn't have any extra time on his hands. Sign, sad life. When he arrived at the library he found a premium member of the library sitting there. Orion saw the bushy-haired girl sitting and buried under books and recalled that he had to do some digging on her. Well, not her, but the boy she was nowadays interacting with. This girl was none other than Hermione and that boy was Nick. In all this nonsense about his book, the upcoming interview, joining the Quidditch team, his brooms, and the recent letter he got from Emmerich, learning force, law and all its bullshit, and lastly normal teenage and students things, he almost forgot that he has to play Among Us with that Nick to find what category of imposter is he. Yo, how are you doing? Orion asked with a small smile. Hermione just looked up and smiled and then immediately went back to her book. Seems like she was more interested in the book than talking. Girl, when I say hi, you are not supposed to reply like that. Orion's eyes twitch and he again says hi. But this time around, his hi was said after he removed his charm covering spell. Hermione, who again heard Orion calling for him, looked up again a little annoyed, although she knew that she should reply to the greeting, but the book was just so interesting. so she was quickly about to say hello and good morning, and went back to her book, but that never happened. Her interest in the book quickly transformed from the pages to Orion's face. She couldn't help but blush after seeing Orion's suddenly handsome face. Actually, she just now didn't notice how handsome Orion was. It's strange as she is always around him and only a few times she found herself attracted to him to this degree. This is because Hermione can't figure out the presence of Orion's charm well. It's not like Lure of the Velas. Detecting it is much like detecting Lockhart's magic perfume, hard. Especially for the opposite gender like Hermione. Hi, she muttered with hesitation. Morning Hermione. Morning Orion. Orion just released his concealing spell for a few seconds to get her attention, and he again put it back. He also realized that he didn't have to as he could use Devil's Tongue. But after remembering what happened with Rose last time, he just went with his natural charms. What are you reading? Orion asked, showing fake curiosity. Best way to have a conversation. It's about Hermione said and hesitated a little. Orion found this suspicious. Usually, Hermione is all about sharing knowledge and flaunting what she learns. What happened today? Don't worry, you can tell me. I won't tell this to anyone, Orion said with Devil's Tongue active. You promise? Hermione immediately felt compelled to answer Orion, but there was a little hesitation anyway, so she asked. I swear, Orion said with much sweet smile. Hermione finally got influenced by the Devil's Tongue, and after looking whether someone was watching her, she got a little closer to Orion and said, I'm learning about occlumency, Hermione said, and this stunned Orion. 1 minute, what? You are just in second year, girl, let alone learning. How do you even know about this? Orion wanted to ask, but he had to show that he didn't know about what occlumency is and thus just showed a confused face. What is that? Now Orion finds himself in a dilemma. Why suddenly Hermione know about occlumency? Is this something related to Nick? Nor in the books or in the movies was the concept of occlumency mentioned this early in the plot, and considering just how big of a book nerd Hermione was and even she didn't know about this excellent method to retain and arrange knowledge, it's safe to say that there was no direct way for the students to access this knowledge. Then the only reason why Hermione knew about occlumency was that someone told her, and who else that someone could be besides Nick Iron, who suddenly out of the blue started to show interest in Hermione. Now he was starting to get worried for Hermione. Nick himself knows legilimency, and it's safe to say that he has occlumency as well, as a wizard would learn how to save his own mind before going around poking in others. But things are not adding up. If this person who told me about mind arts to Hermione was Nick, then why not just outright teach her? He obviously knows how to. Merlin asked with confusion in his tone. Yeah, but there is a possibility that he never intended to teach this to Hermione. Possibly he just mentioned this to her and now she is trying to find out about this on her own, Orion thought. Possibly, and there is only one way to find out, Merlin said, pointing at Orion that this is the right time to use his own legilimency and see what's going on in her head. Do you understand? Hermione asked as she explained the concept of occlumency to Orion. Ah yes, that sounds brilliant. Would you mind if I too learn alongside you? I wouldn't mind superhuman memorization skills, Orion smiled. It's not memorization, you know. In fact, we humans never forget what we see and feel in our life. We just can't recall the information on time. Occlumency is about arranging your mind to easily access that knowledge and memories while also protecting them from a legilimate attack, Hermione explains in her Hermione-like fashion. Orion has to say that there is just a different charm about this girl. If you say so, Ms. Granger, but now I am curious. How do you know about something like this? Although not as studious as you, I too have dipped my toes in this place quite a bit and never came across this mind art. How did you learn about that? Orion asked as he needed Hermione to think about the topic before her thoughts resurfaced. Only then could Orion enter into her mind to know what really happened. Orion was just about to enter her mind, but she broke eye contact, something usually people do when they are uncomfortable talking about something. Orion though just became more determined and again lifted his charm restaining spell, drawing Hermione's attention. This time making sure that she can't break eye contact even if she wants to. Let's go memory surfing. -10 days ago in Hermione's memories. Orion finds himself again in the library, but the picture is blurry. A usual scenario when going through someone's memories. Is this girl spending all her time in the library? Orion's sweat dropped. He looked around to find Hermione sitting on the exact same bench like it was patent for her. And just like earlier, a boy was sitting in front of her. But this boy was not himself but Nick Iron. Come on, tell me already, what do you mean by perfect memory? Hermione asked with clear irritation on her face. This was the first time seeing her and Nick react. Oh, so finally Ms. Granger doesn't know something. I wouldn't have believed it if it was not happening in front of my eyes, Nick said with a smirk. You can't see everything with just eye contact. That needs a full-on legilimency attack. Get what you wanted and get out of her head as soon as possible, otherwise she will start feeling the headache, and same with you, Merlin said. Yeah, got it. Orion didn't give much attention to Merlin and kept on watching their interaction. Present, library. Orion came out with a slight jolt, trying to process all the information he got within the span of a few seconds, but it was worth it. Hey, you are not listening to me again, Hermione pouted, and that looked pretty cute. Orion had to agree. He found out that it was Nick who told her about occlumency, but that was just that. He never mentioned how to practice it. But Orion has his own guess. The way Nick was talking to Hermione almost sounded like he knew her well. purposefully giving out only enough information to hook Hermione's attention but not outright teaching her. Like knowing Hermione's character well that she will search for this, herself. Yes, there are two outcomes here. 1. He is bunking on Hermione to go after this information herself and not find shit on her own, and then him coming to the rescue of her and offering her to teach the technique Merlin added. Or, he wants Hermione to learn this technique for some reason. Like he wants Hermione to be able to protect her mind from something. Most likely he will provide this something to her after making sure that her mind is protected. Orion thought. Correct, but it can be both. Maybe he wants her favor and tells her about the mind arts, knowing fully well that the girl will want this magic and look for it later on, and that is why he purposefully mentions it. And again, knowing that there is no information about this in Hogwarts where students can get it, he will lastly offer to teach her, gaining that favor while also telling her that something Merlin just agrees and says, "Will you help me find out about it?" Hermione looked hopeful at this. "I very well teach her. If this comes from Nick, then it might be more problem to fix later. If there is no way to stop her from learning, then I might as well as play along with her." Orion thought. Good idea, this way you will be involved personally and see what's really going on, but also find an excuse to have mental shields. While your mental shields are strong enough that even attacks from the likes of Dumbledore are not enough to break them, it comes with the cost of exposing your other memories. This right here gives you an opportunity to tell others that you are learning mind arts. After this you can put a weak barrier on your unimportant memories, not good enough for a full-fledged legilimency attack but enough to block any casual mind robbing by just eye contact. Merlin added, and Orion couldn't help but nod at this. Of course, I will help, but I don't think that we will learn much in the library. We better ask professors to know more about this mind arts, Orion said, started making his own move in this game of chess. Among Us? We decided to call the game Among Us, Merlin said, and Orion just rolled his eyes. The pursuit of mind art then lets both Hermione and Orion into a wild goose chase. Hermione was apparent about not asking any professor for help, maybe something to do with Nick. Not like Orion cared much, he just needed an excuse to teach Hermione the mind arts before Nick could do this favor. Overall, it's about ruining whatever Nick was planning. Thus both of them started to search each and every page of the library to get some knowledge about occlumency. But ultimately it was no luck. There was nothing in the common section which provided any information about occlumency. Orion though didn't understand why. Legilimency is banned and he knows that, but occlumency? Why that book too doesn't exist. In fact, everyone should practice occlumency. It's nothing but helpful. I am pretty sure that that book will be kept in the restricted section, Merlin chipped in. Yeah, me too. I will get a copy of that later on to show Hermione. Orion made a mental note. There is nothing, Hermione said in a dejected tone. Yeah, there is nothing on occlumency. Well, at least here that is, Orion added. Hermione caught the wording pretty fast, although even Orion didn't spend much time with others, but after almost 1 year, Hermione could tell what he was thinking. What do you mean, not here? Oh come on, Hermione. We both know that Hogwarts has an extensive collection of books. There is no way that it doesn't have something so impressive as occlumency. If we can't find it here, then there is no doubt that we are just looking at the wrong place, Orion said with a knowing smile. You mean the restricted section? Hermione asked slowly. Of course, where else do you think you will find a book about occlumency? Orion smiled. But that's against school rules. We can't do that, Hermione said with a scandalous look. At this though, Orion just gave her a look. Next day, classes again resume, and so is Orion's usual grinding. He planned to break into the restricted section and get a copy of the occlumency book later on. Doing his daily rituals and training, which nowadays consists of learning the law of presence. It was harder than he thought, but Merlin assured him that he was learning pretty quickly. But that was Merlin, only aiming to get enough mastery to solve the crowd control problem, while Orion wanted to learn it more in line with Conqueror's haki. Merlin said it's possible, but he had to learn this law to a pretty high level before he can pull something like that off. Hey, why didn't I see you two yesterday? What were you doing? Rose suddenly interrupted Orion's thoughts as he and Hermione were heading towards the breakfast hall. Good morning to you too, Rose, Orion said with a smile. Ah, good morning. Rose for some reason always got flustered when Orion smiled like that. And where is my good morning? Hermione asked childishly. I would have told you if you didn't leave the dorm before everyone else. Rose narrowed her eyes, like accusing her best friend. Not my fault that you sleep like a troll, not waking up even after using multiple spells on you, Hermione retorted back. And the reaction she got from Rose was also epic as she looked horrified about what Hermione just said. Honestly, it's not like Rose didn't wake up early, but she just didn't want to. She usually has to in Disleys and then works for them. She just wanted to be like a normal kid for once. But now she felt ashamed when Hermione said, especially in front of Orion, she is sure that her reaction would be that much if it was Ron or someone else. Seeing Rose's cute reaction, Orion could not help but smile a little. It's fine, Rose, growing kids like us need all the sleep we need. Don't listen to Hermione here. Her books keep her awake all night, but that doesn't mean that you two have to wake up early, Orion added. Ah, this peaceful life is good. Shame how this not gonna last much longer, as that bald bastard will start his world domination plan. Orion then thought. This brought a blush on Rose's face, but Hermione looked at Orion with narrowed eyes. Oh, excuse me, if you have any problem with my books then you should have told me. I don't remember me saying anything when you wake up at 4 every day and do your grinding, Hermione huffs. Rose's eyes widen by just hearing the time Orion wakes up every day, while Orion gets curious about how Hermione knows this. "Oh, and may I ask how come you know about my daily early morning exploits, Ms. Granger?" Hermione then realized that she said something which she shouldn't have. "Check her mind, I have a suspicious feeling about this," Merlin added, sensing something was not right here. Orion didn't like poking into his friend's mind, but Merlin said it. There must be a reason, right? So after thinking and pondering with superhuman speed, he connected his eyes with Hermione and got inside her brain. And just how fast he went in, he came out as well, but his normal smile was gone. "Ah, it's nothing. I just saw you practice while you were training," Hermione said. "I see. Well, if you want to develop muscles like me, then we can't slack off now, can we?" Orion said while lifting his sleeve to show his tone and well-developed muscles. Rose's eyes wide. She had actually never seen Orion's bare arms, only today she just how jacked he was. But Hermione on the other side was blushing. When she said she saw him training, she wasn't lying, and Orion has a habit of training topless. It was really hard to stop blushing after looking at that miniature Greek god's body. And since then, it was not just books which didn't let our Miss Granger sleep at night. "We might have underestimated the enemy, my friend," Merlin said with a serious look. "Yes," Orion said. He saw the reason why Hermione was there in the first place. It was Nick who manipulated her. This bastard was not saying anything outright, but sure was manipulating Hermione, and maybe the reason is him. Orion doesn't know why, but apparently it seems like Nick too is onto him for some reason. He did some mind diving and realized that Nick asked Hermione to be there, but not directly. He just said to her, how Orion usually trains something strange at this time, God only knows how he knows. And the next day, Hermione was there. It's just underlying manipulating. Later he asks about everything Hermione saw and much information about Orion through her, and even has to gall to slowly try to shift Hermione's viewpoints against Orion and others. It was nothing major, but you don't need anything major to influence a yet-to-be teenager. What do you think, what I should do now? Orion asked Merlin with a confused look. Nothing. It doesn't matter if he manipulated her, just keep your friendship and that's all. Try to save her if that is what you want, but in the end, her well-being is not your duty. Focus on your own shit, Merlin said, surprising Orion for once. You're saying to let Hermione be manipulated by Iron? Orion asked with agitation. No, I am saying to help her out, but in the end, you have your own shit to deal with. Try your best but don't get too involved. Remember, you can't help everyone. Orion didn't agree with Merlin's approach to the situation. He will help out Hermione and make sure to protect her from Nick. Merlin too didn't argue much about it but just sighed. Hey, what are you thinking? We are getting late for the Dada class. Come on. Daphne saw Orion's gloomy look, so she came up to him, grabbed his hand and said while pulling him. And since when did you become so interested in defense against dark arts, Ms. Greengrass? Orion asked with a questioning gaze. Oh, I am not longer the princess. I am so sad. Daphne acted hurt, but Orion didn't give two shit. Right now he was not in the mood of playing. And seeing no reaction from Orion, Daphne just pouted. What's not there to be interested about? Lockhart is an excellent teacher as all, Daphne said while still pulling him. Yeah right. Yeah right. Of course, what's better than Dada class in Hogwarts? Orion said with an ugly face. The last line is the title. Defense against dark art was one of the most important, if not the most important subject which should be taught to the students. After all, it could be about life and death for the students in the future, and here was Orion getting his lessons from someone like Lockhart. Morning, students. I am sure that all of you were eagerly waiting for this class, but we can't do anything. I have to teach every class. After all, everyone is waiting for their chance to get lessons from me, said a Lockhart with his ugly mutt smile. Orion looked around and noticed the girls around him admiring Lockhart's with dazed eyes. I almost forgot that I have to find a way to break this perfume spell of his. Orion just remembers and again got annoyed. Why do you even care about that? Let it go, it's just 1 year at best. He will be going out one way or another, Merlin asks, not getting what exactly was making Orion so annoyed. Well, true, but I really don't want to see his face all this year if I can help it, Orion said with clear irritation on his face. Hey Orion, what's wrong with others? Rose slowly asked from the side. Orion saw the cute redhead sitting beside her and sighed. At least Rose is unaffected. Yeah, them, don't worry about them. I am just glad that you are unaffected, Orion said with much emotion in his tone, like he had seen light in a dark cave. Now give attention, it's my job to teach you how to protect yourself from the dark creatures and the dangers of this world. Lockhart attracted their attention and said with mysterious acting. Orion all this time had a deadpan look on his face. I really want to just punch this guy. His character is funny in the movie at least, but here his face irritates me. Damn that handsome face of his, Orion muttered to himself. Lockhart pokes his wand on the case covered with cloth in front of him, and a rumbling reaction came from the case. I remember this from the movie. Didn't he have a pixies in that case? Yeah, and it doesn't look like this is going to go differently this time around, Orion muttered to himself. Those are pixie, someone said, and Orion just rolled his eyes. Maybe I should get out of here. I really don't want to be here when those little devils come out, Orion grumbled. He honestly just wanted to go there and kick the blonde bastard on the butt, but that might let him be expelled, so. Laughing are you? Let's see if you will still laugh while they are out. Lockhart then opened the case. Like a swamp, those pesky creatures came out and started to wreak havoc. Fun fact, they are pretty old creatures, even surpassing some of the most ancient magical beasts like unicorns. Merlin provided some completely pointless information. And how does that help me here? Orion asks. Nothing, just simple knowledge which I remember after seeing the creatures again. Knew it, completely random piece of useless information, Orion snorted. As the pixie started to hover around the class, students' panic grew until all the snotty brats started to run around the place. Orion, do something. Daphne hugged his arm while acting like a damsel in distress. She was sitting on the other side of Orion, hijacking that seat from Hermione. Yes, do something, Rose too said while acting just like Daphne. In fact, her acting was so fake that Orion actually saw her looking at how Daphne acted, and like a blub went on inside her head, she did the same. Well, this is what I wanted, but their age is not right. Can you both come after some time please? I'm not interested in lolies. Orion signed. Just then he saw a pixie hovering near him showing a devilish smile and went for his ink pot. No, you don't. Orion was faster, much faster than anything, let alone a pixie, and snatched the ink pot before that pixie could take it. Ohaha anf or so al method fariki hina came out of that pixie mouth after seeing Orion taking away his toy. It almost looked like it was complaining. Sorry little guy, but I understood shit from that. Why not you leave us alone here and go after that blonde bastard there, Orion slowly said to the pixie. But to Pixie, Orion's words were also similar to gibberish. Well anyway, just get out of here alright. Shush shush, waving his hand. He tried to make the pixie run away just for the pixie to laugh and imitate him. Ha ha ha. Alright, you asked for. Orion was just about to use force and get the pixie sent flying away, but then suddenly he remembered. Yes, this is a really good time to check out Law of Presence. You can just barely do it, but it should work on this little guy. Merlin on the side also agree with Orion's idea. So Orion closed his eyes. It was still new for him and he needed some time to make the shockwave of his powerful presence sent to the pixie. Get out. Orion opened his eyes, and for others, mainly Rose and Daphne who were sitting beside him, they didn't feel anything but only saw Orion acting like an idiot, but for Pixie it was different. Suddenly pressure enveloping the small creature increased. All his focus was on Orion, even when he didn't want to. The surrounding area went black as Orion's image of a harmless student was no longer there. In his place stood a monarch, a king, a devil. Pixie's breath hitch as fear starts to engulf him and all its instincts just state one thing, to run away. But it couldn't. Even moving at this point was a Herculean task for the little creature. No, you messed it up. You added killing intent there. Just add pressure. Your presence should be of a predator and not an absolute devil. Otherwise, this will happen to those who can't handle your presence. They won't even be left in the moving state. Merlin said, pointing out the mistake again. Okay, that makes sense. Orion quickly takes out his presence. Immobilis, and that was the same time when someone used this spell to stop all the pixies from wreaking more havoc. Orion looked around and noticed that this someone was not Hermione like seen in the movie. The movie version was a little too pretty and badass. In reality, Hermione here is much more like any normal 12-year-old girl. Yeah, she will be a badass later but not so much right now. No, the person who stopped the pixies was Nick. And this was the first time when Orion saw the dark magic in action. Boy, that's powerful. What do you think? How big of a power gap is between us? Orion asked while looking at Nick using his ordinary wand and showcasing his power, and then he observed the pixie who started to drop like flies. A little stronger than a fully grown wizard, that would be level 2 intermediate. But if he uses that wand of his, then it is definitely level 3 advance while you are still stuck at level 1 beginner, Merlin replied after thinking. Almost to the level of some professors and he is just 12, Orion muttered slowly, pondering over how life can be so unfair. Room of requirement. Alright, back to the grind, Orion shouted with determination burning in his eyes. After watching the difference between Nick and himself, he was determined to master at least the law of presence. Are you sure that you want to do this? Mastering law even to just a workable state is no small deal. Let alone doing it just under one night, Merlin said with an irritated tone. After the Dada class earlier, Orion decided to take a day's vacation with all of his classes and arrive in the room of requirement to train. If there is a will then there is a way, Grandpa. Now let's start, Orion shouted again. Bastard, don't shout near my ears. Merlin was irritated as this Orion was non-stop asking him to test out his law of presence. Alright, law test 643, start, Merlin said, and Orion, taking his cue, immediately started to connect with his magic and the environment around him. As law is the power of the world, Orion has to use his own magic to manipulate the power around him to pull off the law of presence. His eyes were closed as serene expression was on his face. The silence suddenly in the room increased and a thick atmosphere enveloped the entire room. Then Orion snapped open his eyes, and suddenly the color started to fade. Spiritual shockwaves spread throughout the room, making it look like the space itself was bending under the will of the young wizard. Cut. And with that, everything happening instantly stopped. What's wrong now? Orion asked with much ire in his voice. You didn't focus. The power of the shock was on point, but you let it spread through the room. This way you can't control this and pretty much just imitating Haki from One Piece, Merlin shouted. Backed. TCH. Again, Orion shouted. Try 644, Orion said and started all over again. He was already at this for the last 11 hours. It was 1 AM right now and Orion didn't even get any rest or food, all for just mastering this technique. Why you are suddenly so eager to master this law? It's not like even with this you are any match with iron. Merlin said while yawning. Something Orion found strange as Merlin right now was something akin to a spirit or a ghost. Do spirit even feel sleepy? I know, but this is the technique which is standing against me and my grind. Without learning this, I can't restart my force training. I can't delay much on this. Hacky or whatever, nothing bigger than the grind, Orion said with a huff, his breath hitching as he was almost running out of magic at this point. Sigh Merlin facepalm. Fine, but take 2 hours of rest without magic. You can't do jack shit, even your mind needs rest. But I will burn away important time, Orion argues back. You will waste more time without magic or concentration. Your body and mind both need rest. After 2 hours at least you will have enough magic to continue. I will wake you up. Merlin's agitation came down after seeing Orion's determinate look. Fine then. Room of requirement 7 a.m. Law of Presence test 1400 number 1456, what was it again? Yawning Merlin asked with groggy eyes, Orion thought did even have the energy to question the existence of a ghost who got sleepy. Who fucking care, just test it out and tell me if it works. There were dark circles under Orion's eyes, he too was yawning and struggling to focus. His eyes close, like those eyelids that carry tons of weight. He almost fell asleep. Oi, are done already, Orion. So finally he is out. That one stubborn kid, Merlin sighed with an annoyed face. He was not expecting Orion's to even last this long. At least this is done now. The boy clearly needs to learn that he can't master things like law in just one Nigeria. Merlin was muttering to himself, but then suddenly his voice hitched. He felt high pressure surrounding him, and the color of the world started to fade while he got goosebumps on his body. The air in the room went still. Merlin's eyes widen in recognition of this feeling. He has felt this before. This was. Merlin looked at Orion and couldn't help as a smile appeared on his face. Son of a gun, this guy. I don't give two shits about it anymore. I am calling it hacky. Do whatever you want about it, Orion said with a knowing smile on his face. Nah, I ain't having it even though you learned this shit under one night, Merlin smirked. Come on, come on. You will be late for the day. If you don't attend class today too, then most likely the staff will come after you, Merlin said while having much fun making Orion, who was barely awake at this point, rile up. K, I heard you the first. Yovsk's Orion said in irritation, but in between started yawning. I seriously need sleep, man, Orion muttered to himself. Somehow he makes his way towards the first class. He already had missed the breakfast. Not eating anything from yesterday plus no sleep. Yeah, if any emotion right now was ruling him besides sleep, then it was anger. I already feel sorry for the motherfu asterisk cur who crossed paths with me today, Orion chuckles to himself, just to ease his tense nerves. Somewhere in the Hogwarts, two people were talking. What did you find about him? Asked the boy. I couldn't find anything special. He hardly spends time with us. Give me more time. This is not enough time to, replied the girl, but then stopped as the boy intruded. Didn't you already have a month? Fine, but remember, how you perform depends on our deal. Finally, the day that Orion was dreading came. On Wednesday, Rita Skeeter showed up. Personally, I never like all media and lights. It's just but a distraction to your goals. Merlin on the side just nags about how the times have changed. I mean, no shit, grandpa, it's not 500 BCE. Media play a huge role in this world now, and this is nothing. Just thinking about the 21st century, Orion couldn't help but just sigh. Social media was practically ruling the world at one point. I don't like it much either, but have to do it. Building connections and keeping a good relationship with ministry and all. Orion murmurs to himself. Merlin, I can't believe this is happening. Orion, why you are not excited? You will be featured in the Daily Prophet, the biggest newspaper in the wizarding world, and everyone reads it. Daphne squealed with delight, almost making Orion on the extreme proximity of her having short-term hearing lost. It's not that big deal. Rose has been featured in that paper multiple times, Hermione said with a snort. And the said girl didn't even care. Rose didn't even know that there were multiple stories and merchandise that existed in her name, let alone just some mere newspaper. Oh come on, she is the supposed savior of the wizarding world. This is not similar. Daphne counters, looking much more excited about this than even Orion. I think it's a good. You deserve this, Orion. Rose just slightly encouraged his friend from the side. I don't see this being that big of a thing. Ron's attitude was much like Orion's on this matter. Actually, he was jealous but acting like he didn't care. Alright all of you, there is no point making this a bigger deal than it is. This is just a stupid newspaper article and nothing more. I am only doing this because Professor Dumbledore asked me to. Orion just wanted to be done with it. He completed his training in law and could finally go back to his initial force training, but now he had to deal with this shit. Saying this, he started to walk away. Skeeter asked to talk with other students first, especially Orion classmates, and tell who is the best person to start from. Definitely someone from Slytherin, right? Orion just snorted. The woman was clearly trying to find any kind of dirt on him. But that's fine. Orion has his own way of handling this. After all, he was not just motivated to master the law of presence out of the blue, you know. If that blonde bitch try anything funny, she had it coming. I swear I will make her piss herself if she tries to write something strange about me. Orion smiled and finally entered the room. He saw a woman sitting there alone, blonde hair set in elaborate curls that contrasted oddly with her heavy-jawed face. Yup, this is the height of inbreeding. Some might say that thanks to magic the wizarding people will be beautiful. Then they have another thing coming. Actually, there used to be a time when magic people were like elves from Tolkien's work. Merlin himself is a prime example. His natural life was nothing less than 400 years and the bastard lived up to a staggering 1000 years thanks to magic. And even after having a basal lion wrinkle on his face, he still looked pretty handsome. Well, what do you expect from an Ian McKellen stunt double? But nowadays, no thanks to all that inbreeding, that natural beauty has been long lost. Orion caught Merlin sneering many times at those ugly faces. In fact, according to Merlin, looks like Orion was quite common in his days. Right now Orion looks like a pop star or a male model, but back in his days, he could only be said as ordinary looks. Well, ordinary along wizards, that is. She looks even worse than her movie counterpart. Merlin was the first one to open his mouth. Yeah, but it doesn't matter, just focus on what is important and we are out of here. Orion responded and went to greet the older woman. Hello Ms. Skeeter, I was told that you will be the one taking my interview today. Orion greeted with a very formal tone. He was not playing buddy with this woman. And hell, he will be falling for those media tactics. If they asked you something, that doesn't mean that you have to answer them. Not at all, just deny answering anything you don't want to answer. They don't have any right or power to get that information out of you. And even if they try, then well, be my guest and smack that ass hard. Ah dear, you are finally here. I have to say, Orion, I have been waiting for this interview for a long time. Let's start, Rita said, trying to get familiar. Yeah, like that is happening. Orion took his seat, but before that, he looked at an expensive-looking magic quill at the desk. Yeah, that's a magical quill, better rig it. Otherwise, your all words will be recorded. Giving that sneaky reporter more time to arrange her question and ask more, Merlin said. Don't worry, I have it covered, Orion answered. Orion, I have to say that I was not expecting such a young boy like you to write a book like that. I am impressed, Rita said with a fake smile. He could tell because once someone masters the law of presence, they can sense others' feelings as well. Law of presence works in both ways, like Conqueror's Hacky as well as Observation Hacky. Orion can sense that she is not lying about being the impressed part, but there is nothing but malicious intent behind that innocent smile of hers. Glad you like my work, Ms. Skeeter, Orion answered with all the indifference he could muster. Oh come on kid, you don't have to be so stiff. I understand that you are nervous, believe me, everyone is in their first time. You don't have to worry at all, Rita said, trying to loosen up Orion. I assure you that I am not nervous, this is my usual code of conduct. It might not look like it, especially after reading that book, but I assure you that I usually don't talk with that kind of language. When I was writing that book, it was just a little fun project for me to try to be funny at the start. But only later I decided to publish it. It just happened that the person I asked to remove all the crude language wasn't able, and because of the deadline, we had to publish the book like this. Orion said with much calm tone and a little smile at the incident regarding his book. I see, then let's start our interview with the book itself, Rita said, clearly not expecting Orion to be this composed. Merlin's classes on mannerisms really came in handy just now for Orion. Sure, please go ahead and ask anything you like, Orion said, but his focus was on the quill on the desk. He was absorbing magic from it while talking with Rita. So when Rita actually started, the quill remained still. Excuse me, I usually don't have any problem with my trusty quill, but apparently is not working today. Rita forced a smile after seeing the quill still not moving and inspected it. Oh dear, seems like the enchantment on the quill ran out. Rita acted like it was unfortunate, but internally she was cursing. She spent quite a bit of money to get this quill enchanted. She didn't like writing manually and now she has to again. Mr. Orion, mind you sharing a quill with me? I didn't carry other with me, Rita asked with no shame. Some kind of journalist she is, not even carrying an additional pen. I don't have a quill ready, but you can use this pen. It's a magical fountain pen I created for my use. Orion took out the pen, not leaving any chance to get a free promotion. A pen isn't this muggle item? Rita asked with clear distress on her face. No, correction, a clear scowl on her ugly face. You are slightly wrong there. Pen is a muggle idea, not an item. Like clothes are made for both the muggle and wizarding worlds, this pen can also be created for both the muggle and wizarding worlds. Yes, the concept of pen did come from them, but this is a magical pen which I created, and it is better than any normal quill if I dare say so myself, Orion said, trying to convert the conversation on the pen if possible, as his books are already pretty famous, and if not then they will be sooner or later. His upcoming idea about the pen though needs more exposure if possible. I see. Well, that's an interesting way to look at things. So tell Orion, what motivated you to write a book of your own? Rita asked, not falling for Orion's trick. TCH. Well, as I said, writing was more or less a hobby. I started to more or less let out my frustration of being magically handicapped. Orion didn't plan to give much information about himself, but initial knowledge that he is an orphan or something like that is no biggie. It is not like others will not find out that he is a muggle-born wizard sooner or later, if they have not already looked at his history. Oh, what kind of frustration are you talking about, and what do you mean about magical handicapped? Rita asked with her tail wagging, knowing that the child was about to say something juicy if she urged him. Unfortunately for Rita, Orion wasn't planning to give her anything juicy to write about. Well, let's say I was almost like a squib. Even doing basic spells like lumos was not possible for me. And frustration, well, it is already understandable what kind of frustration I would have gone through when you are the only one who can't use magic among all the people who can, and maybe the most irritating fact is that I can't even fall back on being a squib because I was clearly able to do magic but just extremely weak, Orion replied without any expression on his face. And you are talking like it was an issue and now you are not suffering from magic deficiency, Rita asked. Orion also knew that talking about this was kind of pointless considering that Rita might already have all the normal information about him from her sources. Because I am not, Orion said and took out his wand. This also got a reaction from Rita, but before she do anything Orion said, "Lumos," Orion said. His fake wand lit up with a ball of light appearing on the tip of the wand. Rita's tense nerve relaxed after seeing that Orion just wanted to show her that he could do magic. "That's great, but how can I believe that you weren't lying? There is a possibility that you could have done magic from the start and just show it now," Rita asked. One of the reasons why Rita was chosen to take this interview was to write a politically correct article about Orion. It doesn't matter what Orion's response is here, she will only do what the ministry wants her to write. In fact, Orion even doubts that she has already created a draft of the article which she wants to publish. But that doesn't matter to him. "And why do you think that matters to me whether you believe me or not, or the people who read this article will believe me or not?" Orion said with a knowing smile on his face. Pardon, out of all the responses, Rita was not expecting this particular one. This completely caught her off guard and all the corresponding questions she had in her mind became worthless. Orion still had a smile on his face and asked once again, "Why do you think that I care whether you believe me or not?" Orion repeated. Rita had to think about what she wanted to ask again and then she asked, "So you don't care what others think about yourself?" Rita asked. "No, ultimately I know that this technique works for me, and if anyone uses this technique then they will know that it works for them as well. If they think that I am lying then just don't use the methods I have given. If those naysayers are honest and not using chaos binding which I wrote in my book then just under a decade they will fall behind to even children half their age." Orion sounded very confident. "You sound like your method is the only way to get stronger," Rita asked, not finding any better question for the time being. "I am not saying that. Hell, in the book itself I have said that there are even better versions of my technique and I am originally not writing down my original technique in the book because after one point that technique won't be a general technique anymore. One must have to modify it for a specific person. The one I use might not work for you or someone else. And there is not just my technique. I am sure that there does exist much better magic which never became public which can make a wizard or with strong and grow their magic." Orion said confidence. "Are you saying that some people are intentionally holding back magic which might be useful for the wizarding world?" "No, that's what you are saying. I never said that. I am just saying that a kid like me was able to come up with something like that when I was in need. There have been so many impressive witches and wizards in this world and even after them, there is no clear way to improve one magic besides ongoing training," Orion said. Rita narrowed her eyes a little. Orion was not giving her any straight answers here. "You said in your book that it's possible that even squibs can do magic, and now that you claim that you were a squib before, are you telling the truth and have a way to make the squibs use magic?" Rita asked. "Yes, in fact, I have developed a potion which might be able to achieve that but never tested it before. I might do that sooner or later," Orion replied, again promoting his yet another future product. "Oh, then I might want to see that for sure. Now tell me, what is your opinion about pure blood? As you said in your books, blood purism exists, but it's not exactly what the pure blood wizards believe in," Rita asked, as others' questions were pretty easy to answer, like Orion's claims and all. As long as Orion can deliver his claims, Rita can't write anything which can put dirt on Orion. Just in the beginning, Orion gave a reason for the bad language of the book. There now the only way Rita has to put dirt on Orion was to go to the topic of pure blood. This is a very controversial topic in the wizarding world. What Orion has written in the book not only upsets the pure bloods, which are mostly the dark side, saying that their concept of blood purism is wrong, but even the light side, as this side doesn't believe in blood purism. It's just an expression of saying, as I already said in the book, that it's not exactly the blood but the concentration of magic or chaos in the blood which matters. I use the term blood because it's hereditary in nature. Let's say a wizard has pure blood, and I am not talking about those current pure blood families who think pure blood is, I am talking about the density of magic in the blood. Then chances are that his child will also have pure blood. The easiest way to find pure magic is simple enough, just check the latent potential and power of the wizard. That is why you see so many so-called pure blood wizards are still nothing much stronger than other muggle wizards. In fact, the only thing going for them is the hereditary magic they inherit from their family. Compared to them, wizards like Dumbledore, Grindelwald, or even the most recent Dark Lord Voldemort, all three of them might or might not belong to a pure blood family, have much stronger magic. Some might say that this is because of dark magic, but what about Dumbledore then? He is not a pure blood wizard and he never uses dark magic. He is the living and breathing proof of my theory. The reason he is stronger is because his blood is pure. There is a very high magic concentration in his blood," Orion said. He wanted to explain more about this concept but he didn't, as he will be putting that knowledge into his book. "So you don't believe in pure blood theory?" Rita asked, again coming back to the original question. Typical move. She needed a yes and a no on this answer to write about it, and ultimately Orion would offend one party, either the dark side or the light side. "I only believe in a theory which has an established reason. When it comes to your traditional pure blood mentality, I would have believed it if every pure-blood wizard was at the level of Albus Dumbledore or just outright better than those of the Muggle-born wizards, but I don't see any difference. Besides their inherent magic thanks to their family, there is nothing going for them. I could believe the light side that something like blood purism doesn't exist, but we clearly see people like Albus Dumbledore, Grindelwald, or even Voldemort surpassing the level of any normal wizard. I am ready to call my own theory wrong if someone can prove it to me. But again, I am not seeing that happening. Core binding specifically targets increasing the density of one magic. And it works for me and is working for those who are already started to give it a go. Orion replied. While he was going through this, he also started to get inside Rita's mind. Thanks to so many shields or blocking objects, he was able to do that just fine. The idea was simple. He wants to change some memories if possible so he can get a good article from her. Rita never planned to give Orion an easy time, and so was the case with Orion. She was only asking hard questions and even questions which have nothing to do with Orion. What do you think about the light and the dark side of the magic? Got nothing to do with me. Next question. Are you practicing dark magic? Just as much as you are. Next question. Do you have anyone you are seeing right now? Emma Watson. Emma who? What the fuck do you care? You would have found yourself a husband if only you were half as invested in your own love life, bitch. Our Gigachad was having fun, of course. He didn't say that last line, but still you get it. And this was just what was happening on the surface. Inside, Orion was planning an entirely different game. He was sitting alone with Rita for half an hour, more than enough time to play Minecraft in Rita's mind. He put all sorts of nonsense inside her, like aliens by the name of Syans will soon invade Earth. We all are not real but are in a matrix. She identifies as a sea dolphin. Twilight is the greatest movie ever made. Cedric is Edward Cullen, a vampire. And all sorts of shit. It would be a miracle if this woman stayed sane after this interview. Okay, Mr. Ambrosius, I think I am done here. Rita spoke while clenching her head. It was feeling like it was about to blast any time now. So it's Mr. Ambrosius now. What did you do, kid? How come the ugly here giving you so much respect? Suddenly Merlin amused. Honestly, I don't even remember how much tinkering I did inside. Well, not like there was much to destroy for me anyway. She was already and fuck up the case. Orion said shamelessly. Sigh, I would have said something, but after seeing just what kind of woman she is after watching her memories, I am kinda happy. You are a bad influence for me, you know. Merlin chuckles. Haha, it's nothing less than a miracle when I am being a bad influence for a 1,000-year-old legendary wizard. Orion too chuckled. How was the interview? Rose was the first one to ask. Both Daphne and Hermione were gone. Hermione, to Orion's ire, was gone with iron, while Daphne just got bored. Orion didn't directly answer Rose but went up to her and took her hand. Huh, Orion. She was surprised. Remind me to propose to you when we are done with this school shit, please, Orion said with many animated tears on his face. He only saw a red-haired angel who waited for him to come back while others were gone. Those traitors. Emma, you traitor. Huh, what? Rose instantly got flustered and snatched back her hand. What are you talking about? She almost fumbled to say those words. Haha, look at your face, man. You are too cute, Rosie. Lighten up a little girl. Orion laughs after seeing the cute reaction. This led Rose to not talk with him for the entire day. Well, that or she was just too flustered to talk with him. Guess we never know. After a fantastic interview where Orion became a mini Andrew Tate and an angry Rose, Orion finally rejoined them in the classes. One good thing is that Orion avoided the history of magic and other useless classes. The bad side is that now he has to cover up those classes. Life sucks. Now was the herbology class. A class which Merlin liked quite a bit but not Orion. He had zero interest in plants until and unless they were not coming for one Senju granddaddy would release her. Yeah man, you said that if mastered to a high enough level, magic can help me do all those cool things in the anime. Teach me something already. Can't I do a deep forest emergence anytime soon? Orion whined, his inner child taking over. He can't help it. The temptation of saying deep forest emergence and watching the entire geography of the plane changing was a feeling he wanted to experience as long as he remembered. Would release is hard. You have to master the law of time and matter with the law of life to imitate Hashirama Senju. You are a long way from that, brother. Merlin shrugged his shoulders. So what I can do after learning this much magic manipulation and force? Orion asked. Well, you are much closer to doing Shinra Tensei than Mukotan. So forget about it. Master the force to a high enough level and you will be doing something similar to Shinra Tensei sooner than later. Merlin replied, just rolling his eyes. Orion just nodded like a child. But he has his own thoughts. But this. If Merlin ain't teaching him, that doesn't mean that he won't try to learn on his own. There is one legendary attack which doesn't require much technique but just skills to pull it off. And he will be damned if he doesn't learn it. He just needs to get his hands on some balloons. And there is another busted technique with space. Hell, he even has the eyes to play the role of the real character who has that power. Ha he he. The mandrake let out a scream. Every student pushed harder on their earplugs but to no avail. The sounds were horrible. One downside of having sensitive senses like hearing is that these sounds were even more unbearable for Orion. Dud. Someone fell down and Orion knew who this person was. Poor Neville. Orion internally just wishes for these horrible sounds to end as soon as possible. At first, it was just discomfort, but the more he got exposed to these blasted plants failing, He was losing his sanity and was getting very close to ending a species of this long line of magical plants. Note, we have to do something about your senses. They are good but they can be used against you if you don't have a way to number them. Merlin took out a note from somewhere and wrote it down. Don't worry, just put them in the pot and put some warm soil on there, said Professor Sprout. Women, we have to put soil on your body soon if you doesn't hurry. Merlin deadpan. Orion, are you okay? Rose asked in concern as she saw Orion lowering his head and pushing down on his earplugs hard. His eyes were closed shut while he was gritting his teeth. Hermione also notices this and walks over to Orion. Hold it, I know what you are thinking. Don't go pyro here. Control your impulses, Merlin remind Orion before he burns that dem plant down. Soon the cries died down and finally, Orion took a breath of relief. What happened, Mudblue? Hey, Draco was saying, but Orion didn't let him complete. With just a little movement of his hand, he shut close his mouth, making him bite his own tongue. Rest was history. I said control your impulses, Merlin said with a sigh. Oh come on, he was asking for it, and not like anyone saw me doing it, Orion said, and this was true as Orion only barely looked at Draco this time and all the hand movement he did was very discreet. Come on, teach me something cool already. How about something related to force, anything but this ballet dancing? Orion pleaded. Although he did the training and thanks to his law of presence this time no one was coming closer to him. But still, it was embarrassing. But he still endures it. But damned it, he wanted to learn something cool. Sigh, well I guess I can teach you something useful, Merlin thought about it and said. Finally Orion almost exclaims. Now listen, although you are calling magic bending as force and I let you, but remember that it's not really force and you can't do everything with this as you might have with real force from Star Wars movies. But there are things which are pretty similar. One of those things is force enhancement and force speed. You can use magic manipulation aka force to imitate how both these two techniques work in the Star Wars universe. Increase your strength and agility even further with force and especially your speed with force speed. This is something which you might like even better. Remember when I said that magic bending is much closer to actually bending powers in Avatar than force, and how only after mastering both internal bending of energy, aka magic, and external bending of energy, aka natural energy, you can actually master this technique? Merlin asked and saw a balloon on Orion's hand. He swore he was missing something here but couldn't remember what. Orion too remembers something like this happening. Yeah, I do. Good, because only after learning this you can enter into the stage of the law of space. Speed force requires almost minimum application of external force or control over natural energy. This might be the thing which you need to master the natural bending. Merlin thought about it. Orion was making progress but not fast enough. At least not how much he was capable of, Merlin can say, because this motherfoo *Kur just learned the law of presence just under one night. So ultimately it comes down to the will. If he doesn't feel like doing it then the result will take much longer to show. Merlin just accepted this fact grudgingly and thought of teaching him something which pushed him to master nature energy bending aka natural bending or external force. Merlin, what happened? Rose exclaims after seeing Orion. Nothing dear, I am totally fine and dandy. Orion muses from his place. She isn't talking to you, old man, and you know it. Nothing, I just fell from the stairs, Orion replied while his left hand was bandaged and there were several cuts on his face and hands. The entire face was swollen and looked like needing medical attention. This doesn't look like you fell, Hermione observed the bruises on Orion's body and asked with skepticism. I fell many times, that was Orion's reply. And after that, he didn't comment on that topic anymore. The real reason he was injured was learning the new magic force enhancement and force speed. The enhancement part was good enough but learning speed was harder than he anticipated. He lost count of just how many times he ended up running into a wall or losing control and going headfirst on a pillar in the room of requirement. This irritated Orion to no hell, but eventually, he got the hang of it. Even Merlin was sweat-dropping at how stubborn Orion could be, that even after almost breaking the room of requirement he kept on training and ultimately learned the technique, although only barely. But that is good for him as well, considering that after this he will focus on his own training more. Oh, that doesn't look good. What happened? Daphne just arrived and asked Orion. I was fighting a basilisk last night and this happened. Orion rolled his eyes and said. Daphne, though unlike herself, looked stunned only for a second, but this caught both Orion and Merlin's attention. I could practically see Leonardo DiCaprio meme here pointing out that he spotted something sus here. I believe that you should once check her memories, you know. I don't doubt that Nick Fellow is playing some kind of game and we better know who to trust and who not to. Merlin advice. I know but I can't. She is wearing a airs right. How the hell am I going to break through that? Orion asked with a shrug. But it's not like he didn't have an idea. He instead used something like Veritaserum or just caught her when she was not wearing that bloody airs ring of hers. Or maybe, you can just render that ring useless. What do you think? Merlin added. The Orion's natural line of thoughts immediately caught what Merlin was implying. Absorb the ring power. But he has to find a way to hold her hand for a long period of time. At least 4 to 5 minutes. That is another issue there. There is always the wand to the throat way, or you can try to seduce her. Merlin added. Forcing her doesn't sound right. It will create problems for him in the future if anyone knows. But seducing. Maybe that will work. I might as well try to do that. Orion made a mental note. The rest of the breakfast was simple enough, and after that, they had to go to their respective classes. Today the starting class was Transfiguration. Now listen to this carefully, move your wands like this, 1 2 3 Vera Verto McGonagall showcased while taping her wand over a bird and turning the bird into a glass. That was brilliant, someone added. Basic stuff. Nothing interesting. Merlin just shrugged his shoulders. Well, maybe not interesting, but it's necessary. I need to learn those spells if I want to pass my tests. You took away my wand. How the hell I am supposed to do this magic now? Orion complained with much ire in his inner voice. Oh, don't fridge that small stuff. Remember I told you that you can pull off any magic without a wand as long as you have enough magical power and will? Your will is already off the charts, and now you even have magic on your side. Give it a try. Just do what Professor did here with your fake wand, but don't focus on the wand itself. Use your will and tell your magic what to do, Merlin replied, not even paying much attention to him, practically making Orion handicap. Orion, not having any other option, took out his wand and did the same. He had a frog as a test subject in front of him. McGonagall refuses to let him use red, saying that powerful magical creatures will be much harder to transform, and ended up giving him a frog. Vera Verto, he said, but no luck, as nothing happened. Not like that, Mr. Ambrosius. Tap your wand 3 times, McGonagall replied. Yeah, tapping not gonna do shit here. The real problem is that you are unconsciously trying to put your magic through that fake wand. You can't do magic like that. Don't channel magic through the wand, Merlin said again. I am trying, but it's hard. It happening unconsciously, Orion replied with frustration on his face. He saw others already being able to do this magic and knew that as long as he took out his real wand, no matter how weak, he could do the magic. Then just ditch the wand, bruh. Who are you trying to convince that you need a wand anyway? Fuck it, Merlin added with a snort. Orion though was not so careless. He had to make a fake wand just to act like he still needed a wand in front of others. But after seeing just how much this is a problem for him, he just sighed. Fine, not like they don't know already that I can do magic without a wand. Orion shook his head. So he put his fake wand on one side and stretched his index and middle finger out. This time, Hermione was sitting beside him and she was the first one to do this magic. Seeing Orion putting his wand down, she wondered whether he had given up. Don't worry, you just need some practice. Vera Verto, before Hermione could finish her words, Orion cast his magic. And before she knew it, the frog in front of her turned into a perfect glass cup. What? Hermione stuttered to herself. Even McGonagall from the side observing Orion saw this and was gobsmacked. Complete wandless magic. McGonagall didn't say anything to Orion immediately but held him back after the class, something which he was getting exceedingly familiar with nowadays. Anyways, he had to give an explanation about his wandless magic. He just ended up saying some bullshit about this technique to increase his magic and make him learn wandless magic, and now he is so used to it that it's harder to do magic with a wand. It was written even in McGonagall's face that she didn't believe him, but fuck it. He doesn't care anymore. What was that back in the class? Rose asked. Right now Orion was alone with Rose as they were moving towards the dorms. Ron was not there, maybe already sleeping. Hermione went earlier with Nick, damn that bastard, and so with the case with Daphne, Orion have no idea where she went. After all the class, both Gryffindor were tired and just wanted to go to sleep. Even Orion, as his entire body was aching from his earlier practice. Nothing, just trying out some hypothesis I have about magic and learning wandless magic. No biggie, Orion just nonchalantly answered. You know, I always thought that you might be the real child who survives. You are strong and don't give up. You even saved me back. Rose was saying, but before that Orion said. Okay, I will stop you right there. Don't undersell yourself, Rose. I told this to you even before that. You are an amazing witch. Just believe in yourself, Orion said even before Rose could complete her sentence. He knew that Rose was feeling self-conscious right now. Not just her, he felt many students would feel self-conscious in front of him. Although no one will say right on his face they are jealous of him. He would have been too if he faced someone who killed a troll without magic by just a wand to his head at the age of 11 and now a new line of books and brooms just at the age of 12. There is much to be envious about, and Orion entirely dedicates this to his grind and Merlin. I know, you said that, but Rose looked down. She didn't know what exactly she was expecting, but she just felt so incompetent. Savius of the wizarding world, yeah right? She can't even save herself from her aunt and uncle. Orion, will you help? You know, like, teach me how you do. Shush, before Rose can say Orion once again stop her. But this time he noticed that Orion was not even paying attention to her. Hey, did you hear that? Orion asked. Hear what? Rose, did you hear that just now, this grinding noise? Orion asked. No, Rose was taken aback. She didn't hear anything. Is Orion trying to change the topic because he doesn't want to teach her? Her mood went even down, but then a forced smile appeared on her face. No, I didn't hear anything, Rose said once again. Orion though was not convinced. He believed in his senses always. He moved towards the nearby wall and put his ear on it, trying to hear through the wall. There is no way I am mistaken. Come here and listen, Orion said and signed Rose to come. Rose now was more confused. Did Orion really hear something? So she came and put her ear on the wall. Snarl ey hung a jerry I kill. Kill. Rose's eyes widened to abnormal proportions. She looked at Orion, but he was already looking at the place where the sound was coming from. It's going kill, Rose said. What kill? Orion made a confused face and looked at Rose. The sound, it's saying that it's gonna kill, Rose said with even more rapid breathing, as the sound was quite malicious to her. Are you sure? I only heard the rustling of something. Orion asked with his mind working several miles a second. The situation went from shit to WTF in a matter of minutes. Orion didn't hear any voice but just rustling noise, but he was armed with the knowledge of the plot, and if there was one thing he knew about Rose, that the original Harry Potter was a Parlsatog. It's possible that Rose is also one. Hey Rose, tell me, have you ever talked with a snake? Orion suddenly asked while she was explaining how this voice was about to kill someone. Why is that important here? Rose asked with incredulity on her face. Just tell me, I might know what's going on, Orion hurriedly asked as he heard the voice coming closer. Ah yes, there was one. I was in a zoo and wait, Rose began, but that yes was more than enough for Orion to act. He took Rose by hand and started running away from the voice. And he was right, the voice was trailing them, and his advanced hearing was enough to listen to this form from a long distance. What in the name of bloody Slytherin is going on here? Why is that inflated ego of Salazar coming after us? Orion didn't listen to Rose asking for what was going on and just kept on running. Well, the diary is with us, so it's not canon for sure. There is only one person we know of still now who knows about the Chamber of Secrets besides you and Voldemort. Merlin didn't say the name, but it was obvious. Nick Motherfoo **ing Iron. But why? Even he is doing the same as Orochimaru. I mean Voldy, for some out of this world reason. Why directly target us? Orion question. Not us, I guess the target is you. Think about it, if Nick Iron is like Voldy, then you are mud blood in his eyes. Why wouldn't he kill you? Not to mention you are not just any mud blood but a competent one at that, with that book of yore and the new broom line, and if he is with Voldy, well, then both of you are a target. You know the girl who lived and all. Merlin said. Fuck. Orion, what's going on? Where are we going? Rose asked, now panicking a little. Nothing, remember that troll last year? This is similar but much more dangerous. For the time being, just come with me. It took some time to lose sight of the base he likes. But later that day, Orion hears from others that Flitch's cat was petrified. Good, I didn't let Rose near that mess. Orion just sighed. Can you tell me what's going on now? Rose looked into Orion's eyes and asked with determination in her voice. Well, I don't know where to begin. You know that I used to live in a jungle before that, right? Rose, hearing his, nodded. Well, I just happened to meet quite a few snakes there, and today I heard the same kind of voice a snake makes. I only heard noises while you clearly heard words. That's why I asked whether you are a Parlsatong. A Pals what? Rose asked in confusion. A Parlsatong, those who can talk with snakes. You are one, and please don't go tell this to others, as Voldemort too was one, and this lets Parlsatong have a negative image in Britain. Orion said, looking at the huffing girl in front of her. She was totally out of breath. But even if that was a snake, why do we have to run, and how does this connect with Flitch's cat? Rose asked. Well, that was not just any snake, you know. It was much more than that. I will not tell further. I know your personality well. It's better that you leave this matter here and now, Orion said, but Rose didn't look like she liked it. But Orion didn't budge from his position, and the only thing he said to Rose was, only remember one thing, if you ever listen to this voice again, then start running in the opposite direction. This thing is more dangerous than 10 mountain trolls combined. That night. So you have finally become a pervert. Oh, shut up, this ain't it and you know it, Orion whispered. Currently, he was standing outside of the Slytherin female dorm room. The reason he was here was simple, he needed answers, and what better way to get them than breaking the mental shields Daphne was holding and seeing why she responded so strangely when heard Basilic's name? He was not planning to do this, but now things are not under his control. If that mad monster roams around the castle, then he better at least know why and at whose order. Orion then put his hand on the shield which was protecting the female dorm. For some godam reason this shield was much stronger than they had on the restricted section of the library. Rightfully so, if a pervert like you is going to roam around the castle. Orion just rolled his eyes, not even pretending that he heard the old man. After some time, he was able to absorb the magic and the shields collapsed. Okay, need to find Daphne first. Orion looked around in the dark of the night. Magic was making him invisible, his movement as muffled as possible. It didn't take much time for him, as his nose knew Daphne's smell. He found her within a minute. First, need to make sure that she doesn't wake up. Orion raised, bringing his face closer to her and slowly whispering. You are very tired and sleepy. Don't wake up until before it's morning. Keep sleeping. Oh, one more thing. Have a wet dream about Orion. You beast, pervert. I knew that you were a Lilicon. Merlin added. Hey, don't lecture me, I never touch her. Just making sure that in future I have one more option available. A man gotta do what a man gotta do, Orion said, but there was a sizable blush on his face. Merlin just narrowed his eyes and moved close to Orion to see his face. Without his magic in this dark, even Merlin couldn't see what his face looked like. Orion just launched his mental shields and calmed himself down by then. Anyways, just let me focus, old man, Orion said, and slowly took Daphne's hand in his own under Merlin's constant scrutiny. He didn't draw the magic from her ring. That will render the ring useless. He instead went on and entered into her mind through direct touch and decided to break the mental shield systematically. It's not her natural shield, but rather shields provided by the heir's ring, so she won't sense anyone entering her mind or have any clue later on until she checks the ring itself. Nick Iron was an enigma. Daphne usually doesn't put her nose in others' business, but something just attracted her towards Nick. Those green eyes and sharp look, Daphne had seen those looks before, it was a look of an adult and not a kid. There was one more person she was interested in, Orion D'Ambrosius. Well, he is cute, but that was not the main reason. The reason was his name. Who the hell kept those long-ass names nowadays? Later thought interest in Orion died down as Orion was assigned to the Gryffindor. Nick Iron, on the other hand, was a Slytherin like her. She kept an eye on the boy, just because it interested her. But things started to go south when she first spotted him getting out of the dorm in the middle of the night. She was thrilled that her suspicion was not wrong. There was something different about Nick Iron. So just like any normal girl with complete disregard for personal safety, as the universe usually sends a dumb hero to save the pretty girl, she follows Nick. Now she doesn't know whether it was the right thing to do or not. He never found her out. She was good at hiding herself. Her sister could never find her. Well, not like she can play with her anymore. Her illness kept her bedridden all the time. Daphne loved her sister. She started learning about potions to find a cure for her sister. She shook her. 1 minute, this girl also has a sister. Man, you should have read the books, Merlin interjected, and Orion had to stop the memories from playing. Right now he was watching Daphne's memories and had to say it was pretty interesting, but Merlin was like that one customer who always disturbs others in cinema. Why does it matter anymore? Not like I knew that I would suddenly thrown into this godforsaken world. And now let me say the movie in peace. It has been ages since I had experienced this. Orion said and resumed from where he paused the memory. A little of fuck, a little more erotic moans rang in his ears. Orion immediately paused again. He didn't even acknowledge the looks Merlin was giving him and said, "Sorry, wrong memory." Merlin waited for Orion to change the memory, but it was the will of the universe. "Let's finish that first. We might find something useful," Orion said with a straight face, but he ain't fooling Merlin. He swore he was seeing a certain old bald hermit at this point. And he is the old one here. Dude, she is only 12. Shame on you. Getting all excited seeing a younger girl than even a teenager touching herself. Merlin sends a nasty look. What do you know, you fool? Witches develop much earlier than those of a muggle, and don't deny I have research to prove that, and there is no way a fossil like you. But what else I can expect from a man with no knowledge of culture? And you should take heed. One day I too have to please a woman. My old friend work can wait, but sometimes, there are more important things besides that. Open thy eyes, thou culture calls you. Orion said in an exaggerated way. What the real fuck? Isn't the master was supposed to be the pervert in this case? And what with this Shakespeare reference? And what the fuck, Daphne? You are just 12. Well, at least in the memory she is not naked. Phew. Merlin sighed but then looked at both pause memories. Oh well, he is learning force, may as well indulge a little in the dark side. After completing the other important memory, very important for the investigation, she shook her head and kept on following Nick. She found herself on the 7th floor. It was very strange to her that a first year on the very first day would come here. She felt that someone else was also here. This someone was Orion, as he came to room of requirement on the first day of Hogwarts last year. But she didn't get to check out who, as something unexpected happened. The wall of the 7th floor corridor opened and a door appeared out of nowhere. Since when Hogwarts have something like this? No one told me this. Daphne muttered to herself. Not having enough time, couldn't go after Nick and had to go back. Later on, she also finds Nick leaving at night and going to the Forbidden Forest, the 3rd floor where Professor Dumbledore told us not to go, and even to the girls' washroom. Is this guy a pervert? Daphne thought with hidden disgust. She followed him in the washroom and saw something yet again amazing. There was a hidden pathway there, and Nick freaking Iron was a Palsatong. Only later on, when she hit the book out of curiosity, she found out that it could be the long-lost Chamber of Secrets. Good thing she didn't follow him there, because I am sure that if that were the case, she would be the one long lost here. Merlin added in. Orion just looked at the old with irritation. She was getting more interested in Nick. But then she was found out by him. This happened last year when she was trailing him to the 3rd floor corridor and trying to enter the room which Dumbledore didn't want students to go. Next morning, Orion didn't even realize that he was staying in a Slytherin girls' dorm for an entire 3 hours to gather information. Later he just came back and slept after getting a headache thinking about what the hell just he saw. It was Nick Iron who ordered Daphne to contact him. The reason he was unsure, but he just wanted information. And in return, he promised to cure Daphne's sister. I knew it, a pretty girl suddenly showing interest. How I rather believe Earth changed its rotation axis before that, Orion muttered under his breath as his annoyance level increased. He honestly likes Daphne so far, but if that was an act, then she did it to save her sister. Don't blame her. What I am more interested in right now is why Nick Iron is suddenly so interested in you. This didn't happen just this year. He asked Daphne to gather information about you and get close to you last year. Our primary suspicious of Nick might be targeting you just because of sudden fame was not right, Merlin said while thinking about something. He had a suspicion inside but couldn't pinpoint it. It's not just me, although now he only ordered Daphne to go after me, but previously the order was to even get info on Rose, Orion muttered to himself as he made his way towards the open place for training. Agree, right now we just don't have enough info on Nick to do anything or come to a conclusion. Merlin sighs. Man, if only I was a little stronger. I could have just got inside his mind, piercing all those shields of his and getting to those answers. Orion muttered with annoyance. Well, whatever, right now you are just at the level of a first-year Hogwarts student, although I have to say that all this integration has compounded and you might hit level 2 intermediate by the end of the year, provided you get a little help, but still, you are no match against Nick in a real fight, so keep a low profile. Not to mention remember that a Basilix just came after you and Rose. If it was really sent by Iron then you have to do something about it. You might not be worried about yourself but think about Rose. We still don't know who is the real target here, Merlin said, and Orion too nodded. Maybe I should teach her a little, something to defend herself with. She can use it against those relatives of hers too. Orion made up his mind and nodded. All right then, back to the dancing lessons, Merlin said with a bright smile, and inevitably a groan escaped Orion's lips. After dancing, which Orion was getting good at, to his own ire, Orion made his way toward the hall. This normal routine is the best. Orion smiled and kept on walking until he found almost everyone in the hall giving more attention to the newspaper and less to the food. A blatant disrespect, if I have something to say. If it was on me then I would have put these brats in a jungle. Only then once understand the value of getting food served right in front of you. Orion eyes twitch. Don't hold everyone else to your unbelievable standards. Merlin just rolled his eyes and flew to get a look at what was so interesting in the newspaper. Orion didn't bother. He was damn hungry right now. He just experienced his first nightfall and his head was splitting. Mom, Dad, you son have finally grown up. While Orion was stuffing himself with every eatable thing in his sight, other students didn't even realize that their friendly neighborhood author was emptying out the food stock for the next month. Good thing magic can always help in this regard. Otherwise, Orion might have to take loans to fill his belly in the future. But the reason why everyone was distracted also kinda attracted him when he started to get strange looks from the students. He looked at Rose, who was also busy reading the newspaper, and finally asked, "May I ask what is so interesting that all of you are practically glued to that newspaper?" He honestly was not interested much in the magical world. In the starting he was very curious, but his curiosity became disappointment when he learned just how much behind the magical world is to the current Muggle world, let alone the 21st century where he came from. You don't know? Rose asked Orion like he was an alien. Blinking, Orion could only smile a little and with a flick of his hand, when no one was looking, of course, snatch a paper for himself. He saw his own image, bright and clear in the newspaper. It was Rita's article about the interview he gave. He couldn't help but twitch his eyes after reading the very first line. Orion D. Ambrosius claims that he is an alien from the Racian who came here from planet Vegeta. He said that he was here to trap the wizarding world in a matrix as vampires from this world went to his planet and played Minecraft with his citizens. His claims about making squibs pregnant while stabbing them with his new magic pen with 1,000 years of death magic. They state the importance of figs in the wizarding culture as Big Tie saves lives. He said that Emma Watson was the magical mastermind behind COVID-19, whatever that is, and it was Batsman's DNA which caused the disaster in the first place. He also plans to find the Holy Grail so that he can go back in time just so he can F Artoria as, and while he is at it, he sure will bring more magical girls like Megami because this world needs more explosion, and then he will her too. And he said, and I quote, as I didn't understand what it means. Sonam Gupta BEWA. Bayam Orion threw the new paper at the floor with all his might. Ha 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 ha. Hey, Merlin was snickering from the side. Control. 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 It's your fault, you know, you messed with her head. There is no one at fault but you, Merlin said after finally stopping his laughter. Hey Ozamam, he heard a muffled giggle. Hey Rose, Orion asked quietly. Yes, Rose struggled to reply, putting her head down, hiding her almost distorted face out of holding back laughter. Do you think that someone will know if I burn down that Rita woman? She was barely holding back now. Asterisk twitch. Alright, enough reading. Orion stood up and stretched his one hand out, targeting one newspaper in one of the students' hands. Immediately the paper flew out and hung in the air like floating. He swiped his hand in a motion and rotated, covering all directions of the hall, and as his hand went by, all the newspaper from that direction started to ditch the hands of those reading them and collected with and following piles of paper which was moving as Orion's hand did. As one entire circle was completed, all the newspapers were hovering in one place as they kept on collecting as his hand went around and swips all the newspaper. Snap, and with one snap all the paper were burned and shattered in front of everyone, making it look like snowflakes but only with tiny pieces of burning paper. I will be going now. Orion just said this and got out of class. He wanted to complain about Rita to someone right now. Don't bother, that article will be down before you know it. You might only read the part where you were involved, but that women targeted even pure blood and ministry. All sorts of things were written in that article. Just give it some time and the ministry itself will tell the article was a farce. Merlin said, and Orion, who was moving towards Dumbledore's office with extreme velocity, stopped. But it's still your fault, Merlin said with a laugh. Exactly happened what Merlin said. That article in the newspaper was cancelled and Rita was, well, let's just say that she had tough times ahead of her. But it caused Orion more problems as only the next day, those ministry guys sent another reporter to do another interview with him. Didn't even ask for his permission. He too this time just answered the question with minimum resistance and just denied things which he didn't want to talk about. And finally, the article that everyone was waiting for came out the next day. Mainstream media sure is fast. Orion couldn't help but wonder. In just under 2 days they not only cancelled the previous article but also took another interview, and here he was holding another article. And this time around, it was exactly how he wanted. The article talked about his book, his new upcoming brooms, his future plans and his opinions about light and pure fraction and muggles and pure blood and all that shit. He still rigs the article though, trying to talk more about his products like book, brooms, and all the upcoming squib potion he will be making alongside magical pens. By the time this article fell into the hands of the wizarding community, who were eagerly waiting for this article after the blunder last time, Orion even got a personal letter from the Minister of Magic stating how sorry he was about the previous article. But he doubted that the letter was only sent to him because Dumbledore was also involved in this mess, as Dumbledore also got one. Dumbledore too has not accepted the disaster of Rita's article, calling him as Magic Mafia. Everyone had a different reaction to this newspaper. Even the wizarding community disregarded Rita's article, as even those fools say that it was full of bull. So when the real article came out, they were not surprised, but they still got interested in the content. This was the first time Orion's work was getting spotlight in the wizarding community. It was only now that his books and other work really came out in front of other wizards and witches. Daily Prophet is not just the biggest newspaper in Britain, but even magicals outside Britain read this paper with chow. The result was a skyrocketing increase in sales of his books and even more orders for his brooms. Although the Pegasus line of brooms is expensive but undoubtedly the best. And here is the kicker, they are so good compared to the competition that if one team buy it at the international level, it can even be considered an unfair advantage. But there are no laws which forbid a player or team to use better brooms. AKA if other teams wanted to compete against them, they too had to buy the brooms. Just the initial profit of this business was 5,000 galleons and the net profit was 4,000 galleons. Sad life that Marcus took 50% of that, but he too was handling everything behind his back so Orion could accept it. But if there exists one news which moved the entire magical world, then it was Orion's claims to turn a squib into a magical. Everyone was talking about it, even the ministry. This one piece of news was big, so big that it put a huge attention on Orion. The reason is that every year hundreds of squibs are born, even in the pure blood household. Squibs are no foreign concept. There was even a suspicion right now that there are more squibs worldwide than there are magical. There are no more than a few million wizards internationally, and this number is constantly falling. If there is really a way to make a squib use magic, then it might save the wizarding race as a whole. In a dark cellar where an old man was reading a newspaper, and 5 other old people kneeled outside the cellar, the atmosphere was heavy and silent. Is this true? Asked the old man after reading the newspaper. For the first time in decades he had hope in his eyes again. He saw a way to save the magical world, an opportunity. Although he asked internally, he knew, as he himself is someone who sees things untold and unknown. But believing it was hard even for him. We don't know. Is it just a claim of a child? Then don't act now, the magical world will surely act to find the truth about it. Just wait and keep me informed, said the old man, and the newspaper in his hand was about to be passed on, but before that he read the name. Orion D. Ambrosius. The given time by McGonagall finally expired and Orion had to make a decision. She wanted him to join the Quidditch team. Orion was not sure what to do then, so he asked for some time to decide. Are you sure that you don't want to join the team, Mr. Ambrosius? If you are worried about your academic performance, then worry not. After Granger you are the best in his year, McGonagall said, trying to convince Orion. After her? Yeah, right. I am letting the girl outshine me on purpose. It will just cause more problems if I beat her and get targeted by her competitive nature. Orion held back the urge to roll his eyes. I am sure, Professor. Is not about my academics. I just am not interested in Quidditch as much as I am in making things in my free time, Orion said while looking at a broom standing at the edge of her office. This broom was the same one which McGonagall gave him to test on. He named it Rush 120 and on the base of that design he created Pegasus. Orion never showcased his own broom again even after McGonagall was clearly interested in it, as his own brooms would even outshine his new broom line of Pegasus, so he didn't want to showcase his own custom broom that much. So in reply to McGonagall's curiosity, he just gifted her that broom. She in her free time tested it out herself and since then she just fell in love with it. So when Orion said that he liked making things more, she understood. Of course, McGonagall tried to change his mind but he didn't even budge, and only later she realized that Orion didn't even go to watch a Quidditch match. A crime in her books, but she could not do anything if the child was not interested. Okay, Mr. Ambrosius, I will no further continue with this matter and respect your decision. But you have to come and watch the Quidditch match this time around, and no, I am not hearing your excuses. I'm not telling you to attend all the matches, but you have to attend the Gryffindor matches. And this is non-negotiable. Orion can just groan at this. But ultimately he just has to accept. While getting out of her office, he heard her saying, by the way Orion, about the squib potion. You have no idea how much Professor Dumbledore is working to keep the wizards coming directly to you and asking for proof. Even all the professor including me is very interested. Let alone Professor Snape. What I meant is that when are you planning to make it? Is this really possible? She asked with hesitation. Even she knows that it's almost unrealistic, and even Orion said in his interview and books that it's possible but he never tried it. He makes sure to highlight this point as much as possible that it's a possibility. But still, McGonagall couldn't hold back her excitement, and Orion could only think if a transfiguration teacher is like this, when what about potion masters like Snape or Slughorn? Hell, what would be the case with those squibs who are the real target of his potion? I am lacking a special material. I asked some contacts and there is a possibility that I can get that during Christmas break. Only then I can make it, Orion replied. He just planned to use this excuse and get out of Hogwarts. I see, then I will be waiting for it, she said and dismissed him. Soon time passed and the reports of students getting petrified were increasing. The only difference this time around, there was no mention of a successor of Slytherin. No one knows who, how and why about this matter. Orion was just happy that no one had died yet. And now he finally was here as the Quidditch finals were taking place between Gryffindor and Slytherin. McGonagall didn't have much option but later he realized that he had to come one way or another considering what happened in the movies. Whoa, He suddenly heard exclaims from the audience and saw a bludger targeting Rose. Looking around him, he saw that everyone's attention was on Rose, Draco, and that Bulger. Orion quickly snicks out of there. Need to find that damn house elf fast, he muttered with frustration as he actually started to enjoy the match. Taking out his broom from his pendant he takes off. After reaching a good height, he senses his senses. Remember, law of presence works both like Conqueror's Hacky and Observation Hacky. Don't just use your magic sense, also use the law of presence. Again Merlin put him on training in crucial timing. But the idea itself was not bad, so he focused and started to feel all the presence around him, trying to find one which is different. A presence which is not human. And got him. Orion snapped and the next moment his broom accelerated, making him look like a blur, zooming through the sky like a bolt of lightning. Just 2 seconds later he saw the troublesome creature. Watching the match from far away place and controlling the bludger. Orion stretched his hand and it was like Dobby froze on the spot. It was Orion's force, not letting Dobby move and interfering with his magic. We need to talk, Orion said to the frozen house elf. The outcome of the match though didn't change as Rose won the match but still ended up breaking her hand. Orion had no idea what to do with Dobby so he just asked one of the school elves to take care of him until he had time to talk with Dobby himself. By the time he was back, Rose was already down by one hand. If only he was here, he could have prevented that. He went towards her like others, looking at her broken arm. Don't worry, Potter. I will fix that in a jiff. Lockhart came forward and took out his wand. No, not you, Rose said helplessly as she looked around and finally her eyes locked on Orion like asking to stop this, please. You don't know what you are talking about, Lockhart said with his trademark smile. Brachium M. He was about to complete his spell but before that, his wand flew out of his hand. The poor bastard was pointing his empty hand at Rose with confusion and embarrassment. I think we should leave this to the professionals, Orion said as Lockhart's wand was floating in the air just an inch away from his open palm. Lockhart clearly had a lot to say. He was already very jealous of Orion snatching his spotlight from him with his brooks and other things. But he did not say anything seeing other professors coming. Orion just passes Lockhart's wand with one flick on his wrist, showcasing yet another feat of wandless magic. Attracting more attention towards him. Good thing he was able to suppress this knowledge about him from the news. But it still left the students flabbergasted. Come on Rose, let's take you to Madame Pomfrey, Orion said as he turned his hand towards Rose and in front of everyone. Rose started to float, making even her shocked. Orion, what? How are you? She now was more interested in Orion's wandless magic. Even with a wand lifting a person is astronomical but here was Orion lifting that kind of weight like it was nothing. McGonagall, Dumbledore, Snape and even other professors were gobsmacked by this. The magical power needed to do something like this is immense. No child can do that and even adults will have a problem lifting this amount of weight so skillfully. Orion didn't care as he slowly put Rose on his broom. It doesn't matter, they already know I do wandless magic. Foo *K. Orion just rolled his eyes. But Merlin on the other hand was looking at Orion with narrowed eyes. So he do perfect natural energy control on force as long as he himself is not actively thinking about it. It's pretty much unconscious. Merlin just huffed looking at the troublesome child in front of him. Orion has been learning force for half a year now and has mastered force when it comes to using his own power. In fact, he did it in just 1 month. Controlling objects skillfully was an issue but he mastered that too with practice. The biggest problem was controlling the natural side of magic. Lifting up Rose is clearly not possible with his mere amount of magic. He also needs assistance from natural magic to do it. The problem is that he can't do it when practicing. Merlin has no idea why this is happening but everyone learns things differently. He is still now teaching Orion how he learned back in his time. But Orion clearly doesn't have a problem with learning. He just now pulled off a perfect balance between internal and external magic in force. What he lacks is the execution when he wants, like the subconscious mind things that he can't do and thus when he is actively thinking about using the natural power, he can't. He believes that it's a hard thing to do. And now the problem is that Merlin can't even point this out to him, as if he does that then Orion will get conscious every time he uses force. This troublesome child. Orion brought Rose to the infirmary and let her rest, leaving behind all the stunned crowd surprised by his skillful use of wandless magic. If those idiots really read my book then they will understand that this is actually not impossible. Hard yes but not impossible. Don't give me that brat, you mastered this in under 6 months. If this is hard for you then we are very well as monkeys in front of you, Merlin chided. Actually he changed his approach here. Now he wants to subconsciously make Orion believe that he has already mastered the technique. This way he will focus more on execution and less on actually doubting his own capabilities and putting that doubt away when practicing natural energy bending. Hey, what can I do if others are slow? Orion snaps back. They are the normal ones, believe me, Merlin added. After making sure that Rose is alright and even protected, as he put some wards there just to protect her from a huge-ass magical snake. He came back to the main hall, Gryffindor 1, and the atmosphere was lively. The face of little snakes was something to look at. But the moment he entered the hall, most of the noise was silent down. The hell? Orion's eyebrows raised as he pondered the reason for such a reaction upon his entrance. Yo, what's going on? Orion looked at the first identifiable student in his vicinity, which just happened to be Neville. You don't know. The boy looked at Orion like he saw a joker. I will know if you tell me. It's you. You use wandless magic. People say it's dark magic. Neville said the last part was almost a whisper. Huh. Allow me to explain, although I am not sure, but most likely nowadays the amount of power needed to do wandless magic is only available if a wizard is much stronger or using dark magic to improve his power. You earlier burned the newspaper down and now you make Rose hover in the air wandless. Even normal adults will have trouble making someone like a child hover in the air, let alone a child doing it wandless. You essentially did something which Voldemort did with Harry in the last movie. Remember that scene when he made Harry float wandless? That represented power in others' eyes, Merlin added. Orion, after hearing him, just grumble under his breath. Well, he doesn't have to worry about the higher-ups thinking the same at least. Dumbledore can surely sense his pure magic. Dumbledore can handle that at least for him. There is no dark or light magic, Neville. Magic is nothing but a tool. There are just two kinds of magic, one which you can control, which most people call light. And then there is the magic which controls you, which can be said as dark magic. Tell me which category I fall into. Did I control the magic or does the magic control me? Orion asked with much patience with the kid. You control. Neville muttered to himself. Yes, magic is no different than a sword or a shield. Remember, the sword can always be used to kill, but it can also be used to protect oneself if the swordsman is skilled enough. A shield is used to protect, but it can also be used to hurt someone. Just foo * king bash it on the enemy's head. It's not the tool but the one who wields them matters the most. It's just that some tools, in this case magic, are just more lethal than others. As long as you are controlling the magic and not the other way around, you are the master of your magic and destiny, Orion said with much force as his voice vibrated in the hall. Even some professors were there. They have to say that although they too is afraid of dark magic, they agree with Orion's words. Magic is ultimately a tool. The user determines when it is good and when it is bad. I tend to agree with you, Mr. Ambrosius. Dumbledore once again appeared out of nowhere like an undertaker, making Orion's heartbeat soar through the sky. A mental prompt was sent to his head, but after hearing the same things as Undertaker and swear to take revenge on scaring him, Dumbledore just chuckled internally and dropped the legitimacy attack. He was obviously relieved that Orion was not using dark magic, although he could still sense extremely pure magic from Orion, but still, he couldn't help but check out his mind. The feat of making a child float even with a wand is too much for a child like Orion, let alone doing it wandless. It's just impossible no matter how much practice one gets. Children just don't have enough magic to pull something like that off. Dumbledore wouldn't be this agitated if this was done by Tom when he was young in the same age as Orion or even Rose. Both of them have strong magic. Magic which rivals an adult in this age. And even they would need a wand. Orion's magic though was weak. Pure, extremely pure, like no one has the right to be, but still weak. This put Dumbledore under much complication at why Orion was able to do that. I have to say, my beau. Dumbledore was about to use his usual name for every impressive boy he met but stopped in between after remembering that Orion never had a good reaction after hearing that. I mean, Mr. Ambrosius, I am extremely interested now in your next book. Please do let me know when you complete it. Dumbledore didn't ask any questions, maybe knowing that he wouldn't be getting answers. He just said this much to make others relax. This man sure good at manipulating others. After that, Orion makes his way to Dobby. He wanted to talk with him. Dottie is sorry, sir. Dude, I didn't even say anything. Please, master, don't beat Dottie. Dobby is a bad house elf. Sigh. I know why you were there and what you were trying to do. You wants to save Rose Potter. Am I correct? Orion just sighed and directly came to the point. Yes, Miss Potter is in danger. Dobby needs to save her, Dobby said. Does he really not know that the book never falls into others' hands? Surely Lucius in anger would have uttered something. And if so, then why Dobby things like that? Can you tell me why you think that Rose is in danger? Orion asked. But Dobby didn't say. Surely something to do with his master and servant contract. Thinking again, Orion said. I know you want to help Rose, Dobby. I want to do the same. Orion started looking at the baseball-sized eyes of the creature, and he started to get distracted. Let me tell you that Rose will be in more danger outside of Hogwarts. In here there is Dumbledore to protect Rose. So you don't have to worry. But Dumbledore can protect her from outside dangers. There are inside dangers too. I too want to save her. Tell Dobby, will you help me to protect Rose? Orion said in the last part, especially with Devil's tongue. Finally Orion shouted as he inhaled the pure fresh air of Christmas in. Well, it was not Christmas yet, but this was enough, as from today his beloved 1 whole week of vacation was starting. And thus from today, he took a break from his daily morning routine and decided to just rest and spend some quality time with his friends. This time around, all but just one is staying back in Hogwarts. This someone was Rose, while Hermione, Ron, and even him will be spending their 1 week of vacation outside. Oh, don't worry, we will be back before you know it, Hermione comforted Rose. Orion is not that much worried about Rose as he puts Dobby on bodyguard duty while he is not in Hogwarts. So where are you going? Daphne asked. She too was going back to her house. I am going back to handle my business. Although I put everything on my partners, but that is not good. I too need to take responsibility here and there. Was Orion's textbook example. The real reason was something else entirely. Oh, if you are free, then why not come to Greengrass Manor for Christmas? Daphne asked nonchalantly, but Orion knew that it was hard to suddenly ask this for her. But even more than that, she did it to get a little more close to him and gather more information on him for Nick. Sure, I would love to, as long as you are okay with a Muggleborn coming to your house, Orion teased but agreed. Don't be an idiot, the Greengrass family never has discriminated based on blood pureness, Daphne huffed but still looked happy. Do you even have the time to visit there? Merlin asked. I have to. Nick is using her sister as leverage. If I can cure her, then I can stop her without doing anything excessive while also winning brownie points with her and the Greengrass family. This will ultimately add a strong alliance on my side, Orion replied inside his mind, still smiling at Daphne. Oh, since when did you start to play politics? Merlin had a narrowed look. What are you talking about? This ain't politics, just helping out a friend while also forming a good relationship which might be useful in the future. You sure this is not because she is cute and that memories of her you saw? What kind of good relationship are we talking about here? Merlin asked. Orion just ignored the question and agreed with Daphne. After exchanging some greetings with his professors and friends, he was ready to depart. Rose was not happy, but Orion promised to make it up to her when he came back. He already planned to train her, and this can be used at the right time. He also planned to share some Christmas gifts with others, but that will be later. Right now he needs to get going. Come on, you will be late for the Hogwarts Express, Hermione shouted. Yes, but Hermione, I never said that I am taking the train, Orion said as he heard a familiar sound above him. Huh? But then how you will travel? With your broom? Hermione asked. Rose told her how insane Orion's broom was. It was totally possible to travel back on it just like how he used to come here on the broom. I was about to do something like that, but not anymore, Orion said as he pointed upwards. Hermione looked and saw a red bird approaching them fast. As Hermione, she was pretty much knew everything needed to know about a phoenix. You know, you sometimes show off too much. I am jealous, Hermione huffs. You won't be if I ever told you how I met Red, Orion replied, remembering that night when he lost Red, his dog, and that bloody vampire. Anyways, bye, Orion said smugly and raised his hands up, and just at that time, Red came forth and fire surged around Orion. Started to engulf in entirely. And the next second he was gone. Huff, he acts like he fought some kind of demon or something. Hermione just huffed in annoyance, but then remembering how Orion fought that troll, there was a slight blush. Unlike how others might have thought, Orion didn't come directly back to his room in Leaky Cauldron. No, he found himself in the middle of a jungle. Almost a death jungle with the most horror-like vibes. This ain't it. We need to work on your teleportation, my friend. Orion looked around and then said in a deadpan voice. Good thing others don't know that he arrived at the wrong destination after that cool exit. Gawk, Red chirped with annoyance. Yeah, you are better than before, so yes. You did good. Orion threw a sweet candy at his friend and started to walk. More like sprinting. And why not when you have the endurance and speed of a unicorn? He knew the general direction where he wanted to go at least. Under just 13 minutes of sprinting, he soon arrived where he wanted to. So this is the place, which took you so long to find? Merlin asked. Yup, I would have long come here if only I knew where it is, Orion said after looking at a dilapidated hut. This is where Dumbledore found the gaunt ring. Finding this place was tough as hell. But finally, I am here, Orion said as he moved closer. This place rig of black magic, Merlin said as his face distorted. I know, I better absorb any magic which might activate any form of the curse upon entering, Orion said before even moving any closer to the hut. He bent down and put his hands on the ground, starting to absorb all the magic around. You should be grateful that even after absorbing black magic, your technique converts it to raw magical energy and it doesn't affect you. Yeah, I am eternally grateful and all that shit. Now let me concentrate. It took him 15 minutes to digest all that magic, but he has to say that hit the spot. Now he can finally move on. Moving closer to the small door which was barely holding on, he raised his hand up. I always wanted to do this after playing Witcher 3, Orion smiled as a powerful force shock released from his hand and broke down the door in front of him. I miss gaming. I couldn't even complete the game back then, Orion complained. Orion slowly entered the hut, making sure that there was nothing suspicious there, although he absorbed all the magic in the area, but magic is not the only thing that can be dangerous. Looking around, he only found a small area inside. There is hardly any space to hide something. Fine, then time for the treasure hunt. There was a devious smile on Orion's face. Extending his hand, he started moving everything around. There were many magical signatures in here, but it was hard to pinpoint the one he was looking for. Took him some time, but with the help of force, he soon found the one thing which he was looking for. I guess this is it. Merlin looked at the box Orion was holding. Out of all the dark magic here, the connection with dark magic in this is the strongest. I too guess so, Orion said with a smile and opened the box. and inside he found an expensive-looking ring. It was golden with a back stone embedded on top of it. Jackpot. No, don't touch it, you know what it did to Dumbledore. I know. Orion slowly extended his finger and force acted with his will. Soon the ring started to float as he let go of the box. What are you doing? Merlin asked as he saw Orion not directly putting the ring in his pendant. He raises his other hand and with force grabs onto the stone itself. Of course, I am removing the resurrection stone from the cursed horcrux. And after putting some force, snap out the stone from the ring. Without even thinking further he put the ring in his pendant but the deadly hallow was still floating in front of him. You never said what will happen if I absorb a deadly hallow. I remember you said that this was created by death with the law of death or something like that. You are still not strong enough to absorb magic related to law. It can be dangerous. And yes, deadly hallow are cursed items so by death herself. Don't try to use it in any way or form. Merlin sounded serious. Orion though is skeptical, his technique was never given to him by Merlin, he was only listening to Merlin in the absorption case because he knew better than him about magic. He personally believes that he can just absorb it without many issues. But still, he will do what Merlin said. Fine, but I will be taking that power, sooner or later, Orion said as he put even the resurrection stone back in his pendant. Alright, now time to get out of here, but before that, I better erase all the evidence, Orion mutters, but Merlin could swear Orion just wanted to destroy things. Getting out of the hut, he raised his hands up as fire came to life on top of his palm. Hey, when did you learn this? Merlin asked in surprise seeing the fireball forming on top of Orion's palm. Oh this is nothing hard. It's just like how you told me earlier. I just needed to make my intent clear and add magic and magic will do the rest. I am doing the same here. Orion said as he brought forth another fireball on his other hand. He was controlling the fire excellently as the fireball was just hovering 1 inch above his palm but not touching him, not burning him and moving as he moved his hand. Merlin was honestly impressed. Then Orion brings both of his hands together while facing towards the hut in a sideway direction. Came hame. Diagon Alley. Ah, that hit the spot, Orion uttered as he finished another serving of food. He was currently in Leaky Cauldron. The first thing he asked for was food and this time around he was paying for it. His business was looking good and to pay back for all the help Tom, the owner of the bar, had given him, he decided to pay for his meals and room from now on and also gave good money to him to renovate the bar. How can you eat like this? We were this close to a forest fire all thanks to you, idiot, Merlin shouted. So back in the forest, while Orion was playing with fire, he ended up burning more than just the hut. Good thing that he was later able to put the fire out, otherwise the entire forest would be history by now. Oh come on, I said I am sorry, didn't I? And I put the fire out as well. Give me some break, would ya? He drank another glass of butterbeer. Anyway, so what the plan for Christmas? Merlin asked as he sat down opposite to Merlin. Usually he stayed in his small chibi version and stayed beside Orion all the time. In fact, nowadays, Orion had hardly seen Merlin coming back to his normal self. You are much more impressive when you are this size, Gandalf, Orion said as Merlin looked exactly like Gandalf from the Lord of the Rings movies. I will take that as a compliment. Now tell me, what are you planning? Merlin asked, and there was a smug look on Orion's face. He slowly started to learn how to hide his thoughts in front of this old man. It's simple enough, today I will do nothing and just rest. That left me with 6 more days. I will mostly look after my own business, break into Gringotts and take that bloody cup, and while I'm at it, maybe also absorb that dragon down there. Attend the Christmas party at Daphne's house, and while I'm at it, I will also see what exactly her is sister facing. Without knowing the problem I can't fix it now, can I? Orion said. Okay, so that will be a task for you. Go and find what has happened to that little girl and cure her. The time limit is before Hogwarts starts again. Hey, 1 minute, didn't you hear me? I will meet her only at Christmas time. That the last day of vacation, you expect me to pull out a cure for her out of my ass in that spot? I demand more time, Orion said firmly. Oh really? And here I thought I would finally start to teach you the law of space. Very well then, I guess you just don't value the knowledge coming from this old man. Oh boy, youngsters in my time used to be so diligent, Merlin said coolly as was planning to continue, but Orion interrupted. Okay, stop. Orion interjected with an irritated look on his face. Right now he was fighting against his greed and his lazy self. No doubt Merlin doesn't want him to be lazy, this damn old man just can't see him in peace. He looked at the old man who was checking out a busty woman sitting a little further and his eyes twitched. I want to rest, but this is my chance to finally learn space law. I will have to work like a corporate slave if I try to find a cure for that girl under this week but space magic. Damn, Merlin, he knows I want to cosplay Gojo and now is taking advantage of that. Fine, I will do it, Orion said with a sigh. Ultimately the greed won. TCK, I knew he would fall for it. Boy, you are not even 100 of my age, you are just too young to deal and negotiate with me. He. Orion only got an hour of rest before he had to leave for work. Considering what painful work Merlin had given to him, he had to start early. If he really wants to cure Daphne's sister, he first needs to know everything about her, and that too as fast as possible. He first planned to visit Daphne's house, but considering how strange that would be that he is visiting her house on the very first day, he thought otherwise. So he decided to go to her house tomorrow, and he better get her family some gift after he shows up suddenly like an uncivilized person. Sigh, why it's always me. Now that this mighty task had been added in, he had to change his schedule a little bit. Almost all the time for rest has to be removed from his plan. In fact, he might not even get enough time to train. After thinking about it, Orion decided that he would be only focusing on 3 things for the time being. 1. Getting inside Gringotts and stealing the horcrux. 2. Curing Daphne's sister, which undoubtedly will take most of his time, and lastly, 3. Looking after his business. And if somehow he got some time by any miracle, he will also train a little. With the plan in mind, Orion immediately got up. The first order of the business is to get that damn horcrux before anything. Tom, I am going out, he shouted and ran out. One good part about leaving in the Leaky Cauldron is the quick access he have to the Diagon Alley. Getting in the alley, he started walking towards Gringotts. He currently didn't have any idea how he was going to reach the horcrux, but he would figure it out somehow. Looking around, he saw people giving him looks, but he didn't notice he as he was more focused on the horcrux. Merlin, though, however, was observing the situation pretty well. Some of the looks are okay, but others are not looking very nice, Merlin muttered to himself while getting a bad feeling about this. Orion. Oh, come on, I know you are in a hurry, but at least listen to me, okay? Merlin chided. All right, but don't waste my time, old man. I'm running quite busy, no thanks to you. Orion took a big sigh and said inside his mind. Forget about that for now, just sense around you and tell what you sense, Merlin asked. And considering how he didn't needlessly prolong the conversation and directly ask him to take action, Orion too got a little serious and opened up his senses. What you sense, Merlin asked. Being a ghost has its downside. He can't do magic, and nor can he sense it well. This is the reason why he can only rely on Orion's senses to figure out his surroundings. TCH, give me some time, I am concentrating. It was hard for him to find anything odd in this crowded place, so once coming closer to a shop wall, so that he wouldn't get in the way of the others, he started sensing any anomaly. It took him some time, but when he finally found it, his eyes widened. Vampires, he almost shouted but quickly brought his voice down. So that's why I was feeling like this, Merlin added. What the F they are doing here in broad daylight? Orion asked with a stunned expression and a little panic. He remembers that those bloodsuckers were after him. Only they know the answer to this question, but both of us know a solid reason why they could be here. Now don't waste time in ideal chat. Quickly use magic and remove your scent and magical trace. Run back and keep on applying it. Remember, your magical trace and scent is still in Leaky Cauldron, Merlin said. Shit, Tom is there. Orion eyes widen and he immediately waves his hands, magic instantly acting on his powerful intent. And he started to backtrack his steps and remove any faint smell of his or magical trace. Others can't do it, as they can't smell, but Orion can smell even the slightest of smells with his nose. Thanks to him absorbing a vampire, his senses were insane. Good thing these vampires can't use magic, otherwise they would have found him a long time ago, Orion muttered to himself. True, but the real question is how they come all the way here and why they are looking for you, with such persistence, Merlin asked. Well, it might be hard for you to understand, but when one's smell is so developed, it's not hard to pinpoint one's location. I can do it, but only in a small area. These vampires are multiple times better than me when it comes to tracking, Orion added. They know that you are a student, they just can't enter inside Hogwarts, otherwise they would have found you long before, Merlin said. Shit, Orion suddenly said. My smell must be with my other friends. I'm not worried about Ron or Daphne, as both of them are from a wizarding family and from 28 sacred at that. Even vampires have to think twice before attacking them, especially when they realize by scent that they are not the person they are looking for. And Rose too is in Hogwarts right now, so no worries about it. But Hermione, Orion thought inside his head, and he started to get worried. Just send Red to her. If anything, then Red can handle it, Merlin said immediately. Red? Even though a phoenix, ultimately Red is just a bird. What can? Orion was saying, but before he completed his sentence, Merlin interrupted him. Don't underestimate a phoenix, my friend. You have never seen them fight before, and that's why you are telling this, Merlin reassured. This put Orion into contemplation, but ultimately he nodded. Orion, after quickly removing all of his traces outside the valley, came back to Leaky Cauldron. And without wasting time, he moved in and started to remove his scent and magical trace. Phew, this should do it for now. But really, what the hell is wrong with those vampires? That bastard attacked me first and killed Red. Do they really expect me to stay here and willingly let him eat me? Hell, the moment he put his claw on Red, he was dead. Orion complained about the vampires and the time when he was attacked by one and how he killed his dog. Don't lose focus. You might have removed your scent and magical trace, but just when he was talking, both of them sensed someone entering the bar. Yes, they are here, or at least one of them. But why? I remove all the traces and even suppress my own scent. There are vampires with special powers, they are innate abilities. Hell, what is this Twilight shit? Orion almost complained but got ready. Now a fight was inevitable. Orion slowly came down, making sure not to make any noise. He sensed and knew that Tom was currently in the kitchen, good considering the outside area would be turning into a battleground soon. I will advise putting a silencing charm here and don't let the vampire run off. Only enter the fight knowing that you have to kill him, Merlin reminded. I know. As soon as he came down, he saw a pale man standing there, covering himself almost from head to toe. Even his face was hard to see. I don't sense any smell from you. Intriguing, the man said. He was wearing a back robe and was around 5 feet 10 inches or bigger. His voice was raspy and Orion sensed a faint smell of blood around him. No wonder this guy is a vampire. The reason he didn't smell anything from Orion was because Orion used magic to hide his scent. That is usually not something a man or a wizard would say. But you are not either, are you? Orion slowly said. The vampire didn't say anything but just glared at Orion with his sharp eyes. His eyes were no doubt searching for Orion's wand. The only thing which poses a threat to him. Was it you? He asked. You need to be more specific here, Orion replied, tensing up. Magic started to vibrate inside him. He too was looking around, finding anything which he could use in this battle. It doesn't matter, you have to die after finding us out anyways, came the reply, and with insane speed, the vampire rushed towards Orion. He was almost like a blur, but Orion's reaction speed was nothing to scoff at. He did use magic directly, putting pressure on his feet. He activated force. Force speed was running through his mind as he became a blur, even faster than the vampire, and rushed towards him. Force really makes him a blur, whose speed even the vampire was not expecting. This one for red, Orion made a fist. And soon fire came to life, which was now even more intensified with his speed. In a heartbeat, Orion was right at the vampire's face, knocking his fist back, eyes blazing with powerful magic around him. Boom! Vampire was not ready for the lightning-fast physical attack from a wizard child. The fiery fist directly connected with the vampire's face, lighting his face and clothes on fire and blasting the bloodsucker like a toothpick. I will call this fiery sucker punch, Orion thought in excitement. The feeling of that punch and power was exhilarating. The only thing here which sucks is your naming sense. Hey, Orion wanted to complain. Focus on the fight. Orion saw the vampire getting up, and even veiling as the magical fire burned his face. But even with the fire spreading, he rushes at Orion. Oh no you don't, Orion said as he raised his hand up and with force slowed down the running vampire like slowing down a video. From the vampire's perspective, he was slammed with an unimaginable amount of resistance, even more than what he would experience underwater. His movement was slow like a turtle. Woohoo, love the force, I do. Kick the ass, I will. Orion said, and once again his fist caught fire, but this time the intensity was higher. His one hand was extended to slow down the upcoming vampire while the other was formed into a fiery fist and stretched back to deliver another wake-up call to the intruder. But just the moment he was about to punch out, a pressure engulfed him. It was like his inside out was screaming to get away from the vampire. He didn't understand the feeling at all, but sensing danger he with the help of force jumped back and made a good leap between him and the vampire. Huff huff, what was that? Orion asked, not even bothering to raise the question in his mind anymore. He saw the vampire, now putting off the fire around him, as his force itself worked like an insulator and put out much of the fire. Vampires have innate powers, remember. This vampire here must have something similar to the law of presence. In your language, he has both observation haki and conqueror's haki. Well, at least a toned-down version of those. That's how he find you here, Merlin added. Oh, Orion's eyebrows raised a little. Vampire by now was ready and sent another mental shock at Orion. Its power requires him to look at the enemy's eyes and he can engulf them with pressure and fear. Their survival instincts make them flee, and he planned to do the same with Orion here, but something went wrong. Just a moment ago it clearly worked on Orion, but now, he had no reaction. The vampire's face stiffened when as he raised the intensity of his attack. But ultimately nothing happened. Don't bother, you can no longer use your aura against me like that. Against a person with the qualification of the king. This is mere tricks, Orion said with a smirk, and then he released his own law of presence outwards. It was the vampire's time to widen his eyes and his breathing became heavy, his body became stiff and there was a clear sweat drop on his pale face. I always wanted to do that. I am a conqueror now, Orion thought with a giddy expression. The vampire stooped and finally decided to take action. He rushed, but not towards Orion but at the door. The hell, man, this is the time when we face each other, king to king. Don't run. Shut up, idiot, don't let him run or... I know, Orion said as he moved his hand out and his force connected with almost every piece of furniture in the bar. HAAA. Then he swung his hand towards the vampire and all the future rush at the vampire. Surprisingly, the furniture controlled by Orion was faster than vampire. Just before he could reach the door, all the furniture slam onto him. Vampire dodges a few pieces of furniture coming at him, but he suddenly feels a tug on his back. Before he could know what was going on, he was dragged back. It was Orion who instantly appeared near the vampire with hands blazing. Boom! Another fist of fire fell on the vampire's pale face, changing the topography permanently and burning the vampire to the crypts. Orion this time didn't hold back, it was a clear hit with his maximum power. But still, the vampire didn't die, it just fell unconscious. You need to be quick. Remove his scent and fix this place. More work. Orion had to say that extracting memories is a hard job, and he is using magic to do it. He can only wonder about those normal people who had to do this job day in day out. But maybe they don't have to open up the mind of a magical creature like vampire and go searching for a specific memory. It was not a good experience. After taking care of the vampire and removing all the tracks of the fights with the vampire left behind, he put a barrier around the Leaky Cauldron and took the vampire to his room to extract memories. It took him an hour or so to find the right memory he was looking for, and disappointedly even that information was not enough. He did see some high-class vampire targeting him over what happened last year, but he doesn't know why exactly that particular vampire was so important to this high-class vampire noble. He couldn't find how he was able to do magic and any of it. Sigh, just absorb the foo asterisk cur and get on with it already. My mind is killing me. Orion muttered to himself after the headache hit him like a truck. Spending so much time inside a blood-sucking beast is never a good idea. He saw things which he can only rate as NC-17 and worst by movie standards. So he put his hand on the unconscious vampire and started to absorb all of his magic. But something was different this time. Well, I suspected this much. Merlin, who didn't say anything up until now, finally opened his mind. Suspected what? You didn't get as much magic as you were expecting, did you? Merlin asked with a knowing smile. No, I'm too a little confused. I swear that this vampire has more mana inside him than what I got, Orion replied with confusion on his face. Yes, although I am not 100% sure, I believe that this technique of yours is effective only the first time you are drawing magic from a particular magical creature. That first time you get all the magic of that magical race and even some of their good grades. But you can't mindlessly absorb that particular kind of race all the time. The gains you get in the second time, third time, or even after that will be not that much. And why you think that is the case? Orion asked, now getting a little worried about his future growth if his only source of improvement got crippled. I believe so because of just how much you improve every time you absorb a magical creature. It's not natural. I have seen something similar before, like your technique, although a lot more sinister and dark, and not even 10 of the efficiency of your technique. You have absorbed just magic before, but the improvement was nowhere close to what you get from absorbing from a magical creature. This and the fact that your technique only takes the advantageous trait of the beasts you absorb. Still now, I can only come to the conclusion that every time you absorb magic from a creature, it's not just the magical power that you are getting or some trait from that magical beast, but this technique of yours is also changes your genetics and magical signature each time you do so. Merlin said with a little excitement, as if what he was thinking was true. Then Orion's magical gene was getting more and more robust and complete. I get it, but why you act like this is a good thing. This is a bad restriction of my technique which we figured out, didn't we? No, idiot, you don't understand. In fact, although from a pure magical power standpoint, you will surely have problems in the future to increase your magic, making even someone like you waits to naturally increase the magical power with age, but that is a small price to pay for an advanced magical gene. The more these genes improve, the more capable magician you can become, Merlin again said with excitement. Now what do you mean by a magical gene? Orion asked with more confusion. Don't worry about it, just consider it as having a good talent. Magical gene is also a really big reason why some wizards or witches are inherently better than others. Nowadays it's not that much the case, but in my time when magical purity was just a problem started to appear, magicals were more worried about magical genes. This particular aspect defines the natural heights of a person. For example, consider Dumbledore with other two dark wizards. Light magic is inherently weak and takes time to cultivate to a higher level. But the old man was able to match and even beat the two dark lords who didn't only use dark magic but also enhanced themselves through multiple rituals. If magical purity defines the powers of wizards, then the magical gene defines the height he can achieve. Here is a simple EX. Tell me, do you think that anyone would be a match to Dumbledore if he too dwelled in dark magic? Merlin explained and lastly asked this question. Orion at first didn't think too much about it, but later he actually visualized Dumbledore using dark magic and couldn't help but gulp. Yes, Dumbledore would have long entered into the realm of level 5 Grand Master, the same entities as the likes of the founders. Add Elder Wand on top of that and we are looking at a level 6 wizard. Man, the old man is already a menace without any add-ons. He will be nothing less than a god by that time. I remember Merlin telling me he himself is a level 7 wizard, and that too after a long time, like 1,000 years. No wonder people here call him the second coming of Merlin. Orion cursed inside his head. He finally started to believe that he was getting stronger, and Merlin then suddenly put the reality in front of him. Damn old man. Okay, don't worry too much about it, and just remember this simple explanation. Magical purity is how much muscle you have and gene is how much talent you have. Got it? Yeah. Well, that explanation of yours just intensified my headache. I will be resting for a little while and then make my move at Gringotts. I just hope that those vampire by then are gone. Orion sigh. I doubt it. They not only got signs of you here, but they also suddenly lost a member. They are not gonna go anytime soon. I advise to stay hidden, Merlin said, and Orion just nodded in agreement. After 3 hours of sleep, Orion finally woke up. Feeling refreshed, he saw outside to notice that it was already evening. I should be moving now. Any idea who you are going to get inside and find the cup? Merlin was now interested in knowing. Well, getting inside is not that hard. I want to make my own vault in the place anyway. They themselves will take me underground if I want to see my vault by myself. There I can just play mind trick on the goblin and find the Lestrange vault of myself. Orion said. And how you are going to do that? We know that the Lestrange vault is in a highly secured place, extremely near where the dragon is kept. I just need to first find that dragon. After getting something to eat, because nobody can work on an empty stomach, Orion finally arrived at Gringotts. Coming closer to the building, he once again read the famous lines. But this time he was just about to do the same thing which the message said not to do. Alright then, let's get inside, Orion said as he looked around, not finding any wizarding crowd around. Remember, goblins are cunning creatures. Don't let your guard down at all. I highly doubt that they will attack you, but they will try to take advantage of you. Stay vigilant, Merlin said as Orion was entering the gates of Gringotts. Orion just nodded and tightened his mental shields. As he enters, he notices many small people inside sitting on their high sits and working on something. Looking around, he looks for someone who can help him out here, but no one even given him a look. Talk about bad customer service. He deadpan and just had to go up to a goblin and say, hello, I am looking to open a vault here. Can you help me? Orion said. No reply. Orion's eyebrow could not help but twitch when he saw the goblin not reacting even after noticing him. Do you believe he will notice if I go full on shank here and ask him to give me some face? Magic was already bubbling inside Orion. The adrenaline from the previous fight was still lingering, as he asked this question to Merlin. Sure you can, if you don't mind an institution which holds a monopoly in money management in the wizarding world goes after you or gives you more attention than needed, then sure go for it, Merlin said with a little sarcasm. These words from Merlin completely make Orion plummeted his irritation and he calms himself down. I swear I will one day become an important man and turn this world around. He looked at his palm like he had finally realized the reality of this world. Merlin could even see the scene changing as suddenly Orion was standing on a big rock and in front of him was the boundless ocean, like seeing how big his dreams were. Cough. Hello, can you help me? I want to open a vault, Orion said again, but this time with a little force. Finally, the goblin looked at Orion with clear irritation on his face. Go there. He just pointed with his finger and returned back to his work. Control. They don't know that I am the future wizard king. These peasants will regret treating this young master later. I knew you were narcissistic, Merlin said. Orion just blushed a little. He used to do this back in his world when he was nothing special, imagining things about in future becoming rich and so on. He didn't do anything and directly walked toward the place where the goblin pointed at. But Orion was for a rude awakening. It took 20 minutes for him to find the real goblin in charge of opening a vault. Those short guys kept on sending him from one side to another. And good thing that a goblin finally said that he would open his vault, otherwise Orion was sure he would be sent to Azkaban for the murder of 30 goblins from Gringotts. What do you mean I have to give my blood to open the account? Orion looked at the dwarf with irritation and asked. It took another 20 minutes for the goblin to really start the vault creation process. But now he suddenly asked Orion to give his blood. Yeah, and giving out blood is not a good idea. Blood is a really important thing in the magical world. Don't give the blood, especially to these goblins. Remember, never trust a goblin, Merlin said. It's rule. Gringotts need the blood of the wizard to connect the vault to the wizard, said the goblin, and this made both Merlin and Orion frown. What should I do? Orion asked with confusion. Just enter his mind and make him believe that you already did that. But he is wearing a protective ring, Orion said. Just break the shield. While trying to break, remember to also use the power of the natural magic. I will help you, Merlin said. It was a little trick too on his part, as this will make Orion believe that using natural magic is simple as long as he wants to. He long realized that Orion's mindset is holding him back more than anything right now. He might have great talent and potential, but even then he is just a normal child who once lived a normal life. He has grown between unprogressive people. Thus, before giving him an entire session on mindset, Merlin just has to make him believe that what he is doing is just common and anyone from his time could do it. Orion is better than the current wizarding world, there is no doubt about it, and he is not that big of an idiot to not realize that, so Merlin always makes him compare with the wizards of the past. Well, the boy was quickly breaking all the records, but only he knew that in no way he gonna tell that to Orion. So of course he didn't know that what he was going to do was pretty hard and activated his magic. Looking at the goblin's eyes, he immediately felt the mental shield, but he knew that it was there because the dwarf was wearing a protective ring. Focus, there is no trick here. All this job demands is power to break through the shield. Use the natural magic to aid you, Merlin reminded. Orion just nodded and his face suddenly sharpened. Once again, when in a situation where he is having difficulty, Orion entered into doing his technique. Come on. 10 minutes later. I am honestly surprised that you pulled it off, but you are my student after all. I am a great teacher, what else we can expect? Again Orion's eyebrows twitch, but he says nothing. He was used to this from Merlin. He is the real narcissistic one here. But Orion can't say anything as the man has the qualification to be narcissistic. Okay, you are great, but now I need to ditch this goblin and find the last range vault, Orion said and looked at his surroundings. He was currently following the goblin to his new vault. It was pretty quick as his low priority vault is not on the deeper section of the dungeon. This here is your vault, Mr. Ambrosius, said the goblin. Oh okay, can you please open it? I would like to put something inside, Orion said with a smile. Goblin did it without any reaction. This was a much more polite goblin compared to those he found before. Sorry, but I have to do this, Orion muttered under his breath and then slowly raised his finger and pointed at the goblin from his back and said, Obliviate. Orion targeted the memories in which he asked the goblin to show his vault to him and erase them. So for the goblin, after registering for a vault, Orion left. But he didn't leave it there either, as he put false memories inside the goblin for why he was here down in the dungeon. Before he can come back to his consciousness, Orion hides and lets the goblin go. Now I need to go down, Orion said as he walked to the edge of the floor and looked down. There was nothing but an endless pit there. Make sure to avoid the water, that will block your magic, Merlin said. Yeah. Orion took out his broom and put an invisible charm on himself. Now I need to find a dragon, let's see how that goes for us, man. How deep is this dungeon? I still can't see the end, Orion complains. He was slowly descending on his broom to find any hint of the dragon around but just couldn't. They could be pretty deep. Goblins are really good at digging, you see, Merlin said. Orion was having a leisure talk with Merlin until he finally caught a faint magical signature of a dragon. He never sensed a dragon before, but he knew when he sensed a powerful magical beast. I guess that's it. As Orion sensed the particular strong magic, he slowly took off in that direction. Unsurprisingly, that place was even more deeper in this bottomless pit. Soon the place where the dragon was sleeping came to view and Orion almost let out a scream. Holy shit, that's a big dragon. How come the movies didn't show that? Complaining, Orion gulped. Those are movies and this is reality. There exists something called budget when you are making a movie, you know. You can't spend more on the budget like that. Merlin rolled his eyes. Orion again took a look at the dragon and he could tell that it was big, like a Game of Thrones dragon big. That thing can eat 10 of me and still will be not satisfied. Good, if the outcome is not gonna change then not even let it eat even a single you. Nodding, Orion slowly moved forward. Stop the broom, dragons are sensitive to magic. It will learn about your presence. It's better to walk from here on than fly. Merlin looked at the snoring dragon and said. It was a completely white dragon with bones protruding out of his back. Bigger than what was seen in the movies, there was more ferocity on his face than Orion anticipated. Although Orion didn't like it, it's much easier to run away with his broom out, but he listened to Merlin's advice and slowly stepped down from his broom. He didn't cast any magic and simply started to tiptoeing across the platform where the dragon was held. That might be the best thing about this situation. The dragon was held by a strong chain. Gruss. A sudden snort from the dragon made both Orion and Merlin freeze in their place. Orion snapped his head towards the dragon but saw that it was still sleeping. How come I feel like a certain hobbit, trying to steal from a dragon? Orion grumbled and again, with extra care of not making any more noise, started walking. Took a painstaking 2 minutes to cross a relatively small platform. Compared to that dragon, it was really not that big, and he finally sighed in relief. Finally. Gruss. Another grunt came from the dragon. Shush. Okay, sorry. So now I need to find the last range vault. Any idea? Orion asked as he looked at the rows of ugly-looking vault gates closed with strong magic. Sense it. Sense the black magic of the horcrux. Use the law of presence and nature magic to aid you, Merlin said. Orion scratches his head and then consents. Nothing happened? Later Orion even entered into his technique to give him some boost, but again he was unable to find a place. Nope, nothing. I can't sense nothing like horcrux. Orion replied with a sigh. Yeah, no kidding. If it was that easy then anyone could have done it. It is supposed to be hard deep shit. Get your place and sit down. Enter into a proper meditative state and use both natural magic around you and law of presence to locate it. Merlin grumbles with clear irritation after seeing Orion's lackluster face. Okay, geez man, give me some break here. Orion muttered, and after finding a clear spot, he sat down and entered into his meditative state. 15 minutes later. Shit, this is hard, Orion complained. Concentrate, you are close, right? You just got a trail, don't leave it and keep on following it until you find the actual place, Merlin replied. Easy for you to say, Orion grumbled under his breath. Beads of sweat were rolling down his forehead as he was using integration for 15 minutes straight and right now was in a hyperfocus state. Okay, Orion said. You got it? Merlin inquired with curiosity. Yeah, I believe I do, but only will know after checking it out for myself, he said as he stood up and moved towards a vault. This might be it, but now comes the trouble of opening it, Orion said. Yeah, Gringotts is the most secure place in the wizarding world, after Hogwarts of course. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha, yeah right. Orion extends his hand and starts to absorb the magic from the vault. It was strong magic, but he was able to do so in under a minute. He absorbed it all. And then with a simple flick of his finger, the magic activates and the lock opens up. You will make a good thief. Nah, that story is done by someone else, even getting a better ranking than us. Oh. As the door opened, he saw heaven started to appear in front of him. His eyes widen, and a golden shine appears on his eyes. But it was not his eyes changing shade but what he saw inside. It was gold. His mouth opened up. If he were holding a wand then he sure would have dropped it by now. The majesty of the rich unfolded in front of him. He almost lost balance and was about to go on his knees to show respect to the mountain of glory in front of him. Oi, what are you doing? Find the cup and let's get going, Merlin said, seeing Orion's eyes widen and not getting what he was wasting time for. Ah yeah, Orion shook his head. Entering the vault he makes sure not to touch anything. Who knows, it might multiply just like in the canon. Well, that's not that bad idea. Orion once again saw the golden mountain and thought. But he again shook his head and looked around. Sensing the dark magic and finding the cup. Didn't to him that long to find the place. A smirk appeared on his face and he extended his hand. But nothing happened. Normal magic will not work here. This is an enchanted place. Shame, if you knew the law of space then it wouldn't be a problem for you. Yeah, no shit. If only you teach me that before and not force. Brat, you need to master this before moving towards space law. Don't doubt my teaching. You have no idea how many amazing wizards and witches I have taught in the past, Merlin scolded. Oh, give me a name. Oh that's not important right now. I will take you later, but right now just focus on getting that thing. Grumbling, Orion just sat down and started to draw magic. Making sure to remove all the magic which is disturbing his own magic and then raise his hands once again. This time around, there was no problem as force acted on Orion's will and the horcrux flew right into his hand. I just catch a horcrux. Orion slowly raised the cup and gave his best Ash Ketchum pose. I wanna be the very best. Like no one ever was. To catch them is my real test. To train them is my cause. I will travel across the land. Gotta catch 'em all. It's you and me. I know it's my destiny. Poke moo. Cough cough. Orion saw Merlin holding a guitar, no idea where he got one, and with glasses on singing the song. What I love the song. Don't look at me like that, you like it too. You know all the lyrics. That's the only reason I knew the entire song in the first place. Merlin defended himself. Okay, let not waste time. It's time to get out of here. Let's get going, Merlin coughed and said. But Orion didn't move. Oi, what are you? Merlin was gonna say something but he saw Orion's face darken. You know that all vaults here belong to the pure bloods, right? Orion said with much sharpened face and a serious tone. Blinking, Merlin just nodded. Meaning most of the vault here belongs to a Death Eater, right? Merlin didn't get what Orion was getting at. That boy was getting increasingly better at hiding his thoughts when he actively hid them. Yes, so. What you mean so? Voldemort is our enemy. We can't let this chance to let go. All these vaults contain a lot of money. This will make Voldemort even more stronger and harder to deal with. So you plan to destroy. Merlin was about to say something but seeing Orion's strange expression which he could only see in a horror movie he got suspicious. What are you planning? Merlin said with a deadpan voice. This money can't stay here. I have to take it away so Voldemort don't use it. This has to be done for the greater good. At least make it sound believable, and quit making that face. You will scare the dragon sleeping outside. He ain't listening. Orion, time to work. Hope no one come to destroy. I mean, I am alone and I better start as no one coming to help me with this. Orion somehow produces a headband and tightens it on his head with a determined look on his face. Merlin even heard a song playing in the background at this time. Hall of Flame for English audience and or my Indian readers Lakshya. Merlin just sweats drop. I clearly underestimated this boy's greed for money. After 2 hours later, Orion looked at the more than 20 open and completely empty vaults in front of him with satisfaction on his face. There was a shit-eating grin on his face. Clearly proud of his hard work. You sure you don't want that thief profession? I'm sure it will suit you better. Orion didn't even register that Merlin was floating around him and talking with him at this time. He was laser focused on snatching every gold coin. I mean, working for the greater good. Okay, let's get out of here. It's already night outside if I am not wrong, Orion said, and with a happy expression on his face walked outside as he slowly caressed his pendant where all the money went. He was just about to take out his broom but only when he registered that the white mini mountain was not snoring on his right anymore. He looked right and there was nothing. So his eyes followed the chain and he didn't like where they were going. He slowly turns around, only now noticing the towering beast behind him. Hello. Go voo 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 voo. The roar of the dragon resounded in the dungeon as Orion gulped. What are you waiting for? Run, Merlin shouted. Orion, who was stunned at the sudden appearance of the beast behind him, also got out of his stupor and came to action. With a leap, he made distance from the dragon and started to run out of the platform, knowing that after a distance the dragon wouldn't follow him as the chain would come in his way. But the dragon had another idea as he opened his huge mouth and heat started to rise inside him. Watch out, shouted Merlin as fire directly shot at Orion. Orion, also acting on his lightning-fast reflexes, jumps out of the way of the flames, barely missing them. He fell to the ground, trying to avoid the flames. Idiot, don't just dodge. You can't dodge those flames all the time. Use force. Block them before you become KFC chicken. I know, Orion shouted back as he raised his hand, blocking the incoming barrage of fire towards him. Using his other hand, he also took out the same bombs which he used against the troll, something he still kept on his pendant just in case he was in a tough situation. Unlike what he believed, it was easier to block the fire than he thought. Force acting on his will, he was even able to push back the flames, giving him time to get out of the dungeon. Roar! But with another roar, the dragon then suddenly opened its mighty wings, which pretty much covered the entire 300-meter-long platform. With simple flicks of the wings, the wind pressure increased and the huge body of the dragon rose in the air. Shit, Orion said as he saw the reptile going higher in the air and coming directly at him. Why the hell that chain is so long? Orion cursed as he saw the dragon only flying under the limit of the chain. Duck, 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 Merlin said, and Orion did so. Just a microsecond later as he hit the ground, the mighty body of the dragon flew past him, just missing him by an inch. Good thing he was planning to tackle me and not eat me. I am sure his neck would be enough to reach me. Watch out, Merlin shouted. Orion notices the dragon landing and then swings his long-ass tail towards him. The powerful tail of the beast was nothing less than a big iron lance. He didn't have time to dodge. Phew. He raised both of his hands out and made his strongest force shield, which he could muster, trying his best to block the upcoming attack. Boom. But no luck there as the shield, although absorbed most of the damage from the attack, still broke and a portion of the force was transferred to Orion as well, sending him flying back across the platform. Good thing he had a troll's defense as well. Hey, get up fast, that dragon is coming, Merlin shouted. But no reply. Orion. This idiot, what are you doing? I know you are not unconscious. Move. Merlin shouted, seeing the dragon coming closer. Orion didn't move. As the dragon was near and its hot breath started to accumulate inside his huge mouth, Orion smirked. Now take this, you useless reptile. he shouted as he threw the flash bomb at the dragon. The throw was powerful enough to reach the dragon before he shot fire out of his mouth. Flash. Grussar. Awesome, it worked, Orion said, and he got up, without showing any injuries on his body, and rushed out of the platform. You could have let me know what you are thinking, Merlin grumbled from the side. Didn't have time, Orion quickly replied and was getting out of the platform, but then suddenly heard the dragon roaring again. He once again thought of throwing another flash bomb at the reptile, but, what the foo asterisk kkkkkkkkkkkkk. Orion's sudden reaction confused both Merlin and the dragon. Oi, what are you doing? Get out of here. You are no match for that dragon right now. I hope you are not thinking about absorbing it. Even you are not that big of an idiot. It's gone. Huh. My pendant. It's gone. Orion started to look frantically around. You drop it. Even Merlin sounded stunned. Roar! Another roar from the dragon made the frantic Orion snap his neck at the noisy beast. Oi, quiet down a little, Orion was saying, but then he saw the position where he was thrown at. There it was, his pendant was lying there defenseless. And the dragon was so close to it that he could have crushed it anytime. Roar! Another roar came. Don't you dare move, you big fat chicken! I swear to God, if anything happens to my money, then I will eradicate your entire species, shouted Orion with a crazy look on his face. What, you still care about that? Just get the foo asterisk K out of here, will ya? Merlin almost face palms. But Orion was not listening to him anymore. He just got ready and launched himself, almost becoming a blur with the help of force speed and closing the gap between him and his money. I mean his dear pendant. Dhamma. Orion was near, almost there to get his pendant, but just before he could, the giant limb of the dragon which was so near the pendant moved slightly. Orion, who was almost a blur earlier, suddenly stopped, almost losing balance. He saw the pendant getting crushed under that damn dragon. He was standing there gawking like an idiot, eye wide and face pale. In fact, it almost looked like a cartoon to Merlin. My moan. My precious. Orion was stuttering, seeing his dreams getting crushed under the 100 kilograms limb of a dragon, seeing his future losing all his light. All his life almost flashed through his eyes at this time. Merlin, seeing this, just cursed under his breath that he didn't have any popcorn. For a second even he forgot that there was a foo asterisk king dragon standing in front of them. Roar! Another roar from the dragon brought both Merlin and Orion out of their stupor. Orion finally raises his lifeless eyes and Merlin sees fire burning inside them. Merlin wanted to say that the pendant would be alright as it's magically enchanted, but this was the top-class entertainment he would be missing if he did so. Roar! This was not the dragon who roared this time. There were veins popping on Orion's forehead. No, scratch that. There were veins popping all over his body, and as anger rose, so did the magical power inside him. There was a slight fluctuation in the space, something which Merlin noticed. Even his eyes went wide like saucers. You mother, as I will skin you alive and make your ball. You son of a... Anyone would have blushed to hear all the profanities Orion was vomiting, but not Merlin. After all, they both wrote their book together. He by now is pretty used to it, but then suddenly he remembers something and realized that if Orion fights the dragon, then most likely he will also absorb the dragon's magic as well. Oh, this is bad. Can't let him absorb a dragon. Merlin panics. He tried to make Orion snap out of his enraged state, but there was no stopping a man who lost everything in his life. Well, at least Orion was thinking like that. He was still going on with his colorful language when he saw the dragon open his mouth and fire raising inside his mouth. Oi, move. Stop talking nonsense, Merlin said, but it was too late. Orion was already too far gone. As the fire reached closer to him, Merlin panicked, but there was no hesitation on his face. He stood there like a Chad and let the fire hit him. The fire was everywhere. Merlin was trying to look and penetrate to see what happened to his student. Orion didn't dodge or put up a shield. He just stood there and took the fire head on. Bloody idiot. The dragon was roaring again, seeing that the intruder was down. But he suddenly felt a high intensity of magic in the fire. Merlin too senses it and also notices that suddenly the fire starts to move in a strange way, like getting stuck inside a vacuum. Merlin blink. Blink blink. As the fire from all around started to gather in one spot and got devoured, one man remained standing unscathed inside the fire. The hell, did this guy just eat fire? Merlin finally saw that fire was getting stuck inside Orion's mouth like he was eating the flames themselves. As he was done, and magically all the fire got extinguished or devoured, he breathed out, releasing a hot breath which almost looked like smoke coming out of his mouth. Now that put some fire in my belly. You are doomed, you F***ing reptile. Give my money back, you asshole.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.